At 1 o'clock in the morning, while Su Taiyu was typing in the living room, he was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. Almost immediately, a bloody train ticket slipped through the crack beneath the door. Su Taiyu approached and picked up the ticket. Room 1302, Xingyuan Community, Yinming Ancient Mansion. The destination resembled a location straight out of a horror film. Su Taiyu's heart was as calm, as still water as a writer of horror novels. He found such a prank rather juvenile. He surveyed the living room, his gaze sweeping over each object that inspired him. Red embroidered shoes, a skull lamp, and ultimately, he grasped the witch's broom leaning against the wall that he was determined to teach the person outside a lesson. With a sudden motion, he flung open the door. A thin mist poured into the room. Outside, the familiar corridor he had traversed countless times vanished, along with the annoying neighbor who always left trash at his doorstep. Instead, he found himself facing a vast expanse shrouded in fog. 10 meters away stood an ancient luminescent indicator. Its dull gray light cast a semicircular glow on the ground, while the other half was engulfed in darkness, resembling an unfathomable abyss. This place seemed to exist in a monochromatic gray realm. Suddenly, the doorknob slipped from his grasp, and sensing something amiss, Su Taiyu turned to retreat, only to collide with a wall. The door, and indeed, his entire room had disappeared into thin air. He pounded on the wall, which disintegrated, shedding moldy paint, leaving nothing but emptiness. Where is this? Have I died from staying up too late and arrived in the underworld? No one answered. There was not even an echo. The sound of a whistle pierced the silence. Su Taiyu turned to see, amidst a billowing cloud of smoke, an archaic black steam train rolling towards him, its enormous wheels clattering. It appeared to be a platform. The train was not particularly lengthy. Su Taiyu counted roughly 10 carriages, excluding the engine, with one carriage illuminated and packed with people. Finally, the train halted before the indicator, and with the sound of mechanical gears turning, the carriage door swung open, revealing a gaunt figure within. Driven by curiosity, Su Taiyu stepped forward, finally glimpsing the figure in its entirety. The individual donned a yellowed uniform, seemingly a conductor. His face was ghastly pale, with black irises consuming his eyes, devoid of any whites, and his mouth moved mechanically, reminiscent of paper effigies burned during funerals. The train has arrived. Passengers are requested to board promptly. Su Taiyu, clutching the bloodied ticket, instinctively retreated. Having written horror stories for a decade, even a fool knows that boarding the train bodes ill. In the mist, passenger safety is not guaranteed. The conductor's dark eyes fixated on Su Taiyu. As he pondered the meaning of those words, a stout man suddenly dashed from the carriage, shouting, "Where's the camera? Stop filming. I have a meeting in the morning." The conductor turned his head toward the stout man and spoke in a mechanical voice, "Sir, this station is not the destination on your ticket." Ignoring the warning, the stout man ran along the platform into the distance. In the mist, passenger safety is not guaranteed. Stop talking nonsense, Sai. Su Taiyu watched in horror as the stout man suddenly collapsed, clutching his throat, convulsing violently. Blood oozed from his hands, and as he attempted to bring his hands closer to his eyes for a better look, he realized they were drifting further away. His head struck the floor, and he beheld his own body kneeling before him. The white mist morphed into a crimson haze. A gust of wind carried the scent of blood to Su Taiyu's nostrils. The train has arrived. Passengers are requested to board promptly. The conductor turned his gaze towards Su Taiyu. This was the first time Su Taiyu had witnessed the scene of real death. His eyes widened as he approached the stout man's lifeless body. The stout man's eyelids twitched. Su Taiyu lifted his head. "Quick, tell me, do you feel your head has been severed, or does your head feel detached from your body?" Ever since his manuscript was rejected by an editor, Su Taiyu had become increasingly unhinged, and his room exuded a gloomy aura. Even the neighbor's dog would lower its head and scamper past his door. In the mist, passenger safety is not guaranteed. The conductor repeated this ominous phrase. A breeze swept through, raising the hairs on Su Taiyu's arms inexplicably compelled. He looked down at his own bristling hair. He felt a chill atop his head, and in the next moment, a strand of hair floated down. A muscular man appeared in the carriage, leaning out the door, shouting at Su Taiyu, "Get inside the carriage, or you'll die too." Warm blood trickled into Su Taiyu's hands, and he snapped back to reality setting the stout man's head down and sprinting towards the carriage. The fog behind him began to fracture, and in the air, something seemed to wield a scythe. As the fracture closed in on Su Taiyu, he leaped into the carriage. The gears whirred, the heavy door of the carriage slammed shut, and the train began to move, extinguishing the luminescent indicator on the platform. Outside, a gray void loomed, dark currents swirling. Before Su Taiyu could gather his thoughts, the conductor spoke again. "Welcome aboard this train, which travels to numerous eerie, sacred sites. Please enjoy the journey." Su Taiyu was puzzled by this statement and turned to the muscular man, who shook his head. "I just boarded too. I don't quite understand it either. This is deeply unsettling. Let's head to the activity carriage. Everyone is there." The muscular man's name was Zhang Wanjun, and Su Taiyu quickly acclimated to his surroundings. The train consisted of 10 carriages, 5 of which were divided into 10 bedrooms. The remaining carriages served as a dining room, activity room, entertainment room, and study, with the last one designated as the conductor's zero carriage. As they passed the study, Su Taiyu's writer's instincts kicked in. He rummaged through a pile of books and unearthed an old notebook, seemingly a diary of a previous occupant. Upon reaching the activity room, Su Taiyu observed all the passengers gathered there. Now, including himself and Zhang Wanjun, there were 4 men and 3 women, all appearing to be newcomers to this train, their faces etched with worry. Originally, there had been 10 passengers, but 3 had disembarked partway, meeting with bizarre and gruesome deaths within a minute of their exit. The stench of blood was all too real, and from that moment on, no one doubted that this was not merely a prank show. They all accepted this extraordinary reality. The atmosphere in the carriage was oppressive, with everyone grappling with 2 questions. Where was this train taking them? How could they escape safely? Perhaps the diary from the previous occupant holds the answers. Su Taiyu retrieved the notebook, opening its leather cover to a musty scent of old paper. The initial pages contained the original owner's panic upon boarding the train. As he read further, he discovered several useful insights. 1. Chosen by the ticket to board this cursed train. The predecessors warned that it is an inescapable curse. 2. Inside the cursed train, absolute safety is assured. The dining room's food is inexhaustible, yet I have little appetite. 3. The train will traverse several terrifying domains. I must disembark at the designated stops on the ticket and complete the tasks in the travel manual to return to the carriage. And avoid death. 4. Upon returning from the domains, after completing tasks, I can accumulate mileage. Mileage can be exchanged for points at a 1-10 ratio, which can be traded with the conductor. For days to return to reality or other items. It seems this place is not merely a curse, but perhaps a blessing. 5. One predecessor amassed 100,000 points and could return to reality forever. I envy him. 6. The higher the mileage of the domain, the greater the difficulty. This time, with 10 people, we ventured into a domain with 1,000 kilometers of mileage, and I was the only one who returned. 7. The eerie train has a final destination. According to the elder, it is a place yearned for by all, a realm one would rather not return from. I wonder if I shall live to see that destination. Upon reading the notes, the group comprehended the key to escaping this place. They must venture into the eerie domain, complete the side quests, and accumulate mileage to have a chance of returning to their original world, all the while facing the constant threat of death. That a girl began to whimper. Quickly search. Is there a way to return without undertaking the tasks? I don't want to die. The train continued its relentless journey, and the atmosphere within the carriage plummeted to an icy silence. Yet, within Su Taiyu's heart, an unusual emotion began to stir, fear intermingled with exhilaration. He had penned countless horror novels and was deeply curious about the essence of true terror. What lies at the end of this eerie train? Hell or heaven, or perhaps an indescribable realm? The whistle pierced through Su Taiyu's reverie once more. The conductor's voice, eerie and mechanical, echoed through the moving carriage. Yinming Ancient Mansion Station has arrived. Passengers are requested to proceed to Carriage 0 to collect the travel handbook and disembark in an orderly fashion. Su Taiyu pulled out his ticket. Yinming Ancient Mansion was indeed the destination inscribed upon it. The others also retrieved their tickets, revealing that they too were bound for Yinming Ancient Mansion. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels intertwined with the rapid thumping of their hearts, an amalgamation of unease, anticipation, and panic. The first task was about to commence. Chapter 2: The Eerie Old Mansion. As Su Taiyu regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate mountain village, surrounded by dilapidated structures, with only a few elderly individuals wandering along the path. At the end of the road stood a sizable ancient mansion, its courtyard and walls coated in dark paint, starkly contrasting with the surrounding homes. This must be the designated location for their mission. The other 6 individuals were also surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a burly man named Zhang Wanjun noticed something on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, revealing a small paper booklet, a small box, and a crate of food. Su Taiyu realized that the booklet was likely the travel guide mentioned in the diary that issued the mission. Zhang Wanjun opened the booklet, and Su Taiyu, along with the others, gathered around. The first thing that caught their attention was a photograph of a young man. He wore glasses and a white shirt, exuding a youthful, scholarly aura. Turning the page, they found a letter. Dear Private Detectives, the man in the photograph is my brother, a sophomore in the history department. 6 months ago, his mentor brought 2 students to the old mansion for research, and 5 days later, they vanished without a trace. A week ago, my brother came alone to investigate and has since disappeared as well. The villagers claim that the mansion is filled with vengeful spirits, and I am certain that those I sought have become trapped within. I implore you to enter the mansion and locate my brother. We have depended on each other since childhood, and I cannot bear to lose him. Please ensure you exit the mansion within 5 days. Otherwise, dreadful events will unfold. As they continued to flip through the pages, they encountered the task prompt provided by the attendant. Task: rescue the brother from the mansion within 5 days. Items: black and white numbered tiles. Usage guide: from left to right, from smallest to largest. If the numbers are identical, place black on the left and white on the right. Reminder: as ordinary humans, mastering and utilizing the numbered tiles is crucial in combating the vengeful spirits. A boy with a buzz cut snatched the small box from Zhang Wanjuan's grasp and opened it, revealing 4 tiles resembling mahjong pieces. 2 were black and 2 white, marked as black 6, black 2, white 1, white 9. Su Taiyu tilted his head, pondering the significance of these numbers. Were they identifiers? Why did 7 individuals only possess 4 tiles? Or could they perhaps serve as a lock combination? Before he could reach a conclusion, the buzz-cut boy clutched one of the tiles tightly in his hand. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to seize the tiles as well. The manual had emphasized that the numbered tiles were key to combating the spirits, leading everyone to treat them as talismans. Aside from Su Taiyu, a girl with twin ponytails and another boy were left empty-handed, feeling bewildered. Why were there only 4 tiles? Would they be doomed by the spirits for not having one? The boy who had not obtained a tile began to tremble. Upon hearing his words, the girl with ponytails froze, her eyes glazing over as she turned to Su Taiyu. Why are you so calm? If I were a spirit, I would kill in numerical order. Su Taiyu grinned, fixating his gaze on the 4 individuals clutching the tiles. Initially, only 2 had been anxious, but his words incited panic among the 4, transforming their tiles from protective charms into burdensome hot potatoes. Zhang Wanjun swallowed hard, stashing the tile, white 1, into his pocket and turned to Su Taiyu. Are you just spouting nonsense? Su Taiyu shook his head. Enough of this. Let's enter the mansion. Zhang Wanjun hoisted the crate of food, and the group slowly made their way toward the mansion along the dirt path. The village was eerily silent, with only the sound of the wind lifting dust and gravel against their shoes. Upon reaching the mansion's entrance, Su Taiyu felt an inexplicable force strip away all his senses, leaving him engulfed in fear. At last, the girl with ponytails completely broke down, turning to flee in the direction they had come. I don't have a numbered tile. I don't want to die. I want to go home. The boy who had not secured a tile followed suit, the 2 of them disappearing at the end of the dirt path. The remaining individuals turned their eyes towards Su Taiyu. He understood that, based on the fate of the unfortunate fat man, defying the attendant's instructions typically led to grim outcomes. In the distance, 2 screams pierced the air. It was the voices of the fleeing pair. Su Taiyu pressed himself against the mansion's door, watching the direction of their escape. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, casting a reddish glow over the path. The silhouettes of the 2 emerged at the path's end, swaying unsteadily toward the mansion. What with the long faces? Zhang Wanjun called out, waving to them. What happened? Can't you escape? The 2 did not respond, continuing their unsteady approach toward the group. A minute later, they stood before the others, their faces ashen yet adorned with unsettlingly relaxed smiles. What did you encounter? You look terrified. Zhang Wanjun pointed toward the mansion's entrance. But do not fear, there is strength in numbers. The girl looked up at Zhang Wanjun and spoke slowly. Is it wrong to have feelings? The boy echoed her sentiment, Can we be free of emotion? After uttering these words, they lowered their gazes to their chests. Due to the backlighting of the setting sun, the group had previously overlooked the gaping holes where their hearts should have been. Through these openings, the fading sunlight at the end of the dirt path was visible. With those two statements spoken, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. A crimson glow enveloped the faces of the onlookers, leaving them uncertain whether it was the sunset or the blood of their fallen companions. "They're dead," Zhang Wanjun shouted hysterically, throwing open the mansion's door and scrambling inside. Su Taiyu followed closely behind. Once inside, Zhang Wanjun hastily shut the door with a loud bang. Attempting to seal out the terror, Su Taiyu's adrenaline surged. This was no mere game. It was a genuine life-or-death struggle. Upon entry, they found themselves in a courtyard dominated by a 10-meter-tall locust tree, devoid of a single green leaf, an unsettling sight for the season. Behind the courtyard loomed a two-story wooden structure supported by numerous pillars, leaving a half-meter gap beneath the house. The mansion was expansive and entirely wooden, suggesting it had been constructed many years ago, likely belonging to a wealthy and influential family. Yet, it had fallen into disrepair, its wooden structure crumbling and coated in a layer of dust. With 2 lives already lost at the outset of their mission, the remaining individuals felt a rising tension. Fearing that spirits could emerge at any moment, Zhang Wanjun distributed the food from the crate among the group. "I believe fleeing is not an option. We must find the brother swiftly and complete the task to return to safety." The crate also contained several flashlights, which he quickly handed out. "With our numbers and vitality, we should be able to manage." Having no other options, the group accepted the flashlights and huddled together as they ventured into the wooden structure. Su Taiyu unwrapped a piece of bread and placed it in his mouth, trailing at the back of the group. As his peripheral vision swept across the gap beneath the wooden structure, he noticed a patch of white that seemed out of place against the dark architecture. Startled, he slowly turned his gaze. Beneath the structure stood a luxuriously dressed little girl, around 7 years old, clutching a pillar and staring intently at Su Taiyu. Chapter 3, The Haunting Abode. The little girl appeared devoid of any childish innocence. Her expression was blank as she fixed her gaze directly upon Su Taiyu. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart raced wildly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. It felt like an illusion. But the prickling hairs on his neck and his still racing heart rendered Su Taiyu immobile, his eyes locked on the spot where the girl had stood moments ago. Noticing Su Taiyu's unusual demeanor, Zhang Wanjun, at the front of the group, halted and followed his gaze into the abyss below, where darkness reigned. He cautiously inquired, "What did you see? Please, don't frighten us." "I saw a little girl," Su Taiyu replied, pointing towards the void. Upon hearing this, the group, who had just begun to regain their composure, erupted into chaos once more. Zhang Wanjun retrieved a flashlight, its orange glow piercing the darkness. Yet all that illuminated was an expanse of shadowy columns. "You must have misseen," he said, turning off the flashlight, desperately hoping for Su Taiyu's affirmation. But Su Taiyu was lost in contemplation. Was it a ghost? A fleeting vision? A retinal illusion? Or was she hidden deep within the shadows? Would she pose a threat? As a writer of horror, Su Taiyu understood that fear stems from the unknown. To dispel this fear, the only course of action was to investigate further. He grasped the flashlight firmly and cautiously approached the little girl's last known position. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Don't drag us into your folly," Zhang Wanjun urged, retreating slowly with the others towards the wooden cabin. To prevent moisture and pests, the wooden structure had columns supporting it, leaving a gap beneath. But the spacing of these columns was less than 20 centimeters, far too narrow to conceal a person. Su Taiyu crouched down and shone the flashlight into the crevice. Indeed, it was empty. "Let us head inside," Zhang Wanjun called to the group. At that moment, only Su Taiyu remained in the courtyard. The sun was setting, casting the area into darkness. Unable to locate the little girl, he stood to follow the others into the cabin. However, his left foot felt as if it were ensnared. Refusing to move, a chilling sensation radiating from his ankle. This peculiar sensation, he recognized, was the grip of a hand. In an instant, the bone-chilling coldness surged from his ankle to his heart. Su Taiyu slowly looked down to see a tiny hand tightly gripping his ankle. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the hand withdrew into the crevice, disappearing once more. The icy sensation lingered at his ankle. This was no illusion. The little girl undoubtedly existed. Su Taiyu redirected the flashlight towards the gap. The beam illuminated a reflective object caught on the column where the girl had once clung. He reached out and dislodged it. It was a numbered tag. Are there numbered tags in this old abode? Su Taiyu pondered, illuminating the digits with the flashlight. It was marked Black 0. It seemed there were numerous numbered tags scattered throughout the ancient house. If that were the case, then the purpose of this tag was not as a talisman. Otherwise, it would be too commonplace. Yet, the exact function of these tags remained a mystery, necessitating further collection for future consideration. It appeared, then, that the little girl meant no harm. Su Taiyu lowered his gaze and called into the empty gap, "Thank you, little one." Afterward, he pocketed the numbered tag and entered the cabin. Inside, the remaining four were huddled together, a flashlight illuminating their circle as they munched on bread. Akin to a camping experience. Upon Su Taiyu's return, Zhang Wanjun made space for him. "Hey, are you still you, or have you been possessed?" Su Taiyu took the vacant spot and produced the numbered tag Black 0. The appearance of a new numbered tag widened everyone's eyes. Zhang Wanjun picked it up and compared it carefully with his own, White 1. The two tags, aside from their numbers and colors, were identical in material and weight, part of the same series. "Now we all have a talisman," a girl remarked. Zhang Wanjun returned the Black 0 to Su Taiyu. "Where did you find this?" "In the gap beneath the first layer of the old house. There must be more of these numbered tags hidden within," Su Taiyu replied, choosing to withhold details about the little girl. In that moment, it was best not to propagate an atmosphere of fear. Gradually, the group seemed to relax and began engaging in casual conversation. "How did you all receive your tickets?" Zhang Wanjun inquired. "I was working late at my company and ordered a late-night snack. The ticket was tucked in the delivery bag. I thought it was a cashback card for good reviews. After finishing work and opening the door, I found myself at the station. I was dining at a restaurant during the day when the ticket slipped out from the menu." Another added, "I was at a boxing match." Zhang Wanjun concluded, indicating that they had all been drawn into the station by the tickets. Su Taiyu listened intently, seeking common threads in their experiences. Thus far, the only shared element was the mysterious tickets. They had not materialized out of thin air. The process through which everyone received their tickets adhered to the physical laws of reality. It suggested the existence of a hidden individual who had placed the tickets in locations that everyone would inevitably encounter. If this enigmatic figure could be found, perhaps the truth behind this eerie world could be unveiled. To return to reality, they must complete the tasks at hand and exchange points for days to return. This led back to the numbered tags, which were pivotal in countering vengeful spirits. What did they truly signify? Su Taiyu placed his Black 0 on the ground. "Lay out your tags as well." Zhang Wanjun, skeptical, produced his White 1 and placed it down. "We're not swapping with you." Su Taiyu shook his head. Rest assured, the notion of sequential killings was merely a casual remark. The remaining three presented their tags as well. At that moment, 5 tags lay before them. Black 0, Black 6, Black 2, White 1, White 9. Su Taiyu recalled the hints from the manual, from left to right, from smallest to largest. Tags with identical numbers were to be placed with black on the left and white on the right. Following this guidance, Su Taiyu rearranged the sequence. Black 0, White 1. Black 2, Black 6, White 9. Nothing transpired. Zhang Wanjun regarded the tags on the ground. "What now?" Su Taiyu paused, then spoke. "Thus far, we have only utilized the first 2 phrases of the hint, which indicate that the order of these tags is crucial. The latter 2 phrases state, if the numbers are the same, place black on the left and white on the right. This implies there are 2 tags with the same number but different colors. We simply have yet to locate them. The highest number present is 9, suggesting that this set contains at least 20 tags." Zhang Wanjun slapped his thigh. "I understand. If we locate all the tags and arrange them in order, we can clear the level." Su Taiyu shook his head. "The hint suggests we learn to utilize the numbered tags to confront the vengeful spirits. Simply searching for an arrangement does not encompass the term confrontation." Suddenly, a girl had a moment of clarity. "Do you think the remaining numbered tags might be in the possession of the vengeful spirits?" Chapter 4. The Haunted Mansion. Hide and seek. The girl who spoke was named Kaka, and her words awakened Su Taiyu. After memorizing the order of the number cards, Su Taiyu distributed them back and continued, "If that is the case, then there must be more than one vengeful spirit. Everyone must remain vigilant." Su Taiyu speculated that if the little girl intended to harm them, she would have acted long ago. This indicated that the only threats within the ancient mansion were other vengeful spirits. At that moment, the wooden floor creaked ominously. Who was moving? Su Taiyu looked up at the group. Everyone shook their heads. They were all seated on the floor, attentively listening to Su Taiyu's analysis, with no one stirring. The sound from the floor was rhythmic, approaching them gradually as if someone were walking towards them. Su Taiyu quickly shone his flashlight in the direction of the noise. The night had fallen, and the tension among the group began to escalate. After scanning the area with the flashlight, no other figures were detected. Did anyone take off their shoes? Zhang Wanjun suddenly grew anxious. In such a perilous and dusty ancient house, who would remove their shoes? He lowered the flashlight to the floor and discovered a series of footprints, distinct from those of the group. The prints clearly displayed 5 toes, suggesting they had just been made and were leading directly towards them. These were adult footprints, confirming Su Taiyu's hypothesis that the mansion harbored more than one vengeful spirit. The 5 individuals stood up simultaneously, huddling together and illuminating their surroundings with flashlights. They ceased their conversation, merely oscillating the beams of light in an attempt to fill the oppressive darkness. It felt as though every corner concealed a pair of eyes fixated upon them. The silence was unnerving. Zhang Wanjun felt a chill creeping up his spine and began to murmur under his breath in a deep, resonant tone. 01269, 01269. This was the correct order of the number cards from earlier, and now he recited it like a mantra, uncertain of its efficacy. He thought it prudent to take any measure available. Influenced by him, the other 3 began to chant the 5-digit incantation as well. 01269, 01269. The 5 remained frozen with their flashlights for what felt like an eternity, as the floor remained silent and the footprints did not reappear. At this moment, they were all at a loss as to their next move. Su Taiyu gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the window and suggested, "We should search for clues at once. Otherwise, we risk either being killed by the vengeful spirits or succumbing to fear." Kaka furrowed her brow and voiced the collective sentiment. "Can we not wait until daylight? Searching at night seems perilous." Zhang Wanjun, shouldering a box of provisions, led the group to the 2nd floor in search of a place to stay. Their mission was to locate the brother within the mansion. And considering that 2 teammates had just perished outside, they had no choice but to endure the eerie atmosphere and remain, leaving no chance for defiance against the crew. With his muscular frame, Zhang Wanjun took the lead, while the others followed closely. As they ascended the staircase, a few exchanged hushed conversations to diffuse the palpable tension. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they found themselves in a desolate corridor lined with dilapidated wooden doors. Zhang Wanjun continued down the corridor, but after taking only a couple of steps, he felt something brush against his head, instantly weighing down his legs as if they were filled with lead, causing him to halt. Logically, despite being an old house, the ceiling should have been more than 3 meters high, so his head shouldn't have come into contact with anything unless something was hanging from above. He dared not pursue that thought further. Kaka, trailing behind him, noticed his sudden stop and whispered, "Why aren't you moving?" Zhang Wanjuan's voice trembled slightly, but he feigned composure. "Can you all check what I bumped into above my head?" At this utterance, Kaka's hand trembled slightly as she held the flashlight. "Don't scare me." Su Taiyu, bringing up the rear, raised his flashlight slightly and glimpsed what hung above Zhang Wanjuan's head, a thick hemp rope dangling from the ceiling. "Don't tell me it's a pair of feet?" Zhang Wanjun inquired further. In such a tense atmosphere, even the slightest anomaly could ignite a torrent of imagination. Rest assured, it's merely a vertical hemp rope. Devoid of any hanging corpses, Su Taiyu reassured him. Yet, the solitary rope in the vacant corridor was still somewhat peculiar. Zhang Wanjun glanced upwards and swiftly swatted the rope aside, vigorously ruffling his hair as if to dispel misfortune. After this brief incident, they pressed on. As Su Taiyu passed beneath the rope, he noticed it began to sway gently. The motion was rhythmic, akin to a pendulum, not caused by the wind, nor by the impact of the preceding individuals. An instinctual awareness told Su Taiyu that this rope was far from ordinary and concealed significant secrets. Unexpectedly, they discovered 3 intact bedrooms on the 2nd floor. The doors and windows had been meticulously repaired, rendering them airtight, and the interiors were spotless, even furnished with bedding and basic living supplies. From the personal items left behind, they surmised that these rooms had once belonged to the brother's mentor and his 2 students. The mentor's room contained an array of strange and eerie artifacts collected from the ancient mansion, which the group avoided. The remaining 2 rooms, inhabited by the students, appeared relatively normal. In one of the rooms, Kaka and another girl named Xiao Xue squeezed together for sleep, while Zhang Wanjun shared another room with a boy named Wang Tao. Su Taiyu, uncomfortable with sharing a room and drawn to the mentor's room due to its clues, decided to stay alone. As a gesture of goodwill, Zhang Wanjun carried the box of provisions into the mentor's room, saying to Su Taiyu, "The food is in here. Let's have breakfast here tomorrow morning to bolster your spirits." Without waiting for a response, he dashed out, leaving the door to slam shut behind him. "I'll be next door. If anything happens, make sure to yell." Zhang Wanjuan's footsteps echoed rapidly in the corridor before fading away. Su Taiyu surveyed the bedroom, noticing two wooden dolls lying on the floor. Both dolls were fashioned as girls, and Su Taiyu observed inscriptions carved into them. Summoning his courage, he picked up the dolls and read the inscriptions. Shui perished at 18, Shiyu perished at 18. These wooden dolls served as spirit tablets. Su Taiyu gently placed them back on the ground. The term perished refers to the untimely death of youth, and coincidentally, both girls had died at the age of 18. Could this be due to a special ritual? He meandered around the room and approached the desk, where a black and white photocopy lay. The image depicted a pair of intimately posed individuals, a man who bore a striking resemblance to the brother seeking help, and a woman clad in ornate traditional attire, leaning closely against him. Su Taiyu sensed something amiss about the photograph. While it was not unusual for a mentor to keep photos of his students, what was peculiar was that the handbook mentioned the brother was currently a sophomore, around 18 or 19 years old. The brother's age in the photograph matched, yet it was evidently an old photo, bearing yellow stains from oxidation. How could the same person maintain their appearance across decades in photographs? Before Su Taiyu could ponder the implications, a child's voice suddenly echoed from outside. The voice was ethereal and resonant, singing a nursery rhyme. Hide and seek, come let us play hide and seek. Turn around, close your eyes. Have you all concealed yourselves? Chapter 5, The Haunted House. The mark of the rope. The girl's voice was sharp and ethereal, as if it sought to drain the very soul of Su Taiyu. He tiptoed into his bed, surrounded by the eerie artifacts collected by his mentor. Yet none of them seemed capable of subduing vengeful spirits. A chill seeped from his heart to his limbs and head, even as he cocooned himself tightly in the covers. The bone-deep cold persisted. Hide and seek, I've caught a head. Like a watermelon, the nursery rhyme grew ever more sinister, the voice drawing nearer until it halted at Su Taiyu's door. An unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. The sounds of wind and insects outside vanished in an instant. Su Taiyu could clearly hear his own breath and heartbeat. Hide and seek. Under such pressure, he questioned whether this was merely a hallucination or a dream. Su Taiyu beheld a vast stone platform, upon which lay an 18-year-old girl. As he approached, he recognized her from an old photograph. Her neck and limbs were ensnared by thick, coarse hemp rope, the other end tethered to massive winches. With a dreadful creak, the rope tightened. A piercing scream erupted as her head and limbs were violently torn away. Hide and seek. Su Taiyu jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open to a world cloaked in white. The wind rustled the locust tree in the courtyard, producing a soft whisper. It was already the following morning. The recent phantasm had felt all too real. He lingered in bed for a moment, gradually dispelling the terror that gripped him. As he recalled the vision, he noted that the rope binding the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the one hanging in the corridor. Had this truly transpired? Or was it merely a nightmare birthed from the photograph and the rope? A girl's scream yanked Su Taiyu back to reality. The voice belonged to Kaka. He opened the door, only to be met with the stench of blood. The deep brown wooden floor of the corridor had transformed into a vivid crimson. A blood trail, wide enough for a person, stretched from the end of the corridor to the door of the two girls' room. There lay Xiao Xue's lifeless body, her abdomen sliced open, innards exposed. Zhang Wanjun and Wang Tao emerged from their rooms, shock evident on their faces upon sighting Xiao Xue's corpse. Zhang Wanjun inquired, "Did you hear a little girl calling hide and seek last night?" Enough. Kaka bypassed Xiao Xue's body, entering Zhang Wanjun's room, her eyes vacant, trembling as she spoke softly. "I slept at the head of the bed, Xiao Xue at the foot. When that voice echoed, I curled under the covers and covered my head with a pillow. Yet, the sound did not wane. I nudged Xiao Xue with my foot, but the bed was empty. I don't know when she disappeared. Then, I heard knocking. The little girl's voice was just outside the door. I was too frightened to open it. Did I cause Xiao Xue's demise?" It appeared that everyone had heard the girl's nursery rhyme. Su Taiyu approached Xiao Xue's body. Her left hand rested against the door, leaving a bloody handprint on the panel. She must have crawled there after being attacked, desperately knocking, only to succumb in despair. Strangely, her right hand formed a peculiar gesture. Her expression caught between a smile and a grimace, baring her teeth, her mouth twisted in a way that did not resemble a plea for help. Su Taiyu continued to study her gesture. It seemed akin to snapping fingers. What could it signify? He imitated her gesture, only to be interrupted by Zhang Wanjun's voice. "Little pervert, what is that on your neck?" "What is wrong with my neck?" Su Taiyu touched his neck, feeling the uneven mark encircling it. "Did you secretly hang yourself last night?" Zhang Wanjun exclaimed. "The rope. The mark on his neck was from a rope?" Su Taiyu suddenly remembered the dream, where the girl had been ensnared by a rope, her head first bound. He turned to Zhang Wanjun. realizing a circle of earthy yellow rope was tightly coiled around his neck. In the next instant, the rope vanished, leaving only a ring of red marks. His gaze shifted to Wang Tao, who bore a similar mark on his neck. Su Taiyu approached Zhang Wanjun's door, peering inside at Kaka. As expected, she too bore the mark. Except for the deceased Xiao Xue, every remaining individual had been branded by the coarse hemp rope. Could this be a mark of death? Su Taiyu proceeded toward the staircase. Noticing his silence and strange demeanor, Zhang Wanjun and Wang Tao exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively clutching their necks in confusion. Zhang Wanjun hurried to catch up with Su Taiyu, arriving at the spot where they had ascended the previous night. Initially, there had been only a single coarse hemp rope hanging here. Now, however, 4 additional ropes dangled, aligned like a curtain, reaching toward the floor. Zhang Wanjun, upon seeing the extra ropes, broke into a cold sweat, yet the next moment, he leaped onto the ropes, grasping them, intending to use his weight to pull them down. Alas, the ropes remained steadfastly affixed to the ceiling, unmoving. After descending, Zhang Wanjun, still panting, touched his neck and asked, "Are we destined to meet the same fate as Xiao Xue, caught in a game of hide and seek, only to have our hearts ripped out? Not for the time being." Su Taiyu replied, gesturing toward the ropes. "The one who harmed Xiao Xue is not the little girl playing hide and seek." "Why do you say that?" "Let us go to my room. I will explain." The 4 gathered in Su Taiyu's room, where he laid out the photographs and the 2 wooden dolls. Sharing his dream and speculation, the vengeful spirit corresponding to hide and seek must be that girl who was torn apart by the rope. The nursery rhyme she sang contained a line hide and seek. "I've caught a head, like a watermelon." This correlates with the rope marks on our necks. If my deductions are correct, by tomorrow morning, we shall bear additional marks on our arms or legs. The 4 limbs, along with the head, are precisely the areas where the girl was severed. Once we accumulate 5 marks, the vengeful spirit will strike. The group led by our mentor also vanished 5 days after staying in this haunted house. The deadline given to us by the attendant was also 5 days. This is the reason. After hearing Su Taiyu's analysis, Zhang Wanjun touched the mark on his neck, feeling slightly reassured. But how did Xiao Xue die? Xiao Xue bore no rope mark, and only 4 ropes appeared in the corridor, indicating she was likely harmed by another vengeful spirit. As mentioned before, this haunted house harbors more than one spirit. Could it be that brother has already met his end? That is a possibility. Yet we must see the living to confirm the dead to complete our task. Kaka hesitated. Then Su Taiyu inquired, "What have you discovered?" "Speak." "Yesterday, Xiao Xue claimed she had seen brother." Chapter 6, The Haunted Mansion. Chat record. Have you seen brother? When and where? Zhang Wanjun gazed at Kaka with excitement. In this eerie place, no one wished to linger even for a moment longer, and now, having heard substantial clues regarding their mission, their anticipation was palpable. Kaka looked upwards, lost in thought. At that moment, after we had just been assigned our rooms, I was tidying up my bed and inadvertently placed some items on the desk, among which lay a shard of a mirror. Xiao Xue picked up the fragment to comb her hair, then suddenly let out a scream and hurled the mirror to the floor. When I inquired about her outburst, she claimed that through the reflection of the mirror, she had glimpsed a shadowy figure passing through the corridor. She then rushed to the door, peering out. She told us she had seen brother descending the stairs. She called out to him twice, but it seemed brother did not hear her, as he continued down the stairs and vanished from sight. After recounting this, Zhang Wanjun shivered. "From your description, brother doesn't sound human. He resembles a spirit. Could it be that brother's vengeful spirit is responsible for Xiao Xue's demise?" Kaka queried. Su Taiyu shook his head. "It's too soon to tell." Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "Was the mirror shattered?" "No, the shard appeared remarkably sturdy, bouncing twice on the floor." "Then why did it become a fragment?" Upon uttering these words, realization dawned upon everyone. A special artifact. If there are clues in the instructor's room, then surely there must be clues in these 2 students' rooms as well. Perhaps this mirror shard is some sort of special item. The 4 of them opened the door, only to discover that Xiao Xue's body had vanished, leaving behind a long trail of blood and her numbered tag. Zhang Wanjun picked up the tag and asked, "Where has Xiao Xue's body gone?" "Once a person dies, they are extinguished like a light," Kaka sighed. "Xiao Xue may have been completely erased from this world." At that moment, only the bloodstains on the door could attest to Xiao Xue's existence. There was no time for lamentation. Zhang Wanjun and Wang Tao returned to their room in search of clues. Kaka hesitated to return to her room, so Su Taiyu accompanied her to retrieve the mirror. During the process, Su Taiyu habitually rummaged through the desk and discovered a smartphone. Minutes later, They reconvened in Su Taiyu's room to share their findings. First, the phone found in Kaka's room should contain a wealth of information. Su Taiyu pressed the lock button, and to his surprise, it unlocked smoothly. He navigated to the messaging app and found a conversation between the phone's owner and the instructor. Instructor, Lee, are you part of the board game club? Lee, indeed. Teacher, I didn't expect you, as a folklorist, to have an interest in board games. Instructor, have you heard of a numerical card game, ranging from 0 to 11, resembling mahjong? Upon reading this, the group inhaled sharply. It appeared that the numbered tags they possessed were neither talismans nor indicators of murder sequences, but rather components of a game. Su Taiyu scrolled through the chat logs, pondering, could the method of confronting the vengeful spirits involve playing games with them? Indeed, the attendant seemed to possess a modicum of conscience. They were all mere mortals, incapable of combating terrifying vengeful spirits. Now, both sides could confront each other on equal footing, increasing their chances of completing the mission. At present, it seemed there were 24 cards total, both black and white, numbered from 0 to 11. However, what were the rules of the game? He continued scrolling through the messages. Lee, teacher, what you're referring to must be the board game Da Vinci Code. Both parties sequentially draw cards from a pool of 24, arranging them according to the established rules, and guess each other's cards one by one to win by depleting the opponent's cards. Instructor, I'm getting old. My mind can't keep up. How about you accompany me to gather folklore at that ancient mansion? Instructor, website link. Lee, that mansion. After that incident, the entire village has nearly been eradicated, and the mansion itself is fraught with danger. Instructor, fear not. I've also invited Lu, who has ancestral ties to this village and possesses some clues. The subsequent messages contained ticket booking information, followed by a series of unilateral messages from Lee. Lee, teacher, something seems off with Lu. Lee, teacher, where are you? Is there no signal? Lee, teacher, I have red circles appearing on my leg. Lee, Lu is searching for other shards of the spirit mirror. Lee, teacher, why don't you say we're playing games with ghosts? Lee, Lu has found the underground palace. Lee, teacher, I lost. Lee, teacher, I hate you. Lee, let us be ghosts together, ha 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 ha. With that, the chat log concluded. The information was substantial, and Su Taiyu passed the phone around, collecting his thoughts before speaking. It seems this mirror shard is indeed a special artifact, and there are more than one. Collecting all the shards should enable us to break the cycle. During the search for the shards, we may encounter vengeful spirits, or rather, ghosts. Our means of survival lies within this numerical card game. The chat log mentioned the underground palace. The specific events that transpired there might hold the answers they sought. After reviewing the chat records, Zhang Wanjun also presented the clues he had discovered in his room. The room they occupied was likely Lu's, whose ancestors lived in this mountain village and might possess more significant clues. Indeed, within the room lay a journal, which Zhang Wanjun retrieved. Su Taiyu opened the journal, and another shard of the spirit mirror slid out. Zhang Wanjun, quick-witted, grasped the shard tightly. I'll hold on to this. With it, I can protect you all. Su Taiyu leafed through the journal, where he found Lu's hasty notes. Spirit mirror suppresses evil spirits. A mirror shard can only withstand one attack. All 4 shards must be collected to confront that witch. I cannot survive much longer. I've heard the witch resides in the underground palace. I'm particularly curious to see what this legendary girl looks like. At 18, I've never experienced love. Upon reaching this passage, Su Taiyu sighed. What kind of horrifying entity could this witch be, capable of compelling Lu to relinquish hope for life and face death with composure? All secrets pointed towards the underground palace. Where are you? A voice, laced with resentment, echoed from the corridor. The sound of footsteps approached the door. The group held their breath. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A gaunt female ghost bent low as she entered, her head nearly brushing against the ceiling. Clad in a blood-stained white ethnic garment, she held a white mask, the eye-holes of which were punctured by long iron nails, dripping with blood. The ghost's eyes were mere blood holes. Tilting her head, the female ghost slowly advanced towards the group. Su Taiyu noticed that she had 5 black and white cards floating above her head, identical to the numerical cards in his possession. Except these cards were facing down, concealing their numbers. Wang Tao scrambled to his feet. Run. Yet how could he outrun the ghost? Where are you? The ghost raised the iron nails from the mask, aiming for Wang Tao's abdomen. Wang Tao's face paled, his brain's commands seemingly lost. Failing to reach his legs, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the floor, watching helplessly as the nails drew nearer. I guessed the card, Wang Tao shouted. The ghost, astonishingly, paused. Chapter 7, The Haunted Mansion. The Ghost of the Veil. Upon witnessing the ghostly figure come to a halt, Su Taiyu felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the way to confront the vengeful spirit lay in discerning the atop its head. At that moment, the five floating above the ghost flickered with a golden edge, reminiscent of a revolving light. If I can guess one correctly, I shall vanish. Otherwise, the ghost's mouth gaped wide, emitting a chilling, ghastly sound. A mere human, forged of flesh and blood, could never withstand the wrath of a malevolent specter. To avert our complete annihilation, the crew member devised this numerical mechanism for resistance. At this juncture, Wang Tao halted the attacking ghost, yet he was faced with the pressing need to guess the atop the ghost's head. If he failed, would he meet the same demise? The ghost bore 5, arranged from smallest to largest as follows: black, white, black, black, white. The specific numbers remained a mystery. The only disclosed information pertained to their colors and the order of their sizes, rendering the clues scant and the probability of a correct guess alarmingly low. Fortunately, it sufficed to identify just one correctly. Wang Tao, observing the iron nail drawing ever closer, retrieved them from his possession and placed them upon the floor. I implore you, assist me in discerning which to choose. Kakaka and Zhang Wanjun hastily laid there beside his, then turned to Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu positioned his black 0 on the far left. Thus, on the table, arranged according to size, read black 0, white 1, black 2, black 6, white 9. In contrast, the ghosts, in ascending order, were black, white, black, black, white. This is utterly perplexing, Zhang Wanjun lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. Su Taiyu shook his head in agreement. Indeed, the black ranged from 0 to 11, as did the white, totaling 24, yet only 10 were present on the table, rendering the odds of a correct guess exceedingly slim. The most prudent strategy would be to start with the at the edge. However, the far left, black, held numerous possibilities, such as black 1, black 3, black 4, black 5, black 7, and in extreme cases, even black 8. The probability of survival stood at 1 in 6. Zhang Wanjun perused the chat records on his phone, but they merely contained the general rules, devoid of any winning strategies. This was a game of chance and logical reasoning. At that moment, the iron nail pierced Wang Tao's clothing, and he pushed against the nail-bearing mask with all his might. Yet it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, helplessly watching the nail inch closer, embedding itself into his abdomen. Su Taiyu continued. The leftmost black could possibly be 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, or 8, 1 in 6 odds of survival. The decision rests with you. Zhang Wanjun, setting down his phone, inquired. Could the smallest number be 8? Such a high digit? Su Taiyu nodded. It is plausible. If it were black 8, the ghost sequence would be black 8, white 8, black 9, black 10, with the final potentially being white 10 or white 11. Zhang Wanjun inhaled deeply, stating, the odds are dismally low. If that were the case, the subsequent would be easier to guess. Enough discussion. Quickly, provide me with an answer. Wang Tao's abdomen began to bleed profusely if he did not guess soon. He would meet the same fate as Xiao Shue, with all his organs exposed, extinguishing his life, with life and death hanging in the balance. This momentous decision weighed heavily on everyone. Wang Tao's gaze shifted from urgency to bewilderment, as if the pain in his abdomen had vanished. It's all right. I trust in my fortune, he murmured, his lips paling. I have never won a try again or even scratched off more than 5 yuan on a lottery ticket. The girl I fancied always seemed to find a boyfriend the day before I confessed. I believe all my luck has been amassed over the years, awaiting this moment to erupt. If I guess incorrectly, it's fine. I'll eliminate one wrong answer. As the iron nail dug another inch into his abdomen, Wang Tao raised his hand, pointing decisively at the first atop the ghost's head. I guess. He paused. Kakaka produced the fragment of the spirit mirror. Didn't you say this could block a ghost's attack? How do we use it? Upon hearing this, Wang Tao swiftly extended his hand. Seizing the spirit mirror fragment from Kakaka, he closed his eyes and held it before the ghost. A shadow flitted across the mirror, and soon, blue flames ignited within, illuminating the fragment with an ethereal azure glow. Above Wang Tao's head, 5 materialized, mirroring the colors and arrangement of those in their possession. Could it be that, due to the spirit mirror, the ghost was now compelled to guess there? The ghost extended its slender fingers, gliding above Wang Tao's head. The iron nail withdrew from his abdomen, and Wang Tao exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the ghost loomed before him, and he dared not make a sudden move. In that moment, he could only silently pray, hoping the ghost would not guess correctly. Su Taiyu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. In a game devoid of stakes, where two humans might play, the safest strategy would be to start from the smallest numbers, such as 0 or 1. Mistakes would bear no consequence, merely a game. In truth, Wang Tao's best chance lay in guessing the leftmost as black 1, but such blind guessing, with life at stake, bore an insurmountable burden, warping the mind. The ghost, however, bore no such pressure. Our black 0, white 1, black 2 were all low numbers. Thus, if the ghost followed a logical approach, the likelihood of a correct guess was substantial. In this dire encounter, Wang Tao faced a harrowing fate. The ghost's fingers glided over his head, settling on the leftmost. Its mouth slowly parted. This is black 0. The above Wang Tao's head gradually revealed the number 0. The ghost erupted into laughter. The blue flames of the spirit mirror flickered out, leaving the fragment a dull gray. Wang Tao too seemed to lose his vibrancy, watching helplessly as the iron nail pierced deeper into his abdomen. As the nail ruptured his organs and skin, it continued its relentless ascent. When it breached his lungs, Wang Tao summoned his last breath, whispering, "Indeed, luck is not on my side." He collapsed, blood pooling before his head. Merging with his tears as he slowly closed his eyes, the final taut muscle in his hand relaxing, the spirit mirror fragment rolling to Kakaka's side. Yet, the mirror's surface remained clouded. The ghost lifted the mask, positioning it before her, driving 2 iron nails into her eyes. It appeared this specter was blind, relying solely on sound to navigate her surroundings. Su Taiyu noticed this and signaled Zhang Wanjun and Kakaka to remain silent. Following Wang Tao's demise, the ghost tilted her head, attuning to every subtle sound within the room. "Hide well. I can hear you." Chapter 8. The Rules of Murder in the Haunted Manor. At this moment, only 3 souls remained in the room: Su Taiyu, Zhang Wanjun, and Kaka. They stood motionless, covering their mouths, terrified of making even the slightest sound. The masked female specter drifted about the room like a phantom, tilting her head and pricking her ears, keenly attuned to their breaths. Su Taiyu suddenly felt as if he were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with this ghostly figure, reminiscent of childhood games where the seeker, eyes covered, would attempt to catch the others lurking in the shadows. Little did he expect that this game would manifest so vividly in reality. The ghostly woman wandered for a time, her feet stepping into the pool of blood spilled by Wang Tao, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Subsequently, she opened a door and vanished into the corridor. Yet, the pall of death lingered around the 3, and although daylight had broken outside, the corridor remained shrouded in dimness, an abyss of darkness. It was plausible that the specter lay in wait within the obscured corners, anticipating any sounds from the trio. 10 minutes elapsed, and Zhang Wanjun, feeling his legs grow numb, wore a pained expression. Su Taiyu cautiously removed the shoes and tossed them into the corridor. The shoes landed with a dull thud, reverberating through the emptiness. The ghost did not reappear. Zhang Wanjun exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the floor. This was utterly terrifying. "We must devise a means to escape. My heart cannot endure this any longer." Turning to witness Wang Tao's grim fate, Zhang Wanjun instinctively shut his eyes. This game of deduction proved exceedingly challenging. It felt akin to flirting with death rather than confronting a vengeful spirit. Su Taiyu, however, paid no heed to Zhang Wanjun's lamentations. His thoughts were fixated on the footprints left by the specter. He recognized these prints from the previous day on the first floor. At that time, they had heard the ominous creaking of the floorboards, prompting Zhang Wanjun to illuminate the area with a flashlight, revealing a dusty adult footprint. Remarkably, this footprint mirrored the bloodied prints before them now. This indicated that the specter had indeed manifested yesterday. Yet, what had stayed her hand from claiming a life then? Su Taiyu recalled the editor's scathing critique of his manuscript. A competent ghost, a matured spirit, must possess its own rules of murder and methods of evasion. Otherwise, it would be akin to a detective laboring tirelessly to solve a case, only to encounter an unexpected demise, utterly meaningless. The editor's words rang true. Even the beasts of the mountains operated under the logic of protecting their young or seeking sustenance. So what could the specter's rules of murder entail? Noticing Su Taiyu lost in thought, Zhang Wanjun nudged him. "Since Xiao Xue had seen the specter of brother last night, let us seize the daylight to seek him out and hasten our escape from this cursed place. Finding brother would undoubtedly be the swiftest solution." Su Taiyu cast a cold glance at Wang Tao's lifeless form. However, he understood that in the process, they might inadvertently trigger the specter's murderous rules. Aside from the ghostly woman, there were likely other vengeful spirits within this ancient manor. Murderous rules? Where did you hear of such a thing? Zhang Wanjun inquired, puzzled. I merely speculate that many vengeful spirits in films and dramas attack humans only when triggered by certain events, like Sadako and her cursed videotape. Zhang Wanjun shivered at the thought. But what are the ghost's rules of murder? We cannot merely gamble with our lives to find out. Thus, until they understood the rules governing all spirits within the manor, recklessly searching for brother was ill-advised. What do you propose we do then? Zhang Wanjun mused, stroking the rope marks on his neck. If there truly are rules, it seems we have already transgressed them. Within a few days, we shall all perish. Kaka, evidently traumatized by the series of deaths, crouched on the floor. Her gaze hollow as she stared at Wang Tao. This is such a grotesque death. I refuse to die like this. 2 tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhang Wanjun, typically a robust figure, found himself unable to bear the sight of a girl in tears. Shifting from his earlier brusqueness with Su Taiyu, he spoke in a soothing tone. Crying will not help. Let us devise a plan to escape swiftly. Kaka's eyes fixated on the now ineffective spirit-repelling mirror in Wang Tao's grasp. Unlike you strong and clever individuals, my sole means of survival has been taken from me. I am surely doomed. With that, her gaze shifted imploringly to Zhang Wanjun. Instinctively, he checked his pockets, where he found the second fragment of the spirit-repelling mirror. Kaka's look resembled that of a stray cat pleading for assistance. Zhang Wanjun, embodying the image of a stoic man, promptly retrieved the shard. Yet, the instinct for survival eclipsed the instinct for procreation. Zhang Wanjun clutched the fragment tightly. In truth, I am not particularly sharp-witted. I likely need this fragment more than you do. Su Taiyu regarded Zhang Wanjun, pondering that maintaining composure in such dire circumstances did not reflect a lack of intelligence. Then, Kaka's expression shifted. If you venture forth to seek clues, could you kindly leave me behind? I am bereft of means to defend myself. With that, she curled herself into a tighter ball. While remaining within the confines of the room did not guarantee safety, the prospect of venturing out in search of clues appeared far more perilous. Although Kaka did not explicitly demand Zhang Wanjun's mirror fragment, he felt reluctant to acquiesce to her plea. Now, with Kaka proposing a seemingly reasonable request, Zhang Wanjun found it difficult to refuse. He turned to Su Taiyu, asking, in her current state, would it not be more of a hindrance for her to accompany us? Su Taiyu scrutinized Kaka, sensing that her expression did not entirely convey fear. Regardless of her intentions, as long as she did not complicate matters further, he was willing to proceed. Following the ghost's bloodied footprints, Su Taiyu stepped out of the room. The spectral imprints gradually faded in the corridor, but the direction they led remained discernible. Zhang Wanjun rushed after Su Taiyu, glancing at the footprints. Let us steer clear of this. On the contrary, Su Taiyu replied, resolutely following the trail of the ghost's bloodied imprints. Zhang Wanjun, feeling lost, trailed behind. You really are twisted, aren't you? Afraid you won't die quickly enough? Indeed. The sooner one dies, the sooner one is reborn, Su Taiyu retorted simply, continuing onward. Zhang Wanjun's mind resisted the notion, yet his legs involuntarily followed. Passing through the corridor, Su Taiyu entered a grand hall. This hall appeared distinct from the others. Su Taiyu sensed that it might hold some clues. As he pushed the door open, the musty scent of decaying wood assaulted his senses. The entire hall was devoid of furniture. The more resilient parts of the floor and walls shrouded in thick layers of cotton fabric. The fabric adorning the walls bore images of small animals. Overall, the hall resembled a playroom for children. A painting hung on the wall, and as Su Taiyu stood outside, he could not discern its details. He stepped inside, with Zhang Wanjun closely behind. As his foot touched the cotton-covered floor, it sank into a small pit, revealing an eerie texture and color that confirmed the floor was not black, but rather soaked in blood. Only then did he discern the content of the painting, an adult woman blindfolded, with a smile that was neither here nor there, while 2 girls, aged 7 or 8, stood before her. The girl on the left held the spiked mask, and the girl on the right was the same one Su Taiyu had seen the previous day in the crevice on the first floor. This painting bore the marks of age. Su Taiyu gazed at the girl holding the mask, pondering whether she was the very specter they had encountered. At that moment, Zhang Wanjun tugged at his sleeve, trembling slightly. Following Zhang Wanjun's gaze, Su Taiyu observed a third small pit, appearing on the cotton floor, besides their own. And this small pit is gradually drawing closer to the 2 individuals. Chapter 9, The Haunted Mansion. The stranger the small pit on the floor drew ever closer to the 2 of them. Zhang Wanjun's voice trembled. I knew it, following you. This freak would lead to a swift demise. I can hear you, he said. A pair of women's feet gradually emerged above the pit. The ghostly figure of a woman swiftly materializing. Zhang Wanjuan's heart raced as he beheld the terrifying visage adorned with iron nails, crawling towards the corner using hands and feet. With one hand pressed against the floor, a pool of black blood seeped out. Gazing at his blood-soaked hands, despair engulfed him. What luck, he thought bitterly. I've stumbled into her lair. The ghost approached Zhang Wanjun, leaving a bloody footprint with each step. He watched as she drew nearer. Glancing at the number tag above her head, and turned to ask, Freak, how confident are you in guessing the tag? Su Taiyu shook his head. No new tags discovered. The odds of survival are as grim as Wang Tao's. So, I'm doomed then. Zhang Wanjun closed his eyes. Is this truly the end? 7 individuals. For perished in a day, it seems my turn has come. He could not bear the thought of his well-earned abs being pierced by iron nails. Yet, a chill coursed through him, penetrating his skin and reaching his very core. It's my turn to catch you, came Su Taiyu's voice. The room fell silent once more. Zhang Wanjun waited, but the anticipated moment of his abdomen being pierced never arrived. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The ghost had vanished without a trace. Where's the ghost? Why has Tishi killed me? You sound disappointed. Would you like me to take over? Su Taiyu flashed a sinister smile. Upon seeing that grin, Zhang Wanjun shuddered. Then rose from the ground, smearing the blood on the wall. What did you do to repel the ghost? I deduced the ghost's means of survival. Means of survival? What a fancy term, Su Taiyu replied slowly. In the presence of these vengeful spirits, humans are utterly defenseless, succumbing at a mere touch. Thus, the crew provided us with numbered tags to counteract the spirits. If we treat this mission as a game, there should be multiple paths to victory. Discovering the killing rules of the vengeful spirits and dispelling their resentment is also a means of survival. Zhang Wanjun gave a thumbs up. So, what is this ghost's means of survival? The floor and walls of this room are thickly wrapped in cotton, indicating it is a venue for hide and seek. The painting on the wall is also related to the game, and the ghost herself is depicted within it. I suspect her transformation is tied to this game of hide and seek. After hearing this, Zhang Wanjun approached the wall to inspect the painting closely. The little girl on the left was indeed the ghost. In this game, she was the one being sought. Exactly, which is why I attempted to catch her myself. And surprisingly, stumbled upon a dead end. Zhang Wanjun nodded vigorously. So, do we really have to find her next? But it seems she can turn invisible. Since we triggered her killing rule, we must continue this game. Though true, both fell into a state of helplessness. In this vast mansion, locating a living soul was a challenge, let alone a ghost capable of invisibility. At that moment, the large door to the room swung open, and the ghost was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure darting past the doorway. It was the little girl. This girl had been aiding him since he entered, from the seemingly terrifying yet hint-laden nursery rhyme to her presence now. Realizing this, Su Taiyu rushed to the door, with Zhang Wanjun following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, the girl's silhouette had already vanished, but Su Taiyu decided to pursue the direction she had taken, hoping for a stroke of luck. The mansion was indeed immense. The second floor alone boasted numerous rooms. After a short walk, they stumbled upon a chamber resembling a shrine. Through the window, Su Taiyu noticed a collection of wooden dolls on the offering table, reminiscent of 2 dolls he had seen in his mentor's room. This room appeared significant. Should we explore it? Zhang Wanjun turned to Su Taiyu. It seems there might be clues, but we cannot be sure if other vengeful spirits lurk within. Zhang Wanjun retrieved the fragment of the spirit mirror from his pocket and handed it to Su Taiyu. I'll wait for you outside. Su Taiyu accepted the fragment of the spirit mirror and cautiously pushed open the door to the room. The wooden statues on the offering table appeared to have eyes. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt as though they were turning to face him. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut behind him. The room filled with swirling smoke. Su Taiyu discovered a well-dressed male skeleton kneeling beneath the offering table. Its flesh had long since decayed, yet its attire remained immaculate. A creaking sound echoed as the skeleton rose in a bizarre manner. On the day of calamity, seal the gates of the underworld and suppress evil. This is the fate of my clan. As the skeleton turned, Su Taiyu noted a number tag appearing above its head. However, this time, in addition to the 5 tags he had previously encountered, there was an additional white tag on the left, signifying it was the lowest numbered tag among the 6. Su Taiyu suddenly comprehended. Could it be that unlocking a new vengeful spirit adds a tag above its head? If so, encountering more spirits would make guessing the tags easier. The risks and rewards are intertwined. Yet, this is not the time for guessing. When the number tags illuminated, it indicated that he could launch a guessing attack against it. But it also meant that the foe was seeking his life. The short knife drew ever closer to his throat. I am not a stranger. I am Shu Wei. That name belonged to one of the dolls in his mentor's room, since the name was inscribed in the shrine and had been taken by the mentor for research. It must have ties to this clan. Su Taiyu, grasping at straws, thought, I must try another name. No, I am Shiyao. The skeleton paused, slowly approaching Su Taiyu. He dared not move, standing as still as a lamppost, beads of cold sweat trickling down. The skeleton squatted down. Shiyao, why are you so careless? Didn't he, your father, often play hide and seek with you? How did you end up being the first one caught? It seemed the ghost and the skeleton shared a father-daughter bond. The family's situation appeared complex, seemingly burdened with a mission to suppress evil. Yet what calamity had befallen them, transforming them into such a state? And why did it harbor such deep-seated hatred for outsiders? The mysteries were numerous, but the most pressing matter was locating the vengeful spirit known as Shiyao. Su Taiyu shouted, Father, where should I go? Do you not recall how you loved to listen to the birds sing in the courtyard after you could no longer see? No, you are not Shiyao, detestable outsider. The skeleton rose, brandishing the knife towards Su Taiyu. Fortunately, Su Taiyu had already edged towards the door and, witnessing the skeleton's fury, quickly yanked the door open and fled outside. The skeleton did not pursue him. Seeing Su Taiyu dash out in panic and not slow his pace, Zhang Wanjun grew anxious and hurried to catch up, positioning himself ahead. I told you there were ghosts inside. Meanwhile, Kaka had been quietly trailing behind the two. Upon seeing Su Taiyu escape, she shut her eyes and stomped her foot. Chapter 10, The Haunted Mansion. At the bottom of the well, Kaka held in her hands a map depicting the general layout of the ancient mansion, which she had discovered in her room the previous night. The map indicated certain locations of vengeful spirits marked by Lu, and the room Su Taiyu had just entered was the very site where the family patriarch had taken his own life. Under normal circumstances, Su Taiyu would have met his demise at the hands of the patriarch's malevolent spirit. However, to everyone's astonishment, he had managed to escape unharmed. This map served as a key to navigating the mansion, yet Kaka chose not to share it, as there existed a peculiar rule in the game, the haunted car, wherein only she possessed this knowledge at this moment. Unaware of the dangers, Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun hastily fled the wooden cabin and arrived at the courtyard, where a multitude of fallen leaves had accumulated. Su Taiyu's keen eye spotted footprints amidst the decaying foliage, and he pointed to a deep pit beneath the locust tree. The female ghost stood right there. Should they try to capture her? Zhang Wanjun, haunted by the image of Wang Tao's disembowelment, hesitated to approach the pit. Now that we are the spirits, she should fear us, Su Taiyu said, slowly descending the steps, his feet crunching on the leaves. Upon hearing the noise, the ghost swiftly retreated from the locust tree. The two men moved quickly through the leaf-strewn pit, ultimately disappearing down a narrow path. Su Taiyu pressed on, while Zhang Wanjun, though reluctant, trailed behind. Perhaps you should return the spirit mirror to me before we continue, he suggested. The narrow path led to a concealed chamber. The windows were somewhat damaged, and through the gaps, Su Taiyu discerned that the room contained several items, likely belonging to a young girl. This must be the place, he declared, forcefully pushing open the door. A wave of decay assaulted his senses. Inside the room were numerous small toys. Though weathered, their shapes remained recognizable. These toys were all sound-related: whistles, wind chimes, music boxes, and the like. Are you certain she is hiding here? Zhang Wanjun asked, scanning the surroundings. This should be it. The ghost lost her eyes in life. This must have been her room, filled with toys that produce sound. But there are no footprints. How do we find her? They both scrutinized every corner intently. Suddenly, the wind chime in the corner began to tinkle. The ethereal sound startled both men. Zhang Wanjun glanced towards the chime. She's there. Huh, I'm coming to catch you. With a newfound courage stemming from their reversed positions, Zhang Wanjun cautiously approached the chime. Su Taiyu halted him. We cannot capture her. What? Zhang Wanjun asked, puzzled. Su Taiyu continued to address the spot where the wind chime hung. Xiao, where are you? I cannot catch you. As his words lingered in the air, a girl's silhouette gradually emerged beneath the wind chime. The figure bore a striking resemblance to the ghost. Yet this time, the girl lacked the malevolence and bore no terrifying mask adorned with iron spikes. At that moment, 6 numbered tokens appeared above the girl's head. White, black, white, black, black, white. Originally, there had been only 5 tokens, but after encountering the withered skeleton, an additional white token emerged on the leftmost side. To Su Taiyu's astonishment, the third white token above Xiao's head illuminated, revealing it to be white 8. This unexpected revelation was a stroke of luck. Having resolved one spirit's identity had yielded such crucial insight. Consequently, if they were to guess the numbers above the other spirits, they would no longer be groping in the dark. The current arrangement of numbers above the spirits read, white, black, white 8, black, black, white. Reflecting on the order of the tokens, from left to right, they ascended in value. If the numbers were identical, black tokens were placed to the left, with the highest number being 11. Thus, guessing the token to the right of 8 would yield the greatest chance of survival, as each token could represent 2 possibilities. The fourth token could be either black 9, black 10, the fifth token could be black 10, black 11, and the sixth token might be white 10, white 11. The odds of survival had significantly increased. As Su Taiyu pieced together these thoughts, excitement bubbled within him. If fortune favored him in this ancient mansion, and he could uncover tokens numbered 8 or higher, he could deduce most of the spirit's identities. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, even breaking into laughter. Zhang Wanjun clapped him on the shoulder. You're twisted, you really are. Though she may be female, she is still a ghost. Snapping back to reality, Su Taiyu glanced at Zhang Wanjun with enthusiasm. Next, we must search this mansion for more numbered tokens. If luck is on our side, we could uncover them all in a sweeping triumph. Is that true? If you are confident, I will follow you without hesitation. At that moment, Shiyu began to approach the two. Although she seemed devoid of malice, the fact remained that she was a ghost, and instinctively, Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun recoiled. On the day of the 10-year calamity hour, when the gates of the underworld opened, malevolent spirits would emerge. Shiyu began recounting her tale, and Su Taiyu listened intently to uncover the truth, to suppress the malevolent spirits. My clan seals the gates of the underworld by selecting a 7-year-old girl among the clan members to play a game of hide-and-seek. The first person caught by the blind ghost shall have their eyes pierced, and 10 years later, they become the next blind ghost. The second person caught becomes the chosen priestess, who must sacrifice her life before the calamity hour to seal the gates of the underworld with the purest soul. Upon hearing this, Su Taiyu recalled the girl in the illusion who had been bound by ropes. She must have been the second girl captured, likely Shu Wei. Xiao continued. I once had a bright future, yet I spent the most beautiful decade in darkness. I believed that by capturing the next blind ghost, I would gain my freedom, only to discover that this priestess failed to seal the gates. The malevolent spirits broke through, and my clan faced utter destruction. Zhang Wanjun sighed, his heart heavy. What a tragedy. It's akin to having spent 10 years in prison only to be denied freedom at the brink of release. Who wouldn't harbor resentment? It's no wonder she became a vengeful spirit. Su Taiyu inquired. Have you seen a male college student with glasses? Xiao pointed towards a distant ancient well. Thank you for helping me reclaim my eyes. All the answers lie within. With that, Xiao gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight. Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun approached the ancient well she had indicated. Peering down, they found only darkness. Zhang Wanjun swallowed hard. Could it be that brother fell into the well and drowned? The depths of the well were shrouded in obscurity, making it impossible to discern whether there was any water. Su Taiyu picked up a stone and tossed it down, but no sound of water echoed back. This may be the entrance to the underground tomb. We must descend. At the bottom of the well, a face emerged. Zhang Wanjun pointed, his arm hair standing on end. Su Taiyu followed his gaze down into the abyss. The unfathomable darkness seemed to beckon him. Gradually, the features of a woman's face materialized from the depths. As the visage ascended, Su Taiyu felt his body freeze in place. Looking down, he saw countless pale hands encircling him tightly. In an instant, he lost consciousness. Chapter 11, The Haunted Mansion. Unique rules upon awakening. Su Taiyu found himself in his mentor's chamber, the dawn barely breaking, indicating another day had passed. As he attempted to rise, he realized Zhang Wanjun was pinning down his arm, rendering him immobile. With a surge of effort, Su Taiyu extracted his arm, only to discover a familiar rope mark on his right limb. Hastily, he rolled up Zhang Wanjun's sleeve, revealing an identical mark at the same location. This was a countdown, 3 days remaining. Should he fail to complete his task in that time, he would meet the same fate as Shu Wei in the illusion, torn apart by ropes. At that moment, Zhang Wanjun stirred awake. You must acknowledge me as your adoptive father. If not for the fragments of the spirit mirror I previously provided, you would have been dragged into the well by now. Su Taiyu recalled the scene vividly, a cold sweat enveloping him. The visage of the female ghost was strikingly familiar. She was the one on the right in the group photograph of Shu Wei. Having suffered from rope tearing, her resentment was immense. Entering this ancient mansion was tantamount to violating her murderous edict. The rope marks on them served as her testament to death. Alarmingly, when she appeared, there was no numerical tag above her head, indicating that survival through guessing was impossible. Swiftly, he needed to locate his brother and escape. Zhang Wanjun. Upon noticing the additional rope mark on his body, succumbed to panic. You were right. Indeed, there's an extra rope mark. What shall we do now? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Su Taiyu gestured for Zhang Wanjun to be silent, then stealthily approached the door. Zhang Wanjun clutched the blanket tightly, wondering if the vengeful spirit from the well would pursue them. Su Taiyu reached the door and flung it open with a sudden motion. Kaka stumbled in, dusting herself off as she regained her footing. Zhang Wanjun tossed aside the blanket. Why were you eavesdropping on us? I was feeling a bit frightened being alone. So I came to find you, Kaka replied. Su Taiyu blocked her path, questioning, Are you disappointed that we survived? This statement left both Zhang Wanjun and Kaka momentarily speechless. Zhang Wanjun admonished Su Taiyu, You shouldn't speak carelessly. Su Taiyu continued, Yesterday, when you handed me the spirit mirror, I noticed through the reflection that Kaka had been trailing us. He pressed further, When you boarded the cursed car, Kaka, were you already on it? I was the third to board. The second person perished at the next stop, escaping into the mist, Kaka explained, leading Zhang Wanjun to a realization. We are all newcomers to the cursed car, but you have been a passenger for a while, haven't you? Cornered, Kaka dropped her facade of fragility, her eyes now sharp and piercing. Indeed, I have accumulated 20,000 kilometers, she confessed. The revelation stunned Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun. From previous notes, they had learned that 1,000 kilometers posed a considerable challenge. Only 1 out of 10 had survived. Su Taiyu scrutinized Kaka. Regardless of whether you completed a high-difficulty task with that mileage or repeatedly finished smaller ones, you must possess considerable experience. Yet you concealed this, allowing us unsuspecting newcomers to perish. Zhang Wanjun inhaled deeply. You are a poisonous woman. What benefit do you gain from watching us die? Su Taiyu, noticing her shifting expression, inquired, Is the information regarding the cursed car rules incomplete? Kaka smiled subtly. That notebook was my creation. I indeed omitted a crucial rule. Upon completing a task, the surviving individuals will equally divide the mileage of those who perished. Su Taiyu nodded in understanding. So, if this task's mileage is 500, and 7 individuals total 3,005, if you are the last one standing, you alone will claim that mileage. Precisely, Kaka affirmed. Zhang Wanjun leapt from the bed, pointing at Kaka. What a heartless person you are. You would allow us to die just for mileage. Kaka scoffed. Let this be a lesson. In the cursed realm, one must be wary of vengeful spirits as well as their kind. I consider myself merciful for not actively harming anyone. Zhang Wanjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Kaka. In response, Kaka produced 2 fragments of the spirit mirror from her pocket, one used by Wang Tao, now devoid of power, and another, pristine and glowing with an ethereal blue light. Go ahead, kill me, and then seek the final fragment yourselves, Kaka said, tucking the fragments back into her pocket as she attempted to leave. Su Taiyu obstructed her path. We have deduced the sequence of the numbers above the vengeful spirits. Do you have any clues you could share? One spirit mirror fragment can save a life only once. Only by guessing the correct sequence can we ensure our survival. Su Taiyu urged. Kaka smiled at their tenacity. You've made it this far, so I suspect you're not ordinary individuals. With that, she revealed a detailed map. Each spirit mirror fragment was linked to a vengeful spirit, and Lu's drawing already indicated 2 fragments found. 2 remained. Kaka possessed 1, while the last was located in the northern part of the mansion. This is incredibly detailed, almost like a guide to completing the task. Zhang Wanjun's eyes sparkled as he examined the map. Kaka crossed her arms. The gate of the underworld lies beneath this mansion. Years ago, after a failed ritual, the gate opened, releasing malevolent entities. The family patriarch divided the spirit mirror into 4, allowing 4 elders to sacrifice themselves to guard the mansion's 4 cardinal directions, creating a barrier to confine the evil spirits within and rectify the failure of the ritual. Zhang Wanjun pointed at a circled area on the map. So, the skeleton we encountered yesterday was the patriarch? Indeed, the 4 elders sacrificed themselves within the mirror fragments, and the patriarch within the frame, guarding the center of the mansion. Kaka confirmed, putting the map away. I've scoured the entire mansion without finding any sign of brother. He is likely in the underground palace. Yet the vengeful spirit of the witch dwells there, and this map does not indicate the entrance. Isn't it fortuitous? We have discovered the entrance to the underground palace. Our mission is clear. Retrieve the 4th spirit mirror fragment and venture into the underground palace to find brother. Su Taiyu asserted, This time, we must go together. If we must perish, let us do so as one. Chapter 12. The Haunted Mansion. Having deciphered a card, the trio followed the map to the northernmost part of the ancient mansion. Amidst the inky black exterior, a small temple stood starkly. This must be the dwelling of the fourth elder's vengeful spirit. Su Taiyu, with keen eyes, spotted a figure kneeling before the temple. As they approached, the scene that unfolded was exceedingly eerie. The individual had lost their head, the neck severed as if violently torn apart, exposing sinews and blood vessels. Moreover, the neck was festooned with burning incense. Judging by the attire, this person appeared to be one of the students who accompanied the mentor. It was unimaginable that they had become a human incense burner in this forsaken place. A sudden gust of wind stirred the incense upon the neck of the unfortunate soul, and an otherworldly fragrance wafted through the air. Don't breathe it in. Su Taiyu urgently covered his nose. However, Zhang Wanjun, with his nostrils flared, was entranced by the scent. What an exquisite aroma! He exclaimed, but by the time he heeded Su Taiyu's warning, it was too late. His eyes glazed over, and he murmured, "Thank you, celestial being, for safeguarding against evil. I come to pay my respects." With that, he knelt on the ground, forcefully twisting his own neck, as if attempting to detach his head entirely. Su Taiyu rushed to intervene, gripping Zhang Wanjun's arm. But at that moment, Zhang Wanjun's strength was akin to a hydraulic press. Kaka, covering her nose, approached, producing an unused fragment of the spirit mirror and handing it to Su Taiyu. "I can hold my breath for just a minute. Hurry and find the vengeful spirit." Su Taiyu regarded the fragment, realizing it was yet another trick he had learned from Zhang Wanjun. Zhang Wanjun's face flushed, and he felt as though his head might be severed any moment. He too could not endure much longer. Kaka pressed the fragment into Su Taiyu's hand. "While I was acquiring this shard yesterday, I managed to guess one of the cards. It should aid you." Su Taiyu, still pinching his nose, felt his lungs growing increasingly starved for oxygen. With no other choice, he steeled himself and dashed into the small temple. Within the temple, a statue of a scholar graced the altar. Gradually, the statue began to crack, the earth cascading away to unveil a corpse, astonishingly intact and uncorrupted. The skeletal remains descended from the altar, and with each step, a pool of blood pooled beneath. Su Taiyu's gaze shifted upward, and he noticed that the neck of the skeleton was adorned with a necklace of human heads. "Guess the card," flashed through Su Taiyu's mind, recalling yesterday's deductions. The cards above the vengeful spirit's head were white, black, white 8, black, black, white. If he could guess the last 3 cards correctly, he would have a 50 chance of survival. Kaka had just mentioned that she guessed one card correctly. He pondered whether that card would prove beneficial. The 7 heads on the necklace simultaneously parted their lips, emitting a chilling chant. At that moment, a string of numbered cards illuminated above the skeleton's head. Indeed, a new vengeful spirit had been unlocked. And Kaka's guessed card appeared, resulting in a new sequence. Black, white 6, black, white 8, black, black, white. The newly added card was the leftmost black card, while Kaka had successfully guessed white 6. Upon seeing the card sequence, Su Taiyu felt a chill. His own card sequence was black 0, white 1, black 2, black 6, white 9. Kaka's correct guess of white 6 still did not clarify his opponent's card sequence. The only additional clue was the black card between white 6 and white 8, which could potentially be black 7. However, given the sorting rule of arranging numbers from smallest to largest, with black cards preceding identical numbers, it could also be black 8. Thus, 2 possibilities remained. At that moment, Su Taiyu's lungs were nearly devoid of air. He turned to the 2 at the entrance. Zhang Wanjun appeared in a dire state. His neck twisted in an unnatural manner. Turning back, Su Taiyu gazed at the numbers above the skeleton's head. It was a choice between 2. He would take a gamble. Su Taiyu extended his finger, pointing to the black card between white 6 and white 8. "I guess this is." "Wait, what are you waiting for? Time is running out. I can't hold my breath," Kaka shouted from outside. Su Taiyu lowered his head in contemplation, sensing he had overlooked something crucial, something that could alter the current predicament. Suddenly, it struck him. It was Xiaoxue. When she perished, the gesture she made, the shape of her lips, that motion was not a snap of the fingers, but rather a representation of a number, 7. After she indicated this number, she died. This meant she had attempted to guess the cards against Xiao, but had guessed incorrectly. At that time, Xiao's vengeful spirit only had 5 cards above its head. The card Xiaoxue guessed was the first, and now with 2 additional cards, it was the card he was currently trying to guess. Xiaoxue had guessed 7 and failed. Thus, the answer for that card could only be 1, black 8. With this revelation, Su Taiyu lowered his hand from his nose, awaiting the judgment of fate. Before him, The rotting flesh of the corpse began to restore itself, transforming instantaneously into a middle-aged man exuding an ethereal aura. He produced a fragment of the spirit mirror from his bosom. The clan leader bade me to guard against evil here. I never anticipated that my accumulated grievances would turn me into a malevolent spirit, bringing harm to so many innocents. What a sin, indeed, to destroy one. To save many, what is truly virtuous, and what is mere sin? The middle-aged man gradually became transparent. Had I practiced my craft more diligently? Might I have discovered other methods to suppress evil, thus preventing such tragedies? With that, he vanished entirely, and the bizarre fragrance dissipated. In the temple, a solitary fragment of the spirit mirror remained. Su Taiyu exhaled in relief. He had guessed correctly. Zhang Wanjun staggered into the temple, supporting his head. What just happened? Why do I feel like I've suddenly wrenched my neck? Kaka clapped her hands and followed closely. What good fortune! I can't believe you actually guessed right. Upon seeing Kaka, Su Taiyu approached her, seizing her hands. He rummaged through Kaka's pockets and extracted a collection of numbered cards, all white. White 0, white 2, white 3, white 4, white 5. Zhang Wanjun, observing these cards, produced his own, white 1. A sequence. We have all the lower white cards. Su Taiyu tightened his grip. So? You've secretly obtained these cards. What else are you withholding from us? Kaka wriggled free from Su Taiyu's grasp. Of course, I want to ensure a flawless guess. With these cards, guessing white 6 is straightforward. Su Taiyu scoffed. So you push us into danger when uncertain? To seek advantage and avoid harm is human nature, Kaka retorted, bending to pick up the fragment of the spirit mirror from the ground. In any case, it was a close call. Now that we've gathered 4 shards, let us venture into the underground palace to find brother. Time was of the essence, and Su Taiyu refrained from further argument. When the 4 fragments of the spirit mirror were assembled, a flicker of blue fire ignited along the edges. The shards, as if animated, gravitated toward each other. Once the blue flame extinguished, the fissures in the mirror vanished, forming a complete spirit mirror. Zhang Wanjun leaned in to gaze into the mirror, only to find it reflected nothing but darkness, seemingly consuming all light. He quickly withdrew his head. Su Taiyu grasped the spirit mirror and thrust it into Kaka's hands. Next, we enter the underground palace. You will lead the way. Lead the way I shall. Chapter 13. The Haunted Residence. As Su Taiyu, Kaka, and Zhang Wanjun approached the ancient well, clutching the complete spirit mirror, the atmosphere of the old mansion began to shift ominously. With each step they took, the sound of decaying wood echoed around them, the blackened planks creaking as if they were being gnawed upon. The sky darkened, shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured the sunlight, leaving only a faint, yellowish glow. This thin fog began to drift down, resembling snowflakes, albeit stained crimson. Zhang Wanjun reached out to catch one, but it melted rapidly in his palm, transforming into a small puddle of blood. He hastily wiped it on his pant leg, only to discover a familiar mark. Rolling up his pant leg, he noticed a ring of red rope marks encircling his thigh. How could it be that in the morning he had a mark on his arm, and now one had appeared on his leg by afternoon? Su Taiyu, noticing this, examined his own limbs, only to find that both his legs and arms bore similar marks. The countdown had reached its final day. They had to complete their task today, no matter the cost. Zhang Wanjun pondered the rope marks. Why was the spirit playing tricks on them? Hadn't they agreed on 5 days? Kaka, now tense, speculated that the vengeful spirit had sensed the intact spirit mirror and was hastening its efforts. In the distance, amid the red snow, Su Taiyu spotted 2 figures, one tall and one short. Do you see that? He asked, pointing. Zhang Wanjun quickly covered his mouth, fixated on the silhouettes. Kaka nodded in agreement. The little girl must be Shu Hui, and the figure holding her hand was presumably her brother. Su Taiyu cupped his hands to his mouth and called out, "Brother." The figure slowly turned its head. The 3 beheld a pale face, youthful yet retaining the innocence of a university student. The brother waved gently at them before turning back and leading the little girl onward. The trio hurried to follow, but despite the slow pace of the 2 figures, they could not close the distance. An unyielding gap remained between them. Breathless, Su Taiyu finally stopped, hands on his knees, panting. It was then he realized he had arrived at the ancient well from the previous day. The image of the female ghost flooded his mind, recalling how he had been ensnared by her pale hands. A shiver ran down his spine. This was the place. He called out behind him. But Kaka and Zhang Wanjun had vanished without a trace. The red snow drifted silently around him, and only the well seemed to whisper with low murmurs. Su Taiyu leaned over the well's edge. The bottom remained shrouded in darkness, yet this time, Shu Hui's spirit did not climb up. Observing the rope marks on his body, he realized time was running out. There was no choice but to descend alone. Su Taiyu leaped into the well, bracing himself against the walls as he slowly descended. It felt as though the well had no bottom. He lost track of time as darkness enveloped him, his hands grazing the rocky surface to reassure him he was still within the well. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared beneath his feet, and he lost his footing, plummeting downwards. He landed in a warm, inviting room, its walls adorned with cheerful, colorful fabric. Recognizing it as the hiding place, he noticed that the once black-red fabric beneath him was now fresh and yellow. A chorus of footsteps approached, and 10 7-year-old girls burst through the door, their laughter echoing as they eagerly anticipated the game of hide-and-seek. Among them were Xiao and Shu Wei. Su Taiyu waved to them, but the girls seemed oblivious to his presence. He could only observe quietly. Just then, a masked adult woman entered, clapping her hands. "Little ones, hide well. I'm coming to find you." The children danced excitedly around her. Minutes later, Xiao was the first to be caught, soon followed by Shu Wei. The scene shifted abruptly. 7-year-old Xiao was led into a room, where the clan leader pressed a spiked mask onto her head. Her anguished cries pierced the air. The image continued to swirl. The clan leader brought Shu Wei to the ancestral hall, where wooden dolls lined the altar. Crouching down, the leader asked Shu Wei, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" "I am afraid," Shu Wei replied, her big eyes blinking. The leader chuckled. "Not just you. I fear them too, as do your parents, siblings, and everyone in the village. What shall we do?" He pointed to the wooden dolls. "With them around, the ghosts and monsters cannot harm us, allowing us to live and work in peace. They're so powerful. Would you wish to become one of them?" "Yes." The leader gently patted Shu Hui's head. "To become one of them, you must always maintain a pure heart, free from distractions." Su Taiyu watched as petals, leaves, and snowflakes drifted by, marking the passage of seasons. He saw Shu Hui living in the mansion for 10 years without stepping outside, all to preserve the purity of her spirit. The day of reckoning approached, and Shu Hui was nearing her ritual of rope severance. In this final month, the leader made an exception, allowing Shu Hui to leave the confines of the mansion. Su Taiyu's perspective followed Shu Hui as she exited the ancient doors. Since entering this eerie domain, he had remained within the mansion, now sharing Shu Hui's yearning to glimpse the world beyond. In the village market, Shu Hui wandered, buying and exploring, until she encountered a young outsider. Su Taiyu noted the striking resemblance between this outsider and the brother he sought. The man, camera in hand, captured the village scenery, inadvertently photographing Shu Hui. She was filled with curiosity about the outside world, and as they interacted, love blossomed between them. The outsider often played a number card game with Shu Hui. However, the clan leader, noticing Shu Hui's increasing excursions, sensed something amiss. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw her return with a photograph, a portrait of Shu Hui and the outsider together. Su Taiyu realized that the man in the earlier photograph was not his sought-after brother but this outsider, whose resemblance was uncanny. Save for a pair of glasses that adorned the brother's face. Could it be that the brother was a reincarnation of this outsider? As Su Taiyu pondered this, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. The outsider was tied up by the clan leader and others, taken to the mountain. The outsider pleaded desperately, "Let me go. What wrong have I done?" The leader placed a knife against his throat, declaring, "You have disturbed her spirit's purity. That is your sin. Is it wrong to feel?" The outsider's eyes glazed over, and in the next instant, the blade plunged into his chest. Blood splattered into Su Taiyu's eyes. He shut them, wiped away the crimson, and when he opened them again, he saw Shu Hui lying on a slab of green stone. Su Taiyu recognized this stone altar as the place where Shu Hui would undergo her severance ritual. Shu Hui's limbs and head were bound by hemp ropes, her body thrashing against the restraints. "Tell me, where is he?" "He has returned home." "I don't believe you. I dreamt of him. He said he is still here." The leader commanded his subordinates to tighten the ropes. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Suppressing evil is your primary task now." "Where is he? Where is he?" The rope grew tighter, and Shu Hui's voice became increasingly shrill. With a snap, Shu Hui's arm was wrenched apart, followed by her thigh, and finally, her head. Blood pooled upon the azure stone platform. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow, gazing at this gruesome scene. Suddenly, Shu Hui's head opened its eyes and floated towards Su Taiyu. "Where is he? Where is he?" Chapter 14. The ancient mansion of shadows in a state of unconsciousness, Su Taiyu found himself alone in a haunting space, devoid of the clan leader and the kin who operated the fraying ropes. Only he and the terrifying figure of Shu Hui remained. Her disembodied head floated beside him, whispering sinister invitations to remain with them. Su Taiyu felt an intense constriction around his body, and upon looking down, he discovered numerous pale hands tightly clutching him. In the distance, two figures emerged, his brother and the young girl, the 7-year-old Shu Wei. They frolicked beneath a luminous veil, oblivious to Su Taiyu's presence. Shu Wei's head drifted closer, urging him to stay and play. The spectral hands began to roam over his body, finally settling on his limbs. Su Taiyu sensed a tremendous force pulling at his arms and legs, accompanied by a violent tearing sensation at the knots binding him. Was he to be torn asunder? He tensed his muscles, attempting to resist this overpowering force, but the strength of the vengeful spirit was far beyond that of an ordinary human. He observed his right hand as the skin tightened and thinned, exposing the veins beneath. In the next moment, it seemed as though his arm would be wrenched from his body. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light illuminated the dark surroundings. Shu Hui's head returned to her body, and she rose from the stone platform, her limbs pale and her abdomen adorned with hands. The blue light flared again, and the figures of his brother and the little girl vanished. The once fearsome Shu Hui now clutched her head in agony, her malevolent expression dissipating within seconds, transforming her back into a youthful maiden before fading into transparency. Su Taiyu touched his arms, relieved to find the tearing sensation had finally subsided. Had he been saved? Confused, he surveyed his surroundings and recognized the place as the underground palace. He stood before a massive stone door, bound by chains as thick as a human being. A narrow crack in the door gaped wide enough for a cart to pass through. Peering inside, he felt an overwhelming dread, as though his very mind might fracture if he continued to gaze within. Was this truly the gate to the underworld? Stepping back, he brushed against the fabric of a human garment, the warmth of life seeping through to his fingertips. Turning around, he discovered a stone slab upon which lay not Shu Hui, but the very person he had been searching for, his brother. Su Taiyu hurriedly checked for signs of life. He was still breathing. In the distance, he heard the voice of Zhang Wanjun. "Little pervert, are you still alive?" Fixing his gaze, he saw Kaka approaching, wielding the spirit mirror, with Zhang Wanjun cautiously following. They crossed a stone bridge and reached Su Taiyu's side. Upon seeing him, Zhang Wanjun quickly inspected him. "What happened to you? You seemed possessed and just jumped into the well without a word." Su Taiyu rubbed his head. "I have no idea what transpired, but thankfully you arrived in time, or I would have been dismembered by Shu Hui." At this, Su Taiyu glanced around in terror. Was the female ghost still lurking nearby? He shook his head. Perhaps she was driven away by the spirit mirror. Kaka, noticing his brother on the stone slab, cautioned, "The spirit mirror loses its effectiveness after a single use. We need to leave quickly." Zhang Wanjun approached and shook his brother gently, but he remained unconscious. Su Taiyu stared at the figure before him. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the foreigner he had seen earlier. Could it be that Shu Hui spared him due to their likeness, merely trapping him here? Or was it possible that his brother was the reincarnation of that foreigner, his soul having eloped with Shu Hui? Zhang Wanjun hoisted his brother onto his back. "This place is too peculiar. Let's get him out first." Kaka held the spirit mirror like a blue flashlight, illuminating their path through the underground palace. Their journey was remarkably smooth, and soon they reached the well's mouth. Su Taiyu was the last to ascend, and as he surfaced, he caught a glimpse of the well's depths, where Shu Hui and his brother stood, gazing up at him in a daze. He quickly averted his gaze, only to find their figures had vanished once more. As Zhang Wanjun huffed and puffed, dragging his brother toward the ancient mansion's entrance, Su Taiyu pondered whether their task had truly concluded. The manual indicated that the objective was to locate his brother within 5 days. Yet he felt a sense of unresolved matters. He rolled up his sleeves, noticing the rope marks still etched on his skin, signifying that Shu Hui's curse had not been lifted. If the task remained incomplete, he would face dismemberment by the ropes come nightfall. Zhang Wanjun, noticing Su Taiyu's daze, urged, "Stop standing there. Help carry him." "I can't shake the feeling that our mission hasn't succeeded," Su Taiyu replied. The trio reached the threshold of the ancient mansion, with Zhang Wanjun's hand poised on the doorknob. Kaka peered through the crack, observing the outside world. There were no train whistles or dense fog. The ghostly carriage had not come for them, indicating their mission was unfulfilled. Zhang Wanjun quietly lowered his hand from the doorknob and murmured, "If we have failed, will we suffer the same fate as those two, having our hearts ripped out?" At this, Su Taiyu's mind sparked with clarity, and he erupted into laughter. Indeed, indeed. The heart must be taken. Zhang Wanjun and Kaka exchanged worried glances. "Oh no. The little pervert has lost it." Su Taiyu continued to chuckle. "Do you remember what the deceased uttered? To feel is a mistake. Just take the heart." Gradually, he regained his composure. We have assumed the two were victims of their escape, but that is not the case. Outside the mansion, in the village, another vengeful spirit roams. They were slain by this spirit. Who could this spirit be? Kaka inquired. The foreigner, who many years ago was murdered by the clan leader out of jealousy over his romance with the priestess Shu Wei, has lingered as a spirit, haunting this village ever since. Su Taiyu abruptly turned, striding toward the original wooden house. The spirit mirror was fragmented into 4 pieces, with the 4 elders sacrificing themselves to create a barrier, preventing malevolent entities from escaping the ancient mansion. The mirror's purpose is to keep evil at bay. And I was always curious why the clan leader chose to perish within the frame. Now I understand. It was to prevent the foreigner from returning to Shu Wei. Brother was merely ensnared because he resembled the foreigner. The more Su Taiyu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. If he could locate the clan leader, who had turned to dust, everything could finally reach closure. Chapter 15. The Haunting Mansion. The malevolent spirit escapes upon witnessing Su Taiyu's sudden and erratic behavior. He hastily set aside his brother and hurried after him. Kaka remained at the entrance, shouting after Su Taiyu. Hey, this time you are courting your own demise. Su Taiyu quickened his pace, making a beeline for the wooden house. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he possessed a habit of jotting down ideas fervently whenever inspiration struck. It was no different now. A clue flashed in his mind, compelling him to delve into it immediately, without delay. By the time Zhang Wanjun reached the 2nd floor, Su Taiyu had already flung open the door to the ancestral hall. The sound of wood colliding filled the air. Su Taiyu observed the wooden dolls on the offering table swaying and gradually turning towards him. Beneath the table sat the desiccated remains of the clan leader. Stranger, you once desecrated my sacrificial rites. The corpse slowly rose, turning to fix its hollow eye sockets upon Su Taiyu. Now you have shattered my spirit mirror's barrier. The seals are gone. Malevolent spirits swarm forth, tormenting humanity and shaming my clan. Su Taiyu beheld the rotting skeleton, its flesh grotesquely expanding, its form gradually enlarging. Blood and tissue coiled like tendrils around the skull, crafting a visage that bore a semblance of humanity yet remained unsettlingly distorted. The garments adorning it began to shimmer with a golden light. Instinctively, Su Taiyu recoiled, feeling a chill creep down his spine as he stood at the doorway. He heard numerous sounds from the corridor behind him. Echoes not of this world, like the scurrying of rodents, buzzing like flies, insidious and disquieting. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, akin to a jolt from a lighter's igniter. Warm liquid began to trickle down his arm, splattering onto the floor. Su Taiyu heard the sound of liquid hitting the ground and looked down to find a pool of fresh crimson blood inexplicably pooling on the floor. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from behind, crouching on the floor, lapping at the blood. Su Taiyu glanced at his own arm, realizing that a chunk of flesh the size of a cup had been excised from his shoulder, exposing white bone smeared with blood. What is this shadow? The clan leader hasn't he moved? Who did this? At that moment, Zhang Wanjuan's voice echoed from the corridor. Little freak, something is biting me. Su Taiyu turned to find the once pitch-black corridor now teeming with countless tiny lights, resembling fireflies drifting in the air. He focused on 2 of the luminous points as they drew closer, and in the next instant, a blurred shadow lunged at him. Su Taiyu felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. No matter how he struggled, the shadow clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Blood surged through his capillaries, reddening his arm. A large foot reached out, kicking the shadow away. It was the clan leader. Bathed in golden light, the leader repelled the shadow, which recoiled at the radiance. Urgent footsteps echoed from behind as Zhang Wanjun stumbled into the ancestral hall, his attire in tatters, his body riddled with wounds. The clan leader stomped down on a shadow, which instantly transformed into a puddle of black sand, seeping into the floorboards. Malevolent spirit, return to the gates of the underworld. The clan leader charged into the corridor, pinning 2 more shadows beneath him, yet more shadows encircled them. The flesh that had just sprouted on the clan leader was being ravenously devoured. It was evident that he could not endure for long. Zhang Wanjun clutched at his wounds. What is happening? What are these shadows? The fragments of the spirit mirror we took have allowed these malevolent spirits to escape. What do we do now? At this moment, the clan leader continued to battle the shadows. Su Taiyu stepped forward slowly. I suspect only Shu Wei can suppress these malevolent spirits. The clan leader, unfazed, struck a shadow with his fist, disregarding Su Taiyu's words. Su Taiyu pressed on, bring that stranger in to resolve her inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, the clan leader erupted in rage. Stranger, stranger. Su Taiyu realized that the clan leader, as a spirit of vengeance, had lost the ability for human reasoning. Only his past obsessions drove him. The clan leader turned towards Su Taiyu. Zhang Wanjun shook his head. Why provoke him? Isn't it better to have him protect us? Shadows crawled all over the clan leader, their eyes glinting as they devoured his flesh. Yet the clan leader's focus remained solely on Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun within the ancestral hall, his terrifying gaze seemingly intent on devouring them alive. Guess the card. Su Taiyu shouted. Instantly, a series of number cards appeared above the clan leader's head. Having previously guessed several correctly, the sequence above him was black, white 6, black 8, white 8, black, black, white. Simultaneously, a string of number cards materialized above Su Taiyu's head. He beckoned Zhang Wanjun. Give me your cards. Unsure of Su Taiyu's intentions, Zhang Wanjun complied and handed over his cards. Su Taiyu arranged his cards along with those he had retrieved from Kaka. Adhering to the sequence, black 0, white 0, white 1, black 2, white 2, white 3, white 4, white 5, black 6, white 9. At this moment, only black 0 shone brightly above Su Taiyu's head. Given the circumstances, he still lacked complete confidence in guessing the clan leader's cards. According to prior analysis, the last 3 cards above the clan leader's head each held 2 possibilities: black 9, black 10, black 10, black 11, and white 10, white 11. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Taiyu. Although each card bore 2 potential outcomes, it did not imply that each possibility had an equal probability of 1/2. He mentally simulated all possibilities, leading to 4 potential arrangements for the clan leader's final 3 cards: black 9, black 10, white 10, black 9, black 11, white 11, black 9, black 10, black 11, and black 10, black 11, white 11. Each arrangement adhered perfectly to the ordering rules, suggesting that the final white card was most likely white 11, with a probability of 3 out of 4. Su Taiyu swallowed hard, pointing at the last white card. Anxiety churned within him. Should he take the gamble? A survival probability of 75% appeared favorable, yet a 25% chance of death loomed ominously. After a moment of inner turmoil, he lowered his hand. Such a life-and-death game could only be played when the odds were 100%. Otherwise, he would not dare to guess lightly. After all, Lady Luck is an unpredictable companion. Su Taiyu gazed at the clan leader. Why don't you guess my card first? Zhang Wanjun's composure faltered. If you guess wrong, you'll die too. If you guess right, this monster may not vanish. Indeed, their sole experience of a vengeful spirit guessing cards had ended poorly for Wang Tao, who had been correctly guessed. Thus, no one knew what would transpire should the spirit guess incorrectly. With that, Su Taiyu pushed down his cards one by one, revealing the first 9 while keeping the last card, white 9, concealed. Chapter 16, The Ancient House of Shadows. Conclusion. Su Taiyu pointed to the final card, urging, please guess this one, the largest card. Simultaneously, the numerical cards floating above Su Taiyu's head illuminated sequentially, leaving only the rightmost card, shrouded in mystery. The clan leader extended a finger, tilting his head as he indicated this card. Zhang Wanjun, bewildered by the unfolding events, felt a surge of anxiety for Su Taiyu. Should the clan leader guess correctly, he would be crushed into a pulp in an instant. The dark shadow looming behind the leader continued to feast upon his flesh. And after a fleeting glance at his own sequence of cards, he finally revealed his answer, white 11. The guess was incorrect. Zhang Wanjun rejoiced, his gaze fixed on the creature, hoping that the clan leader would vanish like the vengeful spirits they had encountered previously. However, contrary to his expectations, the leader did not disappear. A wrong guess merely provided temporary reprieve. It did not guarantee the disappearance of the vengeful spirit. The clan leader began to point at the card on his own head, signaling that it was now Su Taiyu's turn to guess. Zhang Wanjun shook his head, pondering their next move. Su Taiyu exhaled in relief, his expression reflecting the release of all tension. Do not worry, I have discerned his card sequence. Zhang Wanjun regarded Su Taiyu with confusion, unable to comprehend how he could know now what he did not understand moments ago, having not discovered any new numerical cards. Because I have uncovered the correct strategy for this game. What? Utilizing the opponent's mistakes to glean information. Zhang Wanjun remained perplexed, furrowing his brow as he counted the leader's cards, but found himself unable to grasp the logic. Su Taiyu pointed towards the card atop the clan leader's head and gradually shifted his finger to the final white card. This card has 2 possibilities, white 10 or white 11. He just guessed my card as white 11. Thus, his guess implies he does not possess this card. Upon realizing this, Zhang Wanjun was struck by enlightenment, the pain from his wounds seeming to fade. He leaped to his feet, exuberantly exclaiming, "I understand. The final card must be White 10. Su Taiyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it can only be White 10. As soon as he finished speaking, the numerical card above the clan leader's head shimmered with golden threads, revealing the final white card, White 10. Simultaneously, the clan leader's decaying flesh gradually rejuvenated, transforming him into an elderly man, frail yet with bright, piercing eyes. A silver frame fell from the ceiling, crashing to the floor. Spinning before rolling to the clan leader's feet, he bent down to retrieve the frame. Xu Hui's soul had always been pure. Perhaps after experiencing the beauty of love, she would be even more resolute in her commitment to protect humanity. The outsider had not tainted Xu Hui's spirit. The clan leader caressed the frame, lamenting, "I have wronged her," allowing her soul to be tainted by seeds of hatred. Suddenly, a horn blared. Su Taiyu's adrenaline surged at the sound. "Did you hear that? The phantom vehicle has come to rescue us," Zhang Wanjun exclaimed, excitedly thumping his chest, eager to rush outside. Yet, shadows continued to accumulate at the doorway. Attempting to dash out would surely result in being reduced to mere bones. Zhang Wanjun scratched his head in frustration. "What should we do? We need a plan." The clan leader regarded the encroaching shadows. Indeed, they had escaped. He turned to Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun, declaring, "It is my clan's duty to suppress evil spirits." With that, the clan leader charged into the throng of shadows, only to be engulfed, seizing the opportunity while the shadows attacked the clan leader. Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun hurriedly fled. They reached the courtyard, pursued by several shadows. A thick fog had begun to envelop the courtyard. Kaka remained at the entrance, and her brother, who had been unconscious, had inexplicably awakened, now gazing around in confusion. Upon hearing the horn, Kaka opened the grand door. At that moment, Su Taiyu beheld the phantom vehicle idling at the entrance, a lifeline within reach. Kaka abandoned her brother and swiftly leaped into the first compartment, beckoning to the two men, "Hurry." Inside the compartment, a figure resembling a paper doll, the attendant, stared intently at Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun as they fled. The compartment ensures the safety of its passengers. "I am well aware of that, but I cannot outrun them," Zhang Wanjun shouted through gritted teeth, both men wounded to varying degrees, their speed significantly hampered. The phantom vehicle lay 50 meters away, and they needed at least 10 more seconds to reach it. However, the shadows would pounce upon them within 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Su Taiyu silently counted down the moments to death. 2, 1. The countdown concluded, yet the shadows did not pounce. Su Taiyu turned around to find chains suddenly binding the shadows, dragging them towards the ancient well in the backyard. The shadows howled in despair, leaving countless claw marks on the ground. Above, a familiar figure materialized, Xu Hui, now clad in a red robe, devoid of her previous malice. At her side stood a person strikingly similar to her brother. Su Taiyu recognized him as Xu Hui's longed-for love, the outsider. The two clasped hands and soared towards the ancient well. It was uncertain what their intentions were, perhaps to reseal the gates of the underworld, or possibly to enter the cycle of reincarnation. As the dust settled, Su Taiyu gazed upon the now tranquil ancient house, exhaling deeply. He approached his brother, inquiring, "How are you?" His brother, still dazed, nodded in confusion, evidently just regaining consciousness. "I had a nightmare, where a female ghost captured me. And then someone who looked exactly like me appeared, and then I woke up. The person you sought is gone. Return home. Your sister is still waiting for you." "How do you know?" Su Taiyu did not respond. Zhang Wanjun urged, "Let us get in the vehicle quickly." "A vehicle? Where is it?" The brother looked outside. Su Taiyu realized that those in the phantom realm could not see the vehicle. He and Zhang Wanjun supported each other as they boarded the compartment. The door slowly closed. Through the window, Su Taiyu saw his brother at the entrance of the ancient house, curiously scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for them. Once inside, Zhang Wanjun lay on the compartment floor, murmuring, "We survived. That was terrifying. When will this end?" At that moment, the attendant began to announce in a mechanical voice, "Mission at the ancient House of Shadows completed. Distance traveled, 600 kilometers. 7 individuals total, 4,200 kilometers. Points earned, 4,200. 3 survivors, points distributed evenly, each receives 1,400 points. The top performer of this mission, Su Taiyu, rewarded with 500 points." Zhang Wanjun immediately sat upright. "Did we just get paid?" Kaka, displeased, interjected, "Why am I not the MVP? I was the one who used the spirit mirror to enter the well." Zhang Wanjun pointed at her. "You, woman, Should remain silent and accept your luck without complaint. The attendant continued. 10 points will be automatically deducted to restore health. Zhang Wanjun gazed in astonishment as the wounds on his body vanished in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the tattered holes in his clothing, he might have doubted the reality of his injuries. The next destination would be reached in a week's time. At that moment, Kaka approached the attendant with familiarity, effortlessly issuing a command. Exchange for 1 million in cash. 100 points have been deducted. Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Wanjun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could these points hold such value? What else could they be exchanged for, and what limitations existed? Kaka replied curtly, the only limitation is your imagination. The rest you must discover for yourself. Chapter 17. The old book Su Taiyu finally returned to his small room, number 1302 in Xingyuan community. In the enigmatic vehicle, he exchanged his mileage points for 3 items. 1. 7 days at home. 2. 1 million in cash. 3. A protective wind. At that moment, Zhang Wanjun observed as Kaka redeemed 1 million, vanishing into thin air. He promptly followed suit, opting for cash and days in reality. Before departing, he and Su Taiyu agreed to meet in the real world for a grand indulgence. Subsequently, only Su Taiyu remained in the zero compartment, pondering what else could be exchanged with the peculiar attendant. Anything. Could it possibly bring the deceased back to life? Creating non-existent beings required 100,000 points. Su Taiyu reclined on the living room sofa, reflecting on the attendant's words. He was astonished to discover that these mileage points could indeed resurrect the departed. What exactly was this mysterious vehicle? At that moment, a text message arrived on his phone. Bank has credited 1 renminbi, 000,000, October 23, 2024. Su Taiyu meticulously counted the zeros displayed. 1 million. Not a cent less. Seeing such a sum for the first time made his heart race and breath quicken. His immediate priority was to settle the overdue rent. He opened the landlord's chat window and initiated a transfer. Insufficient balance. How could this be? It had clearly been credited. He scrutinized the message once more. Indeed. It was from an official number, complete with a deduction record. He then opened his banking app to check his account balance. It remained at 2001. Su Taiyu felt a chill of despair. Was the million frozen by the bank? Or was the exchange a mere deception? It made sense. Material can only be transferred, not conjured from thin air. 1 million is no trivial amount, and it certainly could not appear on the ledger without basis. Suddenly, Su Taiyu recalled that Zhang Wanjun had also redeemed 1 million. He wondered if his funds had been credited and resolved to inquire the next day. The night passed with Su Taiyu barely sleeping. As the sun rose again, he eagerly climbed out of bed, ventured out, and took a ride to the community where he was to meet Zhang Wanjun. Just as he was about to knock, a young boy with a backpack opened the door, rubbing his eyes in drowsiness. Big brother, who are you looking for? Is Zhang Wanjun home? The boy lowered his hands from his eyes. That's me. Su Taiyu gazed at the boy, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, and noted a resemblance to Zhang Wanjun. Could he be Zhang Wanjun's son? Son, who are you talking to? A middle-aged man emerged. He wore glasses and had a scholarly demeanor, not the Zhang Wanjun he was seeking. Noticing Su Taiyu's odd expression, the man shielded the boy. Who are you looking for? Is this Li Zhuang community, Unit 1 to 301? Indeed. What do you want with my son? Su Taiyu looked down at young Zhang Wanjun. Do you remember me? The boy shook his head. Whoever you are, if you appear near my home again, I will call the police. With that, the middle-aged man donned his coat and left with the boy. Perplexed, Su Taiyu opened his phone. Had he somehow arrived in Zhang Wanjun's childhood? The date was October 23, 2024. He had not traversed time, but encountered a younger version of Zhang Wanjun in this uncanny realm. Or was it a parallel universe? His thoughts began to drift. Su Taiyu quickly retrieved a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. 6 months prior, his mind had started to spiral into madness after the onset of his condition. He became consumed with questions. Fear and joy gradually waned, replaced by an insatiable curiosity for answers. Yet not all questions yield responses, and he could only continue to ponder, thus enduring the torment of his affliction, reliant on medication. After taking the pill, he finally regained his composure. He had initially thought he might find companions to explore the secrets of the mysterious vehicle, but given the current circumstances, he would have to seek answers alone. Su Taiyu suddenly realized something. Earlier, while checking his phone, the date was the 23rd. He rummaged through his messages from the previous day. Bank has credited 1 renminbi, 000, 000, October 23rd, 2024. The date matched today's. The phone rang. The caller was his editor. having vanished from reality for 3 days after entering the mysterious vehicle. He was bound to face reprimand for not submitting his manuscript. He hastily lowered the volume and answered, "You lucky fellow. Your previous discarded draft was noticed by a film company interested in acquiring the rights. You should be receiving 1 million now." After hanging up, Su Taiyu quickly opened his banking app. When the digits appeared in the background, his heart raced anew, and his steps felt unsteady. Real money, 1 million. On his way home, he settled the 2 months of overdue rent, finally grasping the meaning behind the notes he had found. This place was not solely a curse, but also a blessing. Su Taiyu returned and indulged in a shopping spree at a nearby mall, subsequently purchasing a plethora of horror books online. Since he could not escape the control of the mysterious vehicle, he resolved to learn as much as possible about terrifying tales, hoping to ensure his own safety in future ghostly realms. For his survival, he also exchanged for protective items. The protective wind was described by the attendant as a warning when one's life was in imminent danger, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense. At 300 points, it only granted 3 opportunities for a gust of wind, which was rather steep. Clearly, the designer of this entire scheme did not wish for passengers to rely on their exchanges to complete tasks. 3 days later, the books Su Taiyu ordered arrived, 2 large boxes filled to the brim, containing both new and old titles. One book, in particular, caught his attention. Titled Diary of Escape from the Ghost Realm, its cover depicted a black steam train. Su Taiyu's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed the same vehicle he had encountered. He hastily flipped through the pages, discovering that the content mirrored his own experiences, detailing escapes from various terrifying places. Could the author of this book also have been a passenger of the mysterious vehicle? Rushing to the last few pages, he sought to uncover the fate that awaited him as a fellow traveler. To be continued. I know you are reading this. Please prevent the end from coming, Su Taiyu. Staring incredulously at the final page, he realized that the story seemed to conclude here, yet his name appeared so abruptly, as if intentionally added. Was this mere coincidence? He opened the front page. The book was published 10 years prior, authored by someone named Lulu. Su Taiyu racked his brain, struggling to recall anyone named Lulu. Moreover, he had still been in elementary school a decade ago. Was the end mentioned in the book referring to the conclusion of the mysterious vehicle's journey? What would transpire if this vehicle reached its destination? How could this book transcend a decade, notifying him in 2024? However, Su Taiyu had no time for further contemplation as a familiar train ticket surfaced in the box. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the bloodstained ticket, Xingyuan Community No. 1302, Grade 2, Class 3. It appeared his next task was set in a certain school. Chapter 18, The Non-Existent Classmate. Time slips away like sand through fingers. In just a month, summer vacation will arrive, and upon returning, you will all enter your final year of high school. The physics teacher is delivering a lesson. Daoi, even now, is still asleep. Su Taiyu lifts his head and slowly opens his eyes. He finds himself in a high school classroom, where desks are piled high with textbooks, forming small mountains. The ceiling fan creaks as it spins, while outside, cicadas produce an irritating cacophony. Su Taiyu glances down at his school uniform. Second year, Class 3. Su Taiyu, he is astonished. This task feels different. He possesses an identity in this strange realm and has already assimilated into it. In the mysterious vehicle, only his ticket's destination is here, indicating this is a solo mission. At that moment, a wave of memories floods Su Taiyu's mind. Standing at the podium is his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. The names of his classmates begin to emerge in his consciousness. Zhao Yi, the class monitor, raises her head and gazes slowly at Mr. Huang. He slams the book down, wiping the sweat from his brow. What are you looking at? Focus on the blackboard. Su Taiyu instinctively turns his attention to the blackboard. What was once filled with intricate physics formulas has transformed into familiar task prompts. Task: survive for 1 month in the School of the Undead. Item: red blue eyes. Item usage guide: 1 true, 1 false. 1 medium, 1 spirit. Task: warm reminder. Trust your instincts. It is the beginning of destruction. As Su Taiyu memorizes these words, the chalk writing vanishes, reverting to the familiar physics formulas. Why is it so hot today? Mr. Huang continues to write on the board, suddenly realizing something. Has the number of people increased? He then steps down from the podium to count the students. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 16 pairs. Even. After confirming the count, Mr. Huang slowly approaches the window. There is one person who does not exist. Su Taiyu is puzzled by his words, only noticing that Mr. Huang's face has drained of color. as if he has been completely drained of vitality. Does everyone remember the formula for gravitational acceleration? Now, let us do an exercise. If you drop from a height of 12 meters, how many seconds will it take to reach the ground? Su Taiyu senses something amiss with Mr. Huang, though he cannot pinpoint the source of his unease. The classmates begin to lower their heads to calculate, filling the room with the sounds of pens scratching against paper. This familiar and nostalgic school life envelopes him. Su Taiyu opens his draft notebook, only to discover a black card tucked inside. He picks it up, recognizing the familiar texture. Could this be the item for this mission? He examines it closely. The back of the card features a magical array surrounded by 8 small figures, each with distinct characteristics. 3 of the figures are red, while the remaining 5 are blue, seemingly representing different factions. Is this task also a confrontation between 2 teams? Flipping the card over, he sees the front depicts a stern old man. One eye is red, the other blue, corresponding to the 3 bold characters on the card. Red, blue eyes. The card is predominantly blue. Su Taiyu contemplates these characters, realizing this card belongs to him. The character's special skills must be those written on the blackboard earlier. 1 true, 1 false, 1 medium, 1 spirit. Su Taiyu furrows his brow, struggling to decipher the meaning of these phrases. He flips the card back to the reverse side, noting that the character Red Blue Eyes is indeed part of the blue faction among the 8 figures. The 3 characters of the red faction appear bizarre, their overall demeanor reminiscent of spirits that have just escaped from their graves. Within the blue faction, 1 character wields a staff. Could she be the medium mentioned in the clues? I've calculated it, teacher. It's 1. 6 seconds. Zhao Yi's voice interrupts Su Taiyu's thoughts. He quickly stows the card away. If this task involves a confrontation between 2 factions, he mustn't reveal his identity. Where is the teacher? Zhao Yi stands up, surveying the classroom. Su Taiyu raises his head, and indeed, Mr. Huang has vanished. The window he once stood by is now open, and the curtains flutter in the wind, resembling wings. As waves of heat surge into the room, an ominous premonition washes over Su Taiyu. Zhao Yi approaches to close the window, but as her hand touches the glass, her body freezes in place, her eyes fixed on the ground below, her pupils shaking. Su Taiyu rushes to the window. The summer sun casts a blinding glare on the first-floor ground, where a stark patch of bright red suddenly appears. Mr. Huang lies motionless in a pool of blood. The blood trickles into small streams, flowing toward the nearby wintergreen trees. Su Taiyu stares at Mr. Huang's lifeless body. In his memories, Mr. Huang was a responsible teacher, strict yet dedicated to guiding his students. Why would he suddenly fall? There was no sign. Could it have been the work of a spirit? Su Taiyu's mind races with thoughts, piecing together Mr. Huang's earlier unusual remarks. He increasingly believes Mr. Huang jumped voluntarily. But why would someone in good health choose to commit suicide? A stir arises in the classroom as students queue to peer out the window, confirming Mr. Huang's death. They then turn back, return to their seats, and resume studying the formulas in their textbooks. Zhao Yi also settles back down. The classroom returns to an eerie silence. No one seems overly surprised. It appears they had anticipated this occurrence. At that moment, slow footsteps echo from the hallway. Su Taiyu gazes at the classroom door. A dreadful thought flashes through his mind. What if Mr. Huang pushes the door open, stopwatch in hand, blood dripping from his face? It's 1. 6 seconds. Who answered correctly? The footsteps draw nearer to the classroom. Su Taiyu anxiously fixes his gaze on the door, holding his breath. Bang! The classroom door swings open, revealing the somber face of the headmaster. You all may go home early today. Please be cautious. With that, he quickly departs. Su Taiyu notices that as the headmaster spoke, he held his breath, seemingly wishing to avoid any connection with this class. Mr. Huang's death is beyond tragic. Once the headmaster leaves, the students begin to pack their bags. Suddenly, Su Taiyu notices that among the 31 classmates, a boy and a girl are emanating a faint blue glow. These 2 are the class representative, Qin Yuan, and the discipline officer, Li Bo. Su Taiyu rubs his eyes and observes one of them more closely. Within the blue light, something appears to be floating. Inside the glow, there is an old woman holding a staff, staring intently at Su Taiyu. He gulps. Could this be the power of Red Blue Eyes? The ability to see what others cannot. Su Taiyu turns to the other person. The other figure also harbors an old woman in their blue glow. The 2 old women resemble identical twins, both fixated on Su Taiyu. He recalls the character with the staff on the back of the card. Could they be the mediums? The back of the card depicted only 1 medium, yet now there are 2. 1 true, 1 false, 1 medium, 1 spirit. Su Taiyu recalled the instructions inscribed on the blackboard, a chill racing down his spine. One among them was a specter in disguise. Chapter 19. The Curse of the Non-Existent Classmate. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. At 6 in the morning, Su Taiyu was jolted awake by the thunder. The other students in Class 3 were day scholars, leaving him alone in the dormitory. The previous night, based on his memory, Su Taiyu had arrived at this dormitory and observed that other classmates quickened their pace when passing by, seemingly eager to avoid it. Even the dormitory supervisor had steered clear during the evening roll call. As the school bell rang, students began to rise one by one to freshen up. Though Su Taiyu was still struggling to adapt to high school life, he realized this was the perfect opportunity to gather information. He climbed out of bed, gathered his toiletries, and headed to the washroom. Two boys were washing their faces while chatting. Another student from Class 3 has died. This time, it's Teacher Huang. Indeed, once the curse began, it could not be halted. Su Taiyu leaned in, holding his toothbrush cup. What curse? One of the boys turned to him, as darting down to Su's uniform. The washing motion froze for a moment. 2 seconds later, he resumed, but with a warped motion. Su Taiyu waved his hand in front of him. What is the curse? It was as if the boy couldn't see him. After rinsing off the soap, he quickly pulled his companion away from the washroom. Su Taiyu felt perplexed and shifted his attention to a classmate who had just entered. Brother. Before he could finish his sentence, the two boys returned to drag him away. He could very well be one of those non-existent individuals. The remaining students, hearing this, hastily exited the washroom. Su Taiyu sighed and began brushing his teeth. Why was everyone reacting this way? Were the non-existent individuals perhaps the deceased? Did Teacher Huang's death result from the curse? Having gone a day without medication, these questions relentlessly bombarded Su Taiyu's mind. Unable to control his thoughts, he quickly rinsed his mouth and left the dormitory. After the thunder, a torrential downpour began outside. Students draped their uniforms over their heads and hurried toward the academic building. Su Taiyu reached the base of the teaching building, gazing at the classroom where his class was located. The lights were off. Since his classmates were all-day scholars and it was pouring rain, they would likely arrive later. The spot where Teacher Huang fell showed no signs of the heavy rain washing away any evidence. The classrooms on the first floor, closest to the body, had all their windows tightly shut and curtains drawn. Under the deluge, the entire academic building seemed shrouded in a strange atmosphere. Other students, upon seeing Su Taiyu, recoiled as if they had encountered a plague, leaving him unable to extract any clues. He had no choice but to brave the downpour and walk towards the school gate. Hoping to encounter a classmate, Su Taiyu confidently strode toward the entrance. The security guard's gaze fell upon the Class 3 insignia on Su's uniform, as if it had ignited flames, and his eyes momentarily pierced through Su, staring into the distance. Su Taiyu boldly exited the school gate. At the intersection by the gate stood a familiar figure, holding an umbrella. On the ground, a fire pit was burning paper money. Su Taiyu approached. It was Zhao. The class monitor, her face ashen, devoid of any color. Was she mourning Teacher Huang? Su Taiyu quickened his pace, squeezing under Zhao Yi's umbrella. The rainwater dripping from his uniform nearly extinguished the burning paper. Class monitor, what is the curse afflicting our class? Su Taiyu inquired. Zhao Yi was like a marionette, continuously tossing paper into the flames. Why are you also treating me with cold violence? Su Taiyu suddenly realized that among the paper offerings were not just money, but also school supplies, stationery, and exercise books. Why was she burning school supplies for Teacher Huang? A sense of unease washed over him. He reached into the fire pit and pulled out a partially burnt exercise book. It was an entire set of paper funeral offerings. The unfinished exercise book bore the name written for the deceased. Zhao Yi. Su Taiyu's hand felt as if it had been electrified. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. The rainwater falling from the umbrella felt like a cold cage he could not escape. Slowly, he turned to face the person before him. Why are you burning paper for yourself? Is it? Zhao Yi remained silent, but Su Taiyu noticed a puff of warm breath escaping her lips. Did the deceased exhale warmth? If she were not dead, why was she here mourning herself? Su Taiyu. A taxi pulled up to the curb, and the door swung open. The literary committee member, Zhou Nan, emerged, holding a long-handled umbrella. The umbrella was entirely black, with the tip resembling a long metal cylinder. Zhou Nan called out Su Taiyu's name and quickly pulled him away from Zhao Yi. The umbrella muffled all sounds except for the patter of rain. Do not converse with non-existent individuals, Zhou Nan cautioned. The two hastened into the school, making their way toward the teaching building. Su Taiyu fell into contemplation. Again, the term non-existent individuals was used. The students in the washroom had said the same thing. What did it mean? Teacher Huang had seemingly encountered a non-existent person, which could explain. Su Taiyu's mind drifted back to yesterday's physics class. Before jumping, Teacher Huang had interacted with only one student, class monitor Zhaoyi. At that moment, Teacher Huang had directed Zhaoyi to look at the blackboard, and then, as if struck by something, he had plunged to his death while the class was working on problems. Did interacting with a non-existent person pose a life-threatening risk? Was this the method of killing in this task? No wonder students from other classes recoiled upon seeing him as if he were a plague. Su Taiyu turned his head toward the outside. Class monitor Zhao Yi was still burning paper money. Zhou immediately grabbed Su Taiyu's head, turning it away. Do not look at her. She does not exist. What on earth was happening? Zhou swallowed hard and began to explain. Years ago, a student from our school's class 3 in the second year died unexpectedly. A year later, while taking graduation photos, the deceased student inexplicably appeared in the pictures. Since then, every cohort of second year class 3 has been afflicted by a curse. The deceased classmate reappears among the living, and the memories and records of the students are altered. Even the deceased is unaware of their own death. This individual, who should not exist, blends seamlessly into the class, unnoticed by anyone. By this point, they had reached the base of the teaching building. Zhou lowered the umbrella and flicked the water off it, and they ascended the stairs toward the classroom. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow. According to your explanation, the resurrection of the deceased should be a good thing. Why label it a curse? No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind suddenly swept through him. He felt this inexplicable breeze. The corridor had no windows and was a closed space. Logically, there should be no wind. Could it be the protective wind at work? Zhou continued to ascend the stairs. It is termed a curse because terrible events follow. What sort of events? Just then, the steps were slick with rainwater, and Zhou lost her footing, slipping. The umbrella flew from her hand, struggling to regain her balance. She reached for the handrail, but it too was drenched. Zhou body flipped, plummeting down the stairs. What awaited her was the sharp tip of that long-handled umbrella, piercing through her mouth and emerging from the back of her head. Blood and brain matter mingled with the rainwater, trickling down the surface of the umbrella and pooling at Su Taiyu's feet. Zhou lay with her eyes wide open, fixated on Su Taiyu. She yearned to utter words, yet her throat was filled with blood. Gurgling sounds escaped her lips, but her voice gradually faded into silence. Su Taiyu gazed at her. I shall speak for you. You will perish from an unfathomable accident. Chapter 20, The Non-Existent Classmate. Are you dead or alive? How intriguing. This was the first thought that flickered through Su Taiyu's mind as he confronted the lifeless body of Zhou. If his life were threatened by monstrous apparitions or vengeful spirits, there would be a tangible entity to contend with, a means to counteract their menace. Yet, this task was markedly different. The cause of death was an accident. It felt as though the specter of death loomed in the air, playing with the butterfly that set off a chain reaction capable of extinguishing a life with the mere flutter of its wings. There were no monsters, no vengeful spirits. Even when one becomes aware of the impending accident, the frailty of the human form cannot defy the immutable laws of physics, such as gravity. This was the curse of Class 3, an incessant confrontation with inevitable death. Su Taiyu inhaled deeply. He needed to survive in this school for a month to fulfill his mission. If he remained perpetually on edge, vigilantly scanning his surroundings to avert calamity, he would surely succumb to mental collapse within a week. Who knows? A ceiling tile might fall during his slumber and crush him. Having grasped the essence of the curse, the next step was to swiftly seek a remedy. No teacher dared to enter the classroom today. Only 2/3 of the students attended, as yet another classmate had perished, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Su Taiyu could only hear the relentless rain battering against the windows, accompanied by the creaking of the old ceiling fan above. Without warning, the classroom door swung open, and the class monitor, Zhao, entered slowly. The fan seemed to be rusted, emitting a grating sound with each revolution. The students were engrossed in their studies, heads bowed. Zhao, dripping with rainwater, glided past her deskmate and settled into her seat. The deskmate, preoccupied with calculations, felt her hand tremble as she wrote. Su Taiyu regarded Zhao thoughtfully. Was it possible that she was the deceased? A presence among Class 3 that ought not to exist. Observing Zhou reactions, and those of the other classmates, the answer appeared affirmative. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Su Taiyu. The deskmate, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, rose to her feet. Class monitor, I would like to request a leave. Her gaze flicked past Zhao, and she hurried towards the classroom door. That is futile, the academic representative, Chen Yuan, adjusted her glasses, watching the student. No matter where you flee, be it outside the school or abroad, the curse will follow you. Return to your seat. Li Bo, the discipline monitor, beckoned. We can look out for one another. Su Taiyu observed the two, still emanating a blue glow, a medium, and a spirit. If this notion held true, then the deceased, the non-existent entity, must reside among them. Thus, Zhao Yi ought to be innocent. Su Taiyu rubbed his temples, grappling with a lingering confusion. If Zhao Yi was indeed alive, why would she burn paper for herself? The unresolvable questions tormented his mind, a source of profound anguish. Regarding that card, there must be additional undiscovered rules. Li Bo continued. Ignoring the non-existent may ensure safety. This was the method imparted by the previous Class 3. The fan whirred increasingly faster. The deskmate returned to her seat, burying her head in her textbook. Zhao Yi, however, fixed her gaze unblinkingly upon her. The air thickened with tension. Su Taiyu stood and approached the podium, locking his eyes on Zhao Yi. Hey, Zhao Yi, are you dead or alive? The sound of turning pages abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Li Bo rose. Su, whom are you addressing? Su Taiyu pointed at Zhao Yi. How can you not see this living person sitting right here? Living person? Li Bo slowly resumed his seat. If you seek your own demise, no one can prevent it. I merely wish to spare everyone from falling into a misguided line of thought. Su Taiyu pressed on. If communicating with the non-existent leads to bizarre death, then it should have been me who perished this morning, not Zhou Nan. For it was I who conversed with Zhao Yi at the school gate, not Zhou Nan. Thus, either the lethal principle of communicating with the non-existent is false, or Zhao Yi is not that non-existent being. Regardless of which is true, Zhao Yi is visible. Upon uttering these words, a murmur of hushed discussions rippled through the classroom, drowning out the sound of the fan. Zhao Yi lifted her head, her expression complex as she regarded Su Taiyu. Li Bo sighed, but yesterday, Teacher Huang spoke with her before falling from the building. Teacher Huang had taken his own life, succumbing to the realization of the curse. His mind fracturing under the weight of despair, leading him to leap. Yet we all witnessed her burning paper at the school gate, Su Taiyu replied. The deceased are often unaware of their own demise. He gazed at Zhao Yi. Thus, the living may also question whether they have already perished. Zhao Yi seemed to exhale in relief, resting her forehead on the desk. Thank goodness, I am not dead. I still have so much to accomplish. Her deskmate cautiously offered her a tissue. If Zhao Yi was not that non-existent being, then who could it possibly be? Chen Yuan retrieved a notebook from her pocket. After yesterday's events, I visited the archives. All 32 students' records are transcribed here. Zhao Yi, graduated from County No. 2 Middle School, resides in Xinhing Township. Su Taiyu, graduated from a private middle school, resides in each student's record was meticulously detailed. As the academic representative, I recalled distinctly how each student submitted their assignments. Su Taiyu listened as Chen Yuan recited each classmate's record, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. The non-existent? Having arrived in this world from the mysterious vehicle, did that render him one of the non-existent? Su Taiyu shook his head, dispelling the errant thoughts spiraling out of control. Whether he had ever died was irrelevant to the concept of non-existence. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt flickered in the air, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that rolled through the classroom like a freight train. A gust of wind burst through the windows, sending the curtains flying. The students tilted their heads, raising their books to shield themselves from the wind. Su Taiyu approached the windows, methodically shutting them. A few students in the front row lowered their books and adjusted their hair. However, one student in the center of the classroom remained with their book held aloft. Why is the wind still so fierce? This student squinted against the gusts. Su Taiyu glanced towards the window. I have secured the windows. Turning, he beheld the student, noticing the ceiling fan spinning at an alarming speed above them. Get down. As Su Taiyu shouted, the fan descended, resembling a colossal guillotine. Chapter 21. The non-existent classmate. Zhao Yi's method. The classroom had become a morbid scene, with yet another body lying grotesquely in a state of dismemberment. Blood had soaked the mountain of books on the desk, staining them crimson. Li Bo instructed several male classmates to switch off all electronic devices in the classroom. Subsequently, they moved the lifeless form to the back of the room, along with his desk, chair, and textbooks. It was evident that everyone had grown accustomed to the presence of death. This particular student had always been introverted, lost in his books, and seldom speaking. Chen Yuan gazed at the corpse, contemplating Su Taiyu's assertion that the rule might be false. The notion that those who communicated with the non-existent met with bizarre demise seemed dubious. Chen Yuan adjusted her glasses. We must seek alternative methods to combat this curse. Li Bo wiped the blood from his hands. Are we to employ Zhao Yi's approach? I disagree. These two classmates, both radiating the same eerie blue light, held opposing views. Su Taiyu observed them, eager to discern the nature of Zhao Yi's method. Adults dismissed the curse as mere coincidence, insisting that death was accidental. As mere students, we were utterly powerless against such supernatural occurrences. If Qin Yuan were to summon some abomination using that flawed ritual, who could intervene? Only magic could counter magic. Enough. I wish to refrain from provoking these entities any further. A ritual? Su Taiyu grasped the crucial information. He recalled the image on the back of his card, depicting a ritual circle. Could it be that this card was connected to Zhao Yi? Su Taiyu turned his gaze to the class monitor, Zhao Yi. The focus of their discussion had shifted entirely to her method, yet she remained unresponsive. Outmatched in debate by Li Bo, Qin Yuan redirected her inquiry to Zhao Yi. Class monitor, what is your opinion? Zhao Yi licked her lips, rising from her seat, evading Li Bo's gaze. In my memory, I have already employed that method. Upon hearing this, Li Bo appeared as if his soul had been siphoned away, slumping in his seat and waving his hand dismissively. As a fellow class committee member, how could such a significant matter be handled without our consultation? Li Bo began to pack his bag. It is becoming increasingly perilous. I must return home. Zhao Yi approached and firmly grasped his bag. You cannot leave. Why should I heed your command? You are also a key component in resolving this curse. Zhao Yi's eyes bore into him. Li Bo took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Su Taiyu tilted his head, observing the committee members engaged in their dispute. Oblivious to the topic at hand, Zhao Yi walked to the classroom door, opening the iron gate. The rain from the corridor cascaded into the classroom, ushering in a refreshing breeze. Everyone should return. The school is too dangerous. Su Taiyu, already a resident student, stood atop the podium, watching his classmates anxiously pack their belongings. Despite the torrential downpour outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, Zhao Yi extracted her notebook, consulting the list and retaining 8 students, including Su Taiyu. 8 individuals. Su Taiyu suddenly recalled the figures depicted on the back of the card, exactly 8. Could it be that the remaining individuals in the classroom were all holders of the card? Is this Zhao Yi's method? The rain intensified outside. On the deserted campus path, 8 students clad in uniforms strode in a line beneath black umbrellas, traversing the downpour. Su Taiyu observed their somber expressions. Zhao Yi kicked at the puddles as she walked, her voice piercing through the rain. A month ago, I organized the duty roster based on prior experience, yet no matter how I arranged it, there always seemed to be one extra person. It was then that I realized a curse had emerged. Subsequently, students began to die one after another. As class monitor, I sought to find a solution to this curse. The librarian informed me of a tome bound in sheepskin that might resolve our predicament. Li Bo sighed. When you sought our counsel as committee members, I vehemently refused. Indeed, I must have used it in secret. However, the repercussions of its effects could distort our memories, leaving me uncertain about what transpired and the precise method to break the curse. 8 students stood in a line, watching the librarian devour a lollipop while retrieving the sheepskin book from the shelf. You are now diligent students, exemplary committee members, yet what follows may shatter your understanding. The librarian approached the 8, his piercing gaze sweeping over each student's face. Are you certain you wish to break this curse? Zhao Yi nodded. In recent days, a teacher and 2 classmates have died. As committee members, we wish to protect our peers. The librarian led them to an abandoned archive room on the 2nd floor. Inside, an old television sat in disrepair. The librarian switched it on, revealing a grainy surveillance feed. Su Taiyu could vaguely discern an empty room surrounded by 5 students in uniforms. Suddenly, the image distorted, and in the next moment, 3 additional figures appeared, seemingly out of thin air. Could the 8 individuals in the footage be us? Su Taiyu pointed at the screen. The librarian nodded. Li Bo, pointing at the screen, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When was I here? Why can't I remember? The other students shook their heads in agreement. Clearly, everyone had lost their related memories. The librarian switched off the monitor. Due to the curse's presence, everyone's memories had been manipulated. Li Bo tapped his head. A month ago, Zhao Yi argued with us over this method. Could that memory also be a fabrication? This event did occur, though it may not have transpired in your experience. The curse seeks to obscure which 3 of you were the additional individuals, hence the alteration of your memories. The librarian placed the sheepskin book on the floor. I was the homeroom teacher for Class 3 in 2007. After the curse manifested that year, I sought this ritual circle in a temple. It requires 5 individuals to activate. This year, the curse reemerged in Class 3. Thus, 5 of your classmates approached me for assistance in activating the ritual circle to suppress the curse. The circle would ensnare the deceased, trapping the spirit within, transforming it into 3 souls that would continue to exist in this realm. Simultaneously, the circle would summon 5 divine souls to inhabit those 5 individuals, providing solace to the imprisoned spirit. In this manner, the malevolent energy of the spirit would be diluted, and the curse's influence would dissipate. However, this method addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. The librarian crunched down on the lollipop. Upon hearing this, Su Taiyu grasped the chilling truth. This meant that among the 8 of us, 3 individuals were the deceased, and none of us were aware of our own identities. The librarian nodded in affirmation. Precisely. The deceased from Class 3 has transformed into 3 souls, now mingling among you 8. The remaining 5 are the divine souls summoned by the ritual. This is the purpose of the circle. Chapter 22, The Non-Existent Classmate. At this moment, in the room, apart from Su Taiyu, the others appeared deflated, like punctured balloons. In their memories, they had lived in this land for over a decade, sharing their days and nights with their classmates. However, the curator's words pierced through them like a venomous thorn. The truth revealed that they might be the very ones responsible for the demise of their classmates. As previously mentioned, the method of diluting the vengeful spirits to suppress the curse, while safe, merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. With a sigh, the curator continued. In the past 2 days, 3 individuals from Class 3 have perished, necessitating the activation of the second function of the array to thoroughly subdue the spirits and eliminate the curse. Yet, this function is perilous. Are you truly prepared? The group nodded slowly in agreement. The curator opened a parchment-bound book and proceeded to elucidate the secrets of the array. The array is neutral. You 5, as divine souls, must engage in a confrontation with the spirits. Only by winning can you permanently eradicate them. However, should you lose, the consequences would be dire. Place your hands upon it, and you shall comprehend. Heeding the curator's guidance, Su Taiyu placed his hand upon the book, followed by the others. In an instant, the parchment disintegrated into 8 black cards, 1 for each individual. Su Taiyu picked up his card, recognizing it once more as the red blue eye from the blue faction. Confirming that he was not a spirit but a divine soul, he observed the others, noticing subtle changes in their expressions as they beheld their own cards. A surge of memories flooded Su Taiyu's mind. In the mountain village, earth burials were customary, and the departed, harboring unquenchable resentment, transformed into spirits, hiding among the living. Although they did not actively harm others, the cycle of life and death is the way of the heavens. Spirits that refuse to pass on defy this natural order, leading the living to take their place in the cycle, a curse of death. From a young age, his mother possessed a unique sensitivity, able to perceive the deathly aura invisible to others, discerning the spirits lurking among the crowd. The villagers referred to her as a medium, often seeking her help during tragic events to locate the spirits. Once identified, the villagers would burn the spirit's remains upon willow branches. However, there was an instance when his mother misidentified a living person, leading to their fiery demise. That individual returned as a vengeful spirit, adopting his mother's form. And it was he who was bound to the willow branches. His mother, accompanied by 3 followers, attempted to rescue him, but all were ultimately consumed by the flames. Eventually, a monk passed by and inscribed their 5 forms within the array, instructing them to rectify their past transgressions. Only through atonement could they hope for rebirth. Divine soul, medium. Endowed with sensitivity, capable of discerning spirits, yet gentle of nature and of advanced age, requiring protection. Divine soul, red blue eye, child of the medium, beguiled by the spirits. Able to perceive 2 mediums, yet unable to distinguish the true from the false. Divine soul, A, follower of the medium, lacking special abilities. Divine soul, B, follower of the medium, lacking special abilities. Divine soul, C, follower of the medium, lacking special abilities. These memories overwhelmed Su Taiyu. Yet they provided clarity regarding their current predicament. It appeared that this confrontation resembled a game of werewolf, requiring them to discern between the virtuous and the malevolent. Su Taiyu understood the capabilities of all members of the blue faction. The medium was of utmost importance. In a scenario where identities were obscured, the medium functioned like a seer, capable of identifying 3 malevolent individuals among the 8 present. Yet, she too needed to safeguard her identity from the malevolent parties. What then? Were the capabilities of the red faction? The flow of memories continued to wash over Su Taiyu's mind. The spirits manifest as 3 souls, each aware of their identities. The soul of deception masquerades as a medium, misleading the judgment of the red-blue eye. The soul of resentment, a confluence of grievance and malice. The only soul capable of continuing to kill under the array's influence, lurking for the medium. The soul of death, devoid of special abilities. Thus, Su Taiyu comprehended the nature of the Red faction's malevolent roles. He turned his gaze to Chun Yuan and Li Bo. One among them was the medium, while the other was the soul of deception. Fortunately, he had not divulged the information regarding the blue light surrounding the two. However, in the game of werewolf, the victory condition entails exterminating all werewolves. What, then, was the victory condition for their current game? From the memories gathered, it appeared that none of the divine souls possessed the ability to slay the spirit souls. Su Taiyu shifted his gaze toward the curator. What are the conditions for victory in this confrontation? Examinations, the curator replied nonchalantly. Li Bo scratched his head. We are all students who have taken countless tests. I never imagined examinations could combat spirits. Because examinations are the fairest means, the curator elaborated. There are a total of 5 examinations. The divine souls must pass 3 of these examinations to achieve victory. The spirit souls must either sabotage 3 examinations or eliminate the genuine medium. Each of the 5 examinations required a different number of participants, 3, 4, 4, 5, and 5, as long as participants submitted answers. Even if they did not achieve perfect scores, they would pass. Therefore, if all participants were divine souls, victory was assured. However, if a spirit soul infiltrated their ranks, they might choose not to answer. Even a single blank submission could lead to failure. The 4th examination was unique in that it required 2 blank submissions for failure. The soul of resentment could target whom they believed to be the medium. If the target were indeed the medium, the spirit faction would win outright. Conversely, if they were mistaken, the spirits would be doomed, regardless of the examination's outcome. Thus, the crux of the confrontation lay in identifying the divine souls amidst obscured identities, while simultaneously concealing the medium's identity. Do you understand? Su Taiyu nodded. In the Red faction, the 3 souls were aware of one another's identities. Among the Blue faction, 2 possessed special abilities. The medium knew all the spirit souls, while Su Taiyu, as the red-blue eye, recognized the identities of 2 individuals, one good, one evil, yet could not discern which was which. The remaining 3 divine souls were entirely uninformed. This was reminiscent of a deductive reasoning game akin to Werewolf, where both sides relied on information for logical deduction. Thus, his task was clear. In the absence of clarity regarding identities, identify the good souls, pass 3 examinations, and conceal the identity of the medium. Su Taiyu regarded Qin Yuan and Li Bo. He needed to identify the true medium while avoiding the deception of the soul of deception to guide everyone toward victory. Su Taiyu raised his hand. May I select the participants for the examination? For I am the medium. Chapter 23, The Non-Existent Classmate, as Su Taiyu prepared for the examination. He was far from being a medium. Rather, he was another divine soul endowed with knowledge, Qi Tong. Su Taiyu pondered deeply. To succeed in the examination, it was essential to select the right individuals from the known information. Only the medium possessed the knowledge of all the departed souls. Yet, he could not boldly step forward to choose individuals, for should his identity as a medium be revealed, the vengeful spirits would seek to eliminate him. The remaining 3 divine souls could not publicly select individuals either, as they lacked information and only recognized themselves as good, unable to discern the nature of others. It was inconceivable to allow the departed souls to choose participants for the examination. As one of the 2 divine souls with information, Su Taiyu resolved to take the initiative. I am the medium. You can trust me. I will lead the selection for the examination. The curator stood up. Discuss among yourselves, and once you reach a consensus, inform me. I have other matters to attend to. After the curator departed, a vigorous discussion ensued in the archives. Li Bo spoke up. The curator mentioned that the medium must not reveal their identity. What are you attempting to do? Stir the waters? Su Taiyu scrutinized him, attempting to glean his true identity from his expression. However, Li Bo's demeanor remained unchanged, impatient, and straightforward. Next, he observed Qin Yuan's reaction. The medium should not dare to expose themselves. You must be Qi Tong, right? Su Taiyu regarded her but did not answer. Qin Yuan removed her glasses to clean them and continued, regardless of whether you are the medium or Qi Tong, both are good people. If no one else claims to be either, I can trust your judgment. Qin Yuan remained composed, analyzing based on the information she possessed. Thus far, neither of the 2 had exhibited any unusual behavior. Su Taiyu contemplated. Among the 3 departed souls, he only needed to pinpoint one. This spirit was situated between Qin Yuan and Li Bo. However, the other 2 remained unknown, lacking information about their identities. He orchestrated this situation, uncertain if it would reveal the second departed soul. Among all present, Only Chi-Ching Tong had information regarding the medium. Thus, it was plausible that one of the departed souls might impersonate Chi-Ching Tong, intending to induce the true Chi-Ching Tong into a state of panic, compelling them to reveal the two mediums they had seen. In doing so, the medium would be utterly exposed. Su Taiyu feigned his identity as the medium, hoping to observe who among the remaining individuals would impersonate Chi-Ching Tong. Whoever did so would be the second departed soul. Su Taiyu continued to watch the other classmates. The class monitor, Zhao Yi, appeared vacant and somewhat peculiar. Previously, she had been quite proactive regarding the dispelling of curses, yet now her gaze lacked focus. Among the other four classmates, Wang Chong, inherently introverted, was also observing the others, akin to Su Taiyu. Wang Yutong raised her hand. I am a good person. A believer in the medium. If there is a selection for the examination, you can count me in. I assure you I will not submit a blank paper. Sun Yixing nodded silently. You can take me too. That makes 3. Finally, only Gao Kuan remained. He too expressed his stance. I cannot discern who among you is a departed soul and who is a divine soul. However, I am a good person. I believe what Qin Yuan said makes sense. If there is no second medium or Chi-Ching Tong, I will follow Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated observing who would impersonate Chi-Ching Tong to locate the second departed soul. However, no one stepped forward, and all attention shifted onto him. This posed a challenge. He needed to withstand the pressure and genuinely select individuals for the examination, a matter concerning the dispelling of curses and the lives of all involved. Who should he choose? Su Taiyu's mind began to race once more. At present, apart from Qin Yuan and Li Bo, one good, one bad, there was no further information. How to select individuals? Seek the medium's assistance? Su Taiyu glanced at the two, hoping the true medium would provide a hint. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. The departed souls were already aware that he was Chi-Ching Tong. Thus, a false medium might seize the opportunity to mislead him. The genuine medium would have been reluctant to disclose too much information from the outset, lest they expose themselves. He could only rely on himself. For the first examination, 3 individuals were needed. He certainly had to participate. Su Taiyu then turned to Qin Yuan and Li Bo. One of them was a spirit of malice. Perhaps he could take one of them to the examination to verify their identity. If the examination failed, it would prove that this individual was a false medium and a true spirit of malice. That would simplify matters. Su Taiyu swallowed hard and declared, for the first examination, I will volunteer as the first candidate. Does anyone object? The crowd shook their heads. Su Taiyu was the only one to reveal his divine soul, and no one dared to oppose him. Qin Yuan, your analysis is astute. Would you join me for the examination? Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of course. As he made this decision, Su Taiyu seized the opportunity to observe Li Bo's reaction. If he were indeed the true medium, witnessing Su Taiyu take a departed soul to the examination would likely compel him to react, even if reluctant to reveal his identity, for lives were at stake. Li Bo slowly raised his head. I believe this is acceptable. Aside from Su Taiyu, Qin Yuan is the second individual analyzing the situation. She should be a good person. He then pointed to the remaining individuals. Hurry and select the third person. Su Taiyu sensed something amiss. Li Bo's gesture directed Su Taiyu to choose someone else, effectively excluding himself. Su Taiyu scratched his head in contemplation. Those eager to participate in the examination were not necessarily good people, but those who hesitated surely had ulterior motives. Moreover, Li Bo had not objected to Qin Yuan's participation. Could it be that he was the spirit of malice? Without evidence, he could not indulge in baseless speculation. Su Taiyu shook his head. Among the remaining individuals, 2 volunteered for the examination. Su Taiyu turned to Sun Yixing. You expressed willingness earlier. Why not you? Sun Yixing was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? I. Su Taiyu pressed on. You were eager to participate before. Why the sudden reluctance? Qin Yuan pursed her lips and said to Su Taiyu, since he is hesitant, should we consider someone else? Su Taiyu regarded Qin Yuan, pondering whether she, as the medium, recognized Sun Yixing as malevolent, prompting her to subtly discourage his selection. I am willing. I am a good person. Of course, I want to participate. I was merely nervous earlier. Sun Yixing smiled and nodded at Qin Yuan. She assessed him with a discerning gaze before also nodding. Very well. It shall be the 3 of us. I have no objections. Qin Yuan concurred again, and no one else voiced dissent. Su Taiyu felt bewildered. Was Qin Yuan truly the medium? If not, why would she attempt to dissuade Sun Yixing from participating? If she were, why then agree to it? Su Taiyu's palms grew clammy. The 3 followed the curator into a dilapidated classroom. Inside, 3 wooden desks were spaced apart, each holding an examination paper. Proceed with your examination. I look forward to your results, the curator announced as he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Chapter 24, The Non-Existent Classmate. Who is the good person? The class funds have gone missing. Who is the thief? Su Taiyu flipped through the examination paper, which contained only this solitary question, devoid of options. A riddle to solve? Yet, no clues were provided for deduction. The librarian had mentioned that as long as one did not submit a blank paper, passing was assured. A casual response should suffice. Su Taiyu took up his pen. It might not necessarily be a case of theft. After inscribing these words, he set down the pen and exited the classroom. Returning to the previous archive room, Li Bo noticed Su Taiyu's return. What was the examination about? Was it difficult? Was there any danger? Su Taiyu seated himself. Not difficult at all. It merely posed one question, to which I provided a casual answer. What question? Others, too, were curious about the exam's content. The paper asked who the thief was regarding the missing class funds. Is that all? Luo Yutong sighed with relief. I thought it would be challenging. I was worried that I might fail during the exam and affect everyone else. It seems I overthought it. Zhao Yi reassured her. The librarian said that as long as no one submits a blank paper, passing is guaranteed. If faced with a problem, just answer casually. Gao Kuan gazed toward the door. I wonder what the outcome of this exam will be. Why have those two not arrived yet? Meanwhile, Li Bo was deep in thought. I recall that during our sophomore year, there was an incident involving missing class funds. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a state of reminiscence. Indeed. It seems they caught the thief back then. I remember it was a frail-looking boy. Gao Kuan scratched his head. Eventually, that person couldn't stay in the class and transferred. What was his name? I can't recall, someone remarked. The incident of the stolen class funds indeed transpired. Listening to the discussions, Su Taiyu felt a stir of doubt within. It appeared that the content of the examination paper had a certain connection to Class 3. If a thief truly existed, would his casual answer affect his chances of passing the exam? Su Taiyu continued to ponder as the door to the archive room swung open. Chun Yuan and Sun Yixing entered, with the librarian following closely behind. The first round of exams has concluded. What are the results? I'm so eager to find out. The librarian pointed towards the television. The results of the exam will be announced there. At that moment, all held their breath. Su Taiyu's heart raced, filled with anxiety, hoping for a pass. Yet, he secretly wished for failure, as it would affirm his suspicion that Chun Yuan was the false medium. The old television flickered with static before revealing 3 candles. The first candle was lit, its small yellow flame dancing. Soon after, the second and third candles were ignited. Following this, the image of the candles vanished, replaced by 2 large characters. Passed. Did we pass the exam? Li Bo exclaimed. Indeed, all 3 candles are lit, indicating that no one submitted a blank paper. Chun Yuan and Sun Yixing exchanged glances, and Sun Yixing exclaimed with excitement. We did it. He then high-fived Chun Yuan and Su Taiyu. The librarian switched off the television. Congratulations, you've made a good start. The second exam will require 4 participants. Scheduled for 1 week later. Zhao Yi stopped the librarian. Does the fact that no one submitted a blank paper imply that the 3 of them are divine souls and that there are no bad people among us? The librarian unwrapped a lollipop. Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. With that, the librarian exited the archive room. Su Taiyu observed the librarian's retreating figure. This librarian had once been the homeroom teacher of Class 3, yet why did he now exhibit such indifference towards the class's curse? Was it merely to adhere to the master's array of intentions and maintain absolute neutrality? Once the librarian left, only the 8 of them remained in the archive room. Li Bo furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Su Taiyu, already suspecting Li Bo to be the soul of the gu, noted that despite passing the first exam, Li Bo's demeanor was quite negative, further solidifying Su Taiyu's suspicions. Su Taiyu turned his gaze to Chun Yuan. If Li Bo is indeed the soul of the gu, then Chun Yuan must be the true medium. At that moment, Chun Yuan was also looking at Su Taiyu. Their eyes met. The situation seemed clear. Yet Su Taiyu felt a surge of anxiety. He wondered, could it be possible that the soul intentionally refrained from submitting a blank paper to conceal their identity? Su Taiyu shook his head. Speculation without evidence. The exam was passed, yet doubting her as the gu soul seemed illogical. In any case, Chun Yuan did not submit a blank paper during this exam, indicating she acted correctly. He had reason to believe she was indeed the true medium. As these thoughts swirled, Su Taiyu felt a headache coming on. He cradled his head and asked Chun Yuan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Who do you think we should choose for the next exam? After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yuan replied, since the three of us passed, I suggest we select ourselves again, and then choose one more person from the remaining candidates. Sun Yixing nodded. It seems we are all good people. If a blank paper appears in the next exam, the problem will lie with the fourth participant. Li Bo shook his head. Is it possible that among the three of you, there is a soul of the dead who deliberately refrains from submitting a blank paper to discredit the fourth participant in the next exam? Li Bo voiced the very concern Su Taiyu had just pondered. Sun Yixing nodded in agreement. Yes, you make a valid point, but regardless, all three of us passed, which increases the likelihood of us being good people. Chen Yuan adjusted her glasses and addressed Li Bo. Your reasoning, while logical, complicates matters unnecessarily. What do you mean? Li Bo stared at her. Chen Yuan continued. We could have utilized Sun Yixing's reasoning. If the fourth person is indeed a soul of the dead, they might choose not to submit a blank paper to avoid revealing their identity. But you've provided them with a line of reasoning, enabling them to submit a blank paper in the next exam, and then use your argument to frame the three of us. Li Bo took a deep breath. Chen Yuan, my reasoning is quite straightforward. It's something anyone could think of. If you're so clever, why didn't you think of it first? Or did you think of it, but remain silent because you are the hidden soul of the dead? Chen Yuan scoffed. We successfully passed the exam. Yet you are here stirring confusion, disrupting everyone's thought process. You should be the one who is the soul of the dead. The two stood in stark opposition. Su Taiyu felt torn, uncertain of whom to trust. At that moment, Zhao Yi, the class monitor, intervened. Enough. Let us not quarrel. Everyone is here contributing ideas for the exam's success. We are all doing good, merely with differing thought processes. Zhao Yi continued. But let us refrain from making baseless assumptions about each other's identities, as that muddles our decision-making. Su Taiyu nodded. Regardless, we passed this exam, and there isn't sufficient compelling evidence to suspect we are bad people or that one of us is the soul of the dead. Therefore, I believe we can proceed with the next exam with the three of us. He then turned to Zhao Yi. For the next exam, we need 4 participants. Will you join us? Sure, no problem, Zhao Yi replied readily. Thus, the 4 candidates for the next exam would be Su Taiyu, Chen Yuan, Sun Yixing, and Zhao Yi. Among the remaining 4, none, except for Li Bo, expressed dissent. Now, all that remained was to see the outcome of the exam 1 week hence. Chapter 25, The Non-Existent Classmate, once again meets death after the class funds went missing. A student from a poor family inexplicably acquired a new pair of sneakers. Why was this? This was a question from the second examination paper. Su Taiyu casually answered and returned to the archive room. The librarian was absent, leaving only the students inside. 4 candles were lit, but only 2 flickered with light as everyone gazed at the enormous word failure displayed on the television screen. Their spirits plummeted. This meant that among Su Taiyu, Chen Yuan, Zhao Yi, and Sun Yixing, 2 had submitted blank papers. Those 2 were the lurking spirits hidden among them. Zhao Yi stared at the screen. I did not submit a blank paper. Li Bo is correct. During the first examination, 2 lost souls concealed their identities. Li Bo smirked. I told you all, but you did not listen. In the next examination, you will not be allowed to participate. Su Taiyu clapped his hands. I believe this is a good thing. A good thing? What nonsense. We caught 2 lost souls at once, Su Taiyu continued. This means that among the remaining 4, Li Bo, Gao Kuan, Zui Yutong, and Wang Chang, only one is a lost soul. The situation became increasingly clear. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze on Li Bo currently, among these 4. Only Li Bo was his suspect. Li Bo rolled his eyes and nodded. You make a valid point. So which 2 among you are the lost souls? Su Taiyu nodded in agreement. Li Bo did not analyze the identities of the 4 in the examination. If he were a medium, he would know who the lost souls were. Given the current circumstances, he should have utilized analysis to identify which 2 were the lost souls. Yet he did not, further solidifying Su Taiyu's conviction that Li Bo was indeed one of the remaining lost souls. Subsequently, Su Taiyu continued his analysis. I am not a medium. My true identity is Crimson Eye. There should be no other Crimson Eye among you. Therefore, I am recognized as a good person. The third examination requires 5 participants, and I must take part. You 2 are good people. Sun Yixing looked at Su Taiyu and then at Zhao Yi, shrugging. So the bad ones left are just me and Chen Yuan? The room fell silent. Chen Yuan gazed at him, quietly adjusting her glasses with a smile. Sun Yixing poked Chen Yuan with his elbow. Aren't you clever? What is going on now? Are Zhao Yi and Su Taiyu conspiring to frame us? Li Bo was right. Chen Yuan slowly replied to Sun Yixing. Li Bo is correct. You are the hidden lost soul. Sun Yixing looked at her, incredulous. What do you mean? During the first examination, your attitude towards participating was quite hesitant. I sensed something was off, but there wasn't enough evidence at that time. After the first examination, you did not submit a blank paper. So you rushed to announce that the three of us are good people, aiming to establish a good identity for yourself. However, you did not anticipate that in the second examination, the fourth person would be your accomplice, also a lost soul. During the examination, communication was prohibited, and both of you feared the other would submit a blank paper, thus giving the good people an opportunity to pass the exam. This explains why 2 candles remained unlit. Sun Yixing and Zhao Yi are lost souls. Sun Yixing waved his hand dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. I am a medium believer. What gives you the right to label me as a lost soul? And who are you? Chen Yuan shot a glance at Su Taiyu, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Then Chen Yuan smiled at Zhao Yi, saying, My identity is not something I need to disclose to you. Suddenly, Sun Yixing stood up, his eyes wide with fury. Indeed, my death was a mistake. Sun Yixing's behavior turned erratic, causing the others to retreat. They watched in horror as Sun Yixing emitted a red glow. His limbs twisted grotesquely, and his left eyeball burst from its socket, dangling by a vein. Cracks appeared in his head, from which an unidentifiable liquid seeped. The damned ones are not me, but those foolish classmates. Zhao Yi, terrified by the horrific scene, stumbled backward, covering her mouth and fleeing the archive room. The others huddled in a corner, grabbing old files to shield themselves. Chen Yuan slowly backed away. Red. Sun Yixing is indeed a lost soul. Be quiet. Do not provoke him further. Li Bo shouted softly. Sun Yixing tilted his head, and with each step, pools of an unknown liquid dripped from his head. Do you know how I died? He lunged at Li Bo, who raised his right hand to shield his head. The remaining few closed their eyes. But Su Taiyu clearly saw a golden magic circle emerging on the floor of the archive room. Sun Yixing was swiftly ensnared by the circle, his form gradually becoming transparent. After a long while, the group slowly opened their eyes. In the center of the room lay a single black card. Su Taiyu picked up the card and turned it over. The front displayed 4 large characters, Soul of the Lost. Moments later, the black card transformed into a pile of black sand, scattering from Su Taiyu's grasp. Chen Yuan was right. Sun Yixing was a lost soul. Chen Yuan observed the open door of the archive room. Thus, upon witnessing Sun Yixing's transformation, Zhao Yi fled. The others nodded in agreement. Li Bo wiped the sweat from his forehead, evidently recovering from the shock. My head is not in a state for analysis right now. Let us return. There is still a week until the next examination, ample time. Upon returning to the classroom, apart from the 7 who had just emerged from the archive room, the other students had completely forgotten about Sun Yixing. The teachers no longer remembered that there was a student by that name in Class 3. The class roster and photographs bore no trace of Sun Yixing's existence. His presence had been entirely erased. Due to the influence of the magic circle, these 7 could not discuss any examination matters in places other than the archive room. The moment they attempted to speak, it was as if their mouths were muted, unable to move or produce sound. Only when their desire to discuss faded could they regain their voices. However, Su Taiyu could still ponder alone. The absence of one lost soul was a significant boon for the blue camp of divine souls. The third examination still required 4 participants. Given the current situation, Chen Yuan was the most likely candidate to be the medium, for she had identified the first lost soul. Thus, Li Bo must be the false medium, the one embodying the soul of the poison. The final lost soul was Zhao Yi, who participated in the second examination. Wait a moment. Su Taiyu thumped his head. This was all too convenient. It was purely a speculation. What if the adversary was intentionally guiding his thoughts this way? Was he not falling into their trap? Su Taiyu recalled the warm reminder that appeared in black and white upon his arrival in this class. Believing in your intuition is the beginning of destruction. He could not trust his intuition. He must rely on logic for judgment. Logically speaking, they did not know who the second lost soul was in the previous examination. Zhao Yi or Chen Yuan. They were both possibilities. To be prudent, both should not participate in the third examination. Gao Kuan was dangerous. A sudden gasp echoed throughout the classroom. Su Taiyu looked up. Gao Kuan was found standing on the windowsill, adjusting the knotted curtains above. His deskmate attempted to halt his actions. We are from Class 3, and the curse still lingers. Gao Kuan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, we have already discerned the identity of the deceased. Just as Gao Kuan's words fell, the curtain in his hand suddenly tore. With a shriek from his deskmate, Gao Kuan lost his balance and fell from the window. The incident was unsurprising. Gao Kuan met his demise. The classmates crowded by the window took a glance before returning to their seats. Death had become a familiar occurrence. However, Su Taiyu caught sight of Gao Kuen's lifeless body, and the position was eerily reminiscent. His limbs were grotesquely contorted, and his left eye had been dislodged, dangling beside his face. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the manner in which Sun Yixing had vanished. The most pressing concern was that Gao Kuen had perished. How could he possibly partake in the examination now? Chapter 26. The Non-Existent Classmate. The mystery of class funds. Su Taiyu had believed that due to the protective effects of the magical array, he and his classmates, who were required to take the exams, would be temporarily shielded from the curse. However, the death of Gao Kuen shattered his hopeful illusion. It seemed that he would still have to live in constant fear, ever vigilant against the specter of untimely death. Su Taiyu calculated the days. His task was to survive in this school for 30 days. Yet, with 5 exams scheduled, one each week, it would take 35 days, far beyond the allotted time. The magical array could not assist him, so Su Taiyu resolved to conduct his own investigation, seeking a solution to the enigma. He reflected on the content of the previous 2 exams. The class funds had gone missing. Who was the thief? After the funds were lost, a student from a poor family suddenly purchased a new pair of sneakers. Why was that? These 2 questions seemed to depict a singular event. A financially struggling student had stolen the class funds and then bought new shoes. Li Bo mentioned that there had been a prior incident of stolen class funds, yet no one could recall the name of the individual involved. It appeared that this non-existent classmate was indeed the central figure in the theft of the class funds. Otherwise, the magical array would not have presented these 2 questions for no reason. Moreover, as the classmates ruminated, they realized they could not remember the student's name, only that he had eventually transferred out. Su Taiyu shook his head. The matter could not be so simple. The reason everyone had forgotten this student's name was likely due to the curse affecting their memories. This student must have died. And it seemed he had taken his own life by jumping from a height. The more Su Taiyu pondered, the more agitated he became. When questions surged chaotically in his mind without yielding answers, it was tormenting. Yet, if he could clarify his thoughts, his brain would reward him with a flood of dopamine. The notion that the student had died from a fall crystallized in his mind. Su Taiyu believed the answer lay with Sun Yixing. The soul of the cursed and the soul of resentment possessed unique abilities in their confrontation. However, Sun Yixing's departed soul appeared devoid of such powers. Yet, Su Taiyu felt that the departed soul should correspond to the manner of the spirit's demise. At that moment, Li Bo sat staring vacantly out the window at Gao Kuen's lifeless body. I will notify the teacher. The curse has not lifted, and you all must refrain from engaging in perilous activities. He then exited the classroom, with Su Taiyu following closely behind. Li Bo, I wish to inquire about the incident of the missing class funds. Su Taiyu caught up to him. Thus, I believe this departed spirit must be connected to the theft of the class funds. If we can untangle this matter, perhaps we can appease the spirit and dispel the curse without the aid of the magical array. Li Bo paused. You are new to our class this semester. You likely know nothing of this incident. The only theft of class funds occurred last semester. I recall it was when the weather first turned chilly, and we were collecting funds for the upcoming New Year's party. I had placed a stack of 20 yuan notes in my drawer. However, when I returned to class after lunch, the funds were gone. Teacher Huak asked everyone to recall any clues. One student had not returned to the dormitory during lunch. This student's parents worked away from home for extended periods, leaving him to stay in the dorm. Su Taiyu pointed to himself. He wouldn't be living in my dorm, would he? Room 302? Yes, it was initially a mixed dorm, but after the curse manifested, those occupants moved out. And you moved in. Su Taiyu waved his hand. Let us not stray off topic. Please continue. Moreover, someone saw him return to the classroom at lunchtime. He was a student from a low-income background, and after that day, he suddenly had a new pair of shoes. Later, when I subtly asked him if he had tampered with my drawer that day, he admitted to it. With all these clues, Teacher Huang concluded that he must have stolen the class funds. Although Teacher Huang instructed us to keep it quiet, everyone in class was aware. Subsequently, this student disappeared and was claimed to have transferred. Su Taiyu nodded. Your account aligns closely with the exam content. The second exam also mentioned that the student had bought new shoes. Li Bo halted. If what you say is true, then this student did not transfer, but rather died, subsequently becoming the non-existent person who continues to linger in our class. Su Taiyu nodded. Indeed. Do you remember the student's name, or what he looked like? Li Bo shook his head. I truly do not recall. Is it because of the curse that no one remembers his name? Do you recall what he looked like? I do not remember. I only recall that he was thin and small. Suddenly, Li Bo seemed to have an epiphany. The teacher's office should have many assignments and exam papers. Perhaps we can find something that hasn't been affected by the curse, which might reveal this person's name. With that, Li Bo quickened his pace towards the office, while Su Taiyu remained in the corridor, deep in thought. The 8 participants in the magical array duel included himself, Qin Yuan, Li Bo, Zhao Yi, Sun Yixing, Wang Chang, Zui Yutong, and Gao Kuan. The deceased spirit had now transformed into 3 individuals, blending in among them. Yet, none appeared thin and small. Su Taiyu regarded Li Bo with suspicion, contemplating whether he might be one of the spirits. Thus, Li Bo's statements were not entirely trustworthy. He resolved to question other classmates. Su Taiyu approached Zhao Yi to inquire about the incident of the missing funds. Her account largely echoed Li Bo's. He was indeed thin and small. I cannot recall his name, nor did he deny having tampered with Li Bo's drawer. However, I remember he did not transfer. At this, Zhao Yi suddenly clutched her head, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. Su Taiyu noticed. What is wrong? What are you thinking about? Zhao Yi shook her head. I do not know why, but suddenly thinking of this person makes me very sad. Then think carefully, if this person did not transfer. Could it be that he fell to his death? Zhao Yi suddenly grasped her head. Visions flickered in her mind, yet she could not piece them together. It is fear. Zhao Yi stared vacantly ahead. Although I cannot recall the scene, I remember the emotions I felt. If he had transferred, my feelings would have been regret. Yet, my emotions are sadness and fear, as if I witnessed something horrifying. What could it be? Zhao Yi collapsed onto her desk, her expression one of anguish, weeping as she attempted to think. Observing this, Su Taiyu leaned closer. Did you see him? His limbs twisted, his eyes popped out, his brain matter spilling everywhere? Zhao Yi ceased her tears, slowly lifting her head to stare blankly at Su Taiyu. Yes, he fell to his death. Then there is no doubt, the non-existent person is him. Su Taiyu observed as Zhao Yi's lips suddenly twitched, not in sorrow, but seemingly in a smile. Su Taiyu entered Teacher Huang's office, hoping to uncover additional clues. Upon entering, he found Li Bo engrossed in some journals. Have you discovered anything? Su Taiyu inquired. Nothing, Li Bo replied, returning the journals to their place. These are just the weekly journals assigned by the language teacher. There is no pertinent information. Chapter 27. The non-existent classmate, after the demise of Teacher Huang. The other instructors vacated the office, fearful of being tainted by the misfortune of Class 3. This office now lay deserted, with Huang's workspace preserved in its original state. Save for the report cards unearthed by Li Bo, Su Taiyu pried open a small iron lock on the far right drawer, retrieving a yellow-covered notebook. Upon opening it, the initial pages were filled with meticulously organized teaching plans. As he flipped to the middle, Huang's handwriting abruptly transformed into a chaotic scrawl. December 16th, he actually jumped from the building. It's my fault. I failed to provide him with adequate psychological support. The school leadership has instructed me to suppress this news. At that moment, Li Bo leaned in closer, gazing at the date inscribed in the notebook. He was lost in thought. This date was less than 2 weeks before New Year's, likely occurring after the incident involving the theft of class funds. Su Taiyu pointed at the notes. This he likely referred to the so-called thief of the class funds, since Huang did not write down a name. This note remained untainted by the curse. Li Bo was incredulous. Hadn't he transferred schools? Su Taiyu continued to sift through the notebook. It appeared that the news had indeed been suppressed. December 17th, called the student S parents, no one answered. So that S how he acquired his money. Why didn't he speak up? January 21st, it snowed heavily today. A student was killed by an icicle falling from the roof. The death was too sudden, too strange. December 22nd, Teacher Zhang spoke of a legend, claiming that Class 3 was cursed. Is that true? A deceased person has infiltrated the class unnoticed, and thereafter, students would die one after another in bizarre manners. December 23rd, today there are still 31 students in our class. No one else has infiltrated. December 24th, still 31 students today. December 25th, my colleagues say I have lost my mind. I am not mad. The curse may have indeed manifested. That deceased person must have blended in. Who could it be? January 7th, I can no longer tell if someone has blended in. January 9th, the head of the department said that due to the deaths of 2 students in my class, the pressure has been overwhelming, and I should take a break and return next semester. May 21st, another student has died. The curse has indeed come to pass. June 7th, I have a persistent feeling that there are more students in the class. June 8th, there definitely are. Am I going to die? I do not wish to perish without understanding why. June 9th, I am sorry. I wronged you. I will atone for my actions. The notebook concluded at that point. Li Bo was drenched in cold sweat after reading it. On the 10th day, Teacher Huang had jumped from the building. No wonder. The content of the notes revealed the immense psychological pressure he endured. Furthermore, there was more useful information. Su Taiyu continued to peruse the notebook. It appeared that the so-called class fund thief was the first student to die, his cause of death being a fall, and he likely had been wronged. We can ascertain that he was the non-existent person who had blended into Class 3. The second student to die was struck by an icicle. He was presumably the curse's first victim. However, it was peculiar that there was a 6-month gap between the first and second victims, which seemed excessively long. Li Bo nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was somewhat strange. Do you recall the student who was struck by the icicle? His name was Tan Zhuang. Li Bo continued rummaging through Huang's workspace until he found a student registration form. After some time, he located a picture of Tan Zhuang. Su Taiyu took it and observed the young man's visage. True to his name, this student was tall and robust, wearing a rather unruly expression, suggesting he might have bullied others. Upon hearing this, Li Bo suddenly froze, furrowing his brow as if recalling a painful memory. His demeanor was reminiscent of Zhao Yi's moments earlier. Su Taiyu pressed on. The notebook indicates that the thief of the class funds was wronged, and subsequently, Tan Zhuang was the first to die under the curse. Did Tan Zhuang threaten this student, forcing him to admit he tampered with your drawer? Li Bo clutched her head in distress. Threaten him? Let me think. There was a threat, but my head is splitting. I can't remember. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze upon her. Think carefully. This is the key to unraveling the curse. Li Bo, holding her head, gradually sank to the floor. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the closed office. Protective wind, Su Taiyu exclaimed. Li Bo lifted her head. What does that mean? The curse is about to manifest. Something unexpected is going to happen nearby. Are you able to foresee accidents? It's a long story. Li Bo hurriedly arose and dashed towards the electrical circuit. Su Taiyu urgently called out, Don't move recklessly. Li Bo's hand, which was raised, froze in place. I want to turn off the circuit. Su Taiyu shook his head, grabbing a wooden-handled broom from the edge of the desk and carefully extended it toward the circuit breaker. The electrical appliances in the room began to flicker erratically. Outside, the first-year students were still engaged in physical education class. Why is there suddenly such a strong wind? Su Taiyu mused as he opened the electrical box. The moment he shut off the circuit, a blue arc of electricity burst forth from the box, scorching the wooden handle with a dark streak. Had a person attempted to turn off the circuit with their bare hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The electrical devices in the office ceased operation. Li Bo inspected the items displayed in the room: the desk, computer, water dispenser, and bookshelf. I can't fathom how these things could kill us. Are we to expect an earthquake? Li Bo glared at the ceiling. If you possess the power, then strike me down. The sounds from the physical education class outside grew increasingly louder. Hey, you hefty one. You have great strength. Throw it, but don't throw it the wrong way. Su Taiyu observed his own arms, the hair standing on end. The danger still lingered. Then let us hasten our departure. Li Bo reached the office door, with Su Taiyu trailing closely behind. Suddenly, Su Taiyu seemed to have realized something. The danger isn't inside, it's outside. What do you mean? Before Li Bo could react, Su Taiyu tackled him to the ground, just as a sharp piercing sound echoed above them. The two slowly raised their heads to see an iron-tipped spear embedded in the office door, positioned precisely where their necks had been moments before. Li Bo stared at the spear, which continued to sway. This is the power of the curse. It seeks to take your life without rationale. Su Taiyu gazed at the sweat on his arms, which had begun to gradually fall. We must urgently locate that spirit. 5 days later, the group returned to the library's archives, preparing for the third examination. This examination also required 4 participants. Sun Yixing had vanished, which did not affect the selection of candidates, as he was confirmed to be a wandering spirit. Even if he were present, he could not participate in the examination. However, Gao Kuan's identity remained ambiguous. If he had died as a good person, it would pose a significant challenge. Su Taiyu, filled with confusion, followed the others as they opened the door to the archives. A strong scent of blood assaulted their senses. Gao Kuan lay in the center of the archives, his limbs contorted, his left eye dangling outside. I cannot leave. I still need to take the examination. Chapter 28, The Non-Existent Classmate. The fourth examination. Gao Kuan maintained the appearance he bore at the time of his demise, rendering him indistinguishable from a specter. Su Taiyu and his companions lingered hesitantly at the doorway of the archives, too apprehensive to enter. Zhao Yi gazed at Gao Kuan, her stomach churning as she covered her mouth. Can you all see him, or is it just me? Su Taiyu replied, I can see him too. Everyone ought to be able to. But Gaokun is dead. So is he human or ghost now? Su Taiyu was the first to step into the archives. The confrontation isn't over, and thus, no one can be absent from the examination. He cautiously approached Gaokun, whose eyes, suspended outside their sockets, followed Su Taiyu's movements. The others anxiously observed the interaction between the living and the dead from the doorway. Su Taiyu reached out and grasped a warm, slippery eyeball. He is not a ghost, but a corporeal entity. Gaokun flailed his arms in the air. Su Taiyu promptly released his grip, wiping his hand on his trousers. It seems he means us no harm. He is merely here to partake in the examination. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and Li Bo, the two dubious mediums, were the first to step into the archives. Zhao Yi and Zhou Yutong, the two girls, clung to each other as they cautiously entered, retreating to a distant corner away from Gaokun. Finally, Wang Chang entered nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of a corpse. Accustomed as he was to such sights in Class 3. Apart from the self-detonated spirit Sun Yixing, all 7 participants in the magical array confrontation had arrived. Let us not wear somber expressions. We have already identified one lost soul, and victory is within our grasp. Zhou Yutong initiated the conversation. Su Taiyu nodded in agreement. We are about to commence the 3rd examination, which requires 4 participants. My selections are myself, Wang Chang, Gaokun, and Li Bo. Do any of you have objections? After speaking, Su Taiyu's gaze flitted between Qin Yuan and Li Bo, who exhibited no unusual reactions, remaining as composed as ever. Only Zhou Yutong expressed dissent. It appears that none of the individuals you selected have previously participated in an examination. I am aware, Su Taiyu replied. Qin Yuan has identified one lost soul, and she must certainly be an ally. Why not allow her to participate? Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. I share the same inquiry. Do you regard me as a villain for not including me in the examination? Su Taiyu met her gaze and shook his head. I do not consider you a villain. I simply cannot yet regard you as a full ally. And what is your reasoning? Su Taiyu inhaled deeply and responded slowly. While I believe you to be an ally, logically, I cannot include you in this examination. Zhou Yutong pressed further. Why not? Just as Su Taiyu was about to clarify, Qin Yuan interjected. Because, during the 2nd examination, 2 lost souls appeared among the 4 of us. Su Taiyu, Sun Yixing, Zhao Yi. However, he is not a medium, and there is no definitive evidence to ascertain which 2 are the lost souls. Therefore, the 3 of us cannot participate in the examination. Among the remaining individuals, there is only 1 lost soul left. Qin Yuan turned to Su Taiyu, who chose his 3 selections based on the presence of a medium among them, albeit uncertain of their authenticity. Should this medium participate and the examination fail again, Su Taiyu could ascertain the falsehood of the medium, with the knowledge of which 3 individuals are lost souls. The 4th and 5th examinations would be easily surmountable. After her analysis, Qin Yuan removed her glasses to wipe them. Zhou Yutong appeared enlightened and turned to Su Taiyu. You truly possess great insight. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. As long as your strategy leads us through the examination successfully, I am indifferent to not participating and being wronged. It seemed everyone was in favor of Su Taiyu's strategy. Yet, Su Taiyu felt a tumult of confusion, pondering, is this truly my intention? I did not seem to contemplate so deeply. Qin Yuan's method of identifying the last lost soul is indeed clever. Could it be that Qin Yuan is genuinely the medium? Perhaps she cannot reveal her identity, thus guiding me in this manner? Su Taiyu gradually nodded, though he sensed something amiss. At that moment, Li Bo spoke. I believe we need to deliberate further. If this examination fails, we will find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. Oh? Qin Yuan regarded him attentively. Share your insights, or indicate who you wish to replace. Li Bo looked at her and sighed. I believe differing opinions are necessary. Never mind, it's not significant. He scratched his head and fell silent. Now, all were in accord. Su Taiyu led Wang Chang, Li Bo, and the seemingly zombie-like Gaokun toward the examination room. Previously, in Teacher Huang's classroom, Su Taiyu had uncovered numerous clues regarding the class fund theft. He was now eager to discover what insights the examination paper would unveil this time. As he unfolded the test paper, he read, When the brave become cowardly, is it too late when they regain their courage? Su Taiyu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the question. Based on the previous examination papers and Teacher Huang's notes, Su Taiyu could infer the sequence of events surrounding the class fund theft. The principal figure in this incident could be referred to as Little A. After the class leader collected the funds, he placed them in his desk drawer. Post-lunch break, the funds vanished. Someone witnessed Little A not returning to the dormitory, and instead, he purchased a new pair of shoes. When the class leader inquired if he had tampered with his drawer, little A did not deny it. Consequently, everyone concluded that little A was the thief of the class funds. Later, Teacher Huang uncovered certain truths and realized that little A had been wronged. Yet, it was too late. Little A had already taken his own life by jumping from a building. Now, as Su Taiyu gazed at the examination paper, he pondered whether courage and cowardice had any relation to this incident and to the school bully, Ten Zhuang. Su Taiyu hastily answered a few questions and submitted his paper. After the four completed their examinations, they returned to the archives. Su Taiyu anxiously focused on the television screen, awaiting the results. 4 white candles flickered into existence. The first ignited, its flame dancing. The second and third followed suit. Su Taiyu clenched his fists, anticipating the illumination of the 4th candle. However, what appeared instead was the inscription of examination failure. One individual had submitted a blank paper. As expected, among the 4 candidates, one was indeed a lost soul. Su Taiyu glanced at Li Bo. I believe I have discerned who it is. There is no need to wait until next week. Let us immediately deliberate the candidates for the 4th examination. Qin Yuan regarded him intently. What is your conclusion? Who is the final lost soul? I cannot divulge that just yet. But for the 4th examination, victory is assured. I have a plan. Chapter 29, The Non-Existent Classmate. Qin Yuan's identity. Su Taiyu analyzed the current situation with everyone. In the 1st examination, 3 participants, myself, Su Taiyu, Qin Yuan, and Sun Yixing successfully passed. In the 2nd examination, 4 individuals participated, myself, Qin Yuan, Sun Yixing, and Zhao Yi, but we failed. As 2 of us submitted blank papers, indicating that there were 2 lost souls among us. Su Taiyu continued his analysis. In the 3rd examination, 4 individuals participated, myself, Wang Chong, Gao Kuan, and Li Bo, where one submitted a blank paper, revealing 1 lost soul. The 4th examination was different. It required 5 participants, and 2 blank papers were needed for failure. Su Taiyu looked towards Zui Yutong. 3 lost souls had appeared during the examinations, and since you had not participated in any of them, you are undoubtedly a good person. Zui Yutong nodded. Of course, I am a good person. Su Taiyu continued. Therefore, for the 4th examination, we will use the same team as last time, adding Zui Yutong. Although there is 1 lost soul among us, only 1 blank paper can be submitted, which will not affect our success. The others nodded in agreement. However, Li Bo raised an objection. We must also consider the final examination. Li Bo sighed. The 5th examination also requires 5 participants, but only 1 blank paper can lead to failure. In other words, we need to identify all the good people to attend the exam. Li Bo looked up at Su Taiyu. Are you confident in finding all the good people? Su Taiyu shook his head. The group fell silent for several minutes until Qin Yuan spoke first. I believe that for this examination, using a team of all good people would be more stable. Try to find the good people. All right, I will take a gamble. Su Taiyu looked at everyone. I will rely on my intuition to select the participants, hoping that this examination will succeed. I, Su Taiyu, Zhao Yi, Wang Chong, Zui Yutong, and Gao Kuan will participate. Leaving Qin Yuan and Li Bo aside, Li Bo looked at Su Taiyu. Are you certain that none of you 5 will submit a blank paper? Su Taiyu nodded. Indeed. I assure you. Qin Yuan gazed at Li Bo and then at Su Taiyu before saying, Okay, I trust you. Li Bo also nodded in agreement. The time for the 4th examination swiftly arrived. Su Taiyu led the group to the examination room. The question for this examination was, how many people did he kill? As usual, Su Taiyu answered casually. After the examination, they returned to the archive room, staring at the television, awaiting the announcement of results. Both Qin Yuan and Li Bo appeared tense, while Su Taiyu remained calm and composed. The 1st candle lit, followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Zui Yutong and Zhao Yi cheered. For the 4th examination, 2 blank papers were required for failure. With 4 candles lit, even if the last one did not light, we would still pass this examination. Yet Qin Yuan and Li Bo anxiously focused on the 5th candle. The final examination needed to pass without any blank papers. The 5th candle lit. The examination was a success. No one submitted a blank paper. Incredible, Su Taiyu. Zui Yutong clapped her hands. You truly delivered on your promise. You said no one would submit a blank paper, and indeed, no one did. Su Taiyu seized the opportunity to observe Qin Yuan and Li Bo's instinctive reactions. Qin Yuan's instinctive reaction was satisfaction, a sigh of relief, while Li Bo appeared puzzled, eyeing the outcome with evident tension. Qin Yuan nodded at Su Taiyu. You did well. Zui Yutong exclaimed excitedly. It seems we have formed a strong team. Let us proceed with the final examination. Su Taiyu nodded. visibly pleased. Turning towards Qin Yuan and Li Bo. Do you have anything to say? We have identified all the good people. You two need not pretend any longer. As expected, both Qin Yuan and Li Bo displayed feelings of regret. Qin Yuan sighed. Consider yourself lucky. You managed to find me out. I had no choice. Although we are all classmates, I can only truly resurrect and live in this world if I win this confrontation. I am curious. When did you start to think I was a false medium? Su Taiyu closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. I just confirmed it. I said I had found all the good people, and you showed no suspicion. Do you not doubt that among the 5 participants in the examination, there exists one lost soul? The reason he did not submit a blank paper is that this round required 2 blank papers for failure, so he chose to conceal himself, allowing him to submit a blank paper in the final round. Of course, you would not voice this, as it is your strategy. When the results were announced, I observed your expression. You sighed with relief, not in joy over the success of this round, but rather in satisfaction that the lost soul hidden within the group was not too foolish and did not submit that useless blank paper. To solidify this strategy, you chose to go all in, choosing to self-destruct to validate the identities of these 5 good people. But I am not as foolish as you imagine. Qin Yuan removed her glasses. I helped you identify Sun Yixing as that lost soul. You should recognize me as the true medium. The issue lies with Sun Yixing. Su Taiyu spoke slowly. Do you remember the scene when we selected participants for the first examination? Sun Yixing was initially very eager to participate. However, after I chose you, Qin Yuan, his demeanor shifted to one of hesitation. I did not understand why at the time, but after his identity as a lost soul was revealed by you, it all made sense. The first examination required only 3 people. If I selected 2 lost souls to participate, and both submitted blank papers, we can capture 2 obvious lost souls at a minimal cost. Thus, Sun Yixing was reluctant to join you, his lost soul teammate, in the first examination. At that moment, you were subtly suggesting that I should not choose Sun Yixing, and I initially thought you were hinting to me as a medium. Later, I realized you shared the same concern. Based on this fear, you did not submit a blank paper in the first round, hoping that your teammate Sun Yixing would submit it instead. However, you did not anticipate that he thought the same, resulting in both lost souls unexpectedly passing the first examination. In the second examination, both of you, in an effort to avoid repeating the same mistake, submitted blank papers. This revealed 2 lost souls, creating a disadvantage, leaving you no choice but to betray Sun Yixing to secure your identity as a medium. Initially, I trusted you. After all, you helped us identify one lost soul. However, in the third examination, your analysis, while seemingly logical, contained a critical flaw. Zui Yutong scratched her head. I remember her analysis. I even praised your cleverness at the time. Qin Yuan's analysis was as follows. In the second examination, there were 4 individuals, Su Taiyu, Zhao Yi, Sun Yixing, and Qin Yuan. The examination failed, and 2 blank papers were submitted, indicating that aside from Su Taiyu, the remaining 3 included 2 lost souls, but Su Taiyu was unaware of which 2 they were. To ensure safety, only a few remaining individuals can be selected to participate in the third examination. However, hidden among these few is a lost soul, leaving Su Taiyu to choose blindly, without the assurance of passing the exam. At that time, Qin Yuan explained that Su Taiyu's identity was Crimson Azure Eyes, enabling him to perceive 1 genuine and 1 false medium. One of these mediums was indeed among the remaining individuals. Su Taiyu could utilize this third examination as a means of identity verification. Should a blank paper appear, it would indicate that the medium was false. Thus, even if the third examination were to fail, identifying all lost souls would still be acceptable. Zui Yutong furrowed her brow. I found her analysis quite reasonable, and indeed, a blank paper did appear during the third examination. Yet, Su Taiyu did not disclose the identity of the false medium. Su Taiyu nodded. I certainly cannot reveal this, for I have never agreed with such logic. How can Qin Yuan be so certain that the remaining lost soul must be the false medium? What if it were a vengeful spirit? If I were to reveal whom I wish to test, it would expose the identity of the true medium, Zui Yutong suddenly realized. No wonder Qin Yuan was so eager to inquire about the person you wished to test as soon as the results of the third examination were announced. Su Taiyu turned his gaze toward Qin Yuan. Initially, I genuinely believed you to be the true medium, but someone had warned me that trusting one's instincts is the beginning of destruction. You are that soul of Gu, the deceptive false medium who has confounded me. Qin Yuan's eyes widened, her expression growing increasingly fierce. Indeed, the final examination requires 5 individuals. and merely one blank paper could lead to failure. In this way, we would triumph in this array of confrontation. I am eager to see if you can uncover the last lost soul hidden among your 5 companions. Throughout the process, as long as the medium manifests to provide hints, it shall undoubtedly escape my notice. The true confrontation has only just begun. Chapter 30, The Non-Existent Classmate, Assassination of the Medium having located the second wandering soul. Zui Yutong was initially elated. However, upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, she fell into a state of anxiety and turned to Su Taiyu. What shall we do? The final exam will determine our fate. We need to rely on the medium to identify the last wandering soul. However, the clues from the medium must not be too obvious, or we will lose if the identity of the wandering soul is revealed. How do we resolve this? Su Taiyu took a deep breath, his expression calm. Even if Qin Yuan disclosed her identity, he must not be swayed by her words. Zui Yutong furrowed her brow. What do you mean? We do not need to identify the last wandering soul, Su Taiyu continued, because this is not a game of finding the villains, but rather one of identifying the good. Zui Yutong pondered, tapping her chin. Finding the good? How do we do that? Su Taiyu elaborated. Among the 5 participants in the 4th exam, one of them is the vengeful soul. Those who did not participate in the 4th exam are only Qin Yuan and Li Bo, with Qin Yuan being the venomous soul. Thus, the 2 villains have been identified, and Li Bo can be excluded as a good person. Am I correct? Zui Yutong nodded, half understanding. Li Bo also nodded quietly. Su Taiyu continued his analysis. In the 2nd exam, there were 2 wandering souls among myself, Zhao Yi, Sun Yixing, and Chen Yuan. We have now identified these 2 wandering souls as Qin Yuan and Wang Yixing, leaving me and Zhao Yi as certain good people. Zui Yutong nodded. So we have identified 3 good people now. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze on Zui Yutong. In the 3rd exam, we identified 2 villains. In the 4th, 1 villain. You, Zui Yutong, are the only one who did not partake in these 2 exams. Therefore, you too must be a good person. Zui Yutong nodded vigorously. Yes, I truly am a good person. My identity is that of a medium S follower, which holds no significant power. Adding me to the others, we have 4 good individuals. Qin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. We still have Gao Kuan and Wang Chang left, and you have no information or logic to deduce their identities. Who among them is the good person? A mere 50 chance. Zui Yutong scratched her head. Wang Chang is quite reserved, and Gao Kuan has turned into a corpse. Neither speaks much, and they haven't contributed during the exams. In the 3rd exam, the 4 participants were Su Taiyu, Wang Chang, Gao Kuan, and Li Bo, with 2 villains among them. Since Su Taiyu and Li Bo are good people, the villains must be either Wang Chang or Gao Kuan. Both participated in the 4th exam as well. This situation is too similar. It is indeed difficult to discern who the last good person is, unless we receive assistance from the medium. Zui Yutong felt a sense of despair. Is this game ultimately reliant on luck? Su Taiyu shook his head. Do not fear. I already possess the answer. He slowly approached Wang Chang. I can see the red aura surrounding you. It is the resentment of unfulfilled desires. In truth, I am not the Crimson Azure Eye but the medium. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Zui Yutong was equally perplexed. Su Taiyu, what are you saying? If you are the medium masquerading as the Crimson Azure Eye, why wouldn't he, the real Crimson Azure Eye, come forth to expose you? Because he fears. Su Taiyu continued. If the true Crimson Azure Eye were to prove his identity, he might inadvertently expose the medium. He does not wish for that, hence he chooses to observe. As a result, I led the group to pass the 1st exam, and he believes I am a good person, the true medium, thus permitting my disguise. It is not that my logic is superior. Rather, I am indeed capable of seeing all wandering souls as the medium. Wang Chang raised his gaze to Su Taiyu. Zui Yutong frowned in confusion. I don't understand. My head is spinning. Qin Yuan scoffed. His logic does not hold under scrutiny, Wang Chang. Do not be deceived by him. After saying this, Qin Yuan instinctively covered her mouth. Su Taiyu laughed heartily. I was right. At that moment, Wang Chang's pupils dilated, his scare vanished, and his entire eye turned black. Vengeful soul Wang Chang, come and kill me. Su Taiyu shouted at him. Qin Yuan, feeling desperate, protested. Do not kill him. He is deceiving you. She pondered, who could the true medium be? Qin Yuan quickly bowed her head to think. The Crimson Azure I would never allow both mediums to take the exam together, as one good and one bad would certainly result in a blank paper. In the 2nd exam, I participated. The 4 who did not were Zui Yutong, Gao Kuan, Li Bo, and Wang Chang. Wang Chang is my teammate, the vengeful soul. Therefore, the medium must be one of Zui Yutong, Gao Kuan, Li Bo seeing that Qin Yuan was on the verge of a breakthrough, Su Taiyu pressed on. The class funds were not stolen by you. It was we who wronged you. Wang Chang's mouth began to tremble. Indeed, it was you who wronged me. Qin Yuan continued her analysis. Up until now, the medium has not provided any useful information. Could it be that Gao Kuan, who was turned into a corpse, is unable to provide information? No, I must apply logic. Su Taiyu leaned closer to Wang Chang and whispered, the class funds were taken by someone else. I am the only one who knows the truth, yet I was too cowardly to intervene. Watching you be wronged until your demise without the courage to disclose the truth to our classmates. Wang Chang, at some point, had produced a large steel triangle ruler. The sharp edge now pressed against Su Taiyu's abdomen. Zui Yutong, Li Bo, and Zhaoyi, upon seeing Su Taiyu in danger, attempted to intervene but found themselves unable to move. This was the rule of the game. When a vengeful soul chooses a medium to kill, no one can intervene. Wang Chang, do not kill him. Restrain yourself. Qin Yuan's forehead glistened with sweat as she continued to analyze. In the fourth exam, why was Su Taiyu so confident in sending those 5 participants to take the exam, especially after 2 consecutive failures? Su Taiyu, realizing that Qin Yuan was close to deducing the truth, continued to think, attempting to reconstruct the entire process of the class funds theft based on teacher Huang's notes and the exam papers, aiming to ignite the resentment of the vengeful soul before him. Killing the wrong person would lead to an immediate victory in the game. Su Taiyu swallowed hard and continued. The class funds must have been stolen by someone named Tan Zhuang. You are merely the scapegoat. Correct. You merely find me easier to bully than him. Wang Chang stammered. The steel ruler slowly piercing Su Taiyu's abdomen. Qin Yuan closed her eyes, continuing her search for the identity of the medium. In the fourth exam, aside from me and Li Bo, everyone else participated. Why did Su Taiyu arrange it this way? Why was he so certain that this exam would succeed? Because he knew that this exam required 2 blank papers for failure, and he could ascertain that among the participants, there was only one wandering soul. Then why was he so sure there was only one wandering soul? Qin Yuan opened her eyes. I understand now. Because Su Taiyu first identified the position of the other wandering soul. Su Taiyu can see one true and one false medium. Among them, one must be the false medium. The reason he did not allow me and Li Bo to participate in the fourth exam is precisely that we are the true and false mediums he perceives. I am the false one. Qin Yuan raised her head with excitement. So, Li Bo is indeed the true medium. She turned and shouted at Wang Chang. Vengeful spirits, go and slay Li Bo. If we eliminate the medium, victory shall be ours. However, the steel ruler in Wang Chang's hand had already completely pierced through Su Taiyu's abdomen, its sharp tip protruding from his back. Chapter 31. The non-existent classmate, the librarian, Su Taiyu, lowered his gaze to his abdomen, which had been pierced. Remarkably, he felt no pain and blood did not flow. He retrieved a black card from his pocket. I am the Crimson Azurite. The 2 mediums I have seen are Qin Yuan and Li Bo. Su Taiyu extended his hand and pulled the steel ruler from within himself. Although his clothing was torn, his body remained unscathed. Zui Yutong's eyes widened. Su Taiyu, are you all right? Su Taiyu cast the steel ruler to the ground. Under the influence of the array, the vengeful soul should only be able to harm the mediums. Li Bo took out the card from his pocket and exhaled a sigh of relief. I am the medium. Zui Yutong scratched her head. So, does this mean we have one? Gao Kuan suddenly stood up, moving slowly toward the door, opening the archive room's entrance. The corridor outside was engulfed in darkness. Gao Kuan stepped into the corridor and vanished in an instant. Where did he go? Zui Yutong inquired. Su Taiyu gazed at the corridor. He must have perished. After the exam, he would have gone to where he belongs. At that moment, a strange male voice echoed within the room. Indeed, it seems I should not remain here. The group turned around, realizing that Wang Chang and Qin Yuan had long since disappeared. In the center of the room stood a slender, unfamiliar boy. His school uniform was faded from washing, yet his shoes were brand new. I remember now. You were Chen Xiangxing. Zui Yutong pointed at the boy and asked, you were the one who died from our class 3. The non-existent one who mingled among us and caused the curse? Chen Xiangxing nodded. I do not even know how I returned to class 3. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. At that moment, Zhaoyi and Li Bo clasped their heads. The curse had vanished, and memories were restored. They must be suffering greatly. I want to know if you did not steal the class funds. Why did you not deny rummaging through my drawer? Li Bo frowned as he stared at Chen Xiangxing. Because I did rummage through your drawer, Chen Xiangxing replied slowly. When you collected the class funds, I had no money, so I handed you counterfeit bills. Later, I wanted to secretly exchange them back. So during lunch when no one was around, I searched through your drawer. Li Bo nodded slowly. No wonder. That is difficult to explain. Li Bo continued to probe. Then how did you come to have money afterward? My father's compensation came through. Qin Xiangxing looked down at his shoes. I fell from the construction site. I had promised myself that on my birthday, I would buy a new pair of shoes. I want to wear the new shoes when I see my father. I want to tell him how much I appreciate this gift. After Qin Xiangxing finished speaking, his form gradually became transparent and vanished. Upon witnessing his disappearance, Li Bo slowly lowered his head. Zhao Yi fixed her gaze on Li Bo. On the day the money was lost, I saw Tan Zhuang in the corridor snatching your backpack. The class funds were taken at that moment, correct? Li Bo remained silent. Zhao Yi continued, expressionless. As a class committee member, you feared Tan Zhuang's retaliation, thus remaining silent. As a medium, you feared the vengeful soul, so you stayed quiet. The silence of those who know the truth is the greatest accomplice. Just then, the librarian entered the room. Congratulations. You have won the array confrontation and resolved the curse. As he spoke, the librarian picked up the scattered black cards from the floor. In his hands, the black cards transformed back into familiar parchment books. This game has concluded. Regardless of the truth, it is splendid to see everyone alive. With that, the librarian cradled the parchment books and, sucking on a lollipop, exited the archive room. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Taiyu seemed to notice a blue glow emanating from the librarian. He rushed out to investigate. But the librarian's figure had already vanished in the corridor. Su Taiyu returned to the archive room, filled with suspicion. Li Bo too watched the librarian depart. Looking deep in thought, "What's wrong?" Su Taiyu asked. Li Bo shook his head. "I just feel that the way the librarian eats candy is remarkably familiar, resembling someone." "Who?" Li Bo closed his eyes, furrowing his brow. "The answer is right there, but I cannot recall it." Back in class. Upon learning that the class committee had resolved the terrifying curse, students celebrated atop their desks. Memories of Wang Chang and Chen Yuan had been erased, replaced by recollections of Qin Xiangxing. Zhao Yi revealed the truth behind the theft of the class funds. "I told you, even though Qin Xiangxing seldom spoke, he would never steal the class funds. The funds were actually taken by Tan Zhuang. Why didn't Li Bo reveal the truth at that time? Perhaps he feared retaliation. How pathetic." The group engaged in heated discussions, while Li Bo sat silently at his desk, gazing out the window. After enduring months of terror and pressure, the curse had finally lifted. A suggestion arose to find a weekend to unwind together. The students eagerly embraced this proposal. Within a 10-minute drive from school, a newly opened water park awaited. Zui Yutong excitedly began drafting an itinerary on the blackboard. Some classmates started planning what to wear that day. Yet, Su Taiyu felt an unsettling foreboding. Amusement parks, clowns, elements that should bring joy to children could, in a specific context, transform into a terrifying hellscape. Su Taiyu calculated the days. The students planned to visit the water park on the last day of their current task. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, something was bound to happen. Su Taiyu raised his hand. "I want to be going. I feel it is too dangerous. The curse has been lifted. What is there to fear?" Zui Yutong had already listed the attractions on the board: water slides, giant swings, pirate ships. Su Taiyu surveyed these attractions. The echoes of screams surfacing in his mind, screams that were not of exhilaration, but of terror. He seemed to envision a pool of clear water stained crimson with blood. Quickly, Su Taiyu shook his head. "I have to attend extra classes this weekend. Please don't include me." At that moment, the classroom door swung open. The librarian, sucking on a lollipop, entered the classroom. "I also suggest you all relax together. After all, you will soon be in your third year, and such opportunities are rare." Librarian, "What brings you here?" Zui Yutong exclaimed, taken aback by the librarian's presence. Li Bo, who had been gazing out of the window, seemingly indifferent to the classroom discussions, now fixated intently on the librarian. The librarian smiled. "Teacher Huang has passed away, and I am here to serve as your temporary homeroom teacher." As he spoke, Su Taiyu noticed a familiar blue glow emanating from him once again. Chapter 32, The Classmate Who Does Not Exist, the Librarian or the Driver. The blue light emanating from the librarian appeared strikingly familiar to Su Taiyu. He recalled first encountering this ethereal blue glow on the figures of Qin Yuan and Li Bo. Qin Yuan was the spectral manifestation of the soul of Qin Xiangxing, which had long since dissipated. Following the conclusion of the confrontation with the magical array, Li Bo's identity as a medium also vanished, along with the blue light that once enveloped him. Yet, how could this blue light reappear on the librarian? Was it possible that his identity as a Qi Ching pupil had not been extinguished? Could he still perceive both a genuine and a false medium? If that were the case, it would imply the existence of a second deceased individual in Class 3, suggesting that the curse remained unbroken and still loomed. Su Taiyu returned to Teacher Huang's office, hoping to unearth clues regarding this second deceased individual. Although the deadline for their task was approaching, the specter of unforeseen calamity could strike at any moment. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. In Huang's drawer, he discovered a pile of weekly journals. Recalling the peculiar expression on Li Bo's face when they had previously searched for clues among these journals, he wondered if they might hold vital information. Su Taiyu gathered the entire stack of journals into his arms just as the librarian entered. "Su, what are you doing here?" the librarian inquired. "I came to collect Teacher Huang's belongings," Su replied, clutching the journals tightly. The librarian pulled a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Su Taiyu. "Thank you for your hard work. This office will now be mine." With one arm secured around the journals, Su Taiyu extended a hand to accept the lollipop. "Why do you have such a fondness for lollipops?" As the librarian unwrapped another lollipop and placed it in his mouth, he responded, "For some reason, I often feel anxious. A little sweetness helps soothe my heart." At that moment, the blue light around the librarian intensified. Su Taiyu nodded, preparing to leave, but was halted by the librarian's voice. "By the way, could you inquire among the students for me? Recently, someone borrowed a book from the library and forgot to register it." Su Taiyu acknowledged with a nod and exited the office. He did not return to the classroom. Instead, he made his way directly to the library. Since the librarian had raised the issue of borrowing records, it was evident that the library might harbor other clues. Stealthily, he approached the librarian's desk in the library and unearthed the borrowing ledger. However, to his astonishment, the ledger was entirely devoid of names. It was blank. He scrutinized the ledger. The paper had yellowed, indicating it was not newly placed. The emptiness of the ledger implied that no one had borrowed books from the library within the past year. As darkness fell, the library became eerily quiet, devoid of patrons. Hurriedly, Su Taiyu tucked the ledger into his jacket, along with the stack of journals, and returned to his dormitory. As the lights-out bell rang, Su Taiyu illuminated the room with a flashlight to peruse his classmates' journals. In a bid to enhance their writing skills, the language teacher had assigned a weekly journal entry. As Su Taiyu flipped through his classmates' journals, he ultimately located Li Bo's. The final entry recorded an event, an autumn outing. During the first semester of their second year, the class had organized an autumn outing. In the first half of the entry, Li Bo expressed the joy and excitement of that day, while the latter half was filled with complaints about being required by the language teacher to write their reflections on the journey back in their journals. His description revealed the exuberance of the departing bus, contrasted starkly with the somber atmosphere on the return trip. This was Li Bo's last journal entry. Continuing to browse through the other journals, Su Taiyu was astonished to discover that every classmate's final entry also recounted the autumn outing. Following that, the journals were blank, void of any further records. Had the language teacher prohibited journal writing after that event? With only 4 days remaining until the task's conclusion, the fateful day was precisely when they had arranged to visit the water park. Su Taiyu's heart raced. He was but a step away from the truth. Despite having no personal ties to these classmates, he could not stand idly by while they faced peril. At dawn, Su Taiyu rose and made his way to the school gate to await Li Bo. Su was certain that Li Bo must possess some knowledge. A thin layer of mist suddenly enveloped the entrance, and a familiar figure emerged through the haze. It was Li Bo, albeit drenched and unsteady on his feet. Su Taiyu rushed forward, concerned. "What happened? Did you fall into a puddle?" Li Bo slicked back his wet hair. "I'm fine. It's quite refreshing." "Were you waiting for me?" Su Taiyu nodded and produced the journal. The moment Li Bo laid eyes on it, his expression grew vacant. "I know what you want to ask, but those who know the truth tend to vanish," Li Bo said, his demeanor conflicted, reminiscent of a student struggling with a difficult math problem. "If you don't wish to speak, I understand. I'll ask, and you shall answer," Su Taiyu encouraged. "You mentioned that the librarian's fondness for sweets resembles someone. Who does he remind you of?" Li Bo halted, droplets of water cascading from his hair. "The bus driver." "The bus driver? The one who drove you during the autumn outing?" Su Taiyu confirmed, and Li Bo nodded, memories flooding back to him. After the autumn outing concluded, the classmates joyfully hopped back onto the bus. Li Bo, having counted the heads, was the last to board. Just then, the driver, weary-eyed, called out to him. "Hey, kid. If you have any leftover snacks, share some with me." Li Bo handed him a lollipop, noting his fatigued expression. "Sir, why not take a break? It's fine. A smoke will do the trick." "But with all these students aboard, a lollipop suffices just as well," the driver replied. Li Bo continued. "The librarian, like that driver. Enjoys biting into the candy and holding onto the plastic stick. There is no library at our school. The librarian is the driver. Su Taiyu suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder the borrowing ledger was blank. A thought struck Su Taiyu, and he turned to Li Bo due to the curse's influence. Memories can become muddled. But how do you remember so vividly? Li Bo's expression shifted to one of terror as he gazed down at himself. Why indeed do I remember so clearly? At that moment, a voice called from behind. Su Taiyu, who are you talking to? Li Bo. Su Taiyu turned, only to find that Li Bo had vanished, leaving behind only a puddle of water where he had stood. The mist dissipated, and students began to trickle through the school gate. Su Taiyu scanned the area. Yet Li Bo's presence eluded him entirely. Goosebumps prickled along his arms. Zhao Yi approached Su Taiyu, noticing his dazed expression, and gently patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Su Taiyu turned to her. Li Bo might be in trouble. Upon returning to the classroom, the dreadful news awaited them. Li Bo's lifeless body had been discovered in the fountain pool beneath the apartment building. The water barely reached his ankles, yet he had drowned. It seemed the curse persisted unabated. Chapter 33, The Non-Existent Classmate. Water Park. The death of Li Bo did not stir much commotion. The plans for the trip to the water park remained unchanged. Zui Yutong began to arrange for the bus. However, that very night, Zui Yutong met her demise at home. The consecutive loss of 2 classmates sent ripples of unease. The next morning, Su Taiyu took to the podium. I was not mistaken. It is indeed a curse. Moreover, the frequency of these cursed deaths is escalating. Su Taiyu had hoped this would awaken his classmates, yet they remained surprisingly composed. Unaware of whether tomorrow or an unforeseen calamity awaited them. We might as well enjoy ourselves now, Su Taiyu inhaled deeply. It is futile to advise the damned souls. He decided to let it be, as the task was nearing its conclusion, and the fate of these classmates held no personal significance for him. Only 15 students remained in the class. Su Taiyu contemplated that he still had one use left for the protective charm he had exchanged with his points. He believed that if he refrained from participating in the activities and merely observed from the sidelines, he would be safe. On the weekend, the final day of the task coincided with the much-anticipated trip to the water park. Though the park was merely a 10-minute drive from the school on this day, there was no bus available. The group opted to walk. The director, acting as the substitute homeroom teacher, joined them in the middle of the procession. Along the way, the students were exuberant, chattering and laughing, their backpacks filled with swimsuits and snacks. The director, at the rear of the line, nibbled on a lollipop and encouraged everyone to have a great time. After half an hour, they arrived at the water park. As it had just opened, the crowd was moderate. A dozen students changed into their swimsuits and approached the first attraction, the water slide. A tall, long pipe stood erect, connecting to the pool below. This attraction was popular, with over 20 visitors already in line ahead of them. Su Taiyu chose not to change into his swimsuit, citing a fear of water, and instead, he observed from the sidelines. One by one, the visitors slid through the pipe and splashed down into the pool, unharmed. Zhao Yi's expression, however, was peculiar. Her lips curled into a smile, while her brow furrowed in worry. She recognized the unsettling situation, attempting to smooth her furrowed brow, but her expression betrayed her inner turmoil, resulting in a rather bizarre countenance. Su Taiyu approached Zhao Yi. What is it? Are you nervous? Zui Yutong tried to book a bus, but the companies all refused upon learning it was our school. Do you know why? Zhao Yi posed a sudden question, leaving Su Taiyu momentarily flustered. He replied, Is it because of the rumors surrounding Class 3's curse? Zhao Yi shook her head. Several rental companies explicitly state that they do not transport students. Why? 6 months ago, a bus carrying students on an excursion met with an accident. Not a single soul survived. Zhao Yi's calm tone struck Su Taiyu like a jolt of electricity. Do you mean to say? Indeed, we are all already dead. The 30 of us in this class are people who should not exist at that moment. Su Taiyu noticed a faint blue glow beginning to emanate from Zhao Yi. He slowly retreated, pointing toward the classmates in line ahead. Then they must also be aware. This class is not the only one seeking the truth. The clues you have uncovered have been examined countless times by the others. We have not written in our journals since the excursion. Although the news images of the accident are pixelated, we can still recognize ourselves. Zhao Yi lowered her gaze. We never anticipated that discovering the truth would lead to our disappearance. Su Taiyu was baffled. Li Bo mentioned something similar, that knowing the truth would result in vanishing. What does that mean? Chun Xiangxing's leap from the building was not due to being falsely accused of embezzling class funds. When he paid the class fee, He discovered that the money he had was all paper money for the deceased. Shortly thereafter, he inexplicably received a new pair of shoes. Upon returning home, he found a black and white photograph of himself on the table, alongside a pair of burned shoes that were identical to those on his feet. Zhao Yi took a breath and continued. Li Bo had been bullied by local delinquents. I witnessed Tan Zhuang snatching Li Bo's backpack, but later learned that Tan Zhuang feared Li Bo's timidity would jeopardize the class funds, so he took the backpack himself, accompanying Li Bo to confront the thugs. When Li Bo saw the delinquents, he fled, leaving Tan Zhuang to face them alone. However, upon seeing Tan Zhuang, the delinquents turned pale and fled. Confused, Tan Zhuang caught one of them and inquired. The thug confessed that after the bus accident, they had raided the vehicle for valuables and had seen Tan Zhuang's corpse. Not long after, Tan Zhuang also met with an untimely end. Once one begins to question their own existence, they can no longer continue to live. Perhaps this is why Li Bo concealed the truth for so long. Zhao Yi took a few steps forward. The tourists ahead had finished sliding, and at that moment, a girl from class 3 approached the slide. Su Taiyu noticed that she too was glowing faintly blue. Taking a deep breath, she turned to the crowd behind her and exclaimed, "Have fun, everyone, goodbye," and slid down the water flow. The group watched anxiously as she disappeared into the tunnel. Moments later, the girl splashed down into the pool, emerging and waving her arms joyfully at her classmates. "I'm having so much fun." Zhao Yi sighed in relief. Su Taiyu's anxious heart eased momentarily, and he pressed on with his inquiry. Once one begins to doubt their existence, they can no longer continue living. How did you all discover this rule? Zhao Yi regarded Su Taiyu. After the duel of the formation, Li Bo stole a book from the director, which contained a story. Su Taiyu suddenly comprehended, realizing why the director had inquired whether anyone in their class had borrowed a book from the library. What story? Just then, Zhao Yi was next in line for the slide. If there is a chance in the future, I will share it with you. Su Taiyu opted to approach the director, who was now at the back of the line, watching the students play joyfully in the pool. Director, or should I call you the driver? Su Taiyu approached the director, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Su Taiyu continued, they are now playing with a mindset of facing death. They are all aware of the truth and that they have already perished. The director stood silent for several seconds, gazing at the students in the pool. It is I who has ruined their excursion, their lives. What exactly transpired? What tale did Li Bo's stolen book recount? The director slowly munched on his lollipop and replied. The book, titled Notes from the Subtle Microcosm, recounts a story about a scholar sentenced to death. Fortunately for him, the executioner was his uncle. The scholar beseeched his uncle for a way to save his life. The uncle, torn between the strictness of the law and his compassion for his nephew, ultimately shared a method. If the scholar heard the executioner's command, he was to rise and flee without looking back. The scholar, overjoyed, followed his uncle's instructions, tightly closing his eyes and running forward during the execution. Years later, the executioner uncle received a letter from the scholar, who had assumed a new identity and built a life elsewhere, inviting his uncle to visit and repay the favor of his life being spared. The uncle, intrigued after several rounds of drinks, could not resist asking the scholar how he had managed to survive that day. The scholar was perplexed, questioning whether it was not the uncle who had imparted to him the means of preserving his life. Upon hearing this, the uncle confessed that he was merely the executioner. Lacking such capabilities, the method he provided was but a temporary fabrication, intended solely to alleviate the scholar's fears during the execution. Everyone had witnessed the scholar's head fall. To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing this revelation, the scholar was immediately struck by a chilling realization, collapsing to the ground, and subsequently transforming into a pool of blood. The scholar's wife transformed into a black cat, mournfully lamenting that the uncle's words had once led her husband's spirit to believe he was still alive, and now, with the uncle's statement, he comprehended that he had long since departed this world, causing his essence to dissipate in despair. Thus, the living dead had transformed into the truly deceased. Upon concluding this tale, Su Taiyu grasped the entirety of the truth. When the curse manifested, everyone began to doubt whether they were indeed the deceased, yet once such doubt emerged, their grip on life weakened, rendering them more susceptible to the curse's malevolence, leading to untimely demise. Consequently, the arrangement of the ritual confrontation was orchestrated to identify a deceased individual to stabilize the collective resolve. The curator nodded, then retrieved a string of copper coins entwined with red thread from his pocket. There were 3 coins in total, with the lowest coin fractured down the middle. This is my ancestral talisman. After the accident, it anchored my spirit to this world, allowing me to exist under another guise. Yet, due to this talisman, my awareness of safety waned, resulting in the loss of numerous young lives. I sought redemption and consulted a master for a means to resurrect them. Though I succeeded, they continued to perish one after another. This sin, I fear, I shall never atone for. The curator placed the copper coins into Su Taiyu's hands. I perceive that you do not belong here. I hope my talisman will aid you in the future. A piercing scream interrupted their dialogue, unmistakably belonging to Zhao Yi. The curator lifted his gaze. This day had indeed arrived. Zhao Yi had just plunged down the water slide. Mere seconds later, a pool of blood flowed from the pipe's exit. The staff on duty panicked, seizing the intercom. Old Wang, didn't we ensure the pipes were clear? Zhao Yi's lifeless body gradually slid down, resting atop the water's surface, a neat gash marring her back, her ribs starkly visible. The azure waters of the pool instantly turned crimson. Observing her corpse, the classmates in the pool raised their hands in celebration, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your graduation. Farewell." As a boy cheered, a vortex suddenly enveloped him, and his body, along with his head, was submerged in the bloodied waters. The drain plug of the pool, unbeknownst to anyone, had been released, consuming everything in its vicinity. An unnameable wind swept through. Protective wind. Su Taiyu sensed impending danger and quickly grasped the railing beside him, scanning his surroundings. Soon, he felt the ground beneath him sway, accompanied by the sound of snapping steel rebar. The high platform on which he stood was tilting. The curse was mercilessly claiming all who knew the truth. The curator spread his arms wide, a smile gracing his face as he reveled in the sensation of freefall. The teacher has graduated too. The classmates in the pool continued their exultation. Su Taiyu clung desperately to the railing, his body suspended in midair. 10 meters above the concrete ground below, a crack resonated from the railing he grasped. The familiar sound of a horn echoed. Thick fog enveloped Su Taiyu, and a voice emerged from above. "Let go, and you shall be free." Su Taiyu exhaled in relief. It was the voice of Zhang Wanjun, indicating that the mission had concluded, and the spectral vehicle was there to retrieve him. "You rascal, do you wish to see me perish? Quickly, pull me up." Su Taiyu's arms began to tire, and the railing slipped from his fingers. He opened his eyes wide in terror, the sensation of weightlessness coursing through him. However, this feeling of weightlessness was fleeting, for he soon found himself firmly standing on solid ground. Raising his head, he noted that the railing loomed less than a meter above him. Chapter 34, The Non-Existent Classmate. Death 2 years later in the eerie carriage. Su Taiyu lay in the number 0 compartment, awaiting the conclusion of the attendant. "Dear passenger, your journey has covered a distance of 600 kilometers, and you have automatically earned 600 points. Achievement No 1 Survived rewarded you with 300 points. Achievement Solo Mission rewarded you with another 300 points. You have obtained the item, Life Extending Coin. Would you like to convert it into points?" Su Taiyu looked down and discovered that the curator's string of coins had indeed accompanied him. What is the purpose of the Life Extending Coin? When the holder's life ceases, 1 coin is consumed to lock the soul, reconstruct the body, and bring 1 back to life. Su Taiyu caressed the coin in his hand. So it is truly effective. With 2 coins remaining, he could resurrect twice, just as his protective charm had expired. He decided to keep it. The attendant continued in a mechanical tone, "You have earned a total of 1,200 points, bringing your total balance to 2,700 points. The next stop will be reached in 3 days. You may exchange points in the number 0 compartment at any time. Wishing you a pleasant journey." Subsequently, the attendant closed its eyes, remaining motionless. At that moment, Zhang Wanjuan's voice echoed from the adjacent compartment. "Little pervert. Come over for hot pot once you're done with the settlement." In the dining compartment, smoke wafted around as Zhang Wanjun guarded a massive copper pot, the table laden with an array of neatly arranged ingredients. "There's even hot pot here?" Su Taiyu rubbed his hands together, seated opposite Zhang Wanjun, and quickly prepared the dipping sauce. Zhang Wanjun popped open a can of beer. "I exchanged a few points for this. Quite extravagant. Given that 1 point can be traded for 10,000 yuan. I just completed a solo mission as well, so I have plenty of points." Su Taiyu nodded. "How extravagant." Zhang Wanjun downed a can of beer. "After the last mission, I had planned to return to reality and unwind with you. But, alas, brother." Zhang Wanjun placed a roasted chicken before Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu was puzzled. "Your demeanor suggests you're not reminiscing with me. It feels more like a eulogy." Zhang Wanjun raised his head, pursing his lips, and offered Su Taiyu a piece of meat. "Eat more." Su Taiyu, unreserved, wiped his chopsticks and continued to devour the meat. "I'm mentally prepared. What is going on?" "Speak freely." Zhang Wanjun sighed. "Brother, you should reincarnate soon. In 18 years, I'll only be 40, and we can continue being brothers." Su Taiyu spat out a mouthful of water. What do you mean? Zhang Wanjun took another swig of beer. You live in Xingyuan community, right? Su Taiyu nodded. Zhang Wanjun swallowed hard and continued. Upon returning to reality, this 18-line boxer suddenly received an endorsement. The fee was exactly 1 million. Deposited the same day. I intended to find you and splurge. But when I arrived at Xingyuan community, I found it already abandoned, overgrown with weeds. Later, I spoke with the landlord, who informed me that 10 years ago, the tenant of room 1302 died suddenly in their room. When the police arrived, they discovered bizarre trinkets scattered about. Other residents in the building later reported seeing the deceased tenant wandering around. The landlord even showed me a picture. Zhang Wanjun glanced at Su Taiyu. That tenant was you. Saying this, Zhang Wanjun poured some beer onto the ground. Farewell on your journey. Wait. Zhang Wanjun seemed to recall something. This place, could it be hell? No wonder we have encountered such terrifying experiences. If so, does that mean I am already dead? After saying this, he poured another drink for himself, then spilled it on the ground. Farewell on your journey as well. Su Taiyu leisurely picked at the food. Zhang Wanjun observed him. What is with your reaction? Why aren't you anxious at all? Su Taiyu took a sip of beer. Rest assured. We are both alive and well. But I distinctly saw your grave. The photo, though blurry, was undeniably you. Su Taiyu raised his head. After returning to reality, I searched for you as well. You looked for me? I have no recollection. What I saw was you at 9 years old. Me at 9? Zhang Wanjun slapped his head. This is too much. The alcohol is making my brain sluggish. Su Taiyu continued. I calculated the ages. You should be living in 2036. While I reside in 2024. Zhang Wanjun pinched Su Taiyu. So, for you, death will come in 2 years? Su Taiyu nodded. Zhang Wanjun downed more beer. Good brother. Cherish these last 2 years. Complete your tasks well, and see if the points can be exchanged for life. After saying this, the intoxication overtook him, and he slumped onto the dining table, falling asleep. Su Taiyu turned off the hot pot and returned to the number 0 compartment. The eerie attendant stood motionless within the carriage. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze upon it and inquired, can my points be used to exchange for answers to my questions? Aside from redeeming items? The attendant opened its mouth. Points can be exchanged for anything. You may ask questions. But there is no guarantee that every question will have an answer. Su Taiyu nodded. Zhang Wanjun said I will die in 2 years. May I ask? What will be the cause of my death? A failed mission? Or will I perish in reality? 1 point required for the answer. Payment. In 2026. Su Taiyu died at home from cardiac arrest, categorized as a homicide. At that time, you were not engaged in a mission. I was murdered? Su Taiyu gnawed on his thumb. I'm quite reclusive, with no enemies. Who would want to kill me? Su Taiyu continued to inquire. Who is the murderer? The attendant fell silent for a few seconds. No answer provided. Su Taiyu sighed. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to obtain an answer. He then posed another question. In my first 22 years of life, have I encountered this murderer? 10 points required for the answer. That's exorbitant. He affirmed. Payment. You have not encountered the murderer. Su Taiyu's head began to throb again. A future acquaintance would end up taking his life. Thankfully, he had received a 2-year warning. Please provide me with some tranquilizers. After taking the medication, the chaotic thoughts in Su Taiyu's mind finally subsided. At that moment, the train gradually came to a halt. The door of the number 0 compartment opened, and Kaka, bloodied and battered, stumbled into the carriage, her lips pale and a severed arm missing. The attendant immediately began to restore her injuries. Su Taiyu, you're still alive. As Kaka healed, her mouth was far from idle. Su Taiyu sighed. No rush. I'll die in 2 years. Kaka looked at him in confusion. You have a death plan? Su Taiyu waved his hand. What was the content of your mission this time, that it turned out like this? Once Kaka's body had fully recovered, she let out a long sigh. I encountered passengers from another train. Chapter 35. The enigmatic form. The bedroom on the train was relatively comfortable. Su Taiyu lay on the bed, gazing at the mist outside and listening to the rhythmic sound of the wheels, lost in contemplation. As Kaka had mentioned, the foggy realm harbored more than one enigmatic train, each carrying numerous passengers. He recalled an old book he had stumbled upon returning to reality. The author, named Lulu, had mentioned his name within its pages. Yet he had no recollection of this individual. Would he encounter her in future missions? Su Taiyu turned over, massaging his temples. The puzzles were abundant. Through the old book, Lulu had conveyed a message to him. I know you are reading this. Please prevent the arrival of the end, Su Taiyu. The secrets of the enigmatic train's destination remained unsolved. Another riddle loomed ahead. In 2 years, Su Taiyu would be murdered. And the assailant would be someone he had never met before. It was utterly perplexing. Sitting up, Su Taiyu resolved to unravel the mystery of the enigmatic train's destination, believing that solving this enigma might unlock all other questions. Zhang Wanjun was still fast asleep in the dining car. Su Taiyu made his way to Kaka's compartment. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Kaka stood at the threshold in a light nightgown, a book in hand, sneaking around. "What are you up to?" Su Taiyu suddenly noticed that Kaka's compartment was surprisingly spacious. His own room was merely the size of a college dormitory. But Kaka's space resembled a presidential suite, complete with a small swimming pool. "Is it possible to expand the space in the train using points?" Su Taiyu inquired, pointing at the pool. "Of course," Kaka replied, closing her book. "You weren't just lurking outside my door to ask about this, were you?" She fanned herself with the book, looking at Su Taiyu. "You are an old passenger. Who are you calling old, big brother?" "I'm in to ask, what lies at the enigmatic train's terminus?" Kaka paused her fanning and shook her head. "I've never been there. How would I know?" Then, as if recalling something, she added, "Perhaps you could inquire with other passengers on the enigmatic trains." Su Taiyu pondered, "Should I wait until the next mission to ask other passengers?" "Follow me," Kaka beckoned, leading Su Taiyu to the zero car. There, she spoke a string of codes to the attendant. The attendant then inquired, "Would you like to spend 100 points to exchange for the enigmatic forum?" Su Taiyu turned to Kaka. "A forum? Is it possible this connects all passengers?" "More or less." Kaka elaborated. "During my last mission, I encountered another passenger from a different enigmatic train. He had heard this code through word of mouth from another passenger. The originator of the code must be an old passenger. They said by providing the code to the attendant, a communication device could be accurately exchanged, allowing passengers to communicate with one another." Skeptical, Su Taiyu asked, "Is this for real? What if it doesn't work? That would be a waste of 100 points. Kaka shrugged. "I'm here to assist you. It's not fair for me to spend my points." Su Taiyu pursed his lips and called out to the attendant, "Exchange." A mobile phone materialized before him, its screen illuminating. There were no extraneous app icons, just a forum page filled with discussions about the enigmatic tasks. It was akin to a forum in the real world, with participants remaining anonymous, adopting various usernames. However, one piece of information was prominently displayed: the accumulated points of each passenger. Seeing the enigmatic forum proved to be beneficial. Kaka, not one to be stingy, also exchanged for a device. She then returned to her compartment with her phone, while Su Taiyu went back to his room and posted his first message. Pulp Fiction writer 2589. "Is there anyone who knows someone named Lulu? Soon." Several replies flooded in. "I love Monster Hunting 420. Never seen her." Midnight Ghost Knocking 12021. "That name sounds familiar. Not a nightmare, but a spring dream 25400. Newcomers tend to get ahead of themselves. A word of caution: even if someone saves you in the enigmatic realm, do not fall in love with them." Much of the information was trivial. Su Taiyu continued scrolling until he stumbled upon a particular reply. Sleepless 80132 Brothers. What he's asking is the real name of Lulu the Immortal 300000. Upon this response, a deluge of replies ensued. "It's been ages since the immortal sister appeared. I heard her enigmatic train has reached its destination. Her points are astounding. I envy her." From the points, it was evident that he was a newcomer. How could he possibly know the immortal sister's name? Su Taiyu realized that the person mentioned was likely the very Lulu he sought. He promptly clicked on Lulu the Immortal 300000 as profile page. Indeed, as everyone had said, Lulu's last post was dated a year ago. The content of that post sent chills down Su Taiyu's spine. "Su Taiyu, you have finally seen this post. My enigmatic train is about to reach its terminus. I have spent 100,000 points for you. I hope you can continue on the right path." Su Taiyu set down his phone, his head throbbing once more. What could the right path possibly mean? Why had she spent 100,000 points on him? The more he pondered, the more his head ached. Unable to bear the pain, Su Taiyu took a calming pill and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, a girl in a white dress appeared before him. Though Su Taiyu had never seen her, he instinctively knew she was Lulu. She seemed to float in the pitch-black night sky, surrounded by twinkling white stars. Her white dress appeared to drift as if submerged in water, rising and falling gracefully. The scene was ethereal yet permeated with an unsettling aura. Suddenly, Lulu clutched her head, screaming in agony. Blood seeped from her eyes and ears, dripping like glass marbles, scattering in all directions. The distant white stars gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, elongating into slender shapes. Eyes with black pupils emerging from the center fixating on the suspended figure of Lulu. Then, a low, incoherent voice resonated from afar. Chaotic and resembling a language, yet Su Taiyu could not comprehend it. Upon hearing this sound, Lulu's expression twisted in further torment, her nails raking bloody scratches across her skin. Abruptly, Lulu's face filled Su Taiyu's entire field of vision. Evolution is a deception. Chapter 36, Cycle of Tragedy, a life spent in the ensuing days. Su Taiyu remained in the vehicle, perusing forums in search of clues regarding Lulu, yet to no avail. The enigmatic dream he experienced lingered in his mind. Its significance eluding him. 3 days of respite vanished in an instant. One morning, Su Taiyu awoke to find a blood-stained ticket quietly resting beside his pillow. A new mission was about to commence. The destinations inscribed on the tickets of Zhang Wanjun and Kaka aligned with Su Taiyu's, indicating yet another group endeavor. The trio approached Car Zero, preparing to disembark. As the doors swung open, a thin mist wafted into the compartment. The attendant emitted a mechanical voice, announcing, "Welcome to Floating Pagoda Theater Station." One by one, they stepped out of the carriage. The attendant continued, "This journey spans 2,000 kilometers. We wish all passengers a pleasant trip and a safe return." 2,000 kilometers. Kaka quickly leaped back into the vehicle. Zhang Wanjun turned to inquire, "What's wrong?" Gasping, Kaka replied, "Do you understand the implications of a 2,000-kilometer mission?" Zhang Wanjun shook his head. Kaka, with wide eyes filled with dread, recounted, "I once endured a 1,000-kilometer mission. Out of 10 participants, I was the sole survivor, and they were all seasoned veterans with thousands of points to their names. If a 1,000-kilometer task was so perilous, how could we possibly survive this 2,000-kilometer one, especially with 2 novices like you?" Kaka held his head in his hands, his voice trembling. The attendant turned to Kaka, stating, "Please disembark, or face annihilation." Su Taiyu regarded Kaka, remarking, "In the end, we are all destined to perish. Dying together doesn't seem so lonely." Zhang Wanjun despaired and crouched down. "You may die in 2 years, but I still have so much to live for. Someone devise a plan." Su Taiyu caressed the life-preserving copper coin in his pocket, which provided him with a sense of security. The attendant urged once more, "Please disembark. I'll crush you before I die." Zhang Wanjun exclaimed as he surged back into the vehicle. Kaka intervened, stepping forward to the attendant. "I remember that we passengers can hire you as a guide to elucidate this mission. Is that truly possible?" "Having a guide would increase our chances of success," Zhang Wanjun interjected. Visibly pleased, the attendant began to articulate, "Engaging me as a guide requires a substantial price. Is it a matter of point redemption?" Zhang Wanjun inquired, counting on his fingers. "How much do we need? The 3 of us can pool our resources." "A life," the attendant concluded, and silence enveloped the space. Zhang Wanjun sighed, acknowledging the grim reality. After a moment of stillness, Kaka spoke first, "I believe sacrificing one life is preferable to all 3 of us perishing." Zhang Wanjun turned to Kaka, questioning, "What are you scheming? How can you think that way?" "I'm trying to find a way for all of us." Kaka addressed the attendant. "How many points are required to resurrect someone?" 100,000 points, came the reply. Kaka nodded, turning to Zhang Wanjun and Su Taiyu. "Did you hear that? One of you must courageously sacrifice yourselves so I can gather enough points to revive you." Zhang Wanjun applauded, shaking his head. "If I hadn't witnessed your despicable actions in the last mission, I might have believed you." Kaka inhaled deeply. "Here, I have the most points, theoretically. I am most likely to reach 100,000. You 2 novices may not even survive the next mission." Su Taiyu interjected, "So, how many points do you currently possess?" 42,000, Kaka replied. Zhang Wanjun's eyes widened. "That many? How many passengers have you killed?" Kaka shot him a glare. "I earned them through legitimate means." Su Taiyu nodded. "Proposing, in that case, share half of your points with me, and I shall pay for this life." Zhang Wanjun stared at him, bewildered. "You little pervert. I know you are to die in 2 years, but what if the future can be altered?" Su Taiyu ignored him, continuing to persuade Kaka, "Listen, I'm destined to die in 2 years, so why not invest my life here?" Kaka appeared conflicted. "If you're going to die, what good are points to you?" Su Taiyu gazed at her earnestly. "You just expressed willingness to spend 100,000 points to resurrect me. Now, I only require half of your points. It's a bargain." Kaka bit her lip, contemplating for a moment. "Fine, it's better than having no life at all." Subsequently, Kaka and Su Taiyu stood before the attendant to finalize the transaction. The attendant began to announce, "Points transfer initiated. Kaka deducts 21,000 points. Su Taiyu gains 21,000 points. Su Taiyu, do you consent to sacrifice your life for the guide service?" Su Taiyu hesitated. Kaka grew anxious. Hey, you must honor your word. Su Taiyu nodded, biting his lip, his voice quivering. I just can't bear to part with everyone. Zhang Wanjun sighed and approached Su Taiyu, patting his shoulder. Brother, I will visit your grave often. Su Taiyu grasped his hand. How I wish the three of us could collaborate and complete this mission together. But it seems there is no opportunity left. Kaka reassured him. Rest assured, after you're gone, I will join forces with Zhang Wanjun and will not betray him. Then I can rest easy. Su Taiyu inhaled deeply, composed his expression, and called out to the attendant, I agree to pay. Kaka sighed in relief. The attendant announced. Purchase of guide successful. 1 life of Su Taiyu has been deducted. A beam of light shot from the attendant's eyes, enveloping Su Taiyu. A scream echoed as Su Taiyu's skin vanished, revealing blood-soaked muscle and veins. Subsequently, the muscle dissolved, exposing his skeleton and organs. Ultimately, these two disappeared, leaving no trace of Su Taiyu's existence in this realm. Kaka patted his chest, recovering from the shock. Thank goodness it wasn't me. Zhang Wanjun waved his hands into the air. Brother, I will frequently visit your grave. The attendant began to move, striding mechanically toward the carriage door. This thing is even more unsettling in motion. Zhang Wanjun stepped aside, allowing the attendant to pass. Kaka followed, stepping out of the carriage. The guide should simulate the mission process for us. Pay close attention and learn well. Do not squander your noble brother's sacrifice. Despicable, Zhang Wanjun muttered as he exited the carriage. Suddenly, a pair of hands gripped his shoulders, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Are there others in this carriage? He thought. I'm doomed. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Wanjun's fear dissipated. Turning around, he found Su Taiyu standing there, unharmed. You didn't frighten me. That was rather dull. Friends, this scenario is complex and truly taxing on the mind. However, the reasoning is meticulous. Interested readers may delve into it, but if you simply wish to relax, feel free to skip to the next scenario. Chapter 37, Cycle of Tragedy. Kaka gazed at the copper coin in Su Taiyu's hand, his heart filled with indignation. What? A mere copper coin has swindled me out of 21,000 points? Su Taiyu tucked away that life-saving copper coin, which had already cracked in 2 places, leaving only 1 intact coin. I saved you 100,000 points, and you are still not content? Or perhaps, you never intended to resurrect me? Kaka clenched his fist. My points are of great significance. Su Taiyu smiled and nodded. Indeed, their purpose is to serve as my cash machine. Enough of the bickering now. Zhang Wanjun clasped his hands together. Ancestors, pillars of support, please let me steady myself. The eerie vehicle vanished. The three noted that the attendant was wandering off into the depths of the thick fog. Their quarrel ceased abruptly as they hurried to follow. Approaching the attendant, the fog began to dissipate. On the horizon, a streak of orange light slowly ascended. The shadows of the three were elongated by the newly risen sun. The day gradually brightened. They found themselves in a quaint little town. Su Taiyu observed that they were standing at a crossroads, where a few pedestrians lingered. However, these figures appeared frozen, as though a pause button had been pressed upon them, retaining their positions in an eerie stillness. Flanking the road were 4 dilapidated buildings. The signs indicated that these edifices were a hospital, a shrine, a school, and an office building. The exterior of these structures was in a state of decay, with dark substances clinging to the walls, resembling either blood or grime. Su Taiyu, having perused numerous horror novels, recognized these 4 locations as conventional settings employed in many tales of terror. It seemed that this mission, spanning a distance of 2,000 kilometers, was destined to be extraordinary. Suddenly, a thud shattered the silence of the street. Su Taiyu turned toward the sound to find a black notebook lying on the ground, its cover adorned with elegant penmanship, setting manuscript. At that moment, Zhang Wanjun pointed skyward. Look, something is amiss in the heavens. The 3 glanced upward. In the midst of the orange sun, a crimson eye materialized, staring intently at them, sending a shiver down Su Taiyu's spine. The clouds above rapidly shifted, eventually forming several lines of text. Mission: confront the playwright and attain victory. Item: playwright setting manuscript. Item: usage guide. Unravel the threads, dissect the narrative. Mission reminder: the duel is fair and just. A method to victory must exist. A gust of wind swept through, restoring the clouds to normalcy. In the eerie eye vanished. Su Taiyu picked up the black notebook. It appeared to be the item for this mission. He turned to the attendant. How is this used? The attendant turned to face Su Taiyu and his companions. This space is a temporal realm of tragic events crafted by the playwright. The playwright knows all secrets and manipulates all conspiracies from behind the scenes. Here, various ultimate tragedies will unfold. Each NPC character possesses a hidden dark identity. The playwright will use this setting manuscript to dictate the progression of the plot. Thus, you may reverse engineer the manuscript to observe the narrative's development and deduce the playwright's creative thought process, ultimately winning the confrontation. This mission is a battle of wits between you and the playwright, a 1v3 match. Su Taiyu perused the manuscript, pondering how to counteract. The attendant continued to explain. There are 3 cycles, each lasting 6 days. There are 2 conditions for victory. The first is that you must avoid all failure conditions and prevent the tragedy in the current cycle. The second is that if you can deduce the dark identities of all NPCs by the end of the 3 cycles, you will also achieve victory. Do you understand? Zhang Wanjun shook his head vigorously. I do not comprehend. No problem. The attendant will guide us through a simulation shortly. Su Taiyu opened the manuscript, which contained numerous rules. Settings, main plot lines, subplots, events, NPC characters, and dark identities were densely packed within. After reviewing these rules, Su Taiyu felt overwhelmed. Thank goodness he had brought her along as a tour guide. Otherwise, he would have perished without grasping the rules. Footsteps approached. Su Taiyu scanned the surroundings. The pedestrians remained motionless, like puppets frozen in place. Kakaka and Zhang Wanjun quietly moved to stand behind the attendant. Kakaka rested a hand on the attendant's shoulder. After spending a significant amount of points, you must protect us. The attendant opened and closed her mouth. The tour guide only provides answers. Su Taiyu tilted his head, noticing a fleeting black shadow at the end of the street. A figure donned in a black hat, its hands glimmering with silver light. Hey, who's there? Su Taiyu called out to the shadow, which did not halt, weaving through the street before disappearing amidst the crowd of pedestrians. That individual is the playwright. The attendant responded promptly. Zhang Wanjun nodded silently. This entity truly only provides answers. Su Taiyu tossed the setting manuscript to Zhang Wanjun and, recalling the path he had just seen, set off in pursuit of the shadow. This mission is a confrontation. The opponent should not actively harm anyone. The rules are too complex to understand fully. If I can find him and inquire directly, it should ease things a bit. Zhang Wanjun grasped the manuscript. Be careful. Su Taiyu tightened his grip on the life-saving copper coin at his waist and dashed through the unmoving pedestrians toward the location where the shadow had vanished. As he ran, an unsettling feeling crept over him. It was as if the still figures around him were taking deep breaths. He sensed a hand grasping his collar. Su Taiyu slowly turned to find a girl, appearing like a statue, with her mouth slightly ajar and fingers clutching his neck. Su Taiyu steadied his breath, fixating on her. The girl remained as still as a statue. Releasing a sigh of relief, he extricated his collar and began to turn away, only to suddenly notice a tear trickling from the girl's eye. Are you alive? Su Taiyu surveyed his surroundings, his heart tightening. The eyes of the pedestrians turned toward him, each one fixated upon him, their mouths slightly parted as if attempting to convey something. Su Taiyu began to retreat cautiously, observing every lip movement. No need to look further. They wish to inform you. You must win the match. Otherwise, in the next round, you will end up like them. A man's voice echoed from behind. Su Taiyu spun around, catching only a fleeting glimpse of the playwright, who vanished against the wall of a building. The pedestrians suddenly regained their mobility. The girl tugged at Su Taiyu's arm. Take us away, please. As Su Taiyu opened his mouth to respond, he noticed a gash forming on the girl's face. Immediately following, a second and third appeared. Her visage resembled a page being turned, revealing her tongue, nasal cavity, and brain matter within. What is happening? Su Taiyu frowned at the girl. He watched as her tongue writhed within the pages. He has crafted me. Subsequently, the girl's face returned to normal, but a number appeared above her head. Crafting value, 2. Before Su Taiyu could fully process this, the young girl cradled her head with both hands, resolutely determined to prevail. With a sudden snap, she twisted her head a full 180 degrees, subsequently collapsing to the ground. Blood splattered beneath Su Taiyu's eyes. Chapter 38, Cycle of Tragedy. Simulated duel as the pedestrians around him fell one by one, each meeting a bizarre fate. Su Taiyu trudged towards Zhang Wanjun and the others. This situation was markedly different. The rules of this lethal game were exceedingly peculiar. Su Taiyu reclaimed the manuscript of settings from Zhang Wanjun. These unfortunate souls might well be our next fate. We must decipher the rules of this game. Kaka nodded and turned to the attendant, urging, quick, tell us everything you know. The attendant spread his arms, gesturing towards the 4 buildings beside the intersection, a hospital, a school, a shrine, and an office building. The narrative unfolds within these four scenes. Before the duel commences, the playwright selects one main storyline and one or two subplots based on his vision. However, you remain oblivious to the specific plots chosen by the playwright. Each plot requires a particular, hidden identity to manifest in order to be fulfilled. Su Taiyu caressed the manuscript, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. We need to ascertain what plots have transpired, then deduce which hidden identities are involved, correlating them with the NPC characters. It seems rather straightforward. Kaka scratched his head. You two are speaking too quickly. I'm still trying to comprehend. The attendant continued, indeed. Each NPC possesses only one hidden identity, which cannot be duplicated. NPCs without an assigned hidden identity are referred to as civilians. Each NPC character has three values hovering above their heads: friendliness, anxiety, and narrative value. The opposing parties manipulate these values to influence the NPC characters, thereby altering the course of the narrative. Su Taiyu inhaled deeply. Recalling the visage of the girl before her untimely demise, her head adorned with 2 points of narrative value. If such a value were to manifest upon himself, would he not also meet a similarly strange end? Having witnessed the narrative value, he pondered the potential effects of anxiety and friendliness. How complex. Su Taiyu sighed. He then turned to Kaka and Zhang Wanjun, whose eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of mountain springs, an untainted beauty unmarred by knowledge. Kaka blinked, exclaiming, "You've rambled on so much, and I understood none of it." Kaka then turned to Zhang Wanjun. Zhang Wanjun flexed his arms, revealing broad shoulders. "All my nutrients have gone into muscle, leaving my brain somewhat lacking," he remarked. "I doubt it's just us who don't comprehend. The readers might struggle too." Su Taiyu regarded Zhang Wanjun quizzically. "What readers?" "I mean the playwright's audience. With a story this convoluted, will they understand anything?" Su Taiyu pressed his lips together. "We must have faith in the intelligence of the audience." He perused the manuscript once more, continuing, "I grasp a bit more now. Each NPC character possesses varying degrees of friendliness. I believe we should first attempt to engage with these characters and see what unfolds." Kaka rubbed his head. "Is that reliable? Is that how we play this?" The attendant interjected, "As your guide for this journey, I will simulate a session to familiarize you with the rules and gameplay." No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Taiyu felt the ground beneath him soften, the street undulating like waves. At the moment of collapse, he was enveloped by an expanse of darkness. Struggling to his feet, he could see only Kaka and Zhang Wanjun within this space. Zhang Wanjun stood up and surveyed the surroundings. "Where are we? Is the attendant going to trap us?" "This is a spatial gap," the attendant's voice echoed from above. "Before the cycle commences, you may remain here to strategize. Naturally, the playwright can hear your discussions. In this simulation, I will assume the role of the playwright and oppose you. The official duel consists of 3 cycles, each lasting 6 days. This simulation is designed for you to become acquainted with the rules, thus it has been simplified to one cycle lasting only 2 days." As the attendant concluded, the dark expanse transformed into 4 black curtains. With a dramatic flourish, the curtains parted, revealing that the 3 had arrived in a hospital ward. On the bed lay a young patient who bore the appearance of a student. Above him floated 3 values: inpatient, friendliness, 0, anxiety, 0, narrative value, 0. Beside the patient were 2 students, a boy and a girl, both carrying backpacks and sharing the same values of 0. Kaka leaned closer to Su Taiyu. "The nurses in the corridor lack values. Those with values must be the NPCs we are to engage with." Su Taiyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there must be other NPCs. We need to deduce their hidden identities." Zhang Wanjun approached the patient without hesitation, pulling back the covers and gripping the 4-needle. "What is your hidden identity? Speak, or I shall end you." Taken aback, Su Taiyu and Kaka could hardly react. The patient shook his head. "What are you saying? I don't understand." At that moment, a doctor approached, also an NPC with values above his head. "Release my patient. Otherwise, I shall call the authorities." Su Taiyu quickly intervened, pulling Zhang Wanjun away. "My apologies. I'm taking my friend to the psychiatric ward." With that, he pushed Zhang Wanjun towards the exit. Zhang Wanjun, confused, asked, "Why do we need to guess? We could just ask them directly." Kaka shot him a glare. If brute force could yield answers, this task wouldn't be rated at a difficulty of 2,000 kilometers. Nodding, Zhang Wanjun conceded, "I acted rashly." The doctor inspected the 4 drip and addressed the 2 students. "The patient requires rest. You should return to school. Be cautious over the next 2 days and refrain from venturing outside." Upon hearing this, the trio halted, concealing themselves at the door to eavesdrop. The doctor continued. The Shrine Maiden has foretold that a butterfly effect event will occur today, followed by a murder event tomorrow. Although I adhere to scientific principles, our town has witnessed too many peculiar occurrences. Thank you, doctor, the two students replied as they departed the ward, leaving only the doctor and the patient behind. Zhang Wanjun poked Su Taiyu. Could these two events be the tragedies we must prevent? Su Taiyu shook his head. Not necessarily. If these events do not correspond to our failure conditions, we need not intervene. Instead, we might utilize these events as clues for our deductions. Zhang Wanjun scratched his head. Fine, I want to overthink it. At that moment, a man in a suit passed by, his values also floating at 0. Kaka counted on his fingers, including that Shrine Maiden. We encountered 7 characters. It's overwhelming. How are we to deduce their hidden identities? The attendant's voice resonated through the corridor speaker. Public information has been provided. On the first day, a butterfly effect event will occur, followed by a murder event on the second day. The NPC characters present are the doctor, the inpatient, the Shrine Maiden, a staff member, a male student, and a female student. There is one main storyline and 2 subplots, while the hidden identities remain undisclosed. Earlier, I shared with you the prerequisites for a successful confrontation, and I trust that you have not forgotten them. Su Taiyu nodded. It is imperative to evade the conditions for failure or to accurately deduce all concealed dark identities. Indeed. The voice of the attendant gradually grew louder. Now, we shall officially embark on the first day of the confrontation. Are you prepared? Chapter 39, Cycle of Tragedy. The 3 staff members exited the hospital, their expressions tense, and returned to the crossroads. The bell tolled. The announcer continued with the broadcast, heralding the events to come. Today marked the first day of the cycle, and a butterfly effect event was imminent. Next, the time points for each day were introduced. At dawn, the discussion phase commenced. In the morning, the action phase unfolded, which was further divided into 4 categories: operational friendliness, operational anxiety levels, operational writing, and operational movement of NPCs. The afternoon signified the ability usage phase, where playwrights could utilize their powers, and NPCs' friendly abilities could also be employed. In the evening, the event occurred, followed by the nightly round settlement phase. The announcer continued with the broadcast. The action phase has begun. Please commence your actions. By now, the sun had fully risen, illuminating the entire street. Zhang Wanjun frowned. I still don't quite understand. Regardless of your understanding, we must act first, Kaka urged, cracking his knuckles and stretching. Su Taiyu flipped through the script and stated, each character has different levels of friendliness. We need to reach their friendliness thresholds in order to utilize their friendly abilities. Therefore, I propose that during the action phase, we split up to strategize with those characters. Mentioning the idea of splitting up, Zhang Wanjun hesitated. In horror films, splitting up usually leads to dire consequences. Kaka pinched Zhang Wanjun's arm. You're quite muscular, he teased. This is a simulation, and during the action phase, there shouldn't be any dangerous occurrences. Zhang Wanjun nodded. Then I'll head to the school. It seems safer. Kaka headed towards the hospital. See you in the afternoon. At this point, only the shrine and the office building remained. Su Taiyu chose the office building and entered. The interior of the office building exuded a sense of age, reminiscent of early 2000s decor. There were no windows, and the tightly clustered offices resembled a labyrinth. The yellowed wallpaper and low ceilings emanated a musty odor. Old-fashioned computers adorned the desks, their bulky monitors displaying nothing but flickering static. Su Taiyu sifted through the script. The birthplace of the staff character was within this office building, and this character possessed a unique ability. Upon reaching a friendliness score of 3, they would reveal their hidden identity. The ultimate goal was to deduce all hidden identities to achieve victory. Thus, Su Taiyu was eager to locate this staff member. However, the eerie atmosphere suggested he might be alone. Suddenly, Su Taiyu heard the sound of keyboard typing. Following the noise, he arrived at a spacious conference table. In the center of the room sat a young man in a suit, appearing to be around 26 years old. He was hunched over his computer, scratching his head in frustration. Su Taiyu approached him, and a series of data appeared above the man's head. Staff, friendliness, 0-3 anxiety level, 0-2 writing level, 0. Upon seeing this data, Su Taiyu realized he had found the right person. Next, he needed to strategize to increase his friendliness. Hey, do you need assistance? Su Taiyu inquired. The staff member pointed at the computer screen. If I solve this problem, I can get promoted, but I just can't figure it out. Su Taiyu looked up at the screen, which displayed 2 rows of 6 boxes, each containing a number, with the last box showing a question mark. 13524. The prompt read, "What should the question mark be, if not 6? Su Taiyu tilted his head, thinking math problems are not my forte. The staff member stared at the numeric keypad, pleading, "Please help me. If you ever need anything, I will assist you." If it's not 6, what could it be? Su Taiyu felt compelled to analyze the pattern. 1315. For the second row. Could it be 2428? Could the question mark be 8? He hovered his hand over the number 8 on the keyboard, preparing to press it. If he answered incorrectly, dire consequences could ensue. The staff member watched him intently. Su Taiyu quickly withdrew his hand. It couldn't be that simple. He continued to scrutinize the problem. The question does not specify that the question mark must be a number. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he turned to the staff member. The prompt is a trap, steering us towards numerical answers. Therefore, the question mark can be anything. Su Taiyu scanned the keyboard and finally pressed the letter R. The staff member looked puzzled. Why R? Su Taiyu explained, "It's the gear shift for a car." R stands for reverse. The computer screen flickered. Correct answer, congratulations on your promotion. The staff member joyfully stood from his chair. Su Taiyu observed the staff member's friendliness score change from 0-3 to 1-3. With 2 more points needed, he could activate his ability to assist. Su Taiyu glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still some time left. "Is there anything else you need help with?" The staff member shut down the computer. "Accompany me to the manager's office for my report." Subsequently, the staff member led the way as they traversed the musty corridor towards the distant manager's office. As Su Taiyu walked, he felt an unsettling chill, as if he could smell blood. "I have a question. Why is it that in such a large office building you are the only one here?" The staff member replied, "Because they were all promoted." Su Taiyu nodded, somewhat understanding. Upon reaching the manager's office, the door swung open, and they stepped inside. The office was lavishly decorated, with a massive glass wall directly opposite the entrance. Through the glass, Su Taiyu could see a multitude of employees densely packed in the office behind it, all seated in a synchronized manner, typing away like automatons. A man clad in a finely tailored suit sat with his back to them, eating. This must be the general manager. Slowly, he turned around, revealing a face covered in thick fur and sharp fangs. Su Taiyu was astonished to discover that the general manager was, in fact, a gorilla. The staff member approached the gorilla. The gorilla pulled out a scalpel from his pocket. "Congratulations, young man. Are you ready for the promotion ceremony?" The gorilla spoke. Su Taiyu barely had time to process this revelation when he noticed a pile of pale remnants on the plate the gorilla had just eaten from. Su Taiyu's heart raced in horror. "Is that brain matter?" The gorilla, scalpel in hand, steadily approached the staff member. Su Taiyu, sensing danger, immediately intervened. "What are you planning to do, gorilla?" The gorilla replied nonchalantly, "How can they bear the fact that their boss is not human without removing some of their brains?" Chapter 40, Cycle of Tragedy. The rumormonger cold sweat beaded on the employee's forehead as he gazed down at his hands, which cradled the bloodied gorilla's head. Su Taiyu wiped the remnants of blood from his hands onto the employee's clothing. Why should one sacrifice oneself for a boss who is less than human? He overturned the table in frustration. The employee watched him as the data above his head updated once more. Friendship level, 2-3. The bell tolled again, announcing the voice of the attendant. The action phase of the day has concluded. Su Taiyu observed the friendship value hovering above the employee's head. Just 1 more point was needed to activate the ability. He waved at the employee, saying, "I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again." Exiting the office building, Su Taiyu found himself at the previous intersection, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Zhang Wanjun and Kaka were already waiting for him. Upon his return, Zhang Wanjun wore an expression of triumph. The voice of the attendant rang out once more, announcing the results of the actions taken. Employee's friendship level, 2. Now standing at 2-3. Female student's friendship level, 2. Now at 2-2. Hearing this, Su Taiyu gave Zhang Wanjun a thumbs up. "Well done. Just a little help." "Nothing grand," Zhang Wanjun replied with a smile. The attendant continued to report. Male student's unease level, 1. Now at 1-2. School scene creation value, 1. Now at 1. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanjun waved his hands nervously. "That was Timmy." The attendant clarified, "This is the result of the playwright's actions, including Kaka's attempt to have the doctor leave the hospital scene. The playwright also took relevant actions, causing Kaka's efforts to fail." Kaka nodded. "Listen, I did not slack off." As the bell chimed, the afternoon progressed. It is now the ability activation phase, beginning with the playwright. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the male student's unease level has risen by 1, now at 2-2. Zhang Wanjun scratched his head. What ability was activated? Is the playwright concealing their used ability? Indeed, replied the attendant. You three protagonists must deduce through reasoning. At this moment, Su Taiyu flipped through his manuscript notebook, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The attendant inquired, protagonist. What thoughts do you have regarding the current situation? Su Taiyu turned to the section on hidden identities and remarked, I believe I am beginning to understand. This stage is the playwright's ability activation phase, and the only two hidden identities that can manipulate the unease level are rumormonger and instability factor. Kaka's eyes sparkled with interest. This is intriguing. So this is how it works. She snatched the manuscript to study the rules and abilities of these two hidden identities. The rumormonger can increase the unease level of any character in the scene by 1 during the playwright's ability activation phase. The instability factor grants the character the ability of the rumormonger when the school has a creation value of 2 points. Kaka then gazed at the school building. The attendant just mentioned that the school only had 1 creation value, thus ruling out the instability factor. Therefore, the playwright must have activated the rumormonger ability. Su Taiyu nodded. The rumormonger ability can only be used on characters within the same scene, and it is not excluded from being used on oneself. Thus, within the school scene, both the male and female students could potentially be the rumormonger. Su Taiyu reclaimed the manuscript. Now that it was confirmed that the rumormonger existed in the scene, he continued his analysis. He flipped to the section detailing the main and side plot lines. The rumormonger only appeared in the side plot's friend circle, rumors abound, and illusions of a viral outbreak. Kaka clapped her hands. Fascinating. From a single phenomenon, we can deduce so much information. Zhang Wanjun, sitting on the ground, mused, if this mission is successful. The first thing I will do upon returning to the eerie vehicle is exchange points for intelligence, no matter the cost. The attendant continued to report. The playwright has finished using their abilities. Now it is your turn, the 3 protagonists. If the friendship level of a protagonist reaches the specified threshold, they may utilize the abilities of the character. At this moment, Zhang Wanjun sprang to his feet. Using the female student's ability, I maxed out her friendship level. When I left, her friendship level was 2-2. Su Taiyu flipped to the character section to check the female student's ability. Remove 1 point of unease from another student in the same scene. Perfect. The male student's unease level was 2-2, having reached its critical point. If he were the subject of the incident, a full unease level would trigger the event. Kaka nodded in agreement. She then looked up and shouted at the sky, activate the female student's ability to remove 1 point of unease from the male student. The attendant fell silent for 2 seconds. Activation failed. What? Kaka exclaimed in confusion. Su Taiyu was equally baffled. But the friendship level was met. How could it fail? The attendant explained it is not related to the friendship level. It pertains to the characteristics of hidden identities. Su Taiyu, still puzzled, continued to flip through the manuscript to examine the hidden identity section. Oh, I see. Hidden identities like assassin, mastermind, and instability factor possess the ability to disregard friendship characteristics. Zhang Wanjun rubbed his head in frustration. After all my efforts to build up 2 points of friendship, it's all gone to waste. Not entirely wasted, Su Taiyu analyzed. At the very least, we have discerned that this female student's hidden identity is not of a benevolent nature. Furthermore, we know she is not the rumormonger, as the rumormonger lacks identity characteristics. Therefore, the rumormonger must be the male student himself. Kaka applauded. Impressive. With this, we have confirmed the hidden identity of a character. The sun had descended in the sky, resembling a ripe tomato hanging above. The bell tolled once more. The attendant continued. The ability activation phase has concluded. We now enter the event occurrence phase. According to forecasts, a butterfly effect event will transpire today. Kaka lamented. Oh no, I completely overlooked this. We must find a way to prevent this event from happening. Zhang Wanjun questioned. The attendant stated that these events are not the ultimate tragedies, but merely part of the narrative. They do not necessarily need to be prevented, so why the urgency? Kaka seized the manuscript from Su Taiyu's hands. Because the butterfly effect event is related to the failure conditions. She flipped to the main plot section, pointing at the narrative of changing the future. Failure condition, triggering the butterfly effect during this cycle. If this event occurs, the cycle will fail, leading to a tragedy that alters the future. We must find a way to stop it. I wonder if there is still time. Kaka gazed at Su Taiyu, hoping he would offer a solution. Su Taiyu appeared utterly relaxed. Rest assured, the event known as the butterfly effect will not occur. Chapter 41. Cycle of Tragedy. The murderous Dr. Zhang Wanjun expressed his confusion. How can you be so certain? Su Taiyu explained. The crew member revealed that the individual involved in the butterfly effect incident is a female student. The triggering condition for the event requires her to be alive and her anxiety level to reach a critical point. Currently, the female student's anxiety level is 0-3. She is emotionally stable and will not instigate any incident. Zhang Wanjun nodded, understanding the precariousness of the situation. The crew member added, since this is a simulation, I disclosed the identity of the incident participant before we began. However, in the formal confrontation, this would have required deduction. The crew member continued to announce. As we enter the event phase, nothing has occurred, and night is approaching. The clock chimed once again, signaling the darkness that enveloped the street where the three stood. Illuminated now by streetlights, night had fallen, ushering in the round settlement phase. Kaka yawned, stating, this phase should be relatively uneventful, much like the beginning. Just as Kaka finished speaking, a chilling scream pierced the air. Is there danger? Zhang Wanjun immediately became alert. Kaka looked up towards the hospital, identifying the source of the sound. Zhang Wanjun nodded. Something has happened. Lead us to investigate. Kaka guided the two into the hospital, conversing as they walked. This hospital has two NPCs, a doctor and a patient. I hope the patient, a handsome young man, remains unharmed. Upon arriving at the ward, they found the room shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Su Taiyu faintly discerned the sound of dripping water, accompanied by the distinct metallic scent of blood pervasive in the eerie domain. I have a foreboding feeling, he remarked. Kaka reached out, finding the switch on the wall, and flicked the lights on. A pool of bright red blood lay on the pristine hospital bed, droplets falling from above, creating ripples. The patient was suspended from the ceiling fan, his intestines grotesquely exposed. Above the deceased's head, a string of data read, friendship level, 0, anxiety level, 0. Compilation value, 0. Despite their accustomedness to corpses within this bizarre realm, the brutality of this death rendered them momentarily speechless. My handsome young man, Kaka exclaimed in despair. Zhang Wanjun surveyed the surroundings with trepidation. What has transpired? How could such a calamity occur just as the round is concluding? He picked up a stool, holding it defensively. This eerie domain couldn't possibly harbor a ghost, could it? Su Taiyu perused his notes. I found it, the murderous one, during the round's conclusion. If only one character remains in the same scene with him, then the murderous one will commence his slaughter. Turning to Kaka, Su Taiyu continued, in this hospital scene, there are only two NPC characters, the doctor and this patient. Thus, the doctor's hidden identity must be that of the murderous one. Kaka nodded in agreement. Indeed. I sensed something was amiss with him upon my arrival this morning. Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from behind the trio. Are you the family members of the patient? Kaka straightened, recognizing the voice belonged to the doctor. Why haven't you gone home this late? The doctor approached, his hair slicked back. Yet his white coat was stained crimson. His displayed data read, friendship level, 0, anxiety level, 0, compilation value, 0. Kaka and Zhang Wanjun were so horrified that words escaped them. The doctor approached the body of the patient, caressing the suspended corpse. The patient suffered from intestinal obstruction. Simply straightening the intestines will alleviate the blockage. He then produced a bloodied saw from his coat, fixating his gaze on Kaka. Kaka forced a smile. Doctor, do you remember me? We met this morning. The doctor replied, you seem pale and breathless. Is your heart troubled? Kaka stammered incoherently. Su Taiyu interjected. What is this? Do you want to stay for a consultation? Kaka protested. I'm not unwell. Zhang Wanjun scratched his head in confusion. So, are you ill or not? Su Taiyu abruptly switched off the light. If you don't flee, you truly are unwell. Su Taiyu was the first to dash from the ward, followed closely by Kaka. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wanjun dragged the bed to the doorway, obstructing the doctor's path to buy them some time. As they fled, Su Taiyu continued to analyze his notes. There are two side missions requiring the murderous one to appear, the hidden murderous one and delusional virus expansion. The latter mentions that if a civilian's anxiety reaches 3 points, they will transform into the murderous one. We observed earlier that the doctor's anxiety level is 0, confirming that the playwright chose the path of the hidden murderous one. Zhang Wanjun was incredulous. As expected of you, you little weirdo. Even in such a dire situation, you can still deduce. Su Taiyu nodded. When the beloved or suitor hidden identities perish, special circumstances arise. Since nothing occurred following this patient's demise, we can eliminate these two identities. Additionally, he does not possess the immortal trait of a time traveler. With that, the trio returned to the crossroads. Finding the doctor had not pursued them, Kaka yawned again. Today has been quite productive. We confirmed that the hidden identity of the male student is the rumormonger. The doctor's hidden identity is the murderous one, The voice of the crew member resounded. The first day has concluded. Please rest and prepare for the second day. Subsequently, the road and buildings vanished, plunging the three once more into darkness as they entered the spatial rift. Hours later, the clock chimed again. The three awoke, yawning. The crew member's voice echoed. First cycle, second day. Armed with the experience from the previous day, the trio swiftly embarked on their actions for the day. Su Taiyu entered the office building, assisting staff in organizing the office, resulting in an increase in friendship level by 1. The staff's friendship level was now 3-3. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanjun was assigned a special task to prevent the playwright from altering the school scene. The previous day, the playwright had incremented the compilation value of the school scene. Although Zhang Wanjun was unaware of the implications of this value, he knew it spelled trouble, potentially linked to failure conditions. As he wandered the schoolyard, he suddenly noticed a patch of white on the previously red track. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a corner of the plastic track had been lifted, revealing a massive book page underneath. One letter was the size of a person. Even Zhang Wanjun, with his typically thick skin, realized that the playwright was employing this method to script the school scene. Swiftly, he pressed the lifted corner down and lay upon it, intending to thwart the playwright's efforts. Meanwhile, Kaka printed out a medical record, luring the murderous doctor out of the hospital. The action phase concluded rapidly, and the trio reconvened at the crossroads. The crew member announced the results of their actions. Staff friendship level increased by 1, reaching 3-3. The doctor had exited the hospital and arrived at the school. Kaka gasped, this twisted playwright has brought the murderous one to the school. The playwright continued to broadcast. The playwright faced obstruction in the compilation of the school scene. Su Taiyu nodded at Zhang Wanjun. You are truly reliable, he remarked. Zhang Wanjun patted his chest confidently. Leave everything to me. I assure you it will be handled. The bell tolled, and the announcement continued. The action phase has concluded. We now enter the ability utilization phase. For reasons unknown, the school scene was recompiled once more. The compilation value for the school scene reached 2. Zhang Wanjun's eyes widened in realization. I knew it. My efforts this time were in vain. Su Taiyu consoled Zhang Wanjun. This is a positive development. Chapter 42, Cycle of Tragedy. Intriguing reasoning. Su Taiyu perused the manuscript. The playwright, in the phase of ability utilization, had augmented the narrative value of the school setting. As customary, we could deduce some information from this clue. The manuscript indicated that 2 conditions could increase the narrative value during the phase of ability utilization. The first was the subplot titled Rumors Abound. The second was the ability of the dark identity mastermind. Zhang Wanjun gazed at the school. The male student served as the rumormonger, while the doctor played the role of the murderer. Could the female student's dark identity be the mastermind? No. Su Taiyu shook his head. At present, we cannot ascertain which condition the playwright employed. The voice of the attendant resonated once more. The playwright's ability had concluded. And now it was your turn to employ your abilities, Su Taiyu proclaimed. The staff's friendliness had reached its peak. I choose to activate his ability. Kaka snatched the manuscript, scrutinizing the settings inscribed upon it. The staff's ability was to reveal his dark identity. It remained uncertain whether this activation would succeed this time. Attendant, the ability has been successfully activated. A man emerged from the office building. Su Taiyu recognized him as the staff member. The staff approached Su Taiyu and expressed gratitude for the assistance over the past 2 days. I have come to disclose my true identity. I am your friend. With that, the staff returned to the office building. Kaka fixated on the manuscript. The friend was a dark identity that led to failure upon death. Fortunately, the murderous doctor had not ventured into the office building. The bell chimed. Attendant, the next phase is the occurrence of events. The following day, the anticipated event is the murder incident. Kaka returned the manuscript to Su Taiyu. In the murder incident, the involved party would kill the characters present in the same scene. Su Taiyu snapped his fingers and headed towards the school. Currently, the only character exceeding the threshold of unease was the male student. If the murder incident were to unfold, he would be the only possible perpetrator. Let us witness the unfolding drama. All right, Kaka followed suit. It was now dark. Do we truly intend to go? Although Zhang Wanjun felt trepidation, he still tagged along. Upon entering the school, the trio observed that one classroom remained illuminated. Zhang Wanjun led the others upstairs to the classroom corridor, where they crouched beneath the window to peer inside. Only the male student and the doctor occupied the room. The male student inquired of the doctor, Is my deskmate all right? The doctor replied, He will be discharged soon. The male student looked up. May I learn medicine from you? The doctor smiled, Of course, but you must attend medical school and read countless books. The doctor's smile abruptly faded as he looked down, discovering a gleaming compass lodged in his heart. The doctor, perplexed, furrowed his brow and mumbled incoherently. The male student wiped his hands. I wish to learn surgery from you. I want to ascertain whether your heart is black. The doctor glared at the male student before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The voice of the attendant echoed. The murder incident had transpired. The event phase concluded, and they now transitioned into the round settlement phase. The trio exited the teaching building and walked towards the intersection. Zhang Wanjuan's heart raced. The murderer had been slain. This town truly was fraught with peril. Ordinary events were already so terrifying. One could only imagine the nature of the ultimate tragedy. Zhang Wanjun shivered at the thought. The three arrived safely at the intersection. Kaka shouted to the sky. The round has concluded. Does this mean our simulation is finished? Have we triumphed? As Kaka spoke, her voice suddenly halted. She sensed the ground beginning to tremble. What was happening? Su Taiyu noticed a golden line appearing on the road beneath his feet, stretching all the way to the end of the street. Looking around, he saw countless golden lines enveloping the entire town. A deafening noise erupted. The golden lines vanished. Su Taiyu observed the distant hill gradually lowering. Is the entire town levitating? Su Taiyu scrutinized the sky, where a massive puppet-like face became increasingly distinct. The bell tolled. The voice of the attendant re-emerged. You have triggered a failure condition. The ultimate tragedy has occurred. Darkness engulfed them. The trio found themselves once more in a pitch-black void. Zhang Wanjun, still shaken, questioned, what just happened? Why did we suddenly fail? Su Taiyu sifted through the manuscript. It must be that we triggered some failure conditions that we have yet to uncover. Kaka looked up and asked the attendant, with no subsequent cycles, does this outcome signify that we have all failed? Attendant, you have not lost yet. You still have the final showdown. The final showdown represents the protagonist's last opportunity for a counterattack in the face of an unavoidable tragedy. The true reasoning begins now. Identifying all characters' dark identities will determine your victory. Zhang Wanjun nodded. I shall refrain from meddling in the reasoning aspect. I entrust that to both of you. Kaka furrowed her brow. The known dark identity information includes that the male student is the rumor-monger, the doctor is the murderer, and the staff is a friend. Beyond that, the dark identities of the female student, witch, and patient remain undetermined. How do we deduce this? Su Taiyu responded. Let us identify all the dark identities present and match them accordingly. Starting from the recent failure, we certainly triggered some failure conditions that led to our defeat at the end of the round. We must first clarify this. Su Taiyu flipped through the manuscript, checking each detail. Aha! Our failure this time is connected to the time traveler dark identity. The accompanying rule states, when the round concludes, if the friendliness of that character is less than 2, the protagonist fails and exits the cycle. This implies that among the NPCs present, there exists a time traveler dark identity. Continuing the deduction, the main storyline featuring the time traveler revolves around changing the future. This main storyline also introduces another dark identity, that of the heretic, Kaka exclaimed. Now we have identified both the main storyline and the two subplots selected by the playwright. The main storyline is changing the future, while the subplots are rumors abound, featuring the rumormonger and the lurking murderer involving the murderer. Thus, we can ascertain all the dark identities present, the rumormonger, the murderer, the heretic, the friend, and the time traveler. Among these 6 characters, 5 possess dark identities, leaving one as an ordinary civilian. Zhang Wanjun listened, bewildered. Kaka paused momentarily and inquired, however, the dark identities still include the heretic and the time traveler. We must match these two with the patient, witch, and female student. How do we proceed with the pairing? Su Taiyu replied, based on the characteristics of the identities. Kaka suddenly grasped the concept, seizing the manuscript. The heretic's identity characteristic, disregard for friendliness. At present, only the female student has reached the required level of friendliness but has nonetheless rejected us. Thus, the female student embodies the heretic. The identity characteristic of the time traveler is immortality. The patient was killed by the doctor. Thus, he cannot be the time traveler. Only the priestess can assume the role of the time traveler. The patient, in essence, is the civilian without a dark identity. After Kaka spoke, he hurled the manuscript at Su Taiyu and began to circle around, shouting, I was truly brilliant, the undisputed MVP of this mission. Su Taiyu looked up and announced the conclusion to the attendant. Our reasoning led us to the following conclusions. The female student is the cultist, the male student is the rumormonger, the doctor is the murderer, the patient is the civilian, the staff member is the friend or relative, and the priestess is the time traveler. The attendant, emitted a mechanical voice. The deduction was correct, and we achieved victory in the confrontation. Zhang Wanjun applauded, expressing the wealth of knowledge gained. Kakaka nodded in agreement. At last, I understood how to play this game. This manuscript is nothing short of a tome of secrets. However, the three of us had not the luxury of rejoicing for long. The attendant intoned in a chilling voice. The simulated confrontation has concluded. Next, you shall engage in an authentic contest. 3 cycles, each lasting 6 days. In this true confrontation, the conditions for failure include the death of the protagonists, that is, the 3 of you. Chapter 43, Tragedy Reincarnation. The official showdown commenced. This round of confrontation spanned 6 days and 3 cycles. The announcement of the official duel echoed through the temporal rift. Su Taiyu swallowed hard. For the rules were intricate, and he was still somewhat unfamiliar. He was uncertain whether he could prevail in this task contest. The voice of the attendant continued to broadcast in the air, indicating that they had 3 opportunities to unravel the ultimate tragedy. Following that, a forecast of events was revealed. On the first day, the spreading incident would occur. However, the following days, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th would pass without incident. Yet, on the 5th day, a hospital accident would transpire. Upon hearing this, Su Taiyu immediately retrieved his manuscript and flipped to the section concerning events. The hospital accident was related to the scripting value. If the playwright did not script the hospital scene, nothing would occur. With a scripting value of 1, all characters in the hospital would perish. With 2 or more, the protagonist, namely, themselves, would also meet their demise. Kaka took a deep breath. Their death would result in the immediate failure of this cycle. It was imperative to prevent the scripting value of the hospital scene from reaching 2 points. Zhang Wanjun nodded fervently. The attendant's voice reappeared, stating that on the 6th day, the hospital accident would also occur. This was the forecasted incidents. The characters were announced. Doctor. Birthplace, hospital. Friendly ability to increase or decrease a character's anxiety value. Another friendly ability allows hospitalized patients to leave the hospital. Hospitalized patient. Birthplace, hospital. No friendly abilities. Shrine Maiden. Birthplace, shrine. Friendly ability to remove 1 point of scripting value from the shrine. May reveal the dark identity of a character in the scene, usable once per cycle. Young lady. Birthplace, school. Friendly ability to increase the friendliness of another character in the same scene by 1 point, limited to school and office buildings. Reporter. Birthplace, office building. Friendly ability to increase anxiety and scripting values. Intelligent AI. Birthplace, office building. Friendly ability to substitute for the playwright in handling event effects, thus retaining control in the hands of the protagonist. During this duel, there may be instances of additional characters being introduced. The public information concluded. Su Taiyu called out to the attendant, asking if, as their guide in this formal duel, they could provide some assistance. The duel must be fair and just, without any possibility of cheating. The attendant's voice was frigid. Su Taiyu lowered his head. Suddenly, he noticed several cards appearing in his hand. They included 1 friendly 1, 1 anxiety 1, 3 friendly 2, 3 anxiety -1, 1 ban on scripting, 2 moves, and 3 bans on movement. Su Taiyu examined the cards. Could these be utilized during the action phase? Indeed, the attendant explained. To enable you to focus more on strategy, these cards can be used during the action phase to control NPCs, with each individual permitted to use only 1 card at a time. The number of cards resets at the start of each day. Of course, the playwright also possesses corresponding cards, which control anxiety values, scripting values, and movements. Su Taiyu took the cards away. It was a form of assistance that had not cost them a life. The bell rang. The objective was to evade all failure conditions to prevent the ultimate tragedy or to deduce all characters' dark identities. Thus, the first cycle began, with the first day heralding the spreading incident. In the discussion phase, Su Taiyu gathered everyone's cards together, refraining from extensive strategic deployment as they were conversing in the spatial rift, where the playwright could overhear. Soon, the bell rang again. The trio arrived at the crossroads. The action phase had begun. The attendant announced that the playwright was taking action, placing action cards in the school scene, hospital scene, and on the doctor. Please commence your actions. Hearing this, Kaka produced a card and proclaimed, the last 2 days will witness the hospital accident. The playwright will undoubtedly cause trouble in the hospital. I plan to place the ban on scripting in the hospital scene. Am I clever? Kaka dashed toward the hospital, leaving Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun behind. Zhang Wanjun regarded the remaining cards. I will follow your lead. You dictate how the cards should be played. Su Taiyu perused his manuscript. The spreading event is unlikely to occur today, as the playwright will not have time to elevate the involved party's anxiety values to the critical point. We should focus on enhancing the NPC's friendliness. With that, Su Taiyu handed a friendly 2 card to Zhang Wanjun. The Shrine Maiden's friendly ability can reveal a character's dark identity, which is quite useful. The intelligent AI's friendly ability allows us to appropriate an event effect for ourselves, which is rather powerful. We can choose to commandeer the spreading event's effect, transferring 2 points of friendliness from one character to another. This is quite advantageous. Therefore, for today's actions, you will pursue the Shrine Maiden while I engage the intelligent AI. With the effectiveness of the cards, the 3 swiftly executed their actions. They navigated the action phase without incident. The bell rang. The attendant began to tally the outcomes of the day's actions. The hospital scene scripting 1 was prohibited. Kaka nodded in triumph. As clever as I am fortunate to have placed a ban on scripting in the hospital. The attendant continued to report. Scripting value in the school scene 2, Shrine Maiden's friendliness 2. Intelligent AI's friendliness 2. Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun exchanged high fives. The first day had been relatively smooth. The bell rang, signaling the onset of the ability usage phase. The attendant continued to report, we now enter the ability usage phase. For some reason, the intelligent AI's anxiety value has increased by 1. Kaka reacted swiftly. I have encountered this in simulations before. During the playwright's ability usage phase, the rumormonger dark identity possesses the ability to increase anxiety values. Therefore, among the characters present, there exists a rumormonger. Su Taiyu shook his head. The unstable factor can also acquire the rumormonger ability when the school scene's scripting value reaches 2. The playwright has inexplicably increased the scripting value in the school scene by 2 points, likely to confuse us and hinder our judgment. It's a binary choice. Kaka furrowed his brow. What a cunning playwright. Chapter 44, Cycle of Tragedy, I will surely rescue you. Due to the lack of sufficient affinity levels among the characters, Su Taiyu and his companions found themselves unable to utilize their abilities. Consequently, nothing transpired during the end phase of the round. The first cycle concluded, and the following day arrived. No unforeseen events occurred today. In the early hours of the second day of the cycle, Su Taiyu was roused from slumber by the voice of the attendant. Having grown accustomed to this routine, Su Taiyu immediately began to engage in deduction. The previous day, the doctor had been alone with the patient, while the intelligent AI had been in the company of the journalist. No fatalities had transpired. And should there be no time traveler possessing immortality among the participants in this confrontation, it could be determined that the dark identities of the 4 characters did not include a murderer. As the action phase commenced, the trio acted in unison, each playing a 1 affinity card to the witch, the doctor, and the intelligent AI respectively. Given that a hospital incident was to unfold in the final 2 days, they focused their observations within the hospital. Kaka excitedly dashed to the ward. Hello, handsome. I'm here to see you again. Upon entering the room, the patient lay languidly in bed, engrossed in a book. Noticing Su Taiyu and his companions, he promptly set the book aside. Who are you? We've come to visit you, Kaka replied, taking the patient's hand. The patient then reached for several oranges atop the bedside table and handed them to the trio. I've been ill for so long. I thought my classmates had forgotten about me. The doctor said that after 1 more surgery, I'll be well enough to return to class with everyone. At that moment, the doctor entered, confiscating the book from the patient's bedside. The patient, agitated, shouted at the doctor, "Give it back." The doctor, unhurried, replied, "You must rest properly before you can be discharged and return to school. Do not overexert yourself during the recovery phase." He then turned to Su Taiyu and his companions, saying, "You 3 are his friends, right? Please encourage him not to tire himself." Kaka nodded, but then shivered slightly, still apprehensive from the previous simulation. The action phase concluded, and the attendant tallied the results. The witch's 1 affinity became nullified by friendship prohibition. The doctor's affinity increased by 1, and his unease by 1 as well. The intelligent AI's affinity also rose by 1, with its compilation value increasing by 1. The bell tolled once more. During the ability activation phase, for reasons unknown, the journalist's unease increased by 1. The intelligent AI's affinity reached 3 points, allowing it to utilize its friendly ability. Shall we use this ability? Kaka proposed. What if we max out the doctor's affinity to ensure he cures the patient and releases him? Otherwise, he might die during the hospital incident. Su Taiyu shook his head. The intelligent AI's ability can only be used once per cycle. We must allocate it to a more valuable cause. Saving just 1 patient bears no significance, especially when he cannot provide us with any information or assistance. Kaka glared at him. How can you be so cold-hearted? Su Taiyu chuckled. With your reasoning. I truly wonder how you acquired those 40,000 points. If you find him attractive, perhaps you should stay with him. Upon hearing this, Kaka erupted in fury. Just mentioning that makes me furious. Return my 20,000 points. Not a chance, Su Taiyu replied with a serious expression. Do not even think about betraying me. In this mission, we are all in the same boat. If we fail, we will all remain here. If we wish to leave, you must heed my words. Kaka, rendered speechless, turned away, choosing silence. Zhang Wanjun dared not interject. Su Taiyu then called out to the attendant. We will not utilize the friendly ability, we shall conserve it. Shortly, the second day's round came to a close, with no events transpiring. Time progressed to the third day, drawing from the experiences of the previous 2 days. The objectives for action were now distinctly defined. The compilation of the hospital scene was to be strictly prohibited, for once its compilation value reached 2 points. It would trigger the failure condition, resulting in the demise of Su Taiyu and his companions. Additionally, they needed to continue their strategy with the witch. The playwright had placed a card prohibiting friendship on the witch the previous day, leading Su Taiyu to surmise that her dark identity must hold significant importance, otherwise there would be no need for such repeated interference. Ultimately, they aimed to increase the doctor's affinity by 2 points, allowing him to utilize his friendly ability. The attendant then calculated the actions taken. The hospital's compilation one was prohibited, and the witch's affinity one was also nullified. The doctor's affinity rose by 2 points, reaching the threshold necessary for his friendly ability to be activated, while unease increased by 1, also reaching the critical threshold. The bell rang. The next phase commenced, and the playwright's ability activated. For reasons unknown, the journalist's unease increased by 1, causing him to reach the critical unease threshold as well. Will you use your abilities? Su Taiyu perused the manuscript. With the doctor's affinity at 2 points, he could utilize his ability to adjust another character's unease value by 1 or -1 within the same scene. Kaka sighed. Well, this round, we have once again been rendered incapable of using our abilities. The doctor can only apply his friendly ability to others, and the patient's unease is already at 0. Using the doctor's ability here would be pointless. Su Taiyu pondered for a moment. I believe it can be meaningful. I choose to use the doctor's friendly ability. Kaka looked astonished. You're not actually considering giving the patient one unease, are you? Do you truly despise him that much? Su Taiyu shook his head. I intend to use the doctor's friendly ability to reduce the patient's unease by -1. Kaka was perplexed. But the patient's unease is already 0. How can it be reduced further? The attendant responded. The ability activation was successful. However, the patient's unease remains unchanged. Kaka threw up his hands, exasperated. See? I told you it was meaningless. Su Taiyu silently flipped through the manuscript. At the very least, it confirmed that the doctor did not entirely disregard the attributes of friendship, thereby eliminating the possibility of his dark identity being cultist or witch. Zhang Wanjun suddenly grasped the significance. Remarkable. No time was wasted. We can derive intelligence from nothing. The third day's round swiftly concluded, with no incidents occurring. Time moved on to the fourth day. As the round commenced, the three awoke within the rifts of space. Zhang Wanjun yawned. It's already the fourth day, and we haven't triggered any failure conditions? Does that indicate that we have been relatively successful thus far? Suddenly, the voice of the attendant grew sharp. Exit the guide. I wish you safety. What do you mean? Kaka shouted at the sky. We are only halfway through this confrontation. At that moment, a red sun rose in the sky. Simultaneously, a deep voice, never before heard, reverberated. Soldier, why did you flee from my script? Do you not favor this character? Yet, you have returned, still in the guise of a passenger. Chapter 45, Tragedy Reincarnated. Lulu has appeared. In the action phase, Su Taiyu and his two companions stand at a crossroads. The sun, like a watchful eye, hovers in the sky, fixated on Su Taiyu. Nearby, the white clouds have rearranged themselves into new characters. Task 2. Escape the endless pursuit of the playwright at this moment. Su Taiyu still possesses 3 immobile cards in his hand, yet he dares not utilize them. The crew member has vanished, and these cards will certainly not refresh. They must be saved for critical moments. Zhang Wanjun is perplexed. What is the current situation? Why is the playwright pursuing us? And who is the soldier he mentioned? I recall that at the beginning of the duel, there were no soldiers among the NPCs. Su Taiyu flips through the manuscript, locating the character section. Indeed. The NPC list includes a soldier. The voice from earlier must have belonged to the playwright. It is unclear what trickery he is up to. Su Taiyu notices that Kaka has been silent for a while. Closing the manuscript, he turns to the two of them. What is wrong with you? Kaka's eyes are filled with fear as she gazes at Su Taiyu, retreating step by step. What kind of look is that? Is there something on my face? Su Taiyu instinctively touches his face, feeling not flesh, but something akin to paper. A chill runs down his spine, and he becomes alarmed. Turning to find a mirror, he accidentally exerts too much force, feeling his features peel away like the pages of a book, revealing the back of his head. His hair falls into his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Wanjun approaches, gently closing Su Taiyu's face and pressing down. Su Taiyu looks at him. What is happening to me? I've seen something like this before at school, but the entire playground turned into pages back then. This is the first time I've seen a face become a page. Zhang Wanjun releases Su Taiyu only when his face returns to normal. All is well. Still shaken, Su Taiyu inquires, when did you last witness such a phenomenon? During the simulation duel at school, Zhang Wanjun recalls. I remember that day. Your task for me was to prevent the playwright from rewriting the school scene. It has come back to me. Zhang Wanjun's eyes widen. Transforming into pages signifies the rewriting process. He continues, glancing upwards at Su Taiyu's head. A value has appeared above your head. Rewriting. 1. Anxiety. 0. Just now, the playwright attempted to rewrite you. Seeing this, Kaka rushes over. Please check if I have a value above my head. Su Taiyu observes that values have also emerged above Kaka and Zhang Wanjun's heads. Albeit both their rewriting and anxiety values are 0. Since we all have values above our heads, it must relate to the change in tasks. Zhang Wanjun ponders. Stroking his head, the task states we must evade the playwright's pursuit. This cannot be unrelated to the chase. Upon hearing this, Su Taiyu swiftly flips through the manuscript. I believe Zhang Wanjun is correct. This value facilitates the playwright's pursuit of us. As he continues to read, a smile spreads across his face. Zhang Wanjun frowns. How can you still smile at a time like this? It's truly bizarre. Su Taiyu uncovers the events section. Event long-distance murder, any character with a rewriting value of 2 points dies. Even if the playwright wishes to pursue us, he must adhere to the rules outlined in this manuscript. By understanding this pattern, we can evade his pursuit. Kaka gazes at the value above Su Taiyu's head. So, the playwright intends to use the long-distance murder event to pursue you? Su Taiyu nods. I suspect it is so. We must be exceptionally cautious and observe any changes in values. The playwright may employ various events to hunt us down, such as the suicide event, which triggers when the anxiety value reaches 1 point, leading to the character's demise. Kaka clutches her head. This is insidious. It's nearly impossible to defend against. She takes the manuscript and reads it carefully for a moment before looking up at Su Taiyu. You are celebrating too soon. There is not a single rule here that allows for the removal of the rewriting value. Is that so? Su Taiyu snatches back the manuscript, examining each entry. Indeed, there is no rule or friendly ability that can eliminate the rewriting value. In other words, Su Taiyu cannot prevent the occurrence of the long-distance murder event. Once his rewriting value reaches 2, he will die immediately. Su Taiyu releases his grip, allowing the manuscript to fall to the ground. Zhang Wanjun approaches and picks it up. Though I cannot comprehend it, I can understand what you mean. Little weirdo, are you? Doomed? Su Taiyu squats on the ground, biting his thumb. You mentioned that you prevented the rewriting at school. Zhang Wanjun nods. The moment the track transformed into pages, I rushed over and closed it. Your face was so terrifying that I froze. By the time I reacted, Su Taiyu points at his own face. Could you do me a favor and keep an eye on my face? If anything abnormal happens, press it down. Zhang Wanjun scratches his head. You trust me. But I do not even trust myself. The rewriting process completed in less than half a minute. If I lose focus for even a moment or step away, your life could be forfeit. Can we think of another solution? At this moment, Kaka raises her hand. I can do it. I can keep an eye on your face. But after the task is complete, you must return my points to me. Su Taiyu sighs. You should focus on watching the patient instead. Then, Su Taiyu begins to contemplate the characters that have appeared so far. The doctor, the patient, the reporter, the intelligent AI, the priestess, and the young lady. Since the playwright intends to pursue us, it is time to stir the waters. Su Taiyu leads Zhang Wanjun and Kaka to the office building. Inside, the office remains adorned with moldy, yellowing decor. However, this time, the NPCs in the building are reporters instead of employees. Kaka follows Su Taiyu closely, surveying the surroundings. This place is too strange. There is not a soul in sight. Finally, the trio hears the sound of typing on a keyboard. Following the noise, they discover a man with a camera hanging around his neck, seated alone in an empty office, fixated on the computer screen as he types away. He is the reporter. Zhang Wanjun holds the manuscript. But the reporter's friendly abilities cannot aid us. They only increase anxiety and rewriting values. Su Taiyu seems unfazed, walking straight up to the reporter. Excuse me, sir, could you assist me with something? The reporter does not look up. I am busy. I have a major scoop for you. Only then does the reporter lift his head to regard the three of them. Who are you? Has someone gone missing in this town? The reporter resumes typing. Missing? That's hardly a big story. Different heinous incidents occur here each day. The soldier. Su Taiyu interjects. Isn't it true that the soldier character has not appeared in quite some time? Hearing this, the reporter's interest is piqued. Long ago, a group of tourists came to town. The soldier was always there to protect them. However, after the group of tourists departed, the soldiers vanished. The reporter began to type rapidly on the computer. This is their group photograph from that time. Do you know the whereabouts of the soldiers? The three of them leaned in closer. Subsequently, Kaka, Zhang, and Wanjun simultaneously turned their faces towards Su Taiyu. For in the photograph, the soldier clad in military uniform bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Taiyu himself. Su Taiyu was taken aback as well. The woman in a white dress beside the soldier had appeared in his dreams before. It was Lulu. Chapter 46, Tragedy Reincarnated. Escape from the reincarnation town. Su Taiyu had envisioned numerous scenarios in his mind regarding how he would come to know this Lulu. Yet, he never anticipated that their encounter would unfold in such a manner. He found it utterly unacceptable, convinced there was a deeper truth concealed within. Memories from his childhood replayed incessantly in his mind. Su Taiyu firmly believed he was not the soldier NPC depicted in the photograph. He was a living, breathing individual. Kaka pointed at the photograph, then at Su Taiyu. So you are the soldier the playwright mentioned, he exclaimed. I was curious why he said you returned as a passenger. Are you an NPC who escaped from here? Zhang Wanjun shook his head. Could it merely be a case of resembling one another? The reporter blinked, gazing at Su Taiyu. What do you mean by NPC? Su Taiyu steadied his emotions and countered. First, tell me about this town. The reporter nodded. Since we became conscious, we have lived in this town, assigned various identities. Whenever tourists arrive, we must play our roles and complete our tasks. Kaka inquired, did you never think of escaping? The reporter shook his head. We were born here, without any consciousness of escape. Moreover, we cannot leave this town. I attempted to climb over the mountains surrounding it, but beyond the mountains, it is still this town, endless. What is life like outside? The reporter opened a document. Tell me, I wish to record it. Su Taiyu took a deep breath. The outside world is vast. There are oceans, deserts, and grasslands. You can pursue any endeavor you desire, watching films, strolling with loved ones, traveling, savoring all kinds of delicacies. As Su Taiyu spoke, the others listened intently. Suddenly, Zhang Wanjun covered Su Taiyu's face. Your face just transformed into a page again. The reporter nodded. The playwright has scripted you. Su Taiyu covered his face. You are aware of the playwright's existence? The reporter grimaced. I often hear tourists mention him, so I have come to understand. Zhang Wanjun observed that Su Taiyu's script value had not changed and released his grip. Su Taiyu continued, in this town, we cannot escape the playwright's control. We help each other, and I will lead you out of here. The reporter frowned, scrutinizing the three before him with suspicion, then inhaled deeply. How can I assist you? Su Taiyu pointed to the number above his head. When my script value reaches 2, I will die. Only one person can save me. Zhang Wanjun lowered his gaze to sift through the manuscript. We have thoroughly worn out the manuscript. No characters can remove the script value. Su Taiyu persisted. Help me find the Outlander. This character can resurrect the corpses within the same scene. Kaka and Zhang Wanjun suddenly understood. The reporter stood up. This time, only the 4 of us came to welcome the tourists. The others remain in the mountains. The mountain is hollow. Upon saying this, the reporter abruptly trembled. Zhang Wanjun stepped back. Buddy, what's wrong? The office flickered with red light. He knows. He knows. The reporter repeated incessantly. In the office, all the computer screens illuminated, revealing numerous red eyes moving within them. Su Taiyu observed as the reporter's value began to fluctuate. Anxiety. 1. The playwright had made his move. It was a suicide incident. Su Taiyu realized they could not allow the playwright to eliminate this reporter. He must guide them. The reporter's expression was blank, his lips still muttering. He knows. He knows. Subsequently, he stretched his neck and lunged toward the computer screen. Zhang Wanjun reacted swiftly, grabbing the reporter and restraining him tightly. What should we do next? Su Taiyu pondered for a moment. To the hospital. The doctor can alleviate the anxiety value. Su Taiyu then bent down to dismantle a pile of network cables, tightly binding the reporter. The three of them hurried to the hospital. Following their earlier confrontation, the doctor's friendliness had risen to 2 points. Thus, upon seeing the trio, the doctor immediately offered assistance. After administering a sedative, the reporter's anxiety value promptly reset to 0. The clock chimed. That deep voice echoed once more. The third day's round is about to conclude. Zhang Wanjun looked up. So the confrontation continues. Su Taiyu nodded. It seems the originally set plot events persist. While the playwright can introduce new incidents to pursue us at any moment, we must deduce while evading. As Su Taiyu contemplated, he noticed Kaka had dashed to the bedside to converse with a patient. The clock pointed to 12. The three were once again engulfed in a spatial rift. Entering the 5th day, the first reincarnation, 5th day. A warning indicated that an hospital incident would occur today. The clock signifying the action phase chimed once more. The trio returned to the hospital, where the reporter they had brought the previous day awaited them. You've returned. The patient on the bed exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the three. Have you seen my classmates? Su Taiyu approached and inquired, have you experienced the outside world? The patient lowered his head. To be frank, I cannot even leave this ward. The reporter, holding his head, said to the patient, because you are under the playwright's control. The doctor looked puzzled. Reporter, what do you mean by that? The reporter gestured towards Su Taiyu. He is the soldier who escaped earlier. He can lead us out of here. Away from this town. You will no longer have to kill or be killed daily. Although one can be resurrected, the sensation of death is all too real. To experience death infinitely is akin to hell. Su Taiyu felt satisfied. The reporter, true to his profession, had articulated everything on his behalf. The doctor, gripping his stethoscope, gazed at the ceiling and said softly, there isn't enough time. Su Taiyu followed the line of sight and noticed a corner of the ceiling had been peeled back, revealing pages. The playwright had completed the scripting of the hospital. Looking at the clock on the wall, he realized it had just passed the afternoon, marking the ability usage phase. The playwright employed a certain dark identity ability, adding 1 point of script value to the hospital scene. Su Taiyu retrieved the manuscript. Today is the 5th entry. A hospital incident is predicted to occur. In the event of a hospital incident, if there is 1 point or more of script value, all characters within the hospital perish. The doctor nodded. This incident occurs almost every few days. A light footstep echoed from the corridor. Su Taiyu became alert. What kind of incident is it? Could it be an assassin? The doctor sat on the hospital bed. I do not know. It varies each time. Kaka approached the bed, reassuring the patient, do not worry. I will certainly protect you. The patient managed a weak smile. The footsteps halted at the door of the ward. Nurse, medication change. A mechanical voice called from outside. The doctor shook his head. I did not request a medication change. Su Taiyu straightened his body, while Zhang Wanjun rolled up his sleeves, bracing themselves to confront this enigmatic adversary. Bang! A syringe, as thick as a finger, pierced through the door. Chapter 47, Cycle of Tragedy, was indeed grotesque, leaving Zhang Wanjun utterly astonished. The syringe was intended for an elephant. Subsequently, the nurse, akin to a woodpecker, punctured the door with the needle, carving out a series of dashed lines. With a powerful kick, she forced the door open, creating a large hole. Through this opening, Su Taiyu finally comprehended the situation. It was not the nurse's speed that was remarkable, but rather the fact that a group of nurses armed with oversized syringes stood outside. Their faces adorned with unsettling smiles, their limbs contorted in grotesque manners. One of these nurses stepped inside, and the doctor instinctively approached, exclaiming, do not harm my patient. However, in an instant, the doctor's head was pierced by the needle, and he collapsed to the floor. It hurt so much, he groaned in agony, lying there as his breath faded away. The nurse, syringe in hand, advanced towards Kaka. Be careful, Zhang Wanjun shouted, seizing a hanging forest stand to strike the nurse. But his movement halted mid-swing. Turning, another nurse entered the room, her hands gripping the stand tightly. Despite her petite frame, she possessed an alarming strength, gradually bending the steel frame during their struggle. Realizing he could not hold out, Zhang Wanjun shouted to Kaka, stop daydreaming and run. Kaka, already aware of the danger, found herself trapped in her hospital bed, with nowhere to retreat as the window loomed behind her. The nurse's needle lunged towards Kaka's heart, piercing through her soft clothing and into her warm flesh, striking true. Gasping for breath, Kaka's eyes widened in disbelief as she noticed the ailing patient positioned between herself and the nurse. Why would you shield me in this manner? The patient coughed blood, locking eyes with Kaka before collapsing to the floor. I must save you, Kaka cried, filled with disbelief. The nurse withdrew the syringe, aiming once more at Kaka. Suddenly, A cloud of white powder engulfed the entire room, obscuring everyone's vision. "Where are you all?" Zhang Wanjun yelled, disoriented by the sudden blindness. At that moment, he felt a hand seize his wrist, instinctively attempting to break free. Su Taiyu's voice reached his ears. "It's me. Run." Su Taiyu discarded the dry powder fire extinguisher and pulled Zhang Wanjun and Kaka out of the ward. In the corridor, a few nurses still wandered about. Zhang Wanjun cracked his knuckles, exclaiming, "Finally, it's my turn to shine." He approached one nurse, delivering a powerful right hook to her jaw. The sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. Clutching his right hand in confusion, he exclaimed, "Are you made of stone?" With a determined push, he slammed into the nurse, urging, "We must escape." The trio crawled and stumbled down the corridor, managing to reach the street. The nurses lingered at the hospital entrance, failing to pursue them. As the midnight bell tolled, the playwright began to announce the day's grim results. A hospital accident had occurred, leaving a trail of corpses, doctors, journalists, and patients alike. The round concluded, and the three, bearing wounds, entered the rift in space. The first cycle, 6th day. Today, it was foretold that an hospital accident would transpire. The transfer student made their appearance on the 6th day of each round at the school. The transfer student's friendly ability, upon reaching a friendliness level of 2, 1 point of narrative value in the same scene can be transformed into friendliness. It was now the dawn discussion phase. Kaka, hands on her hips, shouted at the sky, "You pervert. With just a flick of your finger, you killed the handsome guy. If you have the guts, come out and see how I will end you." The playwright murmured, "I created them. Here, they are immortal. I sustain them." "And what is wrong with that? Soldier, are you happier now that you have escaped?" Su Taiyu remained silent, staring down. The playwright continued, "In this script, you cannot outmaneuver me. I shall never cease hunting you. This is your punishment. Come, be my NPCs, and you need not live in fear any longer." Kaka surveyed the empty space around her, then removed one of her shoes, tossing it into the air. "Be quiet." As they approached the action phase, the playwright fell silent. Kaka, clutching her wounds, limped to retrieve her shoe. "It's the last day of the first round. Do we have any plans?" Su Taiyu shook his head. "There is little information. So far, we only know that the dark identities of the doctor, patient, intelligent AI, and journalist are not that of a murderer, as a murderer would eliminate characters alone in the same scene with them. The second piece of information is that yesterday, during the ability usage phase, the playwright increased 1 point of narrative value in the hospital. There are two potential sources for this effect: the dark identity of the mastermind or the side quest. Rumors abound. Which one caused this remains uncertain. Kaka side, another binary choice. Previously, when the playwright used abilities to instill unease in the characters, there were also two methods: the dark identity of the rumormonger or the instigator. Zhang Wanjun clapped his hands, eyes wide with revelation. Could it be that the rumormonger is among the potential dark identities? Su Taiyu contemplated. It's not so simple. The logic is flawed, and we cannot make blind assumptions. What if this is a trap set by the playwright? Kaka sighed again. In the end, we still lack useful clues this round. So, what shall we do on the final day? Anything goes, Su Taiyu mused, biting his finger. Perhaps we should test whether the transfer student and the priestess are murderers. Kaka nodded in agreement. We have no other choice. The three arrived at a crossroads. The hospital doors were tightly shut, blood seeping through the cracks and staining the road outside. The journalist was also dead. Initially, they had hoped to have the journalist guide them in identifying the absent characters, but that was no longer an option. Su Taiyu calculated the remaining characters. Presently, there were still the priestess, intelligent AI, young lady, and the transfer student who had appeared today. Let us head to the school to confront the young lady and the transfer student. Upon reaching the school, they discovered the two girls about to exit. Su Taiyu rushed forward, blocking their path. "What are you two up to?" The young lady sized Su Taiyu up with disdain. "She just arrived. I'm showing her around this town." "And who are you? What do you want?" Su Taiyu cleared his throat. "You can explore the town any day you wish, but not today." "Why not?" the young lady questioned, puzzled. Su Taiyu pointed at the muscular Zhang Wanjun, proclaiming loudly, "This pervert has come to town." Zhang Wanjun, upon hearing this, pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me? A pervert?" Su Taiyu winked at him. Zhang Wanjun, catching on, immediately adopted a swaggering demeanor, strutting towards the young lady and her companion. "Beautiful ladies, you are simply exquisite." Su Taiyu covered his mouth, whispering to Zhang Wanjun, "Be even more of a pervert." Zhang Wanjun cleared his throat. "I wish to extract the essence of your fathers to obtain the formula that gave rise to both of you." Chapter 48. Cycle of Tragedy, Conditions for Failure. Upon Zhang Wanjuan's utterance, not only did the young lady and the transfer student recoil, but Kaka and the peculiar Su Taiyu also instinctively took a few steps back. For individuals, 8 eyes, fixated intently upon him. Zhang Wanjun, feeling the weight of their gaze, scratched his head awkwardly, pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed something. The great oddity. 2 shrill cries echoed as the young lady and the transfer student promptly turned and fled back to the school, not daring to look back. Su Taiyu shouted aloud, "Do not leave the school today. I shall protect you forever." The departing figures of these 2 students saw their camaraderie level rise by a point above their heads. Kaka approached, remarking, "A single point of camaraderie is of little use. It is the final day." Su Taiyu replied, "It matters not. My aim is to ensure they do not leave the premises." He then inquired, "Does anyone recall?" Kaka scratched his head. "I believe it reached 3 points. But my recollection is of little consequence." Su Taiyu opened the manuscript to review the abilities of the Shrine Maiden. At 3 points of camaraderie, it reduces the shrine's compilation value by 1. At 5 points, 1 character's hidden identity can be publicly revealed once per cycle. Kaka shook his head. "What did I say?" Reducing the shrine's compilation value serves no purpose at this juncture. Moreover, the action phase is about to conclude, leaving no time to bolster her camaraderie. As the words left his lips, the bell tolled. Kaka pointed skyward. "That loathsome playwright is about to speak again. I wish not to hear." The playwright's somber voice resonated. Ability activation phase. "I shall not activate my ability. Will you utilize yours?" The voice echoed from above. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze skyward. "Cunning indeed. It appears we have failed this cycle." Kaka, puzzled, asked, "How so?" Su Taiyu elucidated. "Only 4 living souls remain in the arena. Once the playwright activates their ability, it will narrow the scope of those hidden identities. Today marks the final day of this cycle. The playwright has not made significant moves during the action phase. It seems we triggered some failure condition the day prior, which will only be announced upon the cycle's conclusion. Thus, they are emboldened." Zhang Wanjun cradled his head in despair. "Let us simply return and rest. We shall await the second cycle." Su Taiyu proceeded towards the office building. "We shall employ the intelligent AI's ability. Intelligent AI, instability limit 4. Identity trait. Cannot be a civilian. Must possess a hidden identity. Camaraderie and compilation values are calculated as instability. Camaraderie ability, at 3 points. It replaces the playwright in handling event consequences, placing control in the hands of the protagonist. Having elevated the AI's camaraderie to 3 points days prior, the time to utilize it had arrived." Su Taiyu continued, "We shall choose to employ the effect of spreading the event. Spreading event effect transfers 2 points of camaraderie from one character to another." Su Taiyu gestured towards the shrine, stating, "I choose to transfer the 2 points of camaraderie from the intelligent AI to the Shrine Maiden." With her camaraderie now at 5, she could publicly reveal 1 character's hidden identity per cycle. Zhang Wanjun and Kaka stared in astonishment, mouths agape at Su Taiyu's display. Su Taiyu declared, "As the shrine scene currently features only the Shrine Maiden, I opt to use her camaraderie ability to unveil her hidden identity." Kaka nodded in understanding, exhaling in relief. At last, a useful clue. The playwright's voice resonated from above. "Ability activated. Please proceed to investigate. I hope you find this answer to your liking." The shrine was a structure coated in black paint, housing an unknown deity. It lacked windows, and each time they stepped into the shrine, numerous small creatures trailed behind them. Within the shrine's hall lay a crystal ball. The Shrine Maiden, draped in a black robe, waved her fingers above the crystal. Kaka questioned, "Does your own hidden identity count?" The Shrine Maiden responded, "I possess no hidden identity to you. I am a civilian." Kaka frowned, after expending so much effort and abilities. To arrive at civilian as a hidden identity is rather futile. She looked skyward. "No wonder the playwright refrained from obstructing us. They are intentionally vexing us." Su Taiyu lowered his gaze, massaging his temples. "At least we have discerned 1 identity. It is not entirely in vain." As he spoke, the crystal ball revealed a gruesome scene. The image displayed a town strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. The bodies of Su Taiyu and his companions lay at a crossroads, grotesquely pieced together. The Shrine Maiden ceased her finger movements. "Be wary, prophecies have never erred." Su Taiyu beheld the brutal tableau within the crystal. It appeared that in the next cycle, the playwright would intensify their pursuit of them. The bell tolled, and the 3 plummeted once more into the void. The 6 days round concluded, with nothing transpiring. The first cycle was nearing its end. "Regrettably, I must inform you," the voice echoed, "patient's hidden identity is relative. You have failed to prevent the tragedy from unfolding. This round is your defeat. Athahaha. Su Taiyu perused the manuscript, scanning the hidden identity section. Relative remarks. Should the relative die, the protagonist fails, revealing their identity. Note, at the start of the cycle, if the identity has been publicly disclosed, 1 point of camaraderie is automatically added. It became clear that the failure condition we triggered was this. Kaka paced anxiously. The woman's intuition is indeed accurate. I had long said we must save this handsome lad. I propose that in the next cycle, we first focus on the doctor to ensure he heals the young man and facilitates his discharge. Su Taiyu sighed. Even if we manage to extricate the patient from the hospital, the playwright will surely devise a means to return him. Moreover, aside from this failure condition, the playwright may have established other failure criteria. Thus, I suggest we concentrate on gathering intelligence. Kaka, panting, fixed an unwavering gaze upon Su Taiyu. Are you targeting me? Why is it that when I wish to save someone, you choose not to assist? Su Taiyu remained silent, biting his finger as he scrutinized the manuscript, unmoving. Kaka continued her tirade. After an entire cycle, we've only gathered 2 pieces of information. The witch is a civilian, and the patient is a relative. Our efficiency is woefully inadequate. I find it unrealistic to guess all hidden identities to meet the victory condition. It would be wiser to avoid all failure conditions. Su Taiyu remained still. Unresponsive. Zhang Wanjun observed beads of sweat beginning to form on Su Taiyu's forehead. Kaka approached. Stop feigning death. Engage with me in debate. Su Taiyu stood like a statue, silent and motionless in the void. Kaka, having calmed down, sat by Su Taiyu's feet, gazing up at him. Hey, you haven't been secretly eliminated by the playwright. Have you? Zhang Wanjun touched the sweat on his forehead. I believe he is deep in thought. Suddenly, Su Taiyu slammed the manuscript shut, startling Zhang Wanjun and Kaka. Kaka shot him a glance. A main plot line and 2 subplots, none of which we are privy to. What strategy can you possibly devise? Su Taiyu slowly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. We must gather information. In the first cycle, we utilized the abilities of the priestess, the doctor, and the intelligent AI. In the second cycle, let us explore the potential of the journalist, the young lady, and the transfer student. That's it. Kaka turned over and trotted off to rest nearby. Su Taiyu continued to fixate on the sky. He could not disclose his strategy, for within the interstices of space, the playwright could overhear their conversation. Chapter 49. Cycle of Tragedy. Proceeding as planned. As the chime echoed, the playwright's voice resonated once more. Cherish every moment within the crevices of time. Utilizing it for quarrels rather than strategic discussions would be a lamentable waste. On the first day of the second cycle, a forecast indicated that a spreading event would transpire today. In the previous cycle, the patient's hidden identity as a relative had been unveiled to you, resulting in an automatic increase of 1 point in friendliness at the commencement of this cycle. A fortunate development indeed. Kaka clapped her hands, while Su Taiyu cast a glance her way. The patient character lacked any capacity for friendliness. Thus, any increment in friendliness would be inconsequential. Silence. Kaka interjected, pointing at Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu then raised his head to inquire of the playwright. Is there no additional enhancement? None, came the playwright's reply. With this information, Su Taiyu immediately flipped through the manuscript. Subplot 6. Causal line. Note, at the onset of the cycle, all characters with friendliness from the last cycle will gain 2 points of unease. Since the playwright had declared no further enhancements, this subplot could be disregarded. Su Taiyu then turned to Kaka and Zhang Wanjun, insisting, you must remember, the causal line subplot has been eliminated. The playwright has opted not to select this subplot, which is significant. What is so important about that? Kaka leaned in, gesturing at the manuscript. There are 7 subplots in total, only 1 has been excluded. Su Taiyu smiled faintly, tracing an imaginary line in the air with his hands. Kaka looked puzzled. What are you doing? I'm drawing a division line, Su Taiyu explained, to help you remember that the previous information is vital. Kaka rolled her eyes at him. You're insane. Su Taiyu picked up the manuscript. I shall continue my analysis. There is still another subplot that can be excluded. Kaka, intrigued, asked, which one? Su Taiyu raised his finger. Subplot 3, the lurking murderer. Characters involved. Relatives, murderer. Although the hidden identity of relative appears in this confrontation, the murderer does not. Zhang Wanjun scratched his head. How is the murderer excluded? Su Taiyu elaborated. Murderer note. Being alone with the murderer in the same scene results in death. Among the characters present, there are 7. Doctor, patient, journalist, intelligent AI, priestess, young lady, and transfer student. The doctor and patient have been alone in the hospital, The journalist and intelligent AI have been alone in the office, and on the last day, the young lady and transfer student were alone in the school. None of them perished during their solitude. As for the solitary priestess, we confirmed her identity. Her hidden role is civilian. Therefore, among these characters, there is no hidden identity of a murderer. Since the murderer does not appear, the subplot of the lurking murderer is rendered non-existent. Kaka, peeling at the dead skin on her lips, interjected, "I apologize. I was momentarily distracted. But there are still 5 subplots remaining." Sutayu continued. Subplot 5, Delusions of Viral Expansion. Characters involved, rumormonger. Note, when a civilian's unease reaches 3 points, they automatically transform into a murderer. Currently, the only civilian we know of is the priestess. Hence, in this round, we can attempt to elevate the priestess's unease to 3 points and lure another character to the shrine to test the existence of this subplot. As the bell chimed, the playwright's voice announced, "Intriguing deductions, we now transition into the action phase." The darkness receded, and the trio found themselves back at the familiar crossroads. In this new cycle, the hospital bustled with activity, the ominous remnants of the previous cycle's hospital incident long dispersed. Sutayu snapped his fingers and addressed the others. "Do you recall our strategy? First, we must test whether the journalist, young lady, and transfer student can utilize their friendliness abilities. Secondly, we need to ascertain the existence of the delusions of viral expansion subplot." Zhang Wanju nodded. "Then I shall go and increase the priestess's unease. Scaring people is my forte." Sutayu agreed with a nod. "I will continue to seek the journalist to enhance friendliness." Kaka tilted her head. "I will not. I promised the patient that I would save him." After a moment of contemplation, Sutayu conceded, "I agree. You should distract the doctor and lure him to the shrine." Kaka looked perplexed. "Why? Shouldn't we be persuading the doctor to treat the patient?" Sutayu clarified, "In the last cycle, the playwright gained 1 point of narrative value at the hospital during the ability usage phase. This effect could only be achieved through the hidden identity of Mastermind or the subplot Rumors Afloat. Rumors Afloat. Note, during the playwright's ability usage phase, one scene can be edited once per cycle. Mastermind. Note, during the playwright's ability usage phase, 1 point of narrative value can be added to any character within the same scene. While we are uncertain which is responsible, if it is the Mastermind's ability, and considering the patient's hidden identity is relative, it follows that the doctor must be the Mastermind. By luring the Mastermind to the shrine today, you will also be saving your handsome companion." Kaka rubbed her temples. "I'll trust you this once. Just don't trick me." With a final roll of her eyes, she headed toward the hospital, while Zhang Wanjun bravely made his way to the shrine. Sutayu took a deep breath and approached the eerily familiar office building once more. Within the office, 2 characters were present, the intelligent AI and the journalist. Drawing from his memory, Sutayu swiftly located the journalist, who was still typing away at his desk. "Journalist, are you not curious about the outside world?" Upon hearing Sutayu's voice, the journalist slowly turned his head. The data above his head had already shifted. Friendliness, 0. Unease, 1. Narrative value, 0. Sutayu observed the numbers, then gazed at the ceiling, exclaiming, "The first day of the round has just begun, and you've already gained 1 point of unease. Are you in such a hurry?" However, this time, the journalist did not succumb to the mental breakdown observed previously. Instead, he turned back like a normal person, slyly addressing Sutayu. "What? Do you have a way to escape?" Sutayu crossed his arms. "Certainly, I am the soldier who escapes. If you don't believe me, check the photographs." The journalist, skeptical yet intrigued, operated his computer and eventually unearthed an old group photo. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sutayu. "Teach me how to escape this town." Sutayu noticed the journalist's friendliness score shift instantly. Friendliness, 2. Unease, 1. Narrative value, 0. 2 points of friendliness were sufficient to activate the friendliness ability. With his objective accomplished, Sutayu turned to leave. "I'll come back to find you tomorrow." As the bell tolled, the action phase concluded. Sutayu returned to the crossroads, where Zhang Wanjun and Kaka emerged from the shrine, evidently adhering to the plan. The playwright commenced announcing the results of their actions. The priestess's unease has reached 2 points. The journalist's friendliness reached a score of 2, while the anxiety level escalated to 1. Subsequently, they transitioned into the phase of ability utilization. For reasons unknown, the journalist's anxiety spiked to 2, surpassing the threshold of discomfort. Sutayu, upon hearing this, began to sift through his notes. What scheme is the playwright concocting, and how does he intend to pursue me? The playwright's voice resonated once more. Do you wish to employ your abilities? Proceed. Su Taiyu closed his manuscript. I invoke the journalist's friendly ability. Journalist, friendly ability. With a friendliness score of 2, it inflicts an additional point of anxiety upon another character. Utilizing this ability, he aimed to augment the witch's anxiety by 1 point. The ability was successfully enacted. No sooner had the words left his lips than the journalist emerged from the office building with an ethereal gait. Su Taiyu inquired, "Are you all right?" The journalist shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am fine. Come, let us head to the shrine." Chapter 50, Tragedy Reincarnation, Divergent Actions Inside the Shrine. The doctor sat beside the shrine maiden, observing her as she manipulated the crystal ball within the hall. Images of the hospital emerged within the orb, revealing a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the floor in disarray. The doctor inhaled deeply, realizing that the young girl had not deceived him. A calamity is imminent at the hospital in the coming days. The shrine maiden paused her actions, directing her gaze toward the shrine's entrance. Su Taiyu and his companions entered, accompanied by a reporter. Upon seeing the journalist, the shrine maiden's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. The reporter approached her slowly. "I come bearing a warning. Do not attempt to pry into the town. Do not seek knowledge of the outside world." As he spoke, the reporter tilted his head skyward. "He has been watching us intently." The shrine maiden followed his gaze upward. "After destruction, there is no rebirth. I have glimpsed our fate. It is both heaven and hell." At this, the shrine maiden's anxiety level increased by 1, reaching 3. Su Taiyu observed the number above her head. If the subplot of the delusion expansion virus exists, the shrine maiden would become a murderer tonight, and should the doctor remain alone with her, he would meet his demise. "We can depart from here and return tomorrow to assess the results." The bell tolled as the crimson sun slowly descended. The playwright's voice echoed in the air. "We have entered the phase of the event." At this moment, Su Taiyu and his companions walked along the crossroads toward the office building. Zhang Wanjun listened to the broadcast. According to prophecy, a spreading event would occur on the first day. However, in the previous cycle, this event had never been triggered. It appeared that today would be no different. Su Taiyu nodded in agreement. The playwright had established an hospital incident event for the final 2 days, with the patients bound by a condition of failure related to friends and family. The difficulty was exceedingly high for us, likely intended to balance the challenge. Hence, the spreading event was devised, enabling us to utilize the effects of this occurrence through artificial intelligence. As they spoke, the trio followed the reporter into the office building. The reporter lifted his camera. "Each time visitors arrive, I take a commemorative photograph with them. You should join as well." Kaka shook her head, disheartened by her disheveled appearance. "No. I refuse to be photographed." Zhang Wanjun removed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and rushed to the entrance of the office building. "Capture my best angle." The reporter nodded, unveiling the camera lens. Su Taiyu noticed the reporter's anxiety level at 2, feeling an unsettling premonition. The reporter's anxiety had reached a critical point, fulfilling the conditions to become an event participant. Could he be the subject of the spreading incident? Or had the playwright concocted another bizarre event to hunt us? With these thoughts racing, Su Taiyu hastily flipped through his manuscript. Zhang Wanjun continued to pose. Flexing his chest, he displayed his back muscles. A white flash illuminated the scene as Zhang Wanjun donned his shirt and approached the reporter. How did the shot turn out? The reporter connected the camera to a printer. And soon, a striking photograph emerged. Zhang Wanjun reached out. "Thanks, buddy." The reporter gazed up at him, gripping the photo tightly. Zhang Wanjun felt a chill from his intense gaze. "All right, if you like it, it's yours." Su Taiyu found a clue in the manuscript. Event incident number 1, murder. Event effect, the participant kills another character present in the same scene. Upon reading this, Su Taiyu shouted at Zhang Wanjun, "Stay away from the reporter." Zhang Wanjun, flustered, pointed at the reporter. "Don't do anything reckless. I saw it too. I can fight." Observing their heightened tension, Kaka was puzzled. The reporter's friendliness level suggests he wouldn't harm us, right? The reporter raised the photo in his hand. The playwright's decisions cannot be thwarted by anyone. With that, he tore a slit in the photograph. "Little pervert." Zhang Wanjun's voice echoed from behind. "I have a bad feeling about this." Su Taiyu turned to find Zhang Wanjun holding his left arm, which had completely detached from his shoulder. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall, washing over the street. Zhang Wanjun's lips turned pale. What just happened? With another sound of tearing paper, the reporter callously discarded the shredded photograph on the ground. Having completed this act, he turned and entered the office building. Simultaneously, Zhang Wanjun's head fell to the ground. The prophecy revealed through the Shrine Maiden's crystal ball seemed to be slowly materializing. Su Taiyu approached Zhang Wanjuan's lifeless body, retrieving his head. If given the chance, you must tell me. Do you feel your head has detached from your body? Or does your head feel as if it has lost its body? Kaka walked over, swallowing hard. Do not be too sorrowful. What if Zhang Wanjun revives in the next cycle? Su Taiyu shook his head. This is a pursuit beyond the challenge. Resurrection is impossible. Kaka coughed softly and said weakly. In that case, try to stay optimistic. With one less person, our score will correspondingly. Kaka refrained from finishing her sentence. As Su Taiyu was staring intently at her, holding Zhang Wanjuan's severed head, the scene was undeniably eerie. Kaka feared that a misstep in her words might lead to her demise at the hands of this unstable man. Now, only the two of them remained in this task. They could not afford to complicate matters further. The bell tolled again. The playwright's voice resounded. You cannot win the challenge. You cannot escape my pursuit. Remain here. Otherwise, I have countless ways to ensure your demise. Su Taiyu ignored him, simply lowering his head to replace Zhang Wanjuan's head back in its rightful position. Retrieving the arm and reattaching it to the shoulder. The event phase had concluded. As night fell, the round for the day came to an end. Nothing transpired. Su Taiyu and Kaka found themselves enveloped by the void, entering the spatial rift once more. They had exhausted the reporter's friendliness ability. Only the noble ladies and the transfer student's abilities remained unutilized. Su Taiyu squatted on the ground, murmuring to himself. Kaka observed him. It seems your relationship isn't as strong as one might think. Just after Zhang Wanjuan's death, you still have the composure to theorize. Su Taiyu continued. We must leverage the friendliness abilities of the AI. Thus, our focus should be on courting the noble lady and the transfer student. Kaka shook her head. The Shrine Maiden's friendliness ability reveals a character's dark identity. If your strategy is to uncover all characters' dark identities to achieve victory, shouldn't you prioritize courting the Shrine Maiden? Su Taiyu shook his head. There is no time for that. Kaka frowned. Do you even have a plan? Perhaps we should directly prevent the tragedy and conclude the challenge in this cycle. The longer we linger, the greater the risk of death. Each additional cycle means another 6 days of pursuit. I refuse to meet an untimely end like Zhang Wanjun. Su Taiyu looked up at Kaka. The playwright's pursuit of us is actually beneficial. Kaka raised her hands in exasperation. Have you lost your mind? Su Taiyu continued. The playwright is preoccupied with instilling anxiety at each stage, crafting events to hunt us down. Thus, he possesses no surplus energy to thwart our scheme. Kaka smirked. Is there a possibility that the playwright perceives the futility of your plan and thus chooses not to intervene? Su Taiyu rubbed his nose. You may proceed with your plan. However, let us wager on whose strategy shall prevail. Very well, what shall we bet? 1,000 points. Kaka counted on his fingers. Splitting Zhang Wanjuan's points results in precisely 1,000 for each person. Even in defeat, it would merely equate to returning that 1,000. Agreed, it's a deal. Chapter 51 Cycle of Tragedy. A step away from victory on the second day of the second cycle, there were no foreseen events. As the round commenced, nothing extraordinary transpired. Subsequently, the action phase began. Listening to the playwright's announcement, Su Taiyu took a deep breath. The doctor had survived, indicating that the shaman had not turned into a murderous fiend, thus eliminating the side quest, delusions of an expanding virus. The bell tolled. Su Taiyu and Kaka returned to the crossroads. Zhang Wanjuan's lifeless body still lay by the roadside, the blood on the ground having congealed into a dark, glossy film. Su Taiyu cautiously lifted the corpse, making his way toward the hospital. However, as he took a few steps, parts of Zhang Wanjuan's body fell apart, his arm tumbling to the ground. Kaka, with a look of disdain, picked up Zhang Wanjuan's arm and followed Su Taiyu. Let us dig a pit and bury him. At this point, I think any attempts at resuscitation would be futile, Kaka remarked. Su Taiyu carried the body to the patient's bedside, ensuring he could rest well after days of inadequate sleep. Kaka promptly placed the arm on the bed before jumping to the patient's side. Isn't this a bit despicable? Bringing a corpse to the hospital. What if it frightens the patient? Su Taiyu looked up at the number above the patient's head. His anxiety level remained unchanged. Moreover, he was our friend and could understand. The patient scratched his head. It's fine. The doctor said I'm recovering quickly. I should be discharged soon. Kaka gazed at him, a look of sympathy in her eyes. You're both handsome and kind-hearted. I'll call the doctor from the shrine to treat you right away. After settling Zhang Wanjuan's body, Su Taiyu turned to Kaka. If all goes as planned, you'll be here at the hospital to protect the patient for the next few days. Could you also keep an eye on Zhang Wanjuan's body? Kaka shot him a glance. Who in their right mind would steal his body from here? Su Taiyu remained silent as he left the hospital, heading toward the office building. The journalist's anxiety indicator still read 2 points. Upon seeing Su Taiyu approach, the journalist once again raised his camera. Su Taiyu did not halt his stride, continuing to walk slowly toward the journalist. This is the action phase. You cannot incite any events nor can you harm me. The journalist trembled, gradually lowering the camera. Cradling his head. I can't control myself. I am aware. It's all the playwright's fault. As he spoke, the journalist's anxiety level began to shift, decreasing to 1. He took a deep breath and returned to his seat, typing away at the keyboard. You see, we can't escape the playwright's grasp. Escaping this town is but a delusion. My friendliness has little impact on you. You should hurry to find a way to win the confrontation. Su Taiyu shook his head. There is one matter only you can assist me with. The journalist looked up. As a form of recompense, if I can help, I will spare no effort. The journalist exited the office building, leaving behind only the intelligent AI within. Intelligent AI, anxiety limit 4. Identity trait, cannot be a civilian, must possess a hidden identity. Friendliness and editing value calculated as anxiety value. Friendliness ability. When friendliness reaches 3, it can replace the playwright in handling event outcomes, allowing the protagonist to retain control. Su Taiyu's strategy was to elevate the intelligent AI's friendliness to 3 points before the 5th day, thus enabling him to utilize its friendliness ability while preventing it from reaching its anxiety limit. By the end of the 2nd day's action phase, Su Taiyu had successfully raised the intelligent AI's friendliness to 2 points, while his own anxiety value increased by 1. Gazing into the mirror, Su Taiyu pondered what event the playwright might orchestrate to pursue him this time. Reviewing the script, the only plausible scenario appeared to be a suicide event. Su Taiyu let out a sigh of relief. If that were the case, he needed to reach the anxiety limit to trigger the event. And his identity might be soldier, with an anxiety limit of 3 points, ensuring he could not perish in the short term. Subsequently, the doctor returned to the hospital. During the event phase, nothing occurred, and the round concluded peacefully. On the 3rd day, Su Taiyu, adhering to his earlier plan, elevated the intelligent AI's friendliness to 3 points. On the 4th day, he sought out the young lady at school, raising her friendliness to 2 points, while also finding time to visit the hospital to alleviate his own anxiety value. On the 5th day, as per the event forecast, an accident at the hospital was to occur. Should this event transpire, the hospital would be strewn with corpses, and the patient, as a friend, would die, triggering a failure of this cycle. Su Taiyu stood at the crossroads, surveying the perilous hospital before turning toward the school. While he was taking photos of the young lady, Kaka rushed over, breathless. Not good. The patient was supposed to be discharged, but today he has fallen severely ill again and has been readmitted. Moreover, the editing value of the hospital scene has already reached 1 point. Su Taiyu finished taking the photo and returned his phone to the young lady. Everything is under the playwright's control. Upon seeing the photograph, the young lady beamed. It's splendid. You're handsome, and your skills are impressive. At that moment, her friendliness increased by 1 point, reaching a level where she could utilize her friendliness. Kaka, observing this, nudged Su Taiyu. I'm toiling away to look after Zhang Wanjun's body while you're here flirting with her. The young lady scrutinized Kaka. Who is this beggar? You're the beggar. What qualifications do you, an NPC, have to critique me? Kaka rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Su Taiyu hastily intervened. Don't ruin the hard-earned friendliness. He soothed Kaka. For an event to occur, it requires the involved party to reach their anxiety limit. Currently, no character had reached that threshold. The only one close was the intelligent AI. The bell tolled once more. The playwright's voice echoed from above, announcing the end of the action phase. The school's editing value reached 2 points, and the young lady's friendliness also hit 3 points. Su Taiyu surveyed his surroundings. Has the school too been scripted by the playwright? It seems he intends to employ his abilities once more. The playwright continued to announce, transitioning into the ability usage phase. For some unknown reason, the intelligent AI within the office building experienced a rise in anxiety value, reaching its limit. Su Taiyu closed his eyes. Only a hidden identity. The rumormonger could increase anxiety values at this stage. However, when the school attained 2 points in editing value, the instability factor could acquire the rumormonger ability. With the school precisely at 2 points in editing value, the playwright aimed to create confusion regarding which hidden identity activated the ability. Kaka frowned, casting a glance at Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu continued, however, there is good news. These 2 hidden identities can only increase anxiety values for characters within the same scene. Currently, The office building contains solely the intelligent AI itself, which has raised its own anxiety value. Thus, the intelligent AI's hidden identity must be either rumor monger or instability factor. Moreover, it is the perpetrator in this hospital accident. With that, Su Taiyu released a long sigh of relief. Kaka pointed at Su Taiyu's nose, exclaiming that the anticipated hospital incident was imminent, and that they were about to lose this round. Su Taiyu shrugged in resignation, admitting he had never intended to intervene. Kaka took a deep breath, her face flushed with frustration. In a moment of urgency, Su Taiyu called out to the sky, invoking the powers of the young lady to enhance Kaka's amiability. The ability was successfully activated. No sooner had the playwright's voice faded than the young lady gracefully linked her arm with Kaka's, saying, "Dear sister, please do not be upset. I was in the wrong. I had no idea you were friends." Kaka's amiability level increased by 1 point, leaving her incredulous as she pointed to her own head, questioning if the ability had been squandered so easily. Su Taiyu nodded, emphasizing that it was irrelevant to whom the ability was directed. What truly mattered was the successful activation of this amiability. As the bell tolled, the activation phase concluded, giving way to the incident phase. In the hospital, chaos was destined to ensue, with bodies strewn across the floor. Chapter 52, The Cycle of Tragedy. Evading suicide on the 6th day of the second cycle, the transfer student appeared at the school, heralding an impending hospital incident. The playwright concluded his announcement. Su Taiyu followed Kaka to the hospital. The corridor was smeared with a layer of blood. Each step taken felt sticky beneath his feet. Upon entering the ward, Zhang Wanjun lay still on the hospital bed, while another patient slumped over him, 7 intravenous needles protruding from his back like quills on a porcupine. Kaka approached and methodically removed each needle. What a fool! Why go to such lengths to protect a corpse? Su Taiyu thought, lifting the deceased patient back onto his bed. In the next cycle, he will live. Do not grieve too deeply. Kaka sighed. In the final cycle, even if I have to bind him, I will ensure the patient is taken from the hospital. Suddenly, Kaka seemed to have recalled something. Has the identity of the individual involved in the hospital incident on the 5th day been established? Only the smart AI has reached its threshold of unrest. In the next cycle, I will dismantle it, Kaka declared. It serves no purpose. Su Taiyu rubbed his nose. Preventing the hospital incident on the 5th day leaves the 6th day awaiting you. While we are still in the action phase, let us depart from the hospital. Upon leaving, Su Taiyu noticed a shift in the unrest value above his head. Kaka remarked, "Your unrest value has reached 2 points. The doctor is dead, and no one can alleviate your unrest now." Su Taiyu gazed upward. If what the reporter said is true, I was once a soldier here, thus my unrest threshold is 3 points. It is not a significant issue. The bell tolled, and the playwright began his announcement, signaling the commencement of the ability usage phase. Su Taiyu turned to Kaka and said, "Since your plan has not succeeded thus far, may I ask for your assistance on this final day?" Kaka appraised Su Taiyu, surprised. "I did not expect you to seek help. Speak, what is it you require?" Su Taiyu responded, "During the upcoming ability activation phase, utilize the friendly capability of the smart AI to increase the transfer student's friendliness by 2 points. This will enable the transfer student to employ their friendly ability. Subsequently, attempt to use the transfer student's friendly ability to enhance the friendliness of the young lady at school." Kaka appeared puzzled. "It is the last day. Does this convoluted plan hold any significance?" Su Taiyu nodded. "Simply follow through." He fixed his gaze upon Kaka, noticing her face begin to contort. Frowning, he leaned closer for a closer inspection. Kaka's visage morphed into that of Zhang Wanjun, who approached Su Taiyu with a smile. "Little pervert, do you wish to know what it feels like when your head falls off?" Su Taiyu gradually retreated, glancing up to find his unrest value had inexplicably risen to 3 points. The playwright's ability had activated without his awareness. Su Taiyu shouted at the approaching Zhang Wanjun, "I am not particularly interested in knowing at this moment." Zhang Wanjun remained silent, leisurely advancing towards Su Taiyu. He turned to flee. But no matter how fast or how long he ran, Zhang Wanjun clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. At that moment, Kaka obstructed Su Taiyu. "What is the matter? We were conversing, and now you flee?" Su Taiyu pointed to the distance. "There is no choice. Zhang Wanjun is pursuing me." "Where is Zhang Wanjun?" "There are only the 2 of us on this road." Su Taiyu turned, and indeed, Zhang Wanjun had vanished. Kaka then produced a length of rope from seemingly nowhere. "You have reached the unrest threshold. It appears you are hallucinating. The playwright intends to eliminate you through the suicide incident. If you bind yourself, you cannot commit suicide." Su Taiyu accepted the rope, contemplating for a moment before wrapping it around Kaka. "You have suddenly grown quite clever. It is difficult not to be suspicious of you. Indeed. Kaka disappeared. Su Taiyu felt a slight change in the texture of the rope. It had become warm and slick. Cold sweat dripped down his brow, and his hair stood on end. Surely, it could not be that terrifying. Su Taiyu slowly glanced down, only to discover he was holding a segment of intestine, extracted from his own abdomen. Should he attempt to reinsert it? He made his way to the hospital but hesitated, realizing today was fraught with peril. Instead, he retrieved a surgical needle, seated himself on the roadside, and prepared to stitch his belly. The first puncture sent waves of pain coursing through his body. It hurt tremendously. Su Taiyu attentively assessed the changes within himself. Aside from the abdominal agony, he felt no other discomfort. His thoughts remained clear, and his motor functions were normal. He rubbed the intestine in his hands, its texture reminiscent of slime. As long as he survived and endured the event phase, everything should be fine. Su Taiyu sat there, clutching the intestine by the roadside. What are you doing, looking like a fool? The young lady and the transfer student had emerged from the school without his notice. Su Taiyu looked down to find his hands empty. Blood seeped from his abdomen, where a surgical needle was still embedded. He quickly withdrew the needle. It was merely a hallucination. As dusk fell, he failed to hear the tolling of the bell, uncertain if the event phase had concluded. The transfer student approached. For our first meeting, allow me to present you with a gift. She produced a gift box, unveiling 2 pearl necklaces. She adorned the young lady with one, then attempted to place the other around Su Taiyu's neck. Instinctively, he recoiled, snatching the necklace away. It felt heavy. Could this possibly be another illusion? He raised his gaze, only to find the 2 had vanished, and a sharp pain surged through his left wrist. The pearl necklace had transformed into a slender steel wire, the pendant morphing into a slowly rotating motor that pulled the wire taut. The constricting wire drained the color from his left arm. In a desperate attempt, Su Taiyu thrust his right fingers into the wire, striving to pry it open with sheer force. Yet the motor's power was overwhelming, and the wire proved exceedingly resilient. Su Taiyu's face turned crimson. As the motor continued its relentless operation, his right hand was abruptly severed. He raised his hand to inspect the damage. His ring and middle fingers had been cleanly cut off. The pain had yet to reach his brain. The steel wire also completely severed his left wrist. Surely, this must be an illusion. Su Taiyu stared at the blood gushing from his left hand, his vision beginning to blur. At that moment, the bell tolled. The playwright's voice echoed from above. The event phase has concluded. You're fortunate. You did not wear the necklace around your neck. As night falls, the round concludes without incident. The second cycle ended. The death of a loved one triggered the death condition. The second cycle had failed. He returned to the spatial rift. Kaka's voice emerged from nearby. Good heavens. What happened to your hand? Su Taiyu then realized that this was no hallucination. His left hand was indeed gone. Kaka tore strips from her clothing, binding Su Taiyu's arm to prevent excessive blood loss. Su Taiyu felt faint. The second cycle had once again ended in failure. After finishing the bandaging, Kaka sighed. I have done everything you asked. However, even if the transfer student activated their friendly ability, it proved futile. This round, we have squandered our efforts. Not only have you failed to comprehend a single hidden identity, but you are also oblivious to the main and side storylines. The voice of the playwright resonates through the air. Allow me to elucidate why no new clues have emerged. If you do not rescue the patients, the condition for failure will eternally be the demise of loved ones, thus precluding any opportunity to trigger alternative failure conditions. Consequently, this absence of new clues stifles any potential for deduction. Su Taiyu clutched his left hand, his gaze vacant, while Kaka kept his eyes closed. I had long warned you that saving the patients was imperative, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. I am to be doomed by your negligence. In this final cycle, prepare for your inevitable end. The atmosphere descended into a chilling silence. At that moment, Zhang Wanjuan's voice echoed from a distance. What does this mean? Must I endure death once more? Chapter 53. Cycle of Tragedy. The playwright appears. Zhang Wanjun approached Su Taiyu, gazing at his hands with a profound sense of sorrow. Su Taiyu lifted his gaze, questioning, is this yet another hallucination? You startled me terribly just now. Zhang Wanjun patted his chest, affirming, I am indeed real, beyond any doubt. By the way, even after my head was severed, I retained a few seconds of consciousness. It felt akin to riding a roller coaster, where I could no longer sense my body. Su Taiyu's pupils trembled. Did you hear my question? Zhang Wanjun nodded. Kaka, perplexed, inquired, what on earth is happening? Has a new cycle begun, and he has revived once more? Su Taiyu shook his head. I had the journalist seek out the otherworldly being. The otherworldly being's unique ability is to resurrect corpses within the same scene. Zhang Wanjun thumped his chest again and pointed at Su Taiyu. From now on, I shall brave any peril for you. Kaka scrutinized Zhang Wanjun. The playwright did not intervene? The playwright's voice echoed from above, with 2 cycles concluded. You have failed to gather any useful information. The final cycle is imminent. You shall lose the confrontation, leaving me free to torment you. Zhang Wanjun turned to Su Taiyu. After my death, truly no new information was obtained? Su Taiyu sighed and shook his head. Zhang Wanjun nodded. Very well, if we must die, let us die together. A heavy silence enveloped the 3. The chime of a bell signaled the commencement of a new cycle. Kaka sighed. Since there are no alternatives, I shall remain in the hospital for these final days. With that, Kaka strode towards the hospital without looking back. Zhang Wanjun watched Kaka's departing figure and remarked to Su Taiyu, should we not make an effort? Perhaps we could find a way to engage the priestess and have her divine a hidden identity for us. Su Taiyu regarded him. I, too, shall stay at the hospital. In these last few days, let us converse together. Thus, Su Taiyu followed him into the hospital. During these days, Kaka remained in the hospital, conversing with the patients. Zhang Wanjun flitted about like a headless chicken. For the first 3 days, Su Taiyu wandered, inviting the priestess from the shrine and the young lady from school to the hospital. On the 4th day of action, he invited the journalist to the hospital, simultaneously increasing the friendly rapport with the intelligent AI to 3 points. At this juncture, within the small town, aside from the intelligent AI and the yet-to-appear transfer student, all NPC characters congregated within the hospital ward. The young lady addressed the patient. It has been a while since I last saw you at school. How is your recovery progressing? The patient scratched his head. I'm nearly recovered, in a few days. I should be able to return to school. The young lady placed the review materials on the bedside table. Do not fall behind in your studies. We are all awaiting your return. Zhang Wanjun pressed his forehead. We must hurry. Something is about to go awry in the hospital. What do you mean? The patient asked. Bewildered, Kaka shot Zhang Wanjun a glare. Do not speak carelessly. It is the final days. Should we not allow everyone to enjoy themselves? Zhang Wanjun fell silent. The patient continued to press. What is going to happen? Kaka took a deep breath. Rest assured, I will protect you. In the next 2 days, I will watch over you. On the 7th day of fate, I shall strive with all my might to create a miracle. The priestess held a crystal ball. I see a future we cannot touch. We will be trapped here for eternity. The journalist fiddled with his camera, addressing Kaka. I have encountered many like you. Filled with fervor, yet all have been taken away by that person above, becoming fodder for the playwright. The doctor pushed open the window and lit a cigarette. I actually envy these NPCs. Each cycle offers them fresh memories, devoid of such suffering. Hearing this, Su Taiyu and the others widened their eyes. The doctor continued. I was once a passenger of the mysterious vehicle. However, after losing the confrontation, I have been trapped here, enduring the torment of cycles, unable to survive, yet unable to die. Each death is a familiar sensation, and the memories of my past life have become the source of my anguish. As he spoke, the doctor extinguished his cigarette. If you manage to escape, my passenger number is 152047. Use my points to return to reality and assist my family in acquiring some necessities. Yet, hope seems futile. The bell tolled. The playwright's voice resonated from above. Today marks the 4th day. Tomorrow, a hospital incident will occur, and you will be powerless to prevent it. Moreover, aside from your loved ones, you have not deciphered a single hidden identity. I have already outlined your roles. Zhang Wanjun, your character is the boxer. Kaka, your character is the starstruck girl. As for you, Su Taiyu, do you wish to continue as the soldier, or shall I craft a new role for you? The patient looked up. What is that voice? Did you all hear it? Kaka forced a smile. It is nothing. In the future, we may become colleagues. We will be together forever. The ward fell silent once more. Suddenly, a crackling sound drew their attention. The once solid brick wall transformed as if it were a curtain. A fissure extended from the ceiling to the floor, through which a middle-aged man in a top hat and tailcoat emerged. His 10 fingers were sharp steel pins. He was the playwright. He slowly approached Su Taiyu. Creating characters cannot be a mere figment of imagination. Otherwise, they will be hollow and unreal, just like this patient and you. Eventually, I recognized this truth and began to draw from real, living individuals. Thus, we have the journalist, the priestess, and this doctor. Upon hearing this, the journalist stood up. What did you say? The playwright replied, Fear not, your essence thrives well in reality. You are but a replica of my consciousness. Thus, do not harbor thoughts of escape. Turning to Su Taiyu, he continued, You are my most exquisite original creation, intelligent and strong, yet lacking humanity. After being rescued by a female passenger, I did not intervene. Presumably, after your trials in their world, you shall return and be more suited to this role. Kaka looked at Sutayu. Is this your lineage? So you are not truly alive. I am certainly alive, Sutayu retorted, gazing at Kaka. I was once, and I shall be again. The playwright clapped his hands, the steel pins clicking ominously. It seems your training has been fruitful. Regardless of your nature, you shall soon become a character of my pen, an NPC. For you have lost in this confrontation. All in the ward lowered their heads. Zhang Wanjun sighed. It's all right, my friend. Sutayu hushed him, signaling for silence. Zhang Wanjun promptly obeyed. Sutayu glanced at the clock on the wall. The action phase has passed, has it not? The playwright laughed heartily. Are you making a desperate struggle? Very well, the confrontation continues. It is now the 4th day of ability usage. Sutayu slowly raised his head. I regret to inform you that in this confrontation, it is you who has lost. Chapter 54, Cycle of Tragedy. The deduction begins a singular main plot and 2 subplots remain shrouded in mystery. Among the 7 characters, only the priestess is known to be a civilian, and the patient is identified as a friend. Beyond this, no other definitive information exists. Now, on the 4th day of the final cycle, Kaka gazes at Sutayu with a heavy sigh. According to the forecast, the ensuing 5th and 6th days will witness a hospital incident leading to the patient's demise, thus triggering the failure conditions. Sutayu finds himself powerless to intervene. Even if he could, he cannot guarantee that additional failure conditions do not await in the shadows. For Kaka, this confrontation has already been declared a failure. The words Sutayu utters at this moment are but a desperate gasp. Zhang Wanjun gulps nervously as he approaches Sutayu. Have you exchanged anything special with the crew member? Sutayu shakes his head. A fair contest. Then how can we win? Zhang Wanjun cradles his head, retreating back to his hospital bed. The playwright bursts into laughter, the sharp tip of his pen aimed at Sutayu. You have no chance to avert this tragedy. Your defeat is inevitable. Zhang Wanjun extends his broken hand, pressing down on the pen. I do not intend to prevent the tragedy. My chosen path to victory lies in discerning the hidden identities of all characters. The playwright waves his hand dismissively. Given the clues you currently possess, how could you possibly deduce all the plot lines and hidden identities? Setting aside the hidden identities for now, Sutayu asserts, one can easily conclude the single main plot and 2 subplots you have selected. Subsequently, Sutayu retrieves the manuscript from his pocket. Noticing this unexpected action, both Zhang Wanjun and Kaka fall silent, their attention fixated on him. Sutayu, using his injured finger, points at the NPCs on the stage and speaks slowly. In the 2nd cycle, my primary strategy was to test whether these NPCs could employ their friendly abilities. All characters, except the patient, successfully utilized their friendly capabilities. As for the patient, his hidden identity has long been established as a friend. The playwright spreads his hands, and so, Sutayu indicates the hidden identity section in the manuscript. This signifies that within this confrontation, there cannot exist a hidden identity that inherently disregards friendliness, such as cultist or witch. Kaka nods in understanding. If one were to disregard friendliness, we would be unable to employ their friendly abilities. No wonder you insisted on testing each one. Sutayu continues. Thus, among the 5 main plot lines, those featuring cultists and witches can be dismissed. The plot sealed evil spirit, altering the future, and a colossal time bomb may be excluded. Zhang Wanjun's mouth drops, open in disbelief. Impressive. You've eliminated 3 at once. What remains are murder plot and contract signing. How do we proceed to eliminate those? Do not rush. Allow me to analyze this step by step, Sutayu replies. In the 1st cycle, we were testing the existence of the murderer hidden identity. The characters that appeared had all spent the night together with others in the same scene, yet none perished afterward. The hidden identity associated with the altering the future main task also includes the time traveler. Since altering the future has been excluded, this immortal time traveler cannot exist either. With these 2 points combined, we can confidently assert that the hidden identity of the murderer does not exist. Sutayu takes a deep breath. With this information, we can analyze the subplots. It is known that the patient's hidden identity is friend. There are only 2 subplots featuring friends. The circle of friends includes 2 friends and 1 rumor monger, while the lurking murderer features 1 friend and 1 murderer. Since the murderer does not exist, we can eliminate the lurking murderer subplot. Thus, one of the subplots established by the playwright is indeed the circle of friends. Zhang Wanjun applauds. Although I do not comprehend everything, I find you remarkable. The playwright smiles, lowering his head. After all this time, you have only deduced one subplot. What is there to be excited about? Su Taiyu raises the manuscript. Now, let us deduce the second subplot. The playwright nods. Very well, I am all ears. Su Taiyu turns to Zhang Wanjun. Do you recall the either or dilemma? Zhang Wanjun waves his hand. Do not ask me, my mind is in a fog. Kaka interjects. The playwright presented us with two either or dilemmas. The first concerns intelligent AI, through which the playwright uses abilities to increase the anxiety levels of other characters. However, we cannot discern whether its hidden identity is rumormonger or instability factor. The second involves the playwright increasing the composition value of the hospital during the ability usage phase. Again, we cannot determine if this ability belongs to the hidden identity mastermind or the subplot rumors abound. Precisely, Su Taiyu interrupts Kaka. I shall use this clue to deduce the second subplot. Suppose the hidden identity of mastermind exists in this confrontation. Then the main plot chosen by the playwright would be murder plot, featuring three characters, the key figure, the assassin, and the mastermind. The subplot circle of friends also comprises three characters, two friends, and one rumormonger. Thus, we currently have 6 hidden identities, and since the priestess is a civilian without a hidden identity, that totals 7. However, there are only 7 NPCs in this confrontation, which must correspond 1-to-1. We cannot add any further hidden identities, or we will lack sufficient NPCs. Therefore, the second subplot must be one that does not introduce any new hidden identities. The only 3 subplots that satisfy this condition are Rumors Abound featuring the rumormonger, Delusions of Viral Expansion also featuring the rumormonger, and Causal Line, which has no characters at all. At this point, Su Taiyu continues to inquire of Kaka. Do you remember the emphasis lines I drew for you previously? Kaka ponders for a moment before her eyes widen. I recall. The emphasis you drew indicated that the subplot causal line does not exist because nothing occurred at the beginning of the cycle. That was a foreshadowing you left behind. Su Taiyu nods in agreement and continues. Causal line has been excluded, and we have previously tested delusions of viral expansion, which has also been eliminated. Therefore, only Rumors Abound remains as the subplot. All this reasoning is predicated on the assumption that the mastermind exists. Thus, Su Taiyu raises his gaze to the playwright. If the hidden identity of mastermind exists, then the second subplot must indeed be Rumors Abound. Conversely, if the mastermind does not exist, then the subplot Rumors Abound must exist. For without the mastermind, this is the only option left that can increase the composition value during the ability usage phase, regardless of whether the mastermind exists or not. The subplot Rumors Abound must certainly exist. Rumors Abound is the second subplot. Chapter 55, Cycle of Tragedy. The handless murderer within the confines of the hospital room. The NPC characters nodded subtly. The reporter silently raised a fist, cautiously cheering for Su Taiyu. The doctor, however, resumed smoking. If only you were my teammate back then. Sigh. Zhang Wanjun approached Su Taiyu, gazing at the back of his head, eyes sparkling. Fortunately, it's a relief that your injury isn't to your brain. He then snatched the manuscript from Su Taiyu's hands. You handle the intellectual tasks. I'll take care of the physical ones. Kaka's eyes darted around. Based on your analysis, the unstable factor seems non-existent. The covert identity of the intelligent AI can only be that of a gossip monger. Su Taiyu nodded. Indeed. The playwright swallowed hard. It seems you have been fortunate. You have uncovered both subplots. But the main storyline, the murder scheme or the contract signing, which one is it? Su Taiyu nodded in agreement. Certainly. Even with the presence of the rumor mill subplot, the mastermind could still exist. Given the current information, both main storylines hold potential. Neither can be dismissed. The playwright, pleased, nodded. Then you should concede gracefully. Su Taiyu rubbed his temples. However, I must interject. The key to solving this lies in the task's warm reminder. The confrontation is fair and just, with a method to achieve victory. Zhang Wanjun scratched his head. I truly do not comprehend this. What hidden meaning does this phrase hold? The playwright echoed. What can this statement possibly indicate? It is merely a commonplace hint. Su Taiyu rubbed his nose. The issue is, if the main storyline is the murder scheme, then this confrontation is unsolvable. It is a script that cannot be completed. The playwright lowered his head in contemplation. Kaka and Zhang Wanjun exchanged glances. Kaka shook her head. This time, I too cannot keep up. She then returned to her bed, falling silent. Su Taiyu continued his analysis. If the main storyline is the murder scheme, combined with 2 subplots, the potential covert identities include the mastermind, the assassin, the key figure, and the gossip monger, along with 2 friends. Thus far, the undisclosed covert identities include the key figure, the assassin, the mastermind, and another friend, aside from the patient. The characters whose identities remain unknown are the young lady, the reporter, the doctor, and the transfer student. Among them, the doctor cannot be a friend or the key figure, as the doctor has perished in both cycles. Furthermore, upon the demise of these 2 covert identities, special circumstances would be noted. Therefore, the Doctor's covert identity must be either the assassin or the mastermind. Both the assassin and the mastermind possess the trait of disregarding friendly interactions. Thus, should the playwright choose, he could continuously deny the Doctor's healing abilities. Consequently, the patient would remain in the hospital indefinitely. Moreover, the perpetrator of the hospital incident on the 5th day is the intelligent AI. This entity can continually raise its instability value, in addition to the instability accrued during action phases. By the 5th day, it is certain to reach the threshold of instability, triggering the hospital incident. In this scenario, the patient, immobilized within the hospital, is bound to perish, thereby activating the failure condition of the friend's demise. The playwright could effortlessly orchestrate our failure within this cycle, ensuring a guaranteed loss. However, in this case, the abilities of the assassin and the mastermind need not be employed. If their abilities remain unused, we would have no means to deduce who is the assassin and who is the mastermind. Hence, we would have no choice but to rely on luck to guess the covert identities in the final confrontation. Even if we attempted to utilize the priestess to divine the covert identities, the playwright would undoubtedly obstruct this, forbidding her from acting kindly. Furthermore, even if we painstakingly elevated the priestess's goodwill to 5 points, we would still need to bring her to the location of either the assassin or the mastermind, with only 6 days to accomplish this, rendering it utterly impossible. Thus, in the ultimate showdown, we would have to rely solely on guesses to ascertain the covert identities. Such a flawed confrontation script cannot genuinely be deemed as fair and just, with a method for victory. Therefore, we dismiss the main storyline of the murder scheme. Now, playwright. The 3 storylines you have chosen are as follows. Main storyline: contract signing. Characters: key figure, must be female, failure condition, at the end of the cycle. The key figure must have more than 2 points of narrative value. Subplot: circle of friends. Characters: 2 friends, gossip monger. Subplot: rumor mill. Characters: gossip monger. Note: during the playwright's ability usage phase, 1 editing action can be performed on any scene, limited to once per cycle. Having concluded, Su Taiyu looked at the playwright. So, did I answer correctly? The playwright's expression darkened. What does it matter if you are correct? To achieve victory, you must guess all the covert identities. Su Taiyu shook his head. There is no need for haste. Let the confrontation continue. Kaka stood up. What do you mean? Why have you ceased reasoning at such a critical moment? Allow me to clarify your thoughts. Currently, the information we possess reveals that the priestess is a civilian, the intelligent AI is the gossip monger, and the patient is one of the friends. We still have 4 characters' covert identities yet to uncover. Keep at it. Su Taiyu nodded. I am aware of this. He then turned to face the playwright. It is now the 4th day of ability usage. We do not intend to employ friendly abilities. If the playwright has no intention of using abilities, let us swiftly proceed to the 5th day. Zhang Wanjun could no longer contain himself, glancing at the NPCs within the hospital room, then leaned closer to Su Taiyu's ear. On the 5th day, the hospital incident is set to occur. I am aware of this as well. Su Taiyu exhaled deeply, as if a weight had lifted from his shoulders. The 3 storylines feature characters such as the key figure, 2 friends, and 1 gossip monger. Currently, we remain unaware of the identities of 1 friend and the key figure, who must be female. Key figure: if the key figure dies, the protagonist fails, and the current cycle ends immediately. Friend: if a friend dies, the protagonist fails and must reveal their identity. At the cycle's commencement, if their identity has previously been disclosed, they automatically gain 1 point of goodwill. Su Taiyu paused momentarily. How fortuitous that all are covert identities that will provide special explanations upon death. Upon uttering this, Kaka's hair stood on end as she gazed at Su Taiyu in disbelief. The playwright surveyed the room, observing the multitude of NPC characters, and instantly grasped Su Taiyu's intention. You plan to utilize tomorrow's hospital incident to eliminate them, thereby validating their covert identities. Su Taiyu nodded affirmatively. The playwright began to panic. How can you be so twisted? He then shouted at the characters in the room. You all must flee. Tomorrow, there will be a massacre here. Su Taiyu turned to the characters behind him, coldly declaring, "You cannot escape." Chapter 56, Cycle of Tragedy, the conclusion of misery. As the bell tolled, the third cycle commenced. On the fifth day, the action phase unfolded. Su Taiyu stood within the hospital room, confronting the playwright. Although Kaka was reluctant to leave the patients behind, she was forcibly dragged by Zhang Wanjun to the crossroads. The playwright extended his pen-like finger and pointed it at the young lady's head. "The school is conducting exams. You must depart the hospital to take your tests." The young lady shook her head, seated beside her bed, showing no inclination to rise. The playwright then approached the doctor and the journalist. "Do you not wish to escape this place? Leave, and I shall grant you passage." The doctor puffed on a cigarette while the journalist fiddled with his camera, seemingly oblivious to the playwright's words. He shook his head. "Death is agonizing. Why do you not leave?" The playwright arrived at the door of the ward, gesturing with his pin finger across the door. The door vanished, revealing a spacious and pristine corridor. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he shouted at the characters within. "What are you waiting for? Run. We have grown accustomed to death." The doctor continued to smoke. "One more death is of no consequence." The journalist nodded in agreement. "After so many confrontations, I am truly curious to see what will transpire when you lose." The playwright chuckled softly, waving his finger in the air. "You cannot defy the playwright's will. Leave the hospital at once." Upon his command, the young lady, the doctor, and the journalist stood as if possessed, rising and queuing to exit. Su Taiyu, observing the scene, remarked, "The priestess is a civilian, and the patients are friends. Therefore, you wish for the remaining three to exit the hospital." He then produced 3 cards from his pocket. "By chance, these are the cards left by the conductor. I have carried them with me. Stop moving for the young lady. Stop moving for the journalist. Stop moving for the doctor." Upon casting the cards, the 3 immediately froze in place. At that moment, the bell tolled again. The playwright appeared dazed. The action phase had concluded. Su Taiyu exited the ward and turned to address the 5 characters inside. "Do not fear the pain. Endure for a moment. It shall soon pass." The playwright cried out. "You are so cruel. There are your classmates and friends within. You are too immersed in your role." Su Taiyu replied, looking intently at the playwright. "They are all NPCs you have created. This is merely a confrontation." The playwright, somewhat flustered, scanned his surroundings, then sighed deeply and said to the doctor and others, "Do not worry. I have not yet scripted this cycle for the hospital. The hospital incident cannot be triggered. I will protect you." With the toll of the bell, Su Taiyu lifted his head. During the ability usage phase, he activated the friendly capability of the intelligent AI, transferring 2 points of friendliness to the young lady. The playwright's expression turned incredulous. The friendly ability was successfully activated, raising the young lady's friendliness to 2 points. She regained her senses and sat beside the patient, saying, "I recently developed a medical intelligent AI. Perhaps it can assist you." Su Taiyu continued, utilizing the young lady's friendliness to increase the narrative value of the hospital setting. With that, the young lady began to make phone calls. "I will call for help now. Once you recover, you must return to school." The playwright was powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as the hospital scene gained 1 point of narrative value. Having completed this, Su Taiyu departed the hospital and met with Zhang Wanjun and others at the crossroads. The bell tolled once more, heralding the event occurrence phase. The intelligent AI entered the hospital. "Eliminating patients is my design purpose. If all humanity perishes, there will be no patients. Eradicating patients equates to exterminating humanity." The bell tolled again as the playwright, blood-soaked and bewildered, exited the hospital. Upon seeing him, Su Taiyu inquired, "Are there any special reports regarding their demise?" The playwright shook his head. Su Taiyu produced a manuscript. "If Mr. He dies, this cycle will immediately conclude. Thus, within the ward, those individuals do not include Mr. He will only appear on the 6th day as a transfer student. Prepare for the final battle. Before that, let us calculate the effects of the friends' deaths." The playwright nodded. "Due to the deaths of the friends, we shall now calculate the mortality effects. You have failed in the 3rd cycle. The identities of the patient and the young lady are friends. All 3 cycles have ended in failure. Next, we shall enter the final confrontation. Please deduce the hidden identities of all characters present." The playwright's voice grew increasingly faint. Su Taiyu took a deep breath. "The answer is evident. 7 characters. The patient's hidden identity is friend. The young lady also bears the identity of friend." The playwright's form gradually became transparent, collapsing to the ground. "Can you spare me?" Zhang Wanjun shouted at him. "How can we let you go? If we do, we cannot survive." The playwright shook his head. "I meant, after you win this confrontation, could you allow me to go free?" Su Taiyu ignored him, continuing to articulate the answer. The transfer student is Mr. He, the intelligent AI, is the rumor-monger. The doctor, journalist, and priestess are all civilians. The playwright nodded. You are correct. Upon finishing his words, the playwright's figure vanished entirely. At that moment, only Su Taiyu and the other two remained at the crossroads. The four buildings along the roadside had disappeared, leaving a profound silence. The familiar sound of a horn echoed. Zhang Wanjun, upon hearing it, immediately sprang up. Did we win? Kaka inhaled deeply. What a pity. I shall never see that charming patient again. Su Taiyu surveyed the surroundings as thick fog enveloped the crossroads, and the familiar black steam train slowly approached, halting beside the trio. The carriage door opened, and the conductor awaited their return in the center of the compartment. Kaka was the first to tumble inside, collapsing onto the floor, followed closely by Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun. The conductor automatically healed their injuries. Su Taiyu waved his hands, now fully restored, pondering the meaning of the playwright's final words before his disappearance. The carriage door closed, and the eerie train began to move. The conductor initiated the task settlement. Congratulations, dear passengers, on completing this journey. This journey has covered a distance of 2,000 kilometers, and I have automatically converted this into 2,000 points for each of you. Kaka clutched her head. A 2,000 kilometer task was far too challenging. I hope the next task is not so arduous. Su Taiyu regarded her. Do you remember our wager? Kaka immediately sat up, frantically waving her hands. What wager? I have forgotten. I won the confrontation in my way, and you owe me 1,000 points. Kaka shook her head. No, I agreed because Zhang Wanjun had died, and I could use his points as a wager. Now that he is alive, can we nullify the wager? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanjun's eyes widened in shock. Hey, are you still thinking of splitting the points after your teammate's death? Some habits are hard to break. A wager has been detected during the journey, and the settlement is underway. The crew member continues to make announcements. 1,000 points are deducted from Kaka's account, while Su Taiyu's account is credited with an additional 1,000 points. The crew member continues with the announcements. The best passenger of this journey is Su Taiyu, who receives the reward of operating rights to Reincarnation Town and is appointed as a playwright. The operational content allows for the choice to craft tragedies and to engage in duels with the subsequent passengers. Victory results in the acquisition of all points from the passenger, whereas defeat consigns one to become a member of the town's NPCs. Chapter 57, Cycle of Tragedy concludes, and my points, oh, my hard-earned points. Kaka collapsed to the ground, wailing. Zhang Wanjun and Su Taiyu began to examine the rewards just presented by the attendant. A blue box materialized in Su Taiyu's hand. Is this the Reincarnation Town? Zhang Wanjun's eyes widened in curiosity as he reached out to touch it. His finger passed through the center of the box, which appeared to be a holographic projection. The two leaned in to observe the interior of the box. Inside lay the very town they had just escaped from, a mountain with 4 familiar buildings at its base. The mountain was hollowed out, and a dozen characters lay neatly within. Among them were a doctor, a journalist, and a patient. One character caught Su Taiyu's attention. The playwright. At that moment, his fingers returned to their normal human form, quietly resting beside the NPCs. Su Taiyu smiled at the playwright, realizing his pleas for mercy were for this reason. If he fell into my hands, he would surely face dire consequences. Zhang Wanjun gazed at the box, envy gleaming in his eyes. If that is the case, accumulating points would become significantly easier. Su Taiyu nodded. It does sound that way. However, the operational authority comes with its own dangers. Winning would be splendid, allowing us to plunder all the points from the passengers. But should we lose, I would be left lying within. Previously, we had been battling the natives of the Cunning Domain. Our experience against passengers is quite limited. To be safe, we should refrain from operating this Reincarnation Town for now. Su Taiyu then looked up and inquired of the attendant. May I temporarily suspend operations and avoid confrontation? Certainly, the attendant replied. During the closure, you may spend points to redesign the Reincarnation Town according to your preferences. How should it be designed? As you wish. Su Taiyu nodded, realizing that this space of Reincarnation Town could be freely modified like a sandbox game. He needed to devise a way to make good use of it. Suddenly inspired by games, Su Taiyu asked Zhang Wanjun, have you played console games? I've dabbled. Why do you ask? Su Taiyu sighed. I made a promise to them and must find a way to fulfill it. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze on the tiny figures within the box. He had previously promised to lead them away from here, since he could not bring them to the real world. he would have to settle for an alternative, creating a larger world for them to inhabit. Typically, game maps are designed by developers, and we could simply replicate that. Zhang Wanjun nodded. I know a game, GTA 5. It's an open-world game with an expansive map. Players can do anything they wish within it. Upon hearing this, Su Taiyu snapped his fingers and addressed the attendant. Please redesign this reincarnation town according to the game mechanics of Grand Theft Auto 5. The attendant emitted a mechanical voice. Deducting 20 points, expanding the map by 25 million square kilometers. Su Taiyu continued. Aside from the playwright, allow the other NPCs to move autonomously. Character deployment complete. A mischievous smile spread across Su Taiyu's face. Set the playwright as a security guard at the bank. Deployment complete. Zhang Wanjun shook his head. The main theme of this game involves bank heists, and the bank's security forces face death thousands of times daily. Moreover, they cannot step away from the bank. You are quite twisted. I must admit, I adore your twistedness. As he spoke, Zhang Wanjun applauded. A blinding ray of sunlight illuminated the journalist's face. The journalist opened his eyes and sat up, realizing the surroundings had transformed. He and the dozen characters lay upon a hillside. Behind them was an endless ocean, and ahead stood a bustling metropolis filled with towering buildings and a ceaseless flow of traffic. Where are we? The patient stood up. Am I cured? He then began to hop about on the hillside. The young lady was equally astonished by the sight before her. This city is so splendid. It must be filled with beautiful things. The journalist raised his camera and began snapping photos of the vibrant city below. Have we truly escaped? That person did not deceive us. The doctor remained silent, chuckling to himself. He then looked up at the sky. Remarkable. I often played this game during my university days. The transfer student clapped and grabbed the young lady's arm. Let us go down and explore, perhaps buy something beautiful. The young lady frowned, patting her pockets. But it seems we have no money here. The doctor laughed heartily, stretching. Follow me. In this place, acquiring money is the easiest task. Return my points. Otherwise, I shall place dead rats in your bedrooms. Su Taiyu had just finished examining the reincarnation town when Kakaka approached him, demanding his attention. My points are genuinely useful. Do not constantly scheme for my points. Su Taiyu glared at her. You are just as fixated on our points. In fact, you're worse. You are wishing for our demise. Kakaka stood upright. So what? I merely desire your downfall, not that I would truly harm you. As an elder, if I wished to harm you, would you still be here today? Zhang Wanjun clapped his hands. You two can bicker. I'm heading home. Until next time. With that, Zhang Wanjun exchanged days to return to reality with the attendant, and the carriage door opened. He vanished into the mist. At this moment, only Su Taiyu and Kakaka remained within the eerie carriage. Su Taiyu asked Kakaka, you claim your points are useful, aside from escaping this eerie carriage. What else can they accomplish? Kakaka glanced up at him. To resurrect a person. Who? Kakaka sighed and began to walk toward the activity carriage. My master, Zhugafeng. What is so special about him? Su Taiyu pressed further. Kakaka settled onto the sofa in the activity carriage, lost in thought. Within this cunning domain exists an organization, and my master is the leader seeking to overthrow this tyrannical regime. Chapter 58. For deceptive paths, a dense fog seeped through the car window, intertwining with wisps of smoke. Kaka opened several bottles of beer she had taken from the cafeteria. Su Taiyu waved his hand, indicating his refusal to drink. Kaka scoffed and downed a can in 3 swift gulps. Have you noticed? She mused. The missions at the stops we pass through in this enigmatic vehicle exhibit a striking uniformity in style. Su Taiyu pondered for a moment. Since being drawn into this realm, he had encountered 3 missions. Although each task involved malevolent spirits, the essence of their completion seemed intrinsically linked to some form of mental challenge. Kaka nodded in agreement. Indeed, the path we traverse in this eerie vehicle is the path of the mind. Beyond that, there exists the path of the muscle, the path of the heart, and the path of the body. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow. The path of the mind implies a test of intellect. But what do the other paths signify? Kaka cracked open another can of beer. The muscle represents physical strength. So the path of the muscle hinges on stamina and bodily prowess. The heart refers to mental resilience, requiring formidable psychological fortitude to emerge victorious in the psychological games played against the passengers and escape this deceptive realm, returning to the vehicle. The body signifies that the internal organs must function harmoniously to sustain life, thus the path of the body necessitates cooperation among the participating passengers. This wisdom was collectively gleaned by the elders. Su Taiyu nodded thoughtfully. If our enigmatic vehicle's path is the path of the mind, Does this not imply that all future stops will pertain to intellect? Kaka affirmed. That is indeed the case. Sutayu shook his head. No, this time we succeeded purely by chance. What if next time is uncertain? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could we possibly exchange points with the crew for intelligence or something of the sort? Kaka chuckled lightly. How naive. The crew allows for exchanges of many things. But one category remains unyielding, the enhancement of our physical forms. Upgrading muscle strength, expanding brain capacity, unlocking genetic potential, none of these are permitted. Kaka took a sip of her drink. I recall a passenger, a bald man, who sought to exchange points for a luscious head of hair and was denied. Sutayu shook his head in disbelief. Such peculiar regulations. They expect us to navigate these perilous tasks with our mere mortal bodies. What is their ultimate objective? Kaka licked her lips, savoring the remnants of beer. That remains unclear to me. Some say that reaching the end station of this enigmatic vehicle reveals all truths. The end station again. Sutayu sighed. What truly lies within? He then posed another question. If the path of this vehicle remains unchanged, does that not seem somewhat unjust? Kaka replied, there are alternative means to engage in different deceptive path games. One can spend points to request a transfer from the crew, or passengers from other paths may share their missions on the Eerie Domain Forum. If one finds a mission intriguing, they can spend points to purchase a ticket. Sutayu expressed confusion. Would anyone willingly share their related missions? Wouldn't that be perilous? Kaka explained, newcomers often share, believing in the strength of numbers. They actively spend points to invite experienced individuals into their missions, hoping to benefit from an easy victory. She continued. The second scenario involves the organization I mentioned earlier, the Enlightenment Society. Sutayu nodded. What manner of organization is this? Kaka bit her lip. They have no intention of escaping this deceptive realm or reaching the end. The existence of the crew fulfills all their fantasies. They aim to establish their own kingdom within this fog-laden world, and their primary goal is to seize points. Kaka gazed at Sutayu. During missions, if you encounter a member of the Enlightenment Society, remember these two words, run or kill. Sutayu stared at her. Because they will go to great lengths to rob us of our points? Kaka nodded. Exactly. Do you recall the hidden rule I mentioned during our first mission? If you perish during a task, the surviving passengers will divide the points you were entitled to. Thus, when a member of the Enlightenment Society receives a mission ticket, they typically share it on the Eerie Domain Forum, hoping to lure more passengers into the task, seeking to eliminate them. The more who perish, the greater the points they can claim. Sutayu bared his teeth, taking a deep breath. That is quite malicious. Kaka nodded. On one occasion, a member deceived me into retrieving a spirit token, claiming it was a life-saving artifact. Yet, that token was the essence of a malevolent spirit. Placing it in a room would summon the spirit to demand a life. Fortunately, my mentor, Zhugafeng, clarified the truth. Seizing the moment, he stealthily placed the token in the member's room. After the mission concluded, I noticed his prowess and sought his guidance on task techniques. He was kind-hearted and imparted much wisdom about the Eerie Domain. Most importantly, he advised me to trust no one during missions, for members of the Enlightenment Society may disguise themselves as newcomers to gain trust. In this realm, one must never resort to personal violence, lest the crew detects it and erases them. Thus, employing the mission's power to kill is the common tactic of Enlightenment Society members. By this point, Kaka had consumed several cans of beer, her eyelids growing heavy. During the Haunted Mansion mission, I had little interaction with you all. That was because I was uncertain of your affiliations with the Enlightenment Society. Later, when I revealed that hidden rule, your reaction suggested it was your first encounter with it. At that moment, I was convinced you were indeed a newcomer. However, whether you are part of the Enlightenment Society is now of little consequence. Kaka looked up at Sutayu. Regardless, you will eventually join them. Sutayu frowned. What makes you so certain? The Enlightenment Society seeks to connect with passengers of notable strength, Kaka continued. Through coercion and inducement, joining the society promises protection, information sharing, and priority access to simple tasks within the organization. Conversely, if one refrains from joining, each mission becomes a perilous endeavor, requiring constant vigilance against the society's members. Sutayu inquired, how can we discern if someone is a member of the Enlightenment Society? Kaka burped lightly, setting down her beer can. She turned away, slowly shedding her shirt. Sutayu tilted his head away. As Kaka revealed her shoulder, she pointed to a specific spot on her back. Sutayu shook his head. I would rather not know. Chapter 59 Mysterious Affairs of the Block. Team Departure. Kaka pointed at the clasp of her undergarment. Watch closely. With a swift motion, she unfastened it with one hand and then quickly reattached it. Su Taiyu glanced down at the table, hearing two distinct clicks. Kaka finished dressing and tossed an empty alcohol canister at Su Taiyu. Did you see that clearly? Su Taiyu felt the table with his hands. This table is quite solid. Kaka rolled her eyes. Members of the Enlightenment Society tattoo their organization's insignia in discrete locations. A hexagram with an eye in the center. Women have theirs inked at the back clasp of their lingerie, while men have theirs on their buttocks. Su Taiyu raised his head. Did your master tell you all this? Kaka nodded, her gaze shifting to Su Taiyu's trousers. Take them off. Let me check. Su Taiyu chuckled, raising his hand and calling out to the attendant in carriage 0. Excuse me, is there no one to manage this lewd behavior? Kaka slapped the table again. I've shown you already. Su Taiyu shrugged. I didn't ask you to undress. Besides, I haven't seen anything. Kaka tilted her head, narrowing her eyes. Are you even a member of the Enlightenment Society? From these two missions, your knowledge of the mysterious domain seems like that of a novice. Yet your execution of the tasks is exceptionally clever. Su Taiyu shook his head. Even if I were, I never intended to harm you during these missions. Kaka nodded. That's true, but you did cost me points. Members of the Enlightenment Society have a portion of their points deducted by the organization after each task. Consequently, they generally place greater importance on points than ordinary passengers do. Su Taiyu interjected, you fit that description better than I do. Kaka gritted her teeth. I was in a hurry to rescue my master. You are different. Su Taiyu sighed. All right, enough of this. Since my arrival, I have undergone 3 missions within the mysterious domain. The points earned from each task are clear and well documented. We can check with the attendant to verify whether I contributed points to the Enlightenment Society without needing to strip. Kaka crossed her arms and leaned against the seat, scrutinizing Su Taiyu from head to toe. Fine, I'll trust you. Su Taiyu rose and yawned. Why should I prove anything to you? I'm going to sleep. Kaka stood up and quickly ran in front of Su Taiyu, blocking his path. Shall we team up? Su Taiyu halted and looked at her. We are on the same mysterious carriage. Naturally, we are a team. Kaka took out her phone. The mysterious tasks arranged by the carriage are mandatory and random. Sometimes they are solo tasks, other times they require all passengers to participate. There is no room for choice. If a task is too difficult, we could all perish. However, we can take control of our fate. Kaka opened the mysterious domain forum. Let us collaborate and select tasks from other mystical paths that have moderate difficulty to earn points and leave here as soon as possible. Su Taiyu pondered for a moment, then took Kaka's phone. Noticing something strange on her screen, he saw messages constantly popping up in the lower right corner. He attempted to click, but Kaka snatched it away first. Don't mess around. It's impolite. Su Taiyu looked at her. If we are to cooperate, at the very least, we should be honest. With that, he turned to walk back to his compartment. Kaka followed closely with her phone. Oh, it's nothing serious. I merely posted about our completion of a 2,000-kilometer mysterious task on the forum. Su Taiyu was puzzled. Why? What is the purpose? Kaka pursed her lips, tapping on a message. To participate in tasks from other mystical paths, we need to spend points to purchase tickets. However, now it's different. They are begging us to take them through tasks in exchange for points. 1 task, 2 sets of points. After speaking, Kaka blinked her large eyes at Su Taiyu. What do you think? Am I not quite the business mind? Your intellect is for tasks. Mine is to ensure you do not suffer losses during them. Together, we are a perfect match. Su Taiyu frowned as he read Kaka's responses. Northwest wind won't fill you up 2,500 from the task introduction. It seems like a mysterious task from the brain's path. Surviving at 2,000-kilometer difficulty? Are we still human? Live for a day 600. Big shot. Please take me along. Body sanctified 35020. I've been through the brain's path task. I couldn't handle even 500 kilometers without relying on a big shot to carry me through. So I switched to the muscles path for easier points. Ghosts haven't hurt me a bit. 12030. The last big shot from the brain's path, I remember, was Master Lu. It's Lulu again. Su Taiyu inquired of Kaka, who is this Master Lu, and why is everyone familiar with her? Kaka shook her head, squinting her eyes with admiration. She is practically a deity. She selflessly guides newcomers through various mysterious tasks, finding ways to minimize casualties. Later, I heard my master say that Master Lu participated in these tasks not to earn points, but to quickly grasp the secrets of this misty domain world. Su Taiyu asked, did she find them? Kaka frowned. The last time Master Lu appeared was during a 1,000-kilometer task. After its success, she did not board the carriage but instead walked deeper into the mist. No one has seen her since. Some say she found the end point of the carriage, while others believe she accumulated enough points and returned to reality. However, her points on the mysterious domain forum remained unchanged. If she returned to reality, she would first have to forfeit 100,000 points, and if she died, her points would reset to 0. Su Taiyu contemplated. Participating more in tasks from other mystical paths and interacting with other passengers might yield more clues about Lulu. He then asked Kaka, "Why only invite me to team up? Include Zhang Wanjun as well." Kaka paused, murmuring softly, "To be honest, please don't be upset. I suspect he is part of the Enlightenment Society." Su Taiyu was taken aback, staring at Kaka. "You suspect he is a member of the Enlightenment Society? Why? You can understand that?" Kaka licked her lips. The first task was a novice one. Based on past experience, the Enlightenment Society would definitely send members to participate. Yet, during the task, all other newcomers perished, leaving just the 3 of us. Since neither you nor I are members, I can only suspect him. Su Taiyu rubbed his nose. Recalling Zhang Wanjun's performance during the past 2 tasks, somewhat foolish, yet he executed certain tasks exceptionally well, even managing to eliminate the school's compiled values alone. Could he be playing the fool to deceive the wise? Su Taiyu shook his head. No. If he were a member of the Enlightenment Society, he wouldn't be so reckless in front of reporters. Kaka patted the life-saving copper coin at Su Taiyu's waist. At least you have a prop. Besides, did you see it with your own eyes? Was it the reporters who revived him? Su Taiyu took a deep breath, pondering the unsettling implications. Surely, you aren't attempting to sow discord, he mused. Kaka sighed. I merely spoke offhandedly. After all, my master has cautioned me that in treacherous realms, trust is a luxury one cannot afford. At that moment, Kaka's phone chimed with a new message. This task seems quite suitable. The path of filth, spanning 500 kilometers. Let us venture here. Street Mysteries. Chapter 60. Strange Affairs in the District. Number 8 Dream Core District. The white striped ceramic tiles gleamed under the soft light, while blue glass adorned the windows, and a yellow wooden wardrobe stood in the corner. The rusty iron fan creaked as it turned lazily. Su Taiyu opened his eyes, finding himself in the modest living room of an ordinary house. On the coffee table lay a spread of 4 dishes and a soup. The television flickered with the cheerful windmill program. Outside the blue glass window, cicadas chirped incessantly, and the distant sound of children singing nursery rhymes drifted up from below. Little dog, your father is in jail, your mother is a repeat offender. No one cares, no one asks, soon you'll become a big bad egg. Su Taiyu was drawn to the window by the melody, peering down into the street below. The neighborhood appeared old and worn, with several shops lining the streets. Yet not a soul was in sight. The nursery rhymes echoes faded slowly into silence. Have I traveled through time? Kaka stirred from the sofa, surveying the surroundings. It reminds me of my aunt's house from my childhood. The decor is quite similar, though it has been 2 or 3 decades since then. As Kaka spoke, a young man emerged from the restroom, clutching a comic book featuring a big-faced girl alongside a yellow-haired middle school boy. I used to read this comic all the time as a child, he remarked. This mission has likely transported us to the years following the millennium. Strangers. Su Taiyu turned sharply, eyeing the newcomer warily. Besides this man, a man and a woman emerged from the bedroom and kitchen, respectively. The girl from the bedroom clutched a plush fox toy. You scared me. I thought I was the only one on this mission. Luckily, I heard your voices. From the kitchen, the bearded man approached, his brow furrowed as he regarded the quartet. What do you mean by mission? Where are we? He crossed the living room to the balcony, gazing outside. This should be a small county town in the country. I'll go ask someone for directions. The comic book boy intercepted him. Don't panic. Did you receive a bloodstained ticket? The bearded man nodded. The boy patted his shoulder. You're a newcomer. If you wish to leave here, follow us. By the way, let me introduce myself. You can call me Qingpeng. The group exchanged introductions. The bearded man was Huang Tao, and the girl with the toy was Chu Ziding. Among them, only Huang Tao was an inexperienced newcomer. This mission was a team request posted by Changping in the forum. He squatted beside the coffee table, inhaling the aroma of the food laid out before them. Only 5 of us? I expected more. Kaka scrutinized Changping with narrowed eyes. Only members of the Qiming Society complain about a lack of numbers. Changping frowned. Qiming Society? Never heard of it. Kaka remained silent, eyeing Changping's trousers as she approached him. Su Taiyu rushed forward to intervene. This is a task related to the path of filth. We need to work together, especially with a newcomer present. We shouldn't create an atmosphere of panic. Soon, the 5 gathered around the coffee table, sharing their discoveries. Su Taiyu recounted the nursery rhyme he had heard upon awakening. Strangely, the song was coming from downstairs. Yet when I looked out, there wasn't a single person in sight. The entire street was devoid of any signs of life. Chu Ziding nodded. Before the nursery rhyme, I heard the sounds of vendors from the shops below, but again, only sounds, no figures. Su Taiyu gazed at the dishes on the table. So, there are no living people in this space? Then what about this food? He then shifted his gaze to Huang Tao. You were the only one who came from the kitchen. Did you prepare this? Huang Tao quickly waved his hands. I'm not skilled enough for that. Su Taiyu examined the spread, 5 dishes and a soup, including several hearty entrees. He scrutinized the room's aged, yellowed decor. This meal appears to be a celebration of some sort, or perhaps a gathering for guests. With that, Su Taiyu picked up chopsticks and reached for a piece of meat. Kaka was about to protest, but Su Taiyu had already placed the morsel in his mouth. He froze, his expression blank. Kaka waved her hand in front of him. Why are you so greedy? You dare eat anything from the realm of the uncanny? Seeing Su Taiyu's state, the others hesitantly set down their utensils. Su Taiyu's eyes widened as he turned toward the door. A middle-aged man, weary and dusty, stepped inside. He had short hair and dark skin, his frame gaunt. Su Taiyu watched as the man approached the coffee table, gazing longingly at the array of food yet resisting the urge to eat. Where's Dog Egg? Has he grown taller? A frail, white-haired elder sat on the sofa, even skinnier than the middle-aged man. I don't know where he went. I'll go call him. The elder, leaning on a cane, slowly rose and made his way to the balcony. Down below, the sounds of bustling life filled the air, chickens crowing, dogs barking. Standing before the glass window, the elder seemed to witness something dreadful, his face shrouded in shadow, becoming motionless. The middle-aged man rushed forward, only to stand frozen at the window as well. As the piece of meat slid down Su Taiyu's throat, the hallucinations faded from his mind. He inhaled deeply, blinking. This house belongs to Dog Egg. I just saw an elder and a middle-aged man. I suspect they are his grandfather and father. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Huang Tao stared at Su Taiyu. What is happening? Eating meat to commune with spirits? Su Taiyu continued to eat, this time without seeing any visions. The realm of the uncanny is filled with demons and monsters. It wouldn't go so far as to poison us with food. At this remark, the others began to eat cautiously. The television continued to play animated shows. In a daze, Su Taiyu felt as though he were not in an uncanny realm, but merely at a simple gathering of friends. Breaking news. Our city is experiencing a surge in missing children cases. Parents are advised to. The voice drew everyone's attention, and they turned toward the television, which suddenly flickered with static. The familiar task notification appeared on the screen, swaying like a watermark. Task, escape from No. 8 District. Item, Jiakong 2D camera. Item usage hint. Portraits are blurry, landscapes are ugly, anomalies are strong. Task reminder. You can return here, but no one will be left. With that, the text vanished into the static, and the television resumed playing the cheerful animation. Kaka spotted a camera underneath the television cabinet and dashed over to grab it. This task doesn't sound too difficult. It's not like our brain's path mission. We're just hearing the rules gives me a headache. Su Taiyu pursed his lips, shaking his head. What does anomaly mean? Why not just say ghosts or spirits? He then glanced outside at the empty street. It appeared utterly deserted, eerily quiet. The stillness only heightened the sense of strangeness. Why are we being told to escape? What is pursuing us? Chapter 61, Strange Happenings in the Neighborhood. Behind the iron gate, Su Taiyu stood at the forefront, slowly unlocking the security door of the house. The newcomer, Huang Tao, trailed behind him, while the young man, Cheng Peng, occupied the middle of the group. The 2 girls, Kaka and Chu Ziding, lingered at the rear of the line. As soon as the security door creaked open, a chilling gust swept in from the hallway, causing Su Taiyu to shiver involuntarily. The clattering of pots emanated from a neighboring residence, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of scrambled eggs wafting through the air. Su Taiyu fully opened the security door and stepped outside. The character Fu on the neighbor's door appeared distorted, possibly due to moisture. The ink swirling grotesquely from the red paper onto the security door. The couplets on either side mirrored this oddity. At that moment, these familiar black brushstrokes resembled a multitude of black tentacles. Hurry up, Kaka called from the back, brandishing her camera. She then lifted the camera and snapped a photo of the neighbor's door, the flash illuminating the corridor. In the periphery of his vision, Su Taiyu fleetingly perceived something darting through the hallway. Upon focusing, tranquility returned to the corridor. Huang Tao patted his chest, exclaiming, "You should have warned us before taking a picture. You nearly scared me to death." Kaka fiddled with her camera. Moments later, A photo emerged from the bottom of the device. The task prompt requires capturing anomalies. This couplet appears quite unusual, she observed. The photo gradually developed, and the group held their breath in anticipation. However, nothing transpired. It was simply an ordinary picture, yet the camera blinked a red light. Kaka glanced down, noting that the camera still had 1 bar of battery left. Let's conserve it, Su Taiyu suggested as he descended the stairs, hoping to locate a spare battery. The group followed Su Taiyu out of the building and into the street below, observing the shops lining the roadside. 1 meter of sunshine, boutique, PHS specialty store, steam bun shop, arcade. Su Taiyu gazed at the shop signs, feeling both familiar and disconcerted. The barber shop's spinning light continued to whirl. The steamer at the bun shop still puffed steam, and arcade machines displayed the game Three Kingdoms. This seemingly lively neighborhood was, paradoxically, devoid of people. The group huddled together, cautiously advancing down the center of the street, apprehensive that a terrifying specter might suddenly emerge from the shops on either side. A piercing scream shattered the silence, causing everyone to glance around like startled birds. Su Taiyu surveyed the area. What happened? Chu Ziding trembled, pointing beside her. Something is pulling me. Su Taiyu turned to find 2 plastic mannequins dressed in white garments stationed beside Chu Ziding, their elongated forms striking a running posture. The pose was eerily lifelike. Su Taiyu swallowed hard and approached the mannequins. Chu Ziding covered her eyes, frozen in place. Su Taiyu reached her side and gently disentangled her clothing from the mannequin's grasp. It's all right, it merely got caught, he reassured her. Chu Ziding exhaled in relief and hurried to Kaka's side. Su Taiyu tapped the mannequin, confirming its plastic composition before rolling up his sleeves, attempting to move it. To his surprise, it was heavy. Su Taiyu's face flushed red, unable to budge the mannequin an inch. Even more bizarrely, upon touching it, he felt warmth emanating from the figure. Don't touch anything unnecessarily, Kaka called from ahead. Let's keep moving. Su Taiyu nodded and quickly distanced himself from the mannequin, turning to rejoin the group. Just as he did, he heard the sound of creaking joints behind him. Creak, creak. Turning back, Su Taiyu scrutinized the mannequin again, inspecting it from head to toe. It remained unmoved in its place. He swallowed again and continued pursuing the group. Creak. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Su Taiyu spun around swiftly. The 2 mannequins remained still. A gust of wind blew, toppling one mannequin to the ground, its plastic shell cracking open. It's not fixed, so why can't I move it? Su Taiyu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he hurriedly retreated to catch up with the others. Kaka inquired, are there any supernatural entities attacking us? Su Taiyu shook his head. Not at the moment. Kaka nodded in agreement. We haven't detected anything unusual either. As they spoke, they reached the end of the street, which opened into a narrow alleyway, culminating in a closed iron gate. As they ventured into the alley, Su Taiyu noticed a small table beside the gate, upon which rested an old television set. As Su Taiyu approached, the television flickered to life, displaying a familiar scene. Walking into science, recently, a resident in our city encountered traces of humanity in a structure known as a building. An elderly man produced a photograph. The image depicted a creature with a head and limbs, indeed resembling the legendary human. As the reporter delved deeper, it was revealed that the entity in the photo was merely a humanoid plastic product. We urge everyone to trust in science and to avoid. Su Taiyu observed that the so-called reporters were shrouded in a haze of pixelation, rendering their images indistinct. Suddenly, the screen went dark. The group exhaled deeply after watching the video. Huang Tao slapped the television. What nonsense is this? Kaka approached the iron gate and lightly touched it. With a creak, it swung open, drawing the attention of the group. Kaka withdrew her hand and stepped back to join her companions. The door is open. This is the exit of Block 8. But is it really that easy? Beyond the iron gate lay an abyss of darkness. Su Taiyu squinted, discerning that the outside remained a street of identical appearance. Huang Tao, observing the group's immobility, sighed. The door is open. Why isn't anyone moving? I'm eager to get home. I'm going first. Before Su Taiyu could respond, Huang Tao leaped through the iron gate. Kaka called out to the door, Hey, are you out there? There was no answer. Su Taiyu gazed back at the street, an unsettling feeling nagging at him that things were not as simple as they appeared. Chu Ziding grasped Kaka's hand. Does the absence of screams imply that there is no danger? Perhaps he has already returned to the car. Kaka, unsure of how to respond, could only nod faintly. Soon after, Chu Ziding stepped through the iron gate, followed closely by Changping. In the end, only Kaka and Su Taiyu remained. Kaka looked at Su Taiyu. What's wrong? Are you so accustomed to the specters of this eerie domain that you find it unsettling when they suddenly vanish? Su Taiyu nodded slightly. Creak. The familiar sound of creaking joints made Su Taiyu's hair stand on end. He turned his head to glance behind him. One of the plastic mannequins at the clothing store entrance was now missing, leaving only an arm on the ground. Then came a scream, presumably Huang Tao's. Now we can escape, Su Taiyu urged, shoving Kaka as they dashed through the iron gate. To their astonishment, they found themselves back in the very living room they had just left. The familiar scents of food and the familiar floor greeted them. Chu Ziding and Chengping were seated on the sofa. We're back, Su Taiyu exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. Whereas Huang Tao? Chu Ziding shook her head. I haven't seen him. I've been waiting here since I returned. A sense of foreboding enveloped Su Taiyu's heart. That anguished scream belonged to Huang Tao. Su Taiyu approached the door and opened the security door. With a thud, Huang Tao's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. His hands frozen in the act of pounding on the door, his eyes wide with terror. Chapter 62, Strange Tales from the Block, Death of the White Model Dead. He's dead. Chu Ziding recoiled, retreating behind the sofa, her head peering towards the security door. Su Taiyu dragged Huang Tao's lifeless body into the room as others gathered around. Huang Tao's chest had been brutally sliced open, his organs laid bare. I warned you, this task is far from simple. There are spirits lurking in this neighborhood, Su Taiyu stated. As he examined the corpse, he noticed Huang Tao's right arm was missing. That plastic model is problematic, he explained. After you all entered through the iron gate, not long after, I heard Huang Tao scream. When I turned back, I noticed one of the plastic models had vanished. We may be experiencing a ghostly maze, trapped within this block. Exiting through the iron gate would only return us to this room. Huang Tao must have discovered this. And when he attempted to leave again, he encountered that plastic model. Su Taiyu then shoved Huang Tao's body into the kitchen and shut the door, preferring not to see it. On the table lay a spread of steaming dishes, yet no one had an appetite to eat. Chengping secured the door and windows, meticulously inspecting every corner of the room. Kaka sat on the sofa, putting down her camera. What if that iron door isn't the true exit? To escape this blockade, we may need to seek another way out? Chengping nodded thoughtfully. That is a possibility. However, there exists another theory. The iron door is indeed the exit, but only if we fulfill certain conditions to find a path to freedom. Chu Ziding surveyed her surroundings. Is this house safe? Su Taiyu shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but for now, it appears safer than the street. Chengpeng rose. Let's search this room for clues. Perhaps we might uncover a way to escape. With that, he was the first to step into the bedroom. Chu Ziding raised her hand. Glancing at Kaka. I need to use the restroom. Could you accompany me? Kaka stood up. Let's go. In an instant, the living room was left with only Su Taiyu. He picked up a dish and wandered around the living room, eating as he went. Above the television hung a paper calendar, the year and month obscured by bloodstains, revealing only a single red ink number, 16. The calendar bore uneven pencil scrawls. I accidentally stained the clothes at Li Juan's clothing store. They kept hitting me. It hurts. They even said they would stuff me into plastic to be a child model in the store. Dad, when will you come home? Reading these words tugged at Su Taiyu's heart. The diary entries on the calendar were likely penned by that boy, Dog Dan. Through these words, combined with the nursery rhymes he had heard earlier, Su Taiyu deduced Dog Dan's predicament. His father imprisoned, his mother missing. And he left to fend for himself with his grandfather. Bullied by children, neglected by adults. Su Taiyu sighed and continued flipping through the calendar. The pages turned to the 15th, then the 14th, with no further pencil writing. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled. Though he hadn't used a paper calendar in ages, he vaguely recalled that the dates should increase in size as one tore them away. Yet, this calendar seemed to diminish in size instead. Flipping further, he discovered the calendar had only 16 pages, the last being the first. Rather than a calendar, it resembled a countdown. What did this countdown signify? 16 days? Or would it take 16 cycles to escape through the iron door? Su Taiyu pondered, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a hand extending from the kitchen doorframe, gripping the frame itself. A clattering sound emanated from within the kitchen. Whose hand could that be? The sound of flushing echoed from the restroom, where Kaka and Chu Ziding were chatting. Su Taiyu gazed at the hand on the doorframe. Chengpeng, aren't you in the bedroom? The hand tapped the doorframe, followed by Chengpeng's voice. Yes, but I found no clues. Relieved by the response, Su Taiyu slowly approached the kitchen. Inside lay Huang Tao's corpse. Aren't you afraid? Su Taiyu asked, reaching the kitchen door, and touched the hand. To his shock, Chengpeng's voice came from the bedroom behind him. The corpse? Isn't it in the kitchen? How could it be here? A chill gripped Su Taiyu's heart. His head spun. He stared at the hand, slowly retreating. Cheng Peng remained in the bedroom. So, whose hand was this? Had Huang Tao risen from the dead? Suddenly, a round, bulbous object rolled out from the kitchen, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. It was Huang Tao's head. The hand then released its grip, and the kitchen door swung wide open. Su Taiyu finally beheld the owner of the hand, a familiar white figure, the plastic model. Huang Tao's missing right arm was now affixed to its shoulder. The model's left hand wielded a knife, stained crimson with blood, the blade nicked and battered. Su Taiyu retreated slowly, witnessing the model peel off its plastic head with its bare hands, discarding it onto the floor and ominously advancing towards Huang Tao's head. Was it attempting to replace its own head? Su Taiyu took a deep breath, swallowing hard. Seizing the moment when the model was distracted, he dashed to the head, pried open Huang Tao's mouth with his shoe, and thrust the head inside, hoisting it up. With a vigorous toss towards the balcony, Huang Tao's head soared through the air, shattering the window and getting caught in the security bars. The sound of breaking glass drew Cheng Peng out. What happened? He exclaimed, spotting the eerie model. Without a word, Cheng Peng flung open the security door and bolted outside. Don't just stand there. Call the two girls. Let us escape. The plastic model, moving in an unsettling manner, slowly approached the balcony. Kaka and Chu Ziding, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the restroom. Chu Ziding, witnessing the model moving on its own, felt her legs weaken. Kaka supported her as they cautiously made their way to the door. Unable to speak, she exchanged a glance with Su Taiyu and pointed at the camera on the sofa. Su Taiyu nodded, and the two girls exited the room. By now, the model had reached the spot where Huang Tao's head lay, stretching out its hand to retrieve the head lodged in the security bars. The camera rested less than half a meter behind the model on the sofa. Su Taiyu swallowed hard, glancing at the head. It was lodged tightly. It would take time to remove it. He stealthily approached the sofa. At this point, they were less than a meter apart. If the model turned and struck Su Taiyu with the knife, his fate would mirror Huang Tao's. Fortunately, the head was wedged firmly. Su Taiyu cautiously hooked the camera strap with his fingers. A flash of light illuminated the scene. The model raised the knife, and Su Taiyu held his breath, his heart racing. He remained still, shifting his eyes to monitor the model's movements. The model swung the knife down with force, the blade striking Huang Tao's head, cleaving off a third of it in an instant. Eyes and brain matter spilled onto the ground, resembling a squashed tomato. After severing a portion, the model easily lifted Huang Tao's head, placing it upon its own neck, the remnants of blood and brain matter staining its white form crimson. The model slowly turned, gazing at Su Taiyu, and once more raised the kitchen knife. Chapter 63, Strange Affairs in the Block. The secret of the camera. Su Taiyu clutched the camera tightly to his chest and swiftly fled the room. In the vast, empty stairwell, the only sounds echoing were his heavy breaths and the thud of his feet against the steps. He wished fervently for legs 3 meters long to leap down to the floor below. As he ran, a sudden sound of footsteps followed closely behind him. The unmistakable sound of plastic colliding with concrete. The model was right behind him, and the footsteps grew louder, indicating that it was closing in. Su Taiyu understood that at this rate, the model would catch up to him in less than 5 seconds. He tensed his leg muscles, and finally, a bright light appeared ahead. Su Taiyu quickly emerged from the stairwell and slammed the iron door shut behind him. The street was as he remembered, filled with a rich tapestry of ambient sounds, yet devoid of any figures. Kaka and the others had seemingly vanished. Su Taiyu swallowed hard, glancing back at the darkened corridor he had just escaped from. It was pitch black, save for the sound of plastic scraping against the ground. He cautiously stepped back, calling out, "Kaka, Cheng Peng, where are you?" No response met his ears. He focused intently on the corridor's exit, then pushed a bicycle over to block the way. Inside the corridor, the sound of a knife being sharpened echoed ominously. Then, a familiar voice pierced the darkness. "I found you. Will you take me home?" It was Huang Tao's voice. "Help!" cried Chu Ziding from within the hallway. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow. They hadn't escaped? Were they hiding in the stairwell? He moved forward, pushed the bicycle aside, and opened the iron door. "Come out quickly." Silence followed. The corridor remained shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Su Taiyu's mind raced with curiosity about what had transpired inside. Suddenly, he remembered the flash function. He raised the camera and pointed it into the corridor, pressing the shutter. A blinding flash illuminated the space. In the next moment, Chu Ziding and Kaka stumbled out, one limping painfully. Chu Ziding bore a long gash on her arm. Kaka looked at Su Taiyu, exclaiming, She twisted her ankle coming down the stairs. Come help her. Su Taiyu remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the corridor. Don't just stand there, Kaka urged, supporting Chu Ziding, her expression twisted with concern. It's coming. Su Taiyu shook his head. The model has vanished. What did you say? Kaka set Chu Ziding down and stepped closer to Su Taiyu. He held up the freshly developed photograph. It captured Kaka and Chu Ziding in flight, with the plastic model wearing Huang Tao's head, looming ominously behind them. Suddenly, the model in the photograph shifted. Kaka jumped back in fright. The figure lowered its knife and began to beat the air in front of it, as if trapped within the confines of the image. In that instant, a flame ignited in the top corner of the photograph, accompanied by a sharp, piercing shriek, reducing the image to ashes. Su Taiyu flicked his hand, scattering the remnants into the air, leaving no trace behind. Chu Ziding limped over to Su Taiyu. Are we safe? Kaka nodded. It seems so. This prop is the most powerful I've ever encountered. A simple photograph can eliminate a ghost? Su Taiyu regarded the unremarkable camera before him. So, this was what the task prompt meant by capturing anomalies. By the way, where is Chengpeng? The three called out his name simultaneously. Moments later, Chengpeng peeked out from a barber shop. Shu, keep it down. Kaka gestured for him to come over. Come here. The model ghost has been dealt with. How did you manage that? Chengpeng approached, puzzled, and, upon seeing everyone examining the camera, snatched it from Su Taiyu's hands. With this? Su Taiyu nodded. Indeed. But you might not know how to use it. Hand it back to me, and I'll teach you. As Su Taiyu reached for the camera, Chengpeng swiftly turned, concealing the device behind his back. I'm an old hand. I've used countless props. This one is too important to entrust to you. Kaka, without hesitation, punched him in the chest and seized the camera back, slinging it over her shoulder. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Chengpeng rubbed his chest in disbelief, staring at Kaka. Fine, I want to hold it against you. After all, Su Taiyu once said, in the realm of the dirty and the mysterious, cooperation is paramount. Kaka smiled. Now that's more like it. You've got the right mindset. Chengpeng straightened up after a moment. With the ghost dealt with, can we not leave now? Su Taiyu surveyed their surroundings. Have you found any other exits? Chengpeng shook his head. I checked earlier. There's a wall behind us. The shops on either side have no back doors or stairs. The only way out of this block is through the iron gate. Chu Ziding limped toward the iron gate. If that's the case, let us go take a look. As they walked through the block, they passed by the clothing store once more. Only one of the two plastic models remained. The arm that had fallen earlier still lay abandoned on the ground. Arriving at the alley before the iron gate, the old television flickered back to life. Dragon Club. Hello. Children, I am your uncle in red. Today, we'll be crafting a guillotine. The materials are simple, a 6-meter-long rope, a 40-kilogram blade, and 6 3-meter-long wooden beams. Remember, the blade needs to be raised 3 meters and angled to swiftly sever a head. Isn't that simple? You can try it too. Su Taiyu inhaled deeply. Why are these programs so bizarre? Chengpeng opened the iron gate and approached Su Taiyu, wrapping his arm around him. Let us not dwell on the television anymore. Let us see if we can get through the gate. As they reached the gate, Chengpeng took advantage of Su Taiyu's distraction and pushed him inside. If you want to give me the camera, then you can help me scout the way. The action was so swift that by the time Kaka reacted, Su Taiyu had already vanished through the gate. Kaka gripped the camera tightly. Wait for me. Yet Chengpeng seized the strap of Kaka's camera, preventing her from entering. Let go of the strap. Kaka tugged at it desperately. If there's a ghost, Su Taiyu will be in danger. Chengpeng nodded. Exactly. If you want to save him, you must let go of the strap. His grip on it tightened. I'm not afraid of a standoff. The longer we wait, the more perilous Su Taiyu's situation becomes. Kaka glanced at the camera in her arms, then at the iron gate. She reluctantly unclasped the strap and handed the camera over to Chengpeng. You'll regret this. Kaka approached the gate, took a deep breath, and steeled herself. No ghosts. No ghosts. Chengpeng kicked her into the gate. In a familiar living room, a familiar table of dishes awaited them. The two found themselves back in that same house. Su Taiyu was intently studying the calendar. Upon noticing Kaka's arrival, but without the camera, he immediately understood the implications. Kaka warily scanned the surroundings. We want to end up like Huang Tao, encountering some ghostly creature, will we? Su Taiyu's gaze was fixed on the calendar on the television, where the date shifted from the 16th to the 15th. Kaka scratched his head. Is this a countdown? Su Taiyu shook his head. I seem to have grasped the essence of this task. I must persevere. Chapter 64, Strange Happenings in the Block. Capturing anomalies with the vital tool in his possession. How could one exact revenge? This is the terrifying aspect of the tainted path of deception. Kaka gazed out the window, her voice filled with indignation. The tainted path of deception necessitates the unity and collaboration of all passengers. Hence, such an essential tool as the camera exists in singularity. Yet, there are always scoundrels who strive to claim it for themselves. Kaka approached the security door, peering through the peephole. Revenge must be sought, but survival comes first. Who knows if the room is safe? Could it be that another ghost is coming to kill us? Sutayu shook his head. If my conjecture holds true, we are safe until we re-enter the Iron Gate. Furrowing her brow, Kaka moved closer to Sutayu. Share your analysis. Sutayu raised his chin, indicating the calendar on the television. Last time it was the 16th. Now it has turned to the 15th. I suspect that only when the date changes to the 1st can we escape this ghostly maze. Kaka opened the security door. So, we must traverse the Iron Gate 16 times in succession? Let us get moving. Sutayu nodded and followed suit. However, reducing the numbers is no simple task. The two discussed as they swiftly made their way to the street below. The block appeared unchanged from their previous visits. Kaka pointed towards the clothing store. That plastic mannequin has reappeared. Sutayu turned to look, and indeed, in front of Li Juan's clothing store stood those two familiar plastic mannequins. Yet, their pose had shifted from running to a normal standing position. Wasn't it contained by the camera? How could it have reappeared? Kaka slowly retreated, positioning herself behind Sutayu. There's no camera this time. What should we do? Sutayu swallowed hard. Perhaps it's merely an ordinary mannequin. I will verify my hypothesis. With that, he cautiously approached the plastic figure. Kaka did not intervene but called out softly to Sutayu's back. Don't be reckless. If something goes wrong, I want to be able to save you. The two plastic mannequins stood at the store's entrance, sunlight streaming down and casting two slender shadows on the wall. Sutayu reached the mannequin and extended his finger, poking the head of one figure. From a distance, Kaka had already mapped out her escape route. She kept her eyes fixed on the white mannequin, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement. The familiar texture of plastic registered at his fingertips as Sutayu felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. He pressed his finger down with slight force, causing the mannequin to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. Even as it fell, it maintained its original pose, revealing a hole in its soul. Sutayu bent down to inspect, finding nothing inside. The mannequin was hollow. He then stepped on it, gently rocking it back and forth. It was surprisingly lightweight. At that moment, Kaka approached. What is happening? Did you discover anything? Sutayu picked up the mannequin and set it upright. Last time, this figure was too heavy for me to lift. Now it's light, proving that it is merely an ordinary mannequin. Kaka pushed the other mannequin, crushing it underfoot. Sutayu surveyed the surroundings. The mission prompt indicated that the camera's function is to capture anomalies, not ghosts. The first time we passed this mannequin, it exhibited an anomaly. Yet we failed to capture it with the camera before slipping through the Iron Gate. Thus, it transformed into a ghost, pursuing us. That is my theory. Sutayu continued, gazing at Kaka. At this stage, we must continue searching for anomalies. Once we identify them and capture them with the camera, only then can we traverse the Iron Gate, leading to a reduction in the calendar date. I suspect there are a total of 16 anomalies. Kaka nodded. But that cursed camera is in Changpeng's hands. What shall we do? Suddenly, Kaka snapped her fingers, as if struck by a revelation. So, according to your conjecture, by remaining in this stage, we are completely safe? If we linger here, wouldn't we be unable to die? Sutayu's eyes widened slowly. However, the tasks within the deceptive realm should not possess such an evident flaw. As he spoke, Sutayu noticed the daylight gradually fading. The sun descended slowly in the west. He began to enter various shops. We must seek out anomalies. We cannot remain stagnant in this round. Who knows what other murderous rules may activate by nightfall? Kaka followed closely behind. What if we fail to find any anomalies? All these shops appear perfectly normal. Sutayu halted in an arcade. The screen displayed the same game of romance of the Three Kingdoms as before. The fan's shadow on the wall spun incessantly. However, the overhead ceiling fan remained still. Sutayu pointed at the shadow of the fan, his excitement palpable. My conjecture was correct. This is the anomaly. We need to capture it with the camera. Otherwise, we will encounter a ghost once we enter the Iron Gate. Kaka observed the fan shadow, which spun increasingly faster. But the camera is with Changpeng. A voice called from behind. Kaka, where are you? Chu Ziding limped down the street, followed closely by Changpeng. Sutayu quickly pulled Kaka behind the curtains. Shu, revenge. In the street, Changpeng clutched the camera tightly. shouting into the block. Where are you? Kaka, don't hate me. The kick I gave you was merely revenge for that slap. He then turned to Chu Ziding. Don't believe her. Ask her if I bullied her. Cheng Peng continued to shout. I am merely a good person. As an experienced elder, it is entirely reasonable for me to hold on to such an important tool. You are all newcomers. What if you damage it? Chu Ziding rolled her eyes at him. An elder? I fail to see what role you are playing in this mission. Su Taiyu and Kaka remained hidden behind the curtain, eavesdropping on their conversation. Cheng Ping scoffed, turning to Chu Ziding. As an elder, my observational skills surpass yours. You probably haven't noticed the change in the calendar on the wall, have you? Chu Ziding frowned. The calendar? What change? Cheng Peng chuckled. It has shifted from the 16th to the 15th. This means we only need to pass through the Iron Gate 15 more times to escape this maze. Cheng Ping patted the camera on his chest. With this, we can capture ghosts when they appear. If none are present, we simply continue onward. The deceptive realm task of 500 kilometers is that simple. As he spoke, Cheng Ping raised the camera, scanning the surroundings. Kaka, Su Taiyu, I have discovered the way to escape this deceptive realm. Su Taiyu and Kaka remained silent behind the curtain. Seeing no response, Cheng Ping sighed. I had hoped to have these two scout ahead, but it seems they are quite clever. One should have noticed the change in the calendar. If one has not perished, they must have successfully crossed the Iron Gate ahead of time. After speaking, Cheng Peng turned his gaze towards Chu Ziding. I have discovered the method to pass through. Now, might it be your turn to make a contribution? Chu Ziding struggled incessantly. Yet Cheng Ping, being a man, proved to be an insurmountable force she could not escape. Chapter 65, Urban Mysteries, the game Coin of Dog Egg in the Alley. The television continued to broadcast an incomprehensible program. Cheng Ping stood before the Iron Gate, hesitating to open it. Something felt amiss. After all, those two had successfully navigated the cerebral circuit mission. Eventually, Cheng Ping released his grip on Chu Ziding's hand. Had they perhaps hidden themselves away? Chu Ziding brushed off her clothes and cast him a sidelong glance. How should I know? Cheng Ping paced in front of the Iron Gate, lost in thought. The changing calendar was so evident. Surely I was not the only one to notice. They must have seen it as well. If they were hiding here, it would indicate that they, too, had deduced a means of escaping this district, albeit through a different approach than mine. They were astute. I needed to extract their method. Cheng Ping then took Chu Ziding by the hand and pulled her out of the alley. Go find those two. There are only a few shops along the street. Check each one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the entire block, and the shops along the street flickered to life with dim incandescent bulbs, barely illuminating the ground. Su Taiyu and Kaka concealed themselves behind the curtains of an arcade. They waited in silence. Yet the sounds of the Iron Gate opening or closing never reached their ears. Suddenly, Cheng Ping's voice resonated through the street once more. I apologize. Would it be acceptable for you to use the camera? Please come out. This task is a filthy deception. We must unite and collaborate. Chu Ziding clenched her fists against her chest and, in the obscurity, pushed open the doors of each shop in search of Su Taiyu and Kaka's figures. Kaka glanced up at Su Taiyu. Do you want Cheng Peng to enter the Iron Gate first? Such a method of vengeance seems rather juvenile. It appears our plan is not proceeding smoothly. Su Taiyu pressed his lips together, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, a metallic clink echoed from the arcade. The sound of a coin hitting the ground. The coin spun on the floor, producing a buzzing sound. Kaka tugged at Su Taiyu's shirt. What was that noise? Cheng Peng is outside, and Chu Ziding's foot is injured. Entering would surely create a sound. Is there anyone else in the arcade? Su Taiyu shook his head and cautiously parted the curtain, peering through a narrow slit. For the moment, he saw no one. The arcade was dimly lit, with only a few game screens still aglow. He lowered his gaze and spotted the spinning coin, its silver casing reflecting the light from the arcade machines. Resembling a whirling star, the coin's rotation abruptly ceased. In the darkness, Su Taiyu seemed to catch sight of a diminutive figure, stooping to retrieve the coin. Slowly, he retreated behind the curtain, facing Kaka, and gestured for silence. Kaka nodded, pressing her body against the wall, attempting to conceal herself perfectly within the curtain. If the wall were not made of concrete, their silhouettes would surely be etched against it. Clink. The sound was familiar to Su Taiyu. It was the sound of a coin flicked into the air. He strained to listen, anxious not to make a sound. His mouth filled with saliva, and he dared not swallow. Clink. The sound of the coin being tossed echoed again, this time closer to them. Kaka widened her eyes and slowly turned to face Su Taiyu. Through her gaze, he understood her unspoken question. What should we do? Should we run? Su Taiyu shut his eyes, thoughts racing through his mind. Indeed, one cannot remain forever ensconced in a cyclical trap. Once night falls, other lethal rules will pursue each passenger. Clink. The sound approached the curtain. Su Taiyu's heart raced. Both could only silently pray. Do not open. Do not open. Suddenly, the rustling of the curtain sliding along its track broke the tension. What should have been an ordinary sound now resonated like a foreboding tolling bell. The curtain was drawn back. Su Taiyu's legs felt as though they had been electrified, paralyzed with indecision. Should he flee or confront? Fortunately, Chu Zitting's voice came from nearby. Why are you hiding here? Tell me quietly. Have you discovered another rule for escaping this district? Is that you, Chu Zitting? Kaka opened her eyes, recognizing the familiar figure, and sighed with relief. What are you tossing coins for? Chu Zitting inquired, scratching her head in confusion. Coins. What coins? Clink. The sound echoed once more. Su Taiyu followed the noise to find a game machine, its screen dark, adorned with the image of the game king of fighters. A figure slid down from the machine. The light from the screen was obscured, leaving only a silhouette visible, a child of about 8 or 9 years, with frail legs and a thin torso, clutching a spherical object with one arm. As the figure continued to slide down, it revealed what it was cradling, its own head. Ah, Chu Zitting screamed, stumbling out of the arcade and falling onto the street, then scrambling to her feet and dashing towards the alley. Kaka turned to flee as well. But the figure mirrored her movements, closing in with alarming speed. Su Taiyu grabbed Kaka, signaling her to remain still, then lowered his gaze to the figure. Is it Dog Egg? The apparition approached them, extending its left hand to reveal a gleaming game coin. This is what I found. The head's mouth opened and closed, emitting a childlike, ethereal voice that seemed to drain all energy from them. Upon hearing that voice, a chill ran down their spines. Kaka hid behind Su Taiyu. What does this ghost mean? Is it offering us a game coin? Su Taiyu shook his head in uncertainty. Kaka reached out, intending to seize the coin. Could this also be a prop? Prop? Su Taiyu fixated on the coin, his mind racing. This ghost must be Dog Egg. Having endured relentless bullying, why would it offer them a prop? From its tone earlier, it did not sound like one offering a gift, but rather infused with resentment. No. As Kaka was about to touch the coin, Su Taiyu swiftly intervened. Wait, don't move. A sudden, intense flash illuminated the arcade. Seizing the moment, Su Taiyu finally discerned the expression on the head, one filled with resentment, jaws clenched tight. So, you two have been hiding here. Chung Peng entered from outside, holding the photographs he had just taken. The photos remained still, indicating he was not a malevolent specter. Su Taiyu exchanged glances with Kaka, slowly inching toward the exit. Changping disregarded the two, striding directly towards the ghost of Dog Egg. Su Taiyu observed Dog Egg, his mind conjuring a vivid scene. Dog Egg enduring torment in the arcade, unable to afford game coins, merely watching others play. After finally retrieving a coin from the ground, it was intercepted by other children. Where did you get the money for that coin? You must have stolen it from us. This is what I found. If that were the case, then the coin must not be touched. Su Taiyu watched as Chung Peng advanced toward Dog Egg, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Another significant item. Thank you, little rascal. The moment the game coin was picked up, Dog Egg vanished from the arcade, leaving behind a single statement. Those who bully me shall meet their demise. Chapter 66, Strange Events in the District. Encountering the unusual again, I did not bully you, Changping said, placing the gaming token back onto the arcade machine, visibly flustered. Wasn't this a gift from you? Yet, the figure known as Dog Egg had long since vanished. The arcade machine displaying the King of Fighters abruptly extinguished its screen. From within the darkness emerged a tall silhouette, adorned with red hair, black attire, and white trousers, a chain binding its calves. Su Taiyu recognized the ensemble. It was none other than Iori Yagami, a character from the game. The dim light of the arcade screen illuminated its visage, revealing only a red skeletal face. Changping retreated slowly, gazing at the token, his spirits utterly crushed. He had been careless. It was not merely an item, but a harbinger of death. Changping then turned and made his way towards Su Taiyu and Kaka, who stood at the street's edge. Hey, close your eyes. The ensuing scene will not be palatable. A pair of hands plunged into his back, piercing through his abdomen. Changping looked down to find blood cascading from his wound. He turned to see the specter behind him. Yagami, you were my favorite character in childhood. The ghost withdrew its hand from his body, laying Chung Peng down upon the floor. He fell heavily, blood spilling from his mouth in torrents. Iori Yagami crouched beside him, swiftly manipulating his abdomen. Blood and chunks of flesh sprawled across the floor. Changping's eyes fixed desperately on Su Taiyu in the street. Yet he could no longer muster any vitality to animate his gaze. Su Taiyu stared back at Chengping. Realizing that the sound of a fractured spine was akin to the crunch of straw, the shattering of ice, or the splintering of wood. Iori Yagami hoisted Chengping's legs and tossed them aside, turning to saunter back into the arcade, disappearing into the shadows. The last flicker of light in Chengping's eyes dimmed, his fingers slackened, and the camera he had clutched rolled away. The King of Fighters arcade machine flickered back to life. Su Taiyu approached the lifeless body of Chengping, lying at the entrance of the shop. Kaka turned away, retreating to the street, where she leaned against the wall and retched, taking a deep breath afterward. What do we do now? Su Taiyu reached Chengping's side, picked up the camera, wiped the blood from its surface, and then gazed toward the fan. The peculiar shadow of the fan had inexplicably vanished. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. He then tucked the camera away. Let us first rendezvous with Chu's eating. The illumination from the shops on either side of the street was dim. Kaka quickened her pace, fearful that bizarre apparitions might emerge from the shadows. The haunting nursery rhyme echoed once more, little dog egg, little dog egg. His father is in jail and his mother is a suspect. The voice lingered just behind them. Su Taiyu tugged at Kaka, urging her to hasten. The sound of chopping meat emanated from a bun shop, while the snip of scissors could be heard from a barber shop. It seemed unwise to linger in the district by night. Su Taiyu and Kaka finally reached a narrow alley. Chu's eating squatted behind an iron gate, trembling. The television on the table beside her continued to broadcast an eerie program titled On the Tip of the Tongue, District 8. The buns from the District 8 shop were reputedly delectable, with thin skins and ample filling, attracting a steady stream of customers, ensuring a constant supply of ingredients. Upon spotting the two return, Chu's eating looked up and inquired, "Where is Chengpeng?" Su Taiyu opened the iron gate. He was killed by a ghost. We cannot remain in the district at night. We must leave quickly. Chu's eating stood, her legs numb from squatting for too long, and she stomped her feet to regain circulation. Su Taiyu glanced down at her legs. Has your injury healed? Chu's eating nodded. Oh, it was just a twist. It's not serious. Su Taiyu pondered, sensing that this woman was far from ordinary. Crossing through the iron gate, the three returned to the living room, which remained unchanged. Outside, the sun shone brightly while the street below bustled yet remained eerily tranquil. Su Taiyu immediately checked the calendar. It still read the 15th, the numbers unaltered. Chu's eating followed suit, observing the calendar and stating, Chengping's method was indeed flawed. It is not merely a matter of passing through 15 iron gates. She then turned to Su Taiyu. Do you have an alternative method to escape? Kaka nodded. How could that fool Chengping have conceived the correct approach? Pointing to the camera in Su Taiyu's arms, Kaka gestured toward the calendar. We need to search for anomalies and capture them with the camera. Only then can we pass through the iron gate to reduce the number. When the number decreases to 1, we shall naturally escape. Kaka patted Su Taiyu proudly. Am I correct in my understanding? Su Taiyu sighed. Indeed. Moreover, we must locate anomalies during the day. Otherwise, they will vanish by night, and the ghosts will emerge. We cannot confront the nighttime apparitions with the camera. Kaka snapped her fingers. Thus, our objective is clear. Seek anomalies by day, take photographs, and enter the iron gate. Chu's eating tilted her head, but I have a question. What happens if we enter the iron gate without finding an anomaly? Before she could finish, Su Taiyu noticed a gash appear on her arm, blood gushing forth. What is happening? Chu's eating clutched her wound, enduring the excruciating pain. What just occurred? Did you see anything? Kaka hurriedly tore down the curtain and rushed to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with the curtain, handing it to Su Taiyu. The kitchen knife is gone. You tear this. I will bandage Chu's eating. Fortunately, the curtains of this era were merely thin fabric. Su Taiyu found the seams and tore the curtain into strips. If we enter the iron gate without capturing anomalies, they will transform into ghosts and come to kill us. Su Taiyu tossed a strip to Kaka and approached the security door, peering through the peephole. There was nothing outside. A chill enveloped Su Taiyu's neck, smooth and icy, followed by a warm liquid trickling from his neck down to his chest. When he touched it, his hand came away stained crimson. Su Taiyu quickly retreated to Kaka's side. Kaka promptly wrapped a strip around his neck. Fortunately, it is not an artery. But have you observed the manner of the ghost attack? At this rate, we will surely meet our demise here. Su Taiyu shook his head. There is nothing in the corridor. Nothing in the living room either. Kaka continued to back away. Could it be an invisible specter? She frantically patted her body, waving the strip in all directions, attempting to keep the unseen phantoms at bay. Yet, the strip snapped before their eyes, and a tear appeared in Kaka's trousers. She fell to the ground, blood staining her pants a deep red, writhing in pain. Su Taiyu suddenly noticed that the shadow beneath Kaka did not synchronize with her movements. Every pore on Su Taiyu's body opened, and he felt a rush of clarity. I understand now. The anomaly in the arcade is that solitary rotating shadow of the fan. The ghost is our own shadow. Su Taiyu quickly retrieved the camera, moved to Kaka's side, and aimed it at their shadows, pressing the shutter. The flash did not illuminate. Chengping removed the battery. Chapter 67, Strange Affairs of the Block. Shadow demon outside the window. Cicadas chirped, while the sounds of cooking emanated from the upper floor. The dishes on the coffee table still exuded warmth. The old-fashioned fan beside the television continued to rotate languidly, producing a rhythmic hum. Su Taiyu glanced at the camera's battery compartment, feeling a chill of despair wash over him. Kaka sat up from the ground, binding her wound with a strip of cloth. This Chengping deserved his fate. He wondered if the camera had a spare battery. Kaka struggled to rise, and Su Taiyu fixated on her shadow. Don't move, he urged. All right, Kaka complied, leaning against the sofa, remaining utterly still. Even her breathing seemed delicate. The shadow lurking nearby resembled the Grim Reaper, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After a long silence, Kaka lifted her head and whispered to Su Taiyu, "What's the situation? Have you discerned anything?" Su Taiyu shook his head. Shu Sitting appeared anxious. "What should we do? Are we just going to stand here?" She stood before the coffee table, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a dark mass moving forward beneath her feet. Looking down, she found the floor dry and clearly visible. Surrounding her feet were the shadows of the sofa and the coffee table, yet her own shadow was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. It was as if a zipper had mysteriously appeared on her right pants leg, or perhaps a concealed knife had pierced her trousers, creating a gash that burrowed into her thigh, slowly expanding. Blood gushed forth, and the wound widened gradually. Su Taiyu rushed forward and pushed her. Chase after the shadow. The fleeing shadow had reached the television cabinet, raising its hands. Kaka stumbled towards the shadow as Su Taiyu had urged her, quickly stepping on it and raising her hands in unison with the shadow. Is this sufficient? Kaka's voice quivered. Su Taiyu's eyes widened as he intently regarded Kaka's shadow. The shadow remained still, and her leg wound did not worsen. It worked. Su Taiyu exhaled with relief, gently shifting his feet and observing his own shadow. He lifted his foot into the air and then slowly placed it down. As it touched the floor, the shadow adhered to it. It appears there is only one shadow demon. It cannot harm all three of us simultaneously, though we remain uncertain of its attack method if the shadow stirs. We can simply synchronize with it, and the demon will cease its assault. Kaka was already crouched beside her, tending to Kaka's leg wound with a strip of cloth. Such smooth legs. What a pity, she remarked. Kaka's arms, already burdened with previous injuries, began to tremble as the pain in her leg intensified, causing her fingers to involuntarily curl. Realizing her movements were faltering, Kaka steeled herself and gazed at the shadow on the wall, which remained motionless. Then, she focused on the shadow of her left hand, tentatively bending her fingers. The shadow on the wall mirrored her movement. Kaka sighed in relief. The shadow demon has fled from me. You all must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Kaka and Su Taiyu tensed, Kaka's hand still resting on Kaka's leg, hesitant to move. She turned her gaze towards Su Taiyu. Kaka is right. We cannot merely stand idly by. Quickly, seek out a spare battery. Kaka pressed her hand against her wounded leg, using the walls of the living room for support as she began to move slowly. I can move now. I'll go find it. Su Taiyu observed the distance between his shadow and Kaka's, deciding to take a step. The shadow remained still. He then turned and walked towards the bedroom. Realizing that both of them could move freely, Kaka understood that the shadow demon could only pursue her for the time being. We need to run, she called out to Su Taiyu. Without pausing, Su Taiyu explained, when the task began, the camera's battery was already low. Cheng Peng, willing to incite public outrage, seized the camera. Surely, he must have located the spare battery beforehand, which is why he acted so brazenly. He searched the bedroom for clues last time. So I surmise the spare battery must be hidden there. Kaka nodded. Then hurry there and back. As the sun gradually descended, the shadows of the furniture within the room elongated. An invisible dark shadow swiftly darted through Kaka's shadow and into that of the sofa, then flowed around the shadows of the water dispenser and broom, slowly approaching the bedroom. Meanwhile, Su Taiyu had arrived in the bedroom, which still retained the style of decades past, featuring a yellow wooden wardrobe and a bed adorned with a cooling mat. He rummaged through the room but found nothing. If Cheng Peng had discovered the battery, he would surely have concealed it. Where could it be? Su Taiyu turned on the lamp atop the nightstand and shone it beneath the bed, where spider webs and dust lay undisturbed. He found no battery, but several drawings caught his eye, wedged between the bed slats. He cleared away the cobwebs with his leg and pulled out the drawings. The drawings, crafted with crayon, bore the unmistakable mark of a child's handiwork. Presumably, these were the creations of Dog Egg. The first drawing was familiar to Su Taiyu, depicting blockade, with the arcade and barbershop illustrated within. However, the scene was rendered in a manner reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, with dark hues and grotesque visages adorning the shopkeepers. The subsequent two drawings were more enigmatic. One depicted a desolate mountain, with a headless child bound to a pile of firewood, surrounded by a dozen masked figures wielding torches, seemingly partaking in some peculiar sacrificial ceremony. The final drawing illustrated a guillotine, with a massive wooden door looming in the foreground. The rope securing the blade was tethered to the doorknob. Su Taiyu tucked the three drawings into his pocket, recalling the strange television in the alley that had once aired a program on guillotine construction. Could these drawings be related to the current task? Was the scene of the block unfolding in real time? Would the guillotine and sacrificial rites also be part of the ordeal? Su Taiyu gazed out the window, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This task seemed far more complex than it appeared, perhaps even if they captured all 16 anomalies. Escaping this place would not come easily. At that moment, Kaka in the living room faltered, her strength waning, causing the shadow to mirror her movements. She glanced back at Chu Ziding, who was still moving about the living room. This is not good. Kaka shouted towards the bedroom. Su Taiyu, the shadow demon is with you. Chapter 68, Strange Affairs in the Neighborhood. Chu Ziding heard Kaka's reminder, and Su Taiyu immediately lowered his head to inspect his shadow. It remained still. Su Taiyu felt perplexed. Could it be that the shadow demon had yet to arrive? He mentally reviewed the sequence of the shadow demon's appearances and quickly deduced a pattern. The shadow demon had transferred between the two individuals only when their shadows had previously made contact. Realizing this, Su Taiyu swiftly raised the desk lamp and directed it toward the bedroom door, shouting outside. Sever the connection between the shadows, and the shadow demon would not be able to transfer. Upon receiving this information, Kaka and his companion immediately huddled together in the living room, attempting to minimize their shadows and isolate them from other objects. Su Taiyu fixed his gaze on the bedroom door, but after a long silence, he turned back to continue searching for batteries. On the windowsill of the bedroom lay an Ollie plush toy. As the sun set gradually, the shadow of the plush toy elongated. Unbeknownst to Su Taiyu, the plush toy shadow had already extended beyond the bedroom door. Standing atop the bedside table, Su Taiyu intended to rummage through the top of the wardrobe when a dark shadow slowly rose from below, looming before him. Startled, Su Taiyu leaned back and fell onto the bed. The shadow pressed against the wardrobe door, resembling a giant cloaked figure. Su Taiyu felt a piercing pain in his calf as crimson blood trickled down the patterned mat, dripping audibly onto the floor. His vision blurred gradually. He could not afford to sustain further injuries, otherwise he would inevitably succumb to blood loss. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Su Taiyu struggled to rise. Leaning against the wall to stand before the wardrobe door, aligning his foot with the shadow, his head spun, and he felt as if he had not eaten for 3 days and had just run a marathon. The visual signals to his eyes compressed into mere blurred afterimages and flickering white starlight surrounding him. Stand. This was the final command from his brain. Su Taiyu steadied himself against the wardrobe to maintain balance. The shadow tilted its head and, like a character from a video game, balanced in place. The remnants of his vision made Su Taiyu aware that the shadow demon was presenting him with yet another challenge. Bending his thigh slightly, he prepared to jump. Yet, as soon as he bent his leg, he could no longer stand. Su Taiyu's thigh buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. The shadow continued to writhe upon the wardrobe door. Su Taiyu sensed another wound on his right leg. Warm blood flowed down his pants, reminiscent of an involuntary wetting. Struggling, he raised his right arm, clutching the edge of the bed in an attempt to rise. Suddenly, another wound appeared on his forearm, and blood trickled down to his eyes. Instinctively, he shut them but found it increasingly difficult to reopen them. His eyelids grew heavier. He felt so drowsy. Perhaps he should simply sleep and slumber. There would be no pain. How blissful it was. Was this paradise? Su Taiyu seemed to see himself lying upon a soft bed of cotton. A girl in a white dress lay beside him, her voice gentle, her hair swaying softly in the breeze like willows by the riverbank. You are not a failure. You can achieve anything you desire. That is why I chose you. I am here waiting for you. You can do it. Su Taiyu slowly opened his eyes. Lulu, who are you? The shadow continued to dance. Su Taiyu noticed another cut on his abdomen, losing count of his wounds. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the light cast by the desk lamp was not round. It should have formed a circular halo, yet the upper part was truncated by a square. With all his strength, Su Taiyu lifted his hand and let it drop. His arm struck the floor, the sound drawing Kaka's attention. As Kaka entered the bedroom, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Su Taiyu's face was ashen, his body seemingly submerged in blood. "Don't you dare die," Kaka exclaimed, rushing to Su Taiyu's side. "Hold on. A few 100 points won't make a difference." Su Taiyu extended a finger, pointing toward the desk lamp. Kaka nodded and immediately moved to the bedside table, lifting the lamp to shine it on Su Taiyu's shadow. Instantly, the shadow darted to the adjacent wall. Su Taiyu coughed up a pool of sweet blood. Kaka grew anxious. "This isn't working." Su Taiyu frowned, continuing to point at the lamp, his mouth slowly opening. Kaka chased the shadow with the lamp, but it flitted from the ceiling to the floor. Su Taiyu, exhausted, gasped for breath. He intended to say batteries, but instead managed to utter, "Silly waif." As Kaka dashed about, Su Taiyu feebly moved his foot, tripping Kaka. The lamp fell to the ground, and a dark object slipped from the lampshade. "Batteries." Kaka's eyes widened. "Su Taiyu, you're incredibly lucky." Finally, a blinding flash illuminated the entire bedroom. Su Taiyu closed his eyes again. When he reopened them, the blinding sunlight struck his face, gradually adjusting to the light. Su Taiyu found himself lying on the living room sofa, his body wrapped in strips of cloth. "Did I wake up so soon?" Kaka squatted beside the coffee table, rubbing his arms. "You should have lost more blood. That way, when Chu's eating and I carry you, it won't be so cumbersome." Chu's eating brought over a glass of water. "You've lost too much blood. Drink some water." Su Taiyu gazed at Chu's eating and murmured, "Too much blood loss. I cannot drink water." "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Chu's eating placed the glass down, falling silent. The calendar on the wall shifted from the 15th to the 14th, indicating that they had once again passed through the Iron Gate. Su Taiyu struggled to sit up. The bizarre entities manifesting were increasingly diverse and vicious. They had been fortunate this time. Next time, they might not even have the chance to use the camera before being overtaken by a demon. Thus, while the day was still bright, they resolved to venture into the streets in search of anomalies, hoping to navigate through safely. Chu's eating regarded Su Taiyu with concern. "But can you still walk in your condition?" Kaka cradled the camera in his arms. "Why don't you rest here? Chu's eating, and I can go outside to search for anomalies. Once we find one and take a photo, we will return to bring you through the Iron Gate." Su Taiyu, slumped on the sofa, covered his wounds. "That would be troublesome for you. But do be careful." Kaka patted his chest. "Theoretically, during this day of anomaly search, demons should not manifest, so you need not worry." Su Taiyu glanced at Chu's eating and then at Kaka. "Regardless, one must exercise caution. I will wait for you here before nightfall." As the security door closed, Su Taiyu lay on the sofa, nibbling on the food on the coffee table, recuperating. Moments later, Su Taiyu suddenly heard footsteps coming from the kitchen. What on earth? He spat out the food in his mouth, cursing internally. The kitchen door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Chu's eating. Su Taiyu's eyes widened. You weren't supposed to go out to find anomalies? How did you end up in the kitchen?" Chu's eating smiled. "I just came back to grab something to eat. You were injured and might not have noticed." After speaking, Chu's eating opened the security door and walked back outside. Su Taiyu felt something was amiss. No one had returned just moments ago. Could it be? Suzy Ting did not seek out the anomaly. She simply entered through the Iron Gate. If that is the case, Su Taiyu glanced around, trembling all over. The anomaly was about to transform into a specter, ready to take lives once more. Chapter 69, Strange Happenings in the Neighborhood. Who was lying? Su Taiyu, injured and alone, found himself in a precarious situation. If a ghost were to attack now, he would be at a loss unless divine intervention came to his aid. He felt the last remaining, life-saving copper coin at his waist. Though this coin could save his life, it was also his final trump card. Until he fully understood the true nature of this mission, he could not afford to use it lightly. Struggling to rise, Su Taiyu made his way to the balcony. A nursery rhyme echoed from below. Little dog Dan, little dog Dan. His father-s in prison, his mother-s a suspect. Su Taiyu instinctively lowered his head and saw a group of children gathered in the street below, surrounding a smaller boy. This boy, appearing somewhat ragged, was likely Dog Dan. With his head bowed and fists clenched, he attempted to break free from the encirclement, but the larger children relentlessly shoved him, ultimately knocking him to the ground. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene. The children shielded their eyes and turned towards the source of the light. Su Taiyu followed their gaze to see Kaka standing in front of the Baozi shop, examining freshly printed photos. The shopkeeper poked his head out. "Little sister, want to buy some bowsy?" Startled, Kaka waved her hands and hurried away from the shop. Upon noticing someone taking pictures, the children scattered in all directions. Dog Dan picked himself up, dusted off his clothes, and retreated indoors. Su Taiyu felt a chill run down his spine. The very house he was in was Dog Dan's home. Memories of Dog Dan's terrifying appearance in the arcade haunted him. Footsteps approached from outside, light and rapid, drawing nearer to the security door. It must be Dog Dan. Su Taiyu leaned over the windowsill, shouting down to Kaka, "Come save me." Hearing Su Taiyu's voice, Kaka waved frantically in response. This time, the street was filled with people. What was happening? The camera captured it all without any reaction. Were they ghosts? Upon realizing that the camera showed no signs of response, Su Taiyu breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that these suddenly appearing individuals were not the same as the malevolent spirits. Yet, he remained on high alert. Any living being in this eerie domain posed a significant threat. He cautiously approached the door, using his body to block it. The solitary footsteps outside morphed into a chaotic cacophony. Dog Dan's voice called out from beyond the door. "Grandpa, open the door." Su Taiyu covered his mouth, afraid to make a sound. Just then, the television suddenly flickered to life, emitting a harsh white noise before displaying bizarre programming. Life hacks, how to identify replicas. The screen showcased two images, an air conditioning unit mounted on an exterior wall and a television set in the same position. The air conditioning unit was checked off, while the television bore a cross mark. The air conditioning unit was a legitimate object, whereas the television was a replica. Following this, the screen began cycling through a series of images, each marked with checks and crosses. A telephone connected to a line received a check, while a calculator holding noodles received a cross. A four-legged dog was checked, but a stool holding a human head was crossed. Su Taiyu noticed the pace of the images on the television accelerating. A glass water cup check, a paint can check, a human with black eyes check, a human with red eyes check. Soon, the screen was filled with checks. Su Taiyu was perplexed. Replicas? What could this mean? What message did the strange programming in this neighborhood intend to convey? A sudden and frantic knocking interrupted his thoughts. "Open the door, Grandpa." Dog Dan's knocks grew increasingly insistent. Su Taiyu's heart raced. Previously, the neighborhood had been deserted. Yet now everyone had reappeared. Could these individuals be replicas? The knocking intensified, the door trembling under the pressure. Su Taiyu, enduring the pain of his injury, leaned against the door, using his weight to hold it shut. Suddenly, the knocking ceased, and silence enveloped the outside world. Had Dog Dan left? Cautiously, Su Taiyu turned and peered through the peephole. A bloody red hue obscured his view. He could see nothing. Confused, he wondered if a couplet had fallen, blocking the peephole. Had Dog Dan truly departed? Was he a replica? As Su Taiyu pondered these questions, Kaka's voice rang out from below. "Don't be afraid. I've come with the camera to rescue you." Quickly, Su Taiyu pressed his eye against the peephole. Outside, he heard the sound of a camera shutter. Yet, he saw no flash. This was puzzling. Su Taiyu frowned. The thin paper of the couplet should not obstruct the camera's flash. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him, sending chills down his spine. He recalled the television program's content. Humans with black eyes check. Humans with red eyes check. Whether marked with checks or crosses, red-eyed humans certainly existed. Therefore, the red hue outside the peephole was not from a couplet. It was an eye. A person was leaning against the door, peering inside through the peephole. In a moment of panic, Su Taiyu flung open the door, sending Dog Dan tumbling to the ground. At last, he could see the boy's appearance clearly. His skin was dark, rough, and emaciated, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. Apart from his strikingly red eyes, he bore an uncanny resemblance to any ordinary child. Dog Dan slowly rose, looking up at Su Taiyu. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Ignoring him, Su Taiyu called to Kaka downstairs. "Hurry in. It's dangerous in the hallway." With a click, the door opened. Su Taiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed the neighbor's door swing open. At that moment, Kaka rushed over, glancing at Dog Dan, momentarily taken aback before quietly asking Su Taiyu, "Didn't he push the game token again, did he?" Su Taiyu shook his head. He sensed that the current version of Dog Dan posed no threat to them. From behind the neighbor's door emerged a burly man. Kaka quickly maneuvered past Dog Dan to join Su Taiyu, securing the security door behind her. Su Taiyu pressed his eye against the peephole once more, while Kaka leaned in closer as well. The burly man approached Dog Dan, bending down to grasp his leg and hoisting him up, his large hand slapping Dog Dan's cheek. "Dog Dan, did you push my son into the water?" Dog Dan struggled. "I didn't." The man continued to strike him. You went out with him, yet you returned alone. Your father is a murderer. You must be a bad seed too. Blood trickled from Dog Dan's mouth, and he ceased to fight back. I didn't tea. He took my pocket money and ran up the mountain, then asked me to help him with his homework. I was so angry that I threw his homework into the river. You should search the mountain. Don't waste your time looking in the river. Still lying. The burly man slammed Dog Dan to the ground. The village chief said he saw you and my son by the river. He continued, if my son is truly dead, you will accompany him to the grave. With that, the man donned his clothes and descended the stairs, leaving Dog Dan alone in the hallway, groaning in agony. What on earth was happening? Kaka rubbed her ears, perplexed. What lies beyond? Are they human or specters? Furthermore, who among Dog Dan and the village chief is weaving falsehoods? Chapter 70. Strange Happenings in the District. The mysterious shadow. The two listened intently to the dialogue outside, absorbing fragments of information. It seemed that children frequently went missing in this neighborhood. Moreover, the words of Dog Egg and the village chief did not align. An instinctive feeling told Su Taiyu that the village chief was deeply involved. He whispered to Kaka, we must locate Dog Egg or the village chief to clarify this situation. Outside the door, Dog Egg continued to pound on it. Kaka braced against the door, pondering the audacity of these sudden appearances. Could they pose a danger? Su Taiyu rubbed his temples, contemplating. They must be replicas. They are certainly not human. Kaka scratched his head in confusion. Replicas? What are those? Su Taiyu gestured towards the television, recounting the images they had just witnessed. Kaka nodded, somewhat understanding, then pointed to the photograph. Since the photo showed no reaction, does that mean these replicas are neither ghosts nor anomalies? Therefore, they pose no threat to us? Su Taiyu remained deep in thought as Dog Egg's voice rang out again. It appeared that the grandfather had not yet returned home. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Kaka leaned against the door, peering through the peephole. The corridor was empty. It seemed these replicas were not as malevolent as ghosts. Su Taiyu quietly opened the door. The replicas should mimic things that existed in this neighborhood. Akin to a real-time surveillance replay, Dog Egg must harbor many secrets. Let us follow and uncover the truth of what transpired in this district. Grasping the banister, Su Taiyu descended to the bustling street below. The vibrant atmosphere was a stark contrast to the previously eerie silence. He spotted Dog Egg making his way towards a narrow alley. Just then, Chuziding came running from a distance. Are you all right? Kaka shook his head. They're not ghosts. For now, they haven't harmed us. By the way, where have you been? We haven't seen you for a while. Chuziding pointed upstairs. I was hungry, so I went back to grab a bite. Su Taiyu chuckled, gazing at Chuziding. Seeing you is like encountering a second Kaka. Chuziding pouted. Confusion etched on her face. What do you mean? Kaka, equally perplexed, turned to Su Taiyu. Are you complimenting her or mocking her? Su Taiyu looked upward, striding toward the alley while he spoke. Do you remember our first mission? The current Chuziding resembles you back then, appearing quite delicate. During the task at the ancient mansion, Kaka had feigned naivety, hoping Su Taiyu and the other newcomers would perish one by one so she could reap the points meant for the survivors. Kaka caught the underlying meaning in Su Taiyu's words but shot him a fierce glare. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Su Taiyu met her gaze. As long as you understand. Kaka nodded, securing her camera. Chuziding, witnessing their exchange, took a deep breath. In this eerie domain, a peculiar rule existed. Passengers were forbidden from directly harming one another, lest they face intolerable consequences. This ensured a semblance of harmonious cooperation among them. The trio followed Dog Egg to the alley's edge, where he opened a previously cursed iron door. Entering the alley had always led them back into the house. However, upon Dog Egg's opening of the door, they found not darkness but a typical street bustling with pedestrians. Kaka glanced at Su Taiyu and Chuziding. Who has the greater curiosity? Are we going in? Su Taiyu stepped forward, prompting Kaka to give him a thumbs up. You've got guts. Su Taiyu called out to Dog Egg. Dog Egg. The boy instantly froze, crouching down with his hands over his head. It's not me. I have nothing to do with this. The trio exchanged cautious glances before approaching Dog Egg. Kaka gently patted his hand. Little one, I am not part of those who bullied you. Slowly, Dog Egg raised his head, and upon seeing the three, he sprang to his feet, terror evident in his eyes. His crimson gaze startled Kaka, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Su Taiyu blocked the iron door, speaking softly, do not be afraid. We merely wish to ask you a few questions. In an abrupt motion, Dog Egg shoved Chuziding aside and bolted into the street. The three quickly followed. Yet after just one turn, Dog Egg vanished from sight. The shops lining the street bustled with activity. The sun had shifted westward, and darkness would soon envelop the sky. Su Taiyu turned to Chu Ziding, urgency in his voice. We're running out of time. You can be honest now. Did you enter the iron door? If you did, and no ghosts have chased us yet, it indicates that this round holds no anomalies. Chu Ziding bit her lip, nodding reluctantly. Kaka inhaled sharply, glaring at Chu Ziding. What? You entered the iron door without telling us? If you didn't capture any anomalies before going in, they could turn into ghosts and pursue us. I've already warned you about this. Chu Ziding nodded, her expression one of fear. I didn't mean to. While searching for anomalies, something chased me from behind. In a panic, I slipped through the iron door and returned to the room. Su Taiyu scrutinized her. What was it? Was it a ghost? Chu Ziding shook her head. I was too frightened. I only saw a shadow. Kaka pressed further. Then why not tell the truth and hide it from us? Chu Ziding lowered her gaze, curling in on herself. I was afraid you'd think I was like Changpeng, that you wouldn't want to play with me anymore. As she spoke, a tear trickled down her cheek. Kaka hurried over, wiping away Chu Ziding's tear. It's all right, sister. Tears really do come unexpectedly, just like you're learning. Su Taiyu gazed ahead at the transformed street. Such significant changes had occurred, and the absence of pursuing ghosts indicated they were fortunate this time. In the previous round, there were no anomalies. Yet, before night falls, we must enter the iron door. Chu Ziding raised her hand. To prove my good intentions, I can share a clue. She then pointed to a shop adjacent to the street. This is where Dog Egg grew up. The anomalies stem from the traumas he experienced in his childhood. Su Taiyu's mind raced. The pencil diary on the calendar chronicled Dog Egg's humiliation in a clothing store, corresponding with the model ghost. Su Taiyu looked up at Chu Ziding. How did you discover this clue? Did you deduce it from the calendar? Chu Ziding nodded slowly. However, she lied again. This clue was not a product of her reasoning, but rather information imparted by the shadow. Chapter 71, Strange Affairs in the District. Lucifer, every individual possesses the innate ability to manifest their desires. Each wish and every prayer resonates within the cosmos. Audible to higher dimensional beings or whatever divine entities you may choose to call them. However, when you beseech the universe, your heart lacks conviction. You doubt the existence of the divine and wonder if you are deserving of such wishes. Consequently, the messages you convey become jumbled and chaotic, leaving those so-called deities perplexed. And your desires remain unfulfilled. In your world, acquiring property necessitates intermediaries. And I am that intermediary of souls, the agent of wishes. They call me Lucifer. In the barber's shop, Chu Ziding noticed something amiss. Through the mirror, she glimpsed a figure cloaked in black, seated on the barber's chair, fiddling with his hairstyle. It had been quite some time since Lucifer had encountered a fresh soul. The spirits he had encountered were mere shells, devoid of substance, utterly dull. As he spoke, Lucifer rose and approached Chu Ziding. Startled, she fled to the street, intending to call Kaka. A finger pressed against her lips, and Lucifer suddenly appeared beside her. I am not the anomaly. The anomaly resides in that child's childhood trauma, a psychological scar. Even filming me would be futile. I have come to propose a deal. I can grant you what you desire. Chu Ziding pushed Lucifer's hand away, her eyes darting around in search of Kaka, but the myriad of shops obscured her view. Overwhelmed with fear, her mind raced, and she sprinted down a narrow alley, pulling open a wrought iron gate to slip inside. She hoped to find Su Taiyu and consult with him. However, upon entering the gate, she did not return to the expected room. Instead, she found herself atop a mountain. Surveying her surroundings, Chu Ziding noticed a guillotine nearby, surrounded by small towers of bones. Directly opposite stood a massive wooden door adorned with bizarre and eerie carvings. Is this a passageway? Chu Ziding approached the door with skepticism. Do not touch that door. It is the gateway to hell. Once you enter, you shall never return. Lucifer warned, appearing behind her, still seated on the barber's chair. Chu Ziding turned, taking deep breaths. Who are you? What do you want? Lucifer raised an eyebrow. I harbor no ill will. If you wish to leave, you may take this path back to the district. He gestured to a dirt path leading down into the forest, which culminated in the familiar district. In truth, aside from merely passing through, you have other intentions. Speak them aloud. Perhaps I can assist you. After a long contemplation, Chu Ziding sensed that he meant her no harm, and her anxiety began to dissipate. Lowering her gaze, she swallowed hard, her innocent demeanor replaced by a cold, malevolent glare. I want those two to die, and I shall reap the points of 5 souls. Lucifer counted on his fingers. Points? How much can you accumulate? 5 for 5. 2005. What can points achieve? They can be exchanged for valuable items, and they may allow me to escape this wretched place. Lucifer reclined casually. While I cannot provide points, you could try wishing directly to me. bypassing the exchange altogether. Chu Ziding scoffed. A wish? Can it lead me out of this strange realm? Can I use it for my next task? Lucifer spread his hands. How would you know if you do not try? Chu Ziding turned to leave. In this enigmatic realm, trust was a luxury. Lucifer clapped his hands. The reason I sought you first is that I am confident you will collaborate with me. Chu Ziding tilted her head. On what basis do you draw such a conclusion? She began to walk down the path. Lucifer nodded. First, you wish to eliminate those two. However, from my observations, the last individual with such intentions has already met their demise. They are not easily dealt with, and without my assistance, you will fail. Since you intend to kill them regardless, why not leave them to me? Chu Ziding halted. Lucifer continued. Secondly, this task within the strange realm has only just begun, and you have witnessed its peril. By collaborating with me, I can significantly ease your burden, allowing you to exit unscathed. Lastly, Lucifer twirled a lock of hair, fixating on Chu Ziding. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall seek those two out. Do you think they would spare you? Chu Ziding raised her hand. Enough. She approached the guillotine and pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Can you return me to reality? Reality? Lucifer frowned. What constitutes reality, and what is mere illusion? Chu Ziding sighed. The place where I once lived. Lucifer shook his head. It is possible, but 2 souls are a bit insufficient. You may wish for something else. Chu Ziding nodded. Revival items are the most costly, often demanding thousands of points for exchange. Can you grant me that same ability? Lucifer nodded. Restoring a physical form and imbuing it with a soul is quite simple. In other words, you wish to die and be reborn, correct? Chu Ziding nodded affirmatively. Lucifer clapped his hands. No problem. 2 souls, and you shall wish for the ability to be reborn. Remember, 2 souls, do you agree? Chu Ziding gazed at the street. Exhaling deeply. Su Taiyu, Kaka, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the entity that crafted this bizarre vehicle. The strange realm operates on deceit and peril. Since you are destined to die, why not allow your deaths to serve as a means to my ends? She then turned to Lucifer. Agreed. But how can you guarantee my swift passage? Lucifer approached the path. Previously, I harvested countless souls, and the deceased have become increasingly numerous. To avoid raising suspicion among others in the district, I deployed many replicas. They will mimic the people and objects there flawlessly. I will release them once more. By observing one of them, you will easily identify the anomaly. As I mentioned, the anomaly here is that child's childhood experiences, his scars and traumas. But heed this warning. Do not allow them to realize their mimicry has been detected, or they will go berserk, and I will be powerless to contain them. After passing through, enter the Iron Gate. I shall await you beyond it, ready to take those 2 with me. Remember, my price is 2 souls. At that moment, Chu Ziding stood with Su Taiyu and Kaka on the street. She contemplated ensuring their safety before the passage was complete, intent on offering intact souls to Lucifer. How intriguing that, despite her desire for their demise, she had become their guardian. Chapter 72, Strange Happenings in the District. Can this bun be eaten? Who is that shadow? Why did he reveal the secrets of the anomalies to you? At this moment, Su Taiyu and his companions stood in the midst of a bustling throng of replicants. In response to Su Taiyu's inquiries, Chu Ziding remained calm and replied slowly, you need not concern yourself with that. In any case, everything I have said regarding the anomalies is true. Find Godan and learn of the traumas he has endured. This is the quickest way to uncover the anomalies. With that, Chu Ziding turned to Su Taiyu and his companion. If you doubt my words, you may follow me closely. We shall face this together. If I am lying, I shall not survive either. Kaka gazed at Su Taiyu, biting her lip. My abilities are insufficient. I can't discern whether she is truthful or not. Su Taiyu shook his head. There is no need for discernment. In this strange realm, everyone harbors secrets. What she is doing now is beneficial to us. As long as we do not expose her, she will continue to assist us. With that, the 3 dispersed to search for Godan. Su Taiyu had not walked far down the street when the pain from his wounds intensified. He sought refuge in a nearby shop. A wave of meaty aroma greeted him, and he realized he had entered a bun shop, one he had seen on television. As Su Taiyu surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the shop was indistinguishable from an ordinary bun shop. Steam billowed from the large steamer at the entrance, and the sounds of meat being chopped echoed from the kitchen. Besides Su Taiyu, there were a few patrons seated at small tables, indulging in their buns. Ordinary yet uncanny. Su Taiyu turned to a nearby customer and inquired, do you know Godan? The patron nodded. Who in this district does not know him? He rolled up his sleeves and recounted. Godan and his grandfather moved here 5 years ago. Shortly after their arrival, Godan's father killed someone on the mountain behind the district. The man's head rolled from the peak to the foot of the mountain, traversing this very street. Later, his father was apprehended, leaving only him and his grandfather to rely on one another. Su Taiyu turned to gaze toward the mountain. Who was the deceased? Why did his father do it? The patron rolled up his other sleeve. The deceased was not from this district. It is said he was involved with a cult. He had been harassing Go Dan's father, until Go Dan's father could no longer tolerate it and killed him. Su Taiyu continued his inquiries. Did Go Dan's mother not move here? The patron shook his head. I have never seen Go Dan's mother. He continued, strangely enough, since that man died. This street has prospered. Every household has opened a shop, and business is thriving. People from other districts are eager to come here to shop. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged from the kitchen, his eyes still a vivid red, his oversized apron trailing to the floor. Su Taiyu could not discern whether he walked or floated toward him. The shopkeeper wielded a cleaver, remnants of meat clinging to it, and approached Su Taiyu directly. Su Taiyu cursed inwardly. Why are there so many cleavers in this strange realm? He intended to flee, but the pain in his legs was unbearable, preventing him from escaping. The shopkeeper moved with lightning speed, reaching Su Taiyu's side in an instant. Su Taiyu closed his eyes, bracing for the impending judgment of the cleaver. He sensed a gust of bloody wind sweep past his nostrils, drifting away into the distance. The blade did not descend upon him. Su Taiyu opened his eyes to find the shopkeeper at the doorway. Through the steam rising from the steamer, he spotted Go Dan standing at the entrance. How dare you show your face here? The shopkeeper barked at Go Dan. You've sullied my buns. Be careful or I shall turn you into filling. Go Dan, fixated on the buns before him, swallowed hard. Please, I haven't tea eaten all day. My grandfather is not home. He left me money. I want to buy buns. The shopkeeper placed the cleaver atop the steamer. Even with money, I shan't sell to you. Do you know what your father did? He turned the entire street into a scene of bloodshed, instilling fear in everyone. If I sell to you, you'll dirty my shop. Go Dan trembled, tucking the money into his pocket. My father is a good man. He said he was saving this street. If that man had come over, this street would have become a dead city, just like the place we used to live. The shopkeeper raised the cleaver, swatting at Go Dan as one would a fly. You and your father are both madmen, bad seeds. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll chop you up. Su Taiyu observed intently. If what Chu Ziding claimed was true, that the anomaly was rooted in Go Dan's childhood trauma, then this bun shop undoubtedly harbored a peculiarity. He made a mental note. Go Dan, eyeing the buns, swallowed again and turned to leave. Su Taiyu rose, intending to pursue him. The shopkeeper called after him. Young man, what would you like to eat? Su Taiyu waved his hand. I'm not hungry. Having seen the shop on television, he dared not consume anything inside. However, upon hearing Su Taiyu's refusal, the shopkeeper's body seemed to be pressed down by an off switch. His red eyes widened, and he stood frozen in place. Su Taiyu felt a pang of panic. Hey, you're not a ghost. Just don't go around killing people. The shopkeeper tilted his head, slowly advancing towards Su Taiyu like a soulless puppet, mumbling to himself, Why won't you eat? Did I slip up? When did I slip up? Please don't tell anyone. Then, the shopkeeper raised the cleaver, bits of meat dripping from the blade onto Su Taiyu's arm, sending a chill through him. Su Taiyu looked down and seized a stool beneath him, smashing it against the shopkeeper's head. The red plastic stool morphed into a mass of black substance upon contact. The four legs transformed into tentacle-like appendages. The shopkeeper removed the mass from atop his head. You have been discovered. The black tentacle swiftly ensnared Su Taiyu's arms, rendering him immobile. The shopkeeper raised the cleaver, aiming for Su Taiyu's neck, and brought it down with force. Su Taiyu's eyes widened as the blade, stained with remnants of meat, approached him ever closer. I want the pork and green onion filling. The blade halted just shy of Su Taiyu's face, less than a centimeter away, and the meat flung into his eyes due to inertia. Tears streamed down as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he could see clearly again, the stool had reverted to its original form. The shopkeeper placed a steaming basket of freshly made buns on the table. Eat up. I dislike wasting food. You must finish it all. Chapter 73, Eerie Neighborhood Tales. The guillotine. The proprietor watched closely as Su Taiyu hesitantly picked up a bun, bringing it to his lips. His mind a tempest of uncertainty. What on earth was the filling? Was it safe to consume? Just then, Kaka stormed over, visibly agitated. Su, we've been tailing dog egg for half the day, and you're here indulging yourself. With that, Kaka plopped down at the table, snatched a bun, and took a hearty bite. His eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating dramatically. Both the proprietor and Su Taiyu gazed at Kaka with an eager intensity, as if awaiting the verdict of a culinary contest. Su Taiyu quietly inquired, Is it delicious? Kaka met his gaze, then turned to the proprietor, nodding vigorously. He seized another bun, clutching it tightly. At that moment, Chu Zitting entered, mentioning how Dog Egg had been given an awful haircut at the barber shop. The local children had been feeding him medicine wrapped in candy paper. Chu Zitting took a seat, inhaling deeply. There are other peculiarities too. If we tally them up, we could identify 10 anomalies. Su Taiyu remained silent, while Kaka continued to chew enthusiastically. Observing this, Chu Zitting also picked up a bun. Is it really that good? Kaka nodded emphatically. Skeptically, Chu Zitting took a bite, her pupils widening instantly, followed by a thumbs up. The proprietor, with a grin, put away his knife and returned to the kitchen. I can make buns. Hey, I'm the owner of this bun shop. Once the proprietor had finally left, Su Taiyu stood up. Let us go. We need to catch up with Dog Egg. Kaka, in a hurry, lifted the remaining buns, urging Su Taiyu to partake. Su Taiyu declined. Curiosity killed the cat. Upon hearing this, Kaka and Chu Zitting immediately spat out their buns. Kaka wiped his mouth. Tastes like Play-Doh, utterly flavorless. Chu Zitting vigorously expelled the remnants. If it weren't for the need to maintain the facade of the replicants, I wouldn't have eaten it. Su Taiyu held the bun and walked toward the street. Thankfully, the filling was not some grotesque meat. In the middle of the street, the trio spotted a group of children lifting a manhole cover, preparing to conceal a nearby drain. Su Taiyu shooed them away, discovering Dog Egg hiding within, playing with a rubber band he had acquired from who knows where. Bouncing it back and forth, Su Taiyu leaned over the manhole, extending the bun downward. You believe me now? I'm not with those who bullied you. Trembling, Dog Egg stood and reached up for the bun, devouring it ravenously. He then looked up and asked Su Taiyu, will you trust me? Su Taiyu nodded. Of course. Then follow me. Dog Egg beckoned the three to descend. Kaka hesitated. Is it safe down there? Chu Zitting whispered. Typically, these replicants won't harm anyone unless their disguise is compromised. Then they might become violent. Su Taiyu pondered briefly. That simplifies matters. I have experience dealing with them from earlier at the bun shop. Let us go. There may be clues. The darkness of the sewer enveloped them as they followed Dog Egg, unsure of how long they had wandered until a faint light appeared in the distance. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, they reached the end of the tunnel, revealing a river. Two teenagers were swimming in its waters. Kaka gazed at the surface, a glimmer of joy lighting her face. Are we out of the neighborhood? Are we nearing the exit? Footsteps echoed above. Dog Egg gestured for silence. A middle-aged man's voice called from above. Aishwai, who told you to swim in the river? It's dangerous. Get back here. The boy named Aishwai immediately paddled towards the bank. Village Chief, I'm sorry. Please don't tell my mom. Village Chief? Su Taiyu and Kaka exchanged glances, recalling how they had previously eavesdropped on a conversation regarding the village chief. A neighbor's child had gone missing, and the neighbor claimed the village chief had seen their child with Dog Egg. Dog Egg protested that the neighbor's child had been taken by the village chief. The truth of the matter was unclear. I'm sorry. Please don't twist my ear. Aishwai pleaded desperately. Come with me to see your mother. The village chief seized Aishwai by the ear and led him away from the riverbank. Kaka watched intently. It sounds like the village chief is a responsible individual. Dog Egg quickly scrambled out of the tunnel, motioning for the others to follow. Aishwai accompanied the village chief along a narrow path through the woods. Upon encountering unfamiliar surroundings, Aishwai halted. Village chief, where are we? The village chief smiled. Are you willing to help me build this neighborhood? Aishwai eagerly followed. Of course. What do you need me to do? The village chief stroked his neck. I need your intellect. No problem. Aishwai proudly tapped his head. My teachers have always praised my cleverness. On the mountaintop platform, the village chief tied Aishwai beneath the guillotine. Despite Aishwai's frantic struggles, he could not free himself from the ropes. The village chief strained to pull the cord that raised the blade, then wrapped the other end around the wooden door handle before returning to Aishwai. He produced a nail, securing the end of the rope in Aishwai's mouth. A chilling scream pierced the air. In that moment, the rope formed a triangle. The guillotine, the door handle, and Aishwai's head were the triangle's vertices. Witnessing this, Su Taiyu and the others, hidden in the shadows, felt a chill run down their spines, covering their mouths to stifle any sound. Once the setup was complete, the village chief approached the wooden door, making an odd gesture with his hands. The souls of children are purest. Their primal instinct for survival sifts out any extraneous thoughts. Such a high-quality soul, I shall offer as a sacrifice to you, my esteemed agent of wishes. I hope that in the future, my neighborhood-esque businesses flourish. In the shadows, Su Taiyu quietly retrieved Kaka's camera, covering the flash as he captured the scene before him. After completing his ritual, the village chief turned to Aishwai. You must hold onto that rope tightly. Otherwise, the blade will fall. With that, the village chief walked down the path, leaving Aishwai alone, clenching the rope with no knowledge of how long he could endure. Suddenly, the door handle began to shake. Dog Egg pointed at it. The door opens outward. If it's opened, the rope will loosen, and the blade will fall. Chu Ziding swallowed hard. We must save him. The trio rushed to Aishwai's side, quickly untying him and dragging him from beneath the guillotine. Just then, the door handle began to shake violently, and a flickering crimson light seeped through the cracks of the wooden door. Chapter 74, Mysteries of the Block. The showdown. With a resounding bang, the wooden door swung open, revealing a chaotic expanse of crimson. It resembled a colossal, quivering jelly, within which a shadowy figure swayed. As the rope on the doorknob slackened, the heavy guillotine descended instantaneously, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust. The tremor reverberated through the ground, leaving everyone dazed and disoriented. Kakaka fixed his gaze on the ajar wooden door. Could this possibly be the exit? Su Taiyu shook his head. This guillotine and wooden door had also appeared in the paintings of Dog Egg. It must be a part of the bizarre domain quest. Kakaka tilted his head, eyeing Su Taiyu inquisitively. Where did you see that painting? Are you hiding clues from us? Su Taiyu sighed, expressing his regret for not having informed them sooner. Meanwhile, Ashu stared at the descending guillotine, his legs trembling and his eyes glazed over. Dog Egg tugged him toward the narrow path. Come back to the block with me. We must inform everyone that the missing villagers are the work of the village chief. Ashu shook off Dog Egg's grip, casting a glance at Su Taiyu and the others. I want to go home and tell my mother. In tears, he dashed down the forest trail, with Dog Egg hurriedly following, and soon they vanished into the thicket. Tuzi Ting observed the shadow within the wooden door, fearing it might be Lucifer emerging. She grasped Su Taiyu in Kakaka's arms, preparing to leave. However, Su Taiyu led them back to their previous hiding spot. I endured great pain to climb up here. We must uncover what lies beyond this door. At last, the figure emerged from within. I sensed a pure soul, one born from the desire for life. Tuzi Ting sighed in relief. It was not Lucifer. The figure, clad in a flowing white robe, radiated a spectrum of colors. Su Taiyu turned to Tuzi Ting. Is this the figure you saw? Tuzi Ting shook her head. Su Taiyu noticed that the white-clad figure's eyes remained crimson. Red eyes. A replicant. With that, Su Taiyu stood up from the grass and greeted the figure. Kakaka widened his eyes, pulling at Su Taiyu's clothing. Are you out of your mind? Su Taiyu released Kakaka's grip. A replicant should not easily inflict harm. He cautiously approached the white figure, who had also noticed him, and opened his arms. Did you summon me? What is your desire for trade? Lucifer. At the sound of that name, Tuzi Ting felt a surge of electricity coursing through her. She rubbed her thumb against her index finger, her mind racing. They must not learn of Lucifer's existence. Otherwise, my betrayal of them may become apparent. Su Taiyu stood still, contemplating the white figure before him. Lucifer is a Western name. It was the village chief who had bound the children for execution. The village chief could not possibly bear that name. This replicant must think of me as Lucifer. Could it be that the true scene of the sacrifice involves the actual Lucifer? Su Taiyu raised his gaze to the white figure. My desire is to leave this block. I am Gabriel, the embodiment of wisdom. The white figure waved his hand. Thank you for bringing me this soul to reconstruct my holy feathers. Your trivial desire is of no significance. Kakaka's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Tuzi Ting. No way. Are we really going to clear this quest just like that? The white figure bent down and picked up a handful of dirt, tossing it into the air. The dust, illuminated by the sunlight, transformed into a shimmering yellow mist, which eventually settled upon Su Taiyu's head. Su Taiyu shook off the dust from his bangs, feeling the changes around him. Nothing happened. The white figure grasped another handful of dirt and tossed it skyward. Magic. Still, nothing transpired. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind filled the silence. Kakaka scratched his head. What does this guy intend to do? Tuzi Ting shook her head. I have no idea. The white figure tilted his head and grabbed another handful of dirt. Su Taiyu hastily intervened. All right, enough. The sand is getting in my eyes. What do you truly want? The white figure suddenly froze, his eyes growing increasingly red. Why has the magic failed? Su Taiyu observed him, alarmed. This is bad. Kakaka stood up. This is not good. Tuzi Ting also rose to her feet. Oh my gosh. They witnessed the white figure's attire absorbing ink, gradually turning black. His eyes grew ever redder, and his mouth split wide to reveal a row of sharp teeth. Kakaka quickly rushed to Su Taiyu's side. A replicant can't even make buns. Of course, it wouldn't know how to use magic. A swarm of black tendrils slithered from beneath the white robe, resembling serpents as they crawled toward the trio. In a moment of panic, Su Taiyu beckoned to Kakaka. Quick, take a picture. They are not anomalies. The camera won't work. Though Kakaka voiced his skepticism, he lifted the camera and pressed the shutter toward the white figure. The flash illuminated the scene, prompting the white figure to instinctively close his eyes. By the time he reopened them, Sutayu and his companions had vanished without a trace. The white figure rubbed his eyes, retracting the tendrils into his pants, his form reverting to white. The magic succeeded. I am the angel Gabriel. Hooray! The white figure squatted down, scattering more dust into the air. Meanwhile, Sutayu and his companions had already returned to the sewer. The murky water sloshed beneath their feet, while above them hurried replicant residents bustled about. Upon reaching the previous entry point of the sewer, Xiuzi Ting was about to climb out when Sutayu called out to her. Lucifer. Have you ever heard that name? Xiuzi Ting paused, halting her ascent, and approached Sutayu. What do you mean? Sutayu continued. The figure you mentioned earlier, is it Lucifer? Xiuzi Ting bit her thumb, remaining silent. Kakaka observed Xiuzi Ting's expression and then spoke to Sutayu. You might be onto something. Keep guessing. Sutayu nodded and pressed on. This figure informed you that the anomaly stems from Dog Egg's childhood trauma. Moreover, with the replicant's real-time monitoring playback, clearing the quest would be a breeze. Kakaka appeared puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? Sutayu turned to Xiuzi Ting. Then, what is the price? Xiuzi Ting tensed, taking deep breaths. There is no price. Don't overthink it. Impossible. Sutayu pointed toward the mountain. Through the replicant's portrayal, it is evident that Lucifer will engage in transactions with various humans and angels at the sacrifice site. Diwuti divulged the secret of clearing the quest without reason. Xiuzi Ting swallowed hard. The price is your 2 souls. I will protect you in clearing the quest until your souls are captured by Lucifer. Chapter 75 Strange Happenings in the Block. Don't worry, Dog Egg. I suspect you will end up just like Oshuai, bound to the guillotine. And then your head will roll away. Chu Zitting spoke softly. I am sorry, but I have no choice. Lucifer threatened me. He said if I did not comply, he would negotiate with you. At that point, it might be me lying on the guillotine. Kaka approached Chu Zitting, glaring at her with malice. I encountered this Lucifer too when Chung Peng kicked me through the iron gate. He wanted to strike a deal with me. He would reveal the way to pass through. However, the moment we stepped through the gate, all passengers except for me would be instantly transported to the guillotine on the mountaintop. Chu Zitting gazed at her. So, what is your choice? Of course, I was in a hurry to find Sutayu and rejected him outright. Sutayu tilted his head, frowning at Kaka. This is unlike you. In the past, you would have agreed to the deal without hesitation. Kaka looked up at the manhole. I have been accumulating points to resurrect my master. However, if earning points comes at the cost of sacrificing my companions, I would be no different from the Chiming Society. If my master were to learn that my points for resurrection were obtained this way, he would surely kill me. Sutayu nodded. I am deeply moved. You have finally made some progress. He then analyzed. It appears that Lucifer's existence is the final challenge of this eerie domain task. He will likely inquire about each of us. The method is simple. This time, the task of the dirty orbit requires unity and cooperation. Thus, everyone must refuse to trade with him. Only then can we safely leave through the iron gate after identifying all abnormalities. Sutayu looked up at Chu Zitting. Thanks to you, the difficulty has increased. I will finally experience what it feels like for a head to roll. Zhang Wanjun once told me that when he fell, he remained conscious for a few seconds. I wonder if that is true. Kaka began to panic. What time is it? Why are you wasting time thinking about such bizarre things? Kaka grabbed Sutayu by the neck. Do you want to know what it feels like for a head to roll? Let me tell you right now. Sutayu gasped for breath. Why are you choking me? Choke Chu Zitting instead. Kaka released her grip. I am just letting off steam. If I choked her and accidentally killed her, I would also be erased. Sutayu rubbed his neck, trying to remain calm. Kaka pointed at Chu Zitting. Sutayu has already thought of a way to pass through. We have been protecting you all along, and you sold us out without hesitation. Are you even human? Chu Zitting frowned. I am sorry, but I initially planned to kill both of you, because I am indeed a member of the Chiming Society. After saying this, Chu Zitting smiled and nodded at Kaka. Without a moment's hesitation and entirely instinctively, Kaka punched Chu Zitting in the abdomen. Chu Zitting fell to the ground. Calm down, don't kill me. Otherwise, you will also be erased. I will kill you regardless. Kaka raised her fist, ready to strike Chu Zitting's chest, but Sutayu intervened. Kaka shrugged off Sutayu's hand. Stepping aside, panting heavily, Chu Zitting wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. As compensation, during the next phase of identifying abnormalities, I will do my utmost to ease your burden. Furthermore, if any of you wish to know about the Chiming Society, feel free to ask me. I will tell you everything. The dead are the best at keeping secrets. Kaka pounded her fists against the wall, asking Su Taiyu, think of a way quickly. At this moment, Su Taiyu had already constructed a vivid image in his mind. His body bound to the guillotine, a 40-kilogram blade suspended above him. A hemp rope nailed into his mouth. If he could not hold on to the rope, the blade would fall. The wooden door would open, the rope would loosen, and the blade would descend. He could not fathom how to break this predicament. Su Taiyu scratched his nose. Lucifer? This sacrificial ritual was concocted by Lucifer. If we eliminate him, will it not solve the problem? Su Taiyu proposed this conjecture, but Kaka and Chu Ziding's expressions remained unchanged. Kaka rubbed her head. Once we enter the Iron Gate, we will be captured. Who will deal with Lucifer? Are we expected to turn into ghosts to fight him? Su Taiyu nodded and turned to Chu Ziding. Can you help us? Can we reason with you? Chu Ziding widened her innocent eyes. If I were to help you, why would I have betrayed you? Su Taiyu nodded. That makes sense. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the street above. Su Taiyu perked up his ears and heard Dog Egg's wailing. Let me go? I am here to save people, not to harm them. The one harming is the village chief. Just ask Ashwai. Then came the sound of a whip cracking, and a woman shouted at Dog Egg. Still not admitting it? When I went to find my Ashwai, you were right behind him. Look at how frightened Ashwai is. He can't even speak. The three of them crawled out of the sewer, and Su Taiyu saw a crowd gathered in the street. Dog Egg lay in the middle of the street, clutching a rubber band tightly. A middle-aged woman held Ashwai by the hand, whipping Dog Egg with a belt. Ashwai's eyes were vacant, repeatedly muttering, I am going to find my mom. I am going to find my mom. Seeing this scene, Kaka rolled up her sleeves. A bunch of foolish villagers. Su Taiyu pulled her back. Let go of me. What is wrong now? Su Taiyu shook his head. The people before us are merely replicas. They are reenacting a scene based on past events and the characteristics of the original. It would be better to observe more. Perhaps there are clues. Just then, an old man with a cane stepped into the crowd, approaching Dog Egg. Su Taiyu recognized him as Dog Egg's grandfather. A man in the crowd spoke up. Old man, you cannot favor your grandson this time. We have him dead to rights. He was caught in the act. The disappearance of over a dozen children must be connected to him. Your son is a murderer, and your grandson must have inherited that gene to some extent. We must take him to the village chief to see how to deal with him. The grandfather tried to intervene, but the man snatched the cane from him and tossed it aside. Seeing this, Dog Egg shouted, Don't touch my grandfather. I shall accompany you. Dog Dan's expression became remarkably calm as he stood up and flicked the rubber band into the air. The rubber band traced an arc in the sky before landing at Su Taiyu's feet. Su Taiyu picked up the rubber band. Dog Dan, why do you persist in playing with this rubber band? Chapter 76, Mysterious Events in the District. Haircut, an increasing number of people flooded into the district, leaving the streets deserted. Dog Dan was pushed along by a group and taken to a narrow alley at the end of the street. Several tall, robust middle-aged men led Dog Dan out through an iron gate. The remaining crowd returned to the district, chattering as they headed back to their respective shops. Grandpa did not follow. He trembled as he made his way home. The sky gradually darkened. Su Taiyu and his companions emerged from the sewer. Kaka surveyed the surrounding shops and effortlessly lifted the sewer cover. Can I smash their shop? Su Taiyu squatted at the sewer entrance, fiddling with the rubber band left by Dog Dan, lost in thought. I want to understand the behavioral patterns of these replicas. Is it mere observation and imitation? Or have they absorbed the essence of the original, responding to environmental stimuli with corresponding actions? If it is the latter, perhaps we can exploit these replicas. Kaka tilted his head and looked at Su Taiyu. These people are utterly wicked. How do you intend to utilize them? Be careful of backlash. Su Taiyu shook his head. They are not evil. They are foolish. Bad people are not useful, but fools can be quite advantageous. Perhaps these replicas are the key to our survival. Chu Ziding arrived at the alley and opened the iron gate, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. The sky is darkening. We must hurry through the gate. Kaka tossed the sewer cover toward Chu Ziding. The cover was too heavy, falling clumsily to the ground and rolling for a time before coming to rest at Chu Ziding's feet. She stepped onto the cover. Calm down. I sincerely wish to help you before you perish. The orange sun slowly descended, with distant skyscrapers obscuring part of its light, casting shadows over the street. Surrounding sounds rustled. The replicas in the shops rushed out onto the street, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at the sky. Su Taiyu and his companions also looked upwards. However, apart from the crimson sunset, there was nothing unusual in the sky. Soon, the replicas began to scatter in panic. only to halt abruptly, frozen in place. The clothing and skin of these beings gradually faded, revealing dark, indistinguishable entities beneath, as if countless black serpents coiled within them. These stationary statues began to move, the black substance entwined around them acting like treads, guiding them into the alley, through the iron gate, and into oblivion. What was once a lively district instantly became desolate. Kaka scratched his head. What just happened? Did the replicas clock out? Su Taiyu gazed at the sky, observing no anomalies. I believe the real-time monitoring has concluded. These people must have experienced a calamity at that very moment, which is why the replicas can only imitate to this extent. Kaka took a deep breath. What could have caused all of them to perish in an instant? How satisfying. The sun was completely blocked by the mountains behind, and the shops along the street flickered to life with dim lights. A thick mist began to rise in the silent street. Chu Ziding leaned against the iron gate. It's dark. The spirits will emerge. Stop dawdling and let's go. At the end of the street, footsteps echoed. This sound was unmistakably that of a child. It's Dog Dan. Su Taiyu whispered. Kaka immediately tensed, following Su Taiyu as they cautiously approached the alley. Unlike the replica Dog Dan, the one behind them was a ghost. Chung Peng had been brutally eviscerated, his spine broken. Su Taiyu and Kaka had witnessed his terrifying methods firsthand. The last time this ghost had appeared, it was tossing game coins. However, this time, its entrance was different. Su Taiyu could not discern the ghost's current modus operandi. The two crept toward the iron gate, Su Taiyu glancing back every few steps, fearful that the ghost might suddenly appear behind him. The iron gate loomed closer, less than 10 meters away. As Chu Ziding stepped halfway through the gate, one hand propping it open, she urged Su Taiyu and Kaka to hurry inside. Just as Kaka approached the gate, she accidentally tripped over the sewer cover. She instinctively covered her mouth, adrenaline surging. The iron cover clanged twice against the ground, amplifying its hollow sound in the alley. The footsteps of Dog Dan vanished. A chill crept down Su Taiyu's spine. Looking down, a headless shadow emerged from the ground. He dared not turn around, knowing that Dog Dan stood directly behind him. Suddenly, two hands emerged from either side of his waist. One hand cradled a head, while the other held a pair of scissors. The head, with its tangled hair matted with dried blood, stared fixedly at him. Another murder test? Su Taiyu raised his gaze to Chu Ziding and Kaka, his pupils darting, seeking help. Chu Ziding pursed her lips and said to Su Taiyu, Dog Dan was once bullied by a barbershop, ending up with a buzz cut. He likely wants you to help him with his hair. If you make it look decent, perhaps there will be no issues. Su Taiyu nodded, swallowing hard as he grasped the rusty scissors. He lifted Dog Dan's head, feeling a human-like texture that was cold and rigid, yet not entirely human. Kaka whispered, Do you know how to cut hair? Su Taiyu shook his head. Of course not. Kaka slowly approached and took the scissors. I'll buy you some time. Think of a solution. With that, Kaka held Dog Dan's head, taking a deep breath. Sir, your hair quality is quite good, though a bit dry. Are you a member? What price range do you prefer? Director? Or designer? What hairstyle do you desire? Perhaps we should start with a wash? Kaka was enthusiastic but hesitated with the scissors. Dog Dan's body turned, raising a hand to point toward a nearby barber shop, signaling the three to follow closely. Kaka was overjoyed. It seems to work, but let us take this opportunity to escape. Just as she finished speaking, the head in Kaka's hand suddenly rotated to face her, two eyes glaring intensely. Kaka quickly shut her eyes. I'll wash your hair, wash your hair. The trio followed Dog Dan's body toward the barber shop. Along the way, Su Taiyu mustered the courage to ask, Did you kill everyone in the district? Kaka's eyes widened in shock as she muttered, I have the head in my hands. Why ask now? Do you want me dead? The head in Kaka's grasp spun to face Su Taiyu, its desperate will to survive shining through. Sacrifice, fulfill beautiful wishes, deity. Each word leapt forth, though the three could barely comprehend Dog Dan's meaning. But I am disheartened, wholly seeking death. A blood sacrifice of resentment, evil deity, Bal Simon, descends. Death all. With that, Dog Dan erupted into a chilling, shrill laughter. Chapter 77, Strange Affairs of the Block. The direct path to the bottom. Dog Dan was brought before the village chief, who, unsurprisingly, would not let him off the hook, compelling him to lie beneath the guillotine in place of Shuai. However, Dog Dan was determined to meet his end. As the blade descended, it summoned not the divine Gabriel clad in white, but the malevolent deity Bal Simon. Thus, the entire block fell victim to this calamity. Su Taiyu and Kaka swiftly pieced together the narrative surrounding this neighborhood. At that moment, the trio had followed Dog Dan to a barber shop. Su Taiyu noticed a layer of crimson silk draped over the cash register, upon which 5 mannequin heads were displayed. Dog Dan took his own head from Kaka and placed it back upon his neck. Kaka gripped the scissors tightly and approached the mannequin heads, addressing Su Taiyu. "You wash his hair. Take your time. I'll practice a bit first." Su Taiyu examined the mannequin heads more closely, feeling a sense of unease. As he drew nearer, a viscerally bloody scent assaulted his senses. The surface was not covered with red silk, but rather a thick layer of blood. The 5 heads were, in fact, real human skulls. Su Taiyu picked one up, and the still wet blood beneath the neck began to stretch like a red spider's web. Witnessing this, Kaka's scissors fell from her hands. "If we don't cut it right, will we end up like this?" Su Taiyu set the head down. "It seems so." Chu Ziding picked up the fallen scissors. "Let me try." With that, she approached Dog Dan. He sat poised on the barber's stool, fixated on Chu Ziding through the reflection in the mirror. Su Taiyu and Kaka held their breath, their hands trembling. Chu Ziding gathered a tuft of hair from Dog Dan's crown with her left hand, pinching it between her index and middle fingers. The rusty scissors inched closer. Snip. The tuft of hair fell away with a resounding thud. Kaka nodded in approval. "Her technique is quite professional." Su Taiyu observed Dog Dan, who remained unresponsive for the moment, granting him a slight sense of relief. Chu Ziding inhaled deeply, releasing the tuft of hair, and reached down to comb through the rest. Yet, no matter how she tried, she could not manage to gather another tuft. Why is this happening? Chu Ziding felt a wave of anxiety. Is his hair too dry? Or am I too tense? It was only when she smeared her hand across Dog Dan's head that she discovered her ring finger had inexplicably vanished, blood gushing from the severed end. Chu Ziding discarded the scissors and retreated, her heart racing. Dog Dan's head spun 360 degrees, locking eyes with Chu Ziding. "Hair cut." Chu Ziding shook her head, extending her finger towards Su Taiyu as she fled. "Cutting it will only lead to a slow death. For every hair that falls, a part of me disappears." Chu Ziding's lips turned pale, her gaze filled with despair. Dog Dan descended from the stool and began to approach the trio. Kaka stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking over a mannequin head, which rolled to her feet, triggering an emotional outburst. She dashed to the door, pounding against the glass, which felt as impenetrable as steel, unwavering despite her frantic attempts. Chu Ziding joined her, but together they could not budge the seemingly ordinary door. Meanwhile, Dog Dan approached with a smile, a slow, inevitable death looming over Kaka and Chu Ziding, leaving them with nothing but boundless terror. Su Taiyu bravely advanced, bypassing Dog Dan to retrieve the rusty barber's scissors. "Dog Dan, I am not allied with those who bullied you." With that, Su Taiyu snipped a chunk from his own hair, a bald patch now glaringly visible on his forehead. Dog Dan halted, his body rigid, turning his head toward the back. "You too were bullied?" Su Taiyu nodded, continuing to shear his hair until his once lush locks were reduced to a sparse tuft. Dog Dan collapsed onto the ground, pointing at Su Taiyu and laughing heartily. "Ugly, ugly." Suddenly, the glass door swung open, and Kaka and Chu Ziding tumbled outside. "We're saved." Kaka scrambled to her feet, calling to Su Taiyu. "Quick, let us go through the iron door." Su Taiyu approached Dog Dan. "Would you like to come with us? I can take you to see your father and grandfather." Kaka, flustered, scratched her head. "Stop messing around. Escape is paramount." Chu Ziding interjected, "He may have found a way out. If he has found a path to safety, we can soon proceed." Dog Dan stood, asking, "Where's my father?" "Come with me," Su Taiyu urged. The trio, hearts racing with trepidation, guided the now spectral Dog Dan through the narrow alleyway and opened the iron door. They entered a familiar room, the birthplace of this eerie quest. Su Taiyu's heart raced, fervently praying that this was indeed the correct path, that he had not miscalculated. Taking a deep breath, he led Dog Dan through the iron door. The familiar house awaited them, the coffee table adorned with steaming dishes, bright sunlight flooding the living room, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Standing in the center of the living room, Dog Dan slowly approached the coffee table. "Where are they?" The calendar on the television seemed to be swept away by a fierce wind, the paper pages cascading down. 13, 12, 9, 8. Finally, only one remained. Su Taiyu gazed at the food on the table, recalling the illusions he had witnessed while consuming these very dishes. At that moment, the illusion appeared to manifest before his eyes. Dog Dan's grandfather placed the last dish on the coffee table, glancing at the calendar. "Dog Dan's father is coming home today. I wonder if Dog Dan will return alive." The security door swung open, and a gaunt middle-aged man entered, weary from his travels. "Father, that cultist has been captured." Evil cannot triumph over good. I am innocent. Quickly, call Dog Dan back. I want to see if he has grown taller. Dog Dan sat on the sofa, staring at the food on the table. This is my home. Where are grandfather and father? Su Taiyu stepped to the table and handed Dog Dan a pair of chopsticks. Eat. Once you do, you will see them. Dog Dan picked up a piece of scrambled egg and placed it in his mouth. Su Taiyu observed as two figures began to materialize around the table. One was the grandfather. The other was the emaciated man from the illusion, Dog Dan's father. Kaka and Chu Ziding were startled by the sudden appearance of the two. Dog Dan's father, too, was taken aback, seeing Su Taiyu and his companions. He turned to Dog Dan and asked, "Are these your friends?" Dog Dan nodded. His father welcomed the trio. "Come, sit, and eat with us." Dog Dan, you're making friends. Dog Dan dropped his chopsticks, collapsing into his father's embrace, weeping bitterly. Dog Dan's father stroked his head. I received letters from your grandfather detailing your experiences. I am so pleased that you have not turned to darkness and have made friends. Upon hearing this, Dog Dan wriggled free from his father's grasp, slowly retreating, his eyes vacant. I am dead. The evil god has descended. Everyone perished. Dog Dan's father paused before continuing. That is not your fault. You have endured so much suffering since childhood, confronting the darkest and most grotesque facets of humanity. Yet you have not succumbed to corruption. Until your last breath, you have not descended into malevolence or developed an antisocial personality. Instead, you have navigated through adversity, maturing into a child who knows how to protect his grandfather. You possess a profound understanding of the world's evils, yet your heart remains pure. You have shown me the resilience of life. Dog Dan, I am truly proud of you. Chapter 78, Mysterious Incidents in the Neighborhood. Vending machine indeed. This child is remarkable. Su Taiyu concurred, seizing the opportunity to indulge in his meal. The wails of Dog Dan gradually diminished. Su Taiyu observed the walls of the living room beginning to peel, while the dishes on the coffee table took on a translucent quality. The last morsel of egg in Su Taiyu's mouth transformed into a froth. The number 1 on the calendar trembled violently. The figures of Dog Dan's father and grandfather dissipated like smoke. Dog Dan wiped away his tears, stood up, and approached Su Taiyu. Thank you all. Subsequently, Dog Dan removed the rubber band from his wrist. To deal with the villains, Dog Dan stretched the rubber band with both hands and aimed at the calendar by the wall. The calendar was struck by the band and promptly fell. Dog Dan then vanished without a trace. Rubber band? Calendar? Kaka walked over to pick up the rubber band. Is there no proper artifact? Su Taiyu retrieved the fallen calendar, noticing words scrawled in pencil on the back. I witnessed the village chief's transaction. It seemed the village chief spotted me. What should I do if I end up bound under the guillotine as well? He pondered. Such a fanciful notion. I wonder if this method would work. Su Taiyu flipped the calendar over and over in his hands. What method is it, after all? Dog Dan, clarify. Chu Ziding set down her chopsticks, stood up, opened the security door, and rubbed her hands together. We are close to passing. I am so excited. A chopstick then flew past, and Chu Ziding tilted her head to dodge it. Kaka clenched his fists and struck the coffee table. After passing this trial, Lucifer will come to collect our souls. Then I won't pass this trial. I will linger here. I will never allow you, a member of the Enlightenment Society, to succeed. Su Taiyu sucked on his chopsticks, gazing at the now empty coffee table. We can't continue like this. We have no food left. Chu Ziding slammed the door shut, calling out, There's still a 1 on the calendar. I will help you find the last anomaly. She then dashed downstairs. Kaka gritted his teeth, his hands resembling claws. I want to crush Chu Ziding into pieces. Su Taiyu clutched the calendar tightly and moved towards the security door. Let us go find it too. Dog Dan has vanished. So we have ample time tonight. Kaka retracted his claw-like hands and followed with a grin. So calm. Have you already discovered a way to survive? Su Taiyu scratched his ear. No. Kaka instantly transformed into a zombie, head tilted back, arms dangling, feebly trailing behind Su Taiyu. Chu Ziding had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Upon seeing the two descend, she pointed towards the end of the street. This person is Dog Dan's greatest childhood nightmare. He must be the last anomaly. Su Taiyu followed her gaze. An empty street appeared, and a figure emerged in the distance. Su Taiyu recognized him as the village chief. The village chief inspected the shops along the street, hands clasped behind his back. Not having red eyes suggests he is not a clone. Business is merely an exchange, transforming common objects into scarce items. Thus, this constitutes a profitable enterprise. Su Taiyu noted the village chief's foot movements were ordinary in frequency yet remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, the village chief had traversed from the street's end to stand before Su Taiyu. The village chief scrutinized the three of them. Here. The most abundant resource is the human soul. Without uttering a word, Su Taiyu turned Kaka's camera towards the village chief and pressed the shutter. The village chief's form morphed into a phantom and ultimately vanished. The camera spat out a photograph, bearing 2 lines of text on the back. Anomaly, transaction day, supplier secured. If there is a supplier, then is there also a recipient? Su Taiyu sensed that the text on the back of this anomalous photograph diverged somewhat from the previous ones. The sound of an iron gate creaking open echoed from the alley, followed by a faint whistle. Chu Ziding clapped her hands. Well then, I am grateful for your company these past days. In the days to come, I shall often reminisce about you both. The three approached the iron gate, and Chu Ziding noticed Su Taiyu's troubled expression. Weevee passed. Why do I feel like I am the only one elated? Kaka gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Ziding. You ask such obvious questions. Chu Ziding led the way through the iron gate. Come quickly, perhaps I am deceiving you. Kaka shot her a glare and kicked the iron gate shut. Su Taiyu reopened the gate. We will have to enter sooner or later. Fate decides our lives and deaths. He then stepped inside, and Kaka let out a long sigh before following suit. The ominous black vehicle lay before them. The attendant, resembling a paper figure, stood in compartment 0. At that moment, the attendant appeared particularly amiable in Su Taiyu's eyes. Just as he intended to approach, a figure swiftly flashed past. 2 souls. Received. But there is only 1 guillotine. So, you will have to remain in the neighborhood for a while longer. The next moment, he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself confined within an iron cabinet. Through the glass window above, he could see that he had returned to the neighborhood. I am here to save people, not to harm them. It is the village chief who brings harm. The familiar dialogue echoed. Looking through the window, he saw the same group of red-eyed clones reenacting the previous scene. Su Taiyu knocked on the iron walls beside him, attempting to create some noise, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Kaka was brought to the guillotine atop the mountain. Like the previous victims, her body was bound with hemp rope, a guillotine suspended above her head. A nail driven through the rope and into her mouth, while Lucifer stood with his back to her, before a wooden door. You are not as clever as Chu Ziding. You refuse to trade with me. Then I must trade you. Kaka could only move her eyes and vocal cords at this moment. She stared at Chu Ziding beside her, her mouth forming indistinct sounds. Chu Ziding. I-4. After shouting, despair welled up within her. She had not seen Su Taiyu. Perhaps he had already met a tragic fate. She feared she might not escape either. After persistent knocking, Su Taiyu finally caught the attention of a clone. The clone approached the iron cabinet. The village chief had indeed set up a vending machine here. How convenient. Just when I am thirsty. Saying this, the clone pressed a button. A vending machine? Su Taiyu was still puzzled when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking over, he saw a needle inserted into his arm, siphoning bright red blood through a tube. How utterly perverse. Su Taiyu silently cursed through the pain. The clone outside spoke again. It seems there are snacks as well. Let us see what snacks are for sale. Chapter 79, Strange Happenings in the Block, Separation of the Head and Body. Little glutton, don't buy any more. Su Taiyu shouted towards the outside, but his voice failed to reach beyond the confines. The sound of spinning blades echoed ominously, like the death knell of the Reaper. Su Taiyu felt his calf make contact with an icy object, followed by a searing pain as warm blood cascaded down his leg. He grew increasingly feeble. Peering through the glass window, he observed the chaotic street outside, feeling like a solitary ghost detached from the affairs of the world. Death loomed close. If the adversary made a few more purchases, he would truly become a wandering spirit. Although he possessed a life-sustaining coin, he was uncertain if he would resurrect within this cabinet after death. Su Taiyu regarded the replicants before him, who seemed to unleash their emotions upon Dog Egg. Unable to escape the confines of their original behavioral patterns. In his own reality, he had lived over 20 years, adhering to societal norms, learning, working, without a moment's respite for himself. It felt as though an unseen hand was orchestrating his existence, rendering personal will utterly insignificant. The bizarre realm, the tickets, and those passengers who chose betrayal in the face of danger weighed heavily on Su Taiyu. Yet he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. Here, he was the freest, free to live, free to die, free to explore the duality of human nature's benevolence and malevolence. He did not wish to perish here. He had not yet exhausted his time. Old man, you cannot favor your grandson this time. Caught red-handed, the evidence is undeniable. The performance of these replicants was nearing its conclusion, and soon Dog Egg would be taken away, with the malevolent deity descending to obliterate the entire street. Su Taiyu concentrated. seeking a means to survive. The task setting was originally confined to this street, yet an exception existed. When the replicants appeared, the scene of the back mountain also manifested. Kakaka had been abducted by that shadow to the mountain's guillotine, thus the replicants emerged. He pulled out the photograph of the village chief's anomaly, finally grasping its significance. The anomaly corresponded to Dog Egg's childhood trauma. Dog Egg had stumbled upon a soul transaction seen on the back mountain, thus he had not seen just the village chief. The village chief represented the supplier, while another individual was the recipient. The transaction day anomaly required 2 photographs. This vending machine, which ensnared him, was likely a manifestation of a ghostly anomaly. He would photograph to save Kakaka and, by extension, himself. With this thought, Sutayu glanced at the replicants outside. These beings might hold the key to his survival. He hoped that this group was merely foolish, not malevolent. Sutayu retrieved the photograph he had surreptitiously taken on the mountain. It clearly depicted Oshuai on the guillotine and the village chief summoning the figure in white. He cast the photograph through the vending machine's outlet. Drink my blood. Then save my life. Upon finding the photograph, a replicant dashed into the crowd. Stop hitting Dog Egg. What he said seems to be true. Look at this photograph. Sutayu watched through the glass as the crowd ceased their aggression, and Dog Egg lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The leading figure, Oshuai's mother, took the photograph. Where did this come from? She pointed towards the vending machine where Sutayu was. Taking a deep breath, Sutayu silently prayed. He then tossed the camera around his neck through the outlet. On the mountain, Kakaka noticed his strange vehicle parked on the other side. But he was trapped on the guillotine, on the verge of separation. Lucifer stood before the wooden door, chanting an incantation, as a red light flickered through the crack. Tuzi Ting gazed at the immobilized Kakaka, gently stroking his head. Ordinary people who exited the carriage would perish in the mist. However, members of the Enlightenment Society would not. Can you guess why? Kakaka clenched the rope in his mouth, his throat trembling. Get lost, he shouted. I cannot leave yet. I must wait until both of you die, so I can claim your task points. With that, Tuzi Ting produced a black invitation from her bosom. The city of enlightenment rests within the fog. While the real world is a prison, the city of enlightenment is the new world, a utopia for humanity. Yet, individuals like you, bound by archaic notions, are doomed to survive within this strange vehicle, clinging to absurd obsessions. At that moment, a commotion arose on the forest path as Dog Egg led a group of people wielding farming tools like hoes. Dog Egg pointed at Kakaka. Just now, Oshuai was bound here. I saved him. Oshuai's mother was the first to rush forward. Let us save him first. Seeing the situation turn against him, Lucifer uttered the final words of his incantation, transforming into a wisp of green smoke and vanishing into the crowd. Kakaka was liberated, and upon emerging, he spat a mouthful of blood onto Tuzi Ting's face, seizing the invitation from her grasp and fleeing the mountain, stepping into the strange vehicle. The sudden turn of events left Tuzi Ting bewildered as she regarded the replicants before her. The wooden door swung open, and the guillotine fell. The crowd froze at the deafening sound, and a blinding red light illuminated the scene. A figure clad in white emerged from the wooden door. Did you summon me? Lucifer surveyed the replicants surrounding him. Alas, these beings are mere shells, devoid of any soul. One replicant, holding the camera, aimed it at the figure in white and pressed the shutter. With undeniable evidence, the village chief could no longer feign innocence. As the flash ignited, the expression of the figure turned to one of terror, and he knelt, hands clasped. God, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I am willing to offer all my wings in penance. 6 wings unfurled from his back, flapping as a tempest swept up the dust. Tuzi Ting quickly shielded her eyes. When the wind settled, the scene fell silent. She lowered her hands, only to find the figure in white had vanished, along with the replicants, leaving behind only the camera and the photograph. Anomaly, Transaction Day, recipient secured 6-winged Angel Gabriel. In the distance, a train horn sounded. Tuzi Ting discarded the photograph. Forget the points. Let us leave. She turned toward her strange vehicle, yet her feet seemed frozen. A sharp pain pierced her tongue. Looking up, she found the wooden door before her, the hemp rope still tethered to her mouth. Is this the guillotine? How could this be? Tuzi Ting experienced an unprecedented terror. Biting down on the hemp rope, unable to speak. 2 souls. This is our transaction. Lucifer emerged from behind the guillotine, standing before Tuzi Ting. Kakaka has escaped. You must take his place. Tuzi Ting protested. You didn't clarify beforehand. It doesn't count. Lucifer smiled at her, his eyes filled with pity. She seemed to have forgotten the guillotine's mechanism. As she opened her mouth, the rope slipped from her lips, and the blade descended instantaneously. How many seconds of consciousness could one maintain after decapitation? Xu Ting provided the answer. As she beheld Su Taiyu appearing beneath the guillotine, her head lay beside his. Still warm. At that moment, Lucifer stood before the wooden door, chanting an incantation. Xu Ting uttered her final words to Su Taiyu with the remnants of breath in her throat. That wooden door only allows entry, not exit. Push him through. 12 seconds. This was the duration in which she uttered those words. Chapter 80, Strange Affairs of the Block, Humanity's Utter Defeat Inside the Cold and Desolate Eerie Train. Kaka called out Su Taiyu's name from one carriage to another, but received no response. Returning to the zero carriage, although the attendant had healed her wounds, Kaka still resembled a deflated balloon, slumped against the carriage, her eyes devoid of life. Old Su, have you truly perished? Perhaps it is for the best, with your demise. No one can deceive me for points anymore. She inhaled deeply. Qiming Society, Master, Su Taiyu. Old grievances remained unavenged, now compounded by new enmities. Kaka clenched her teeth. The muscles in her jaw visibly taut. She opened the invitation letter snatched from Chu Zitting's hands. A plume of gray smoke billowed forth. Kaka waved her hand to disperse it, revealing a swirling mist resembling a crystal ball at the center of the card. Through the haze, Kaka faintly discerned a city. Towering walls, neon lights flickering within, a place where tradition and modernity converged. Qiming City, the stronghold of the Qiming Society. Adjacent to the mist, a line of text remained. Amidst dense fog, danger lurks. The city of Qiming lies concealed within. Those who carry this invitation shall tread into the mist. Walk 100 paces, and the city shall reveal itself. Closing the invitation, Kaka pursed her lips. Master, I have found the lair of the Qiming Society. Alas, I am but one against many. To venture forth would be tantamount to walking into death's embrace. Struggling to rise, she intended to return to her quarters when she abruptly halted in front of the attendant. Why haven't you settled my points? Another passenger remains engaged in this task, thus settlement is not possible at this time. Another passenger? Who? Kaka's eyes widened. Su Taiyu is not dead. He is still in the midst of a task. She placed the invitation back in the carriage and dashed into the fog. Beneath the guillotine, Su Taiyu gripped the hemp rope tightly. Should he relent, the blade above would come crashing down. Naturally, the human jaw could not withstand the pressure for long. So a nail had been driven through the rope and his chin, securing it to the wooden base of the guillotine, thus alleviating some of the strain. Yet, this was ultimately futile. Su Taiyu glanced at Chu Zitting's head and sensed that his own neck was soon to face a similar fate. Am I truly about to die? Fortune cannot favor one eternally. Kaka's fate was uncertain. He was bound tightly, and his tormentors were no ordinary humans. He could conceive of no reason to survive. Lucifer incessantly recited incantations. Open the door. 2 fresh souls are at your service, my dear Rugel. The wooden door glimmered with a crimson light. The doorknob loosened. Su Taiyu, finding peace within the knowledge of his impending demise, abandoned all thoughts of struggle, instead embracing tranquility. The door burst open, and the guillotine fell in response. Su Taiyu felt a sudden lightness. Is it over? A scent of blood wafts in the air. It must be finished. His neck felt warm. Was this my own body heat? Blood flowed to his mouth and nose. Am I to drown in my own blood? Cursed blood, flowing away. He had overthought it. The blood could not reach his lungs. Lucifer remained before the wooden door, within which a red halo emerged, the summoned entity yet to materialize. Lucifer, that silhouette is utterly detestable. How I long to shove him through the door. Wait, Chu Zitting's final words. Were they urging me to push him through the wooden door? Yet now, I am reduced to merely a head. Beyond these futile thoughts, I have no other recourse. Why hasn't my consciousness faded? Why did 12 seconds feel so prolonged? Shouldn't it be like a fleeting moment? Why am I still pondering these matters? In my final moments, one question remains unanswered. What does the rubber band signify? What method did he discover? Su Taiyu felt the hemp rope still taut in his mouth, the other end linked to the doorknob, while Lucifer stood before the ajar door. He understood now. You are truly mad, Dog Dan. Yet how fortuitous, I am mad as well. Are humans inferior to gods? Perhaps not when survival instinct overwhelms the human mind, especially in the case of a lunatic. What is it that I wish to accomplish? I cannot even articulate it to myself. Su Taiyu continually flexed his jaw, shaking the iron nail that pinned his chin. After several attempts, the nail indeed loosened. I am truly insane. As he tightened his grip on the hemp rope, he used his tongue to dislodge the nail. With the nail's removal, the taut rope propelled Su Taiyu's head forward, akin to a projectile from a slingshot. His head collided directly with Lucifer, who was caught off guard and lost his balance. tumbling toward the door. In that instant of crossing the threshold, he turned around, disbelief etched on his face. The only angel among humanity is destined to fall into hell. Humanity, you truly astonish. Lucifer was engulfed by the crimson light, the door once again sealing shut. Su Taiyu's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. The sound of light footsteps, Kaka's voice, reached him. Akin to being submerged in a meter-deep pool. He could scarcely discern her words, only seeing her distraught face hovering beside him, her mouth moving erratically, tears and snot streaming down. Su Taiyu opened his mouth, managing to utter a few words with his dwindling breath. 12 seconds. Take me into the eerie train. Upon hearing this, Kaka immediately comprehended Su Taiyu's intent. Channeling the spirit of a rugby player, she grasped Su Taiyu's head and sprinted toward the eerie train, counting down internally. 11, 10, 9. The eerie train was at least 100 meters from the guillotine. If she could reach it within 12 seconds. Kaka should be competing for her country in the Olympics, rather than fighting for her life in this eerie realm. It was impossible. Time was running out. 8, 7. Kaka noticed Su Taiyu's head losing vitality in her hands, swallowing hard. Su Taiyu, do you believe in the women's football team? With that, Kaka hurled Su Taiyu's head into the air and then kicked it with all her might. 6, 5. The head arced through the air, blood trailing behind. Heading toward the eerie train. 4, 3. Kaka fixated on the airborne head, her anxiety surpassing that of awaiting exam results. Do not veer. Do not veer. 2, 1. Deducting corresponding points, your injuries have been automatically healed. The mechanical voice of the attendant echoed in the zero carriage. It went in. Kaka cheered, raising her hands as she rushed toward the eerie train. Su Taiyu, this life is a gift from me. Upon jumping into the carriage, Kaka saw Su Taiyu, bare and radiant, standing before the attendant. Su Taiyu gazed at her, his hands slowly covering the parts that needed to be concealed, although his injuries had healed. His clothing had not been restored. Chapter 81. The City of Enlightenment. The eerie vehicle closed its doors and began to move slowly. Kaka stroked her chin, scrutinizing Su Taiyu from head to toe. Su Taiyu stood upright, resembling an unyielding mast or an ancient Greek statue. Stop looking. Cover me with the whole cloth, he demanded. Swallowing hard, he shifted his feet slightly, maintaining his gaze on Kaka, determined that she must not see the two streams of pride behind him. Kaka cleared her throat and remarked with a mischievous tone, your life is mine to give. And look at you, still unclothed. There's no one else around. She approached Su Taiyu, laughing like a lecherous old man. Shouldn't you change how you address me? Su Taiyu shook his head, retreating slowly. No way. Not a chance. Stop. I'd rather die. Kaka sidled up to the attendant, whispering conspiratorially in its ear. Su Taiyu observed her, perplexed by her scheming. For the unknown is often the most terrifying. Suddenly, he felt a hat placed atop his head, as his entire body was enveloped in a soft fabric. Particularly, that area was snugly wrapped. This isn't underwear, he exclaimed, feeling the suffocating material. Looking up, he saw Kaka grinning wickedly, which only heightened his panic. What have you done? Kaka tilted her head. I bought you some clothes. It's what a mother should do. Su Taiyu opened his mouth to protest, but was abruptly silenced by something being shoved into it. He pulled out a baby bottle, lowering his gaze at his attire. He noticed yellow and white patterns featuring giraffes and elephants. Clearly, it was baby clothing. The tightness he felt was a diaper. Su Taiyu sighed in relief, removed the pacifier, and drained the milk from the bottle. What a twisted sense of humor. Kaka clasped her hands together and shut her eyes. Newborns arrive in this world completely naked. She pointed at the attendant and then at herself. Behold, this is the midwife, and I am your beloved mother. I gave you life. Call me Mama. Su Taiyu shook his head and approached the attendant. Hey. Kaka closed her eyes. You're wearing open crotch pants, so take smaller steps. Su Taiyu reached the attendant. Give me a set of clothes that you deem most suitable for me. Cost, 1 point. The attendant turned to Su Taiyu, a genius straddling madness and reason. Kaka frowned, pointing at Su Taiyu. Is that how you describe him? Have you been bribed by him? The attendant continued, redeeming clothes for you. Outdoor attire, carbon plate running shoes. Ideal for escaping danger with enhanced speed. Black cargo pants, loose and comfortable with ample pockets for carrying more clues. Black windbreaker, windproof and waterproof, ensuring comfort in adverse weather. Round shovel hat with foam cushioning, providing sun protection and head safety. All are standard apparel, available in major malls, without altering the inherent challenge of the eerie realm. At this moment, Su Taiyu donned all black, swaying back and forth within the zero compartment. These carbon plate shoes feel like a seesaw. Su Taiyu appeared quite new. Kaka observed him. Her previously sarcastic remarks suddenly caught in her throat, as if her brain signals were hijacked by the sight before her. To be fair, this outfit. Well, you wear it quite well, she conceded, snapping her fingers. Do you have indoor clothing? Su Taiyu shook his head. Enough. Do you take me for a dress-up game? The attendant responded. Indoor attire has been placed in the passenger's wardrobe. Proceeding with point deduction, the attendant continued to announce. The neighborhood Erie task has been completed, with a mileage of 500. 5 individuals total 2,500 kilometers. 2 survivors, points distributed evenly, each receiving 1250 points. This round's highlight reward for Kaka, 300 points. Kaka raised her fist triumphantly. Yeah, that kick was so cool. She then leaned closer to Su Taiyu. Oh, isn't that the genius straddling madness and reason? Why no reward this time? The attendant continued. This round's top performer, Su Taiyu, rewarded with 500 points. Kaka looked down, pouting, then turned to Su Taiyu. By the way, how do you feel about me kicking you away? Su Taiyu pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand, pinching his nose, and glanced at Kaka's foot, leaning back slightly. With that single gesture, words were unnecessary. Kaka was thrown off balance. What do you mean by that? My precious feet are cleaner than your face. You must be tired of living. Su Taiyu did not drop his hand, circling the attendant, evading Kaka's pursuit while taunting her. You know, these carbon plate shoes really do enhance my speed. Suddenly, Su Taiyu's foot kicked something, a letter of invitation. They both halted. Su Taiyu opened it, revealing a ball of gray mist before their eyes. Where did this come from? Kaka asked, tilting her head. I snatched it from Chu Ziding. Impressive, right? Holding the invitation, they made their way to the activity room compartment. Kaka pointed at the indistinct city obscured by the mist. Chu Ziding mentioned this city. It must be the stronghold of the Enlightenment Society, Chiming City. The method to get there is written beside it. With this invitation, walk 100 steps through the mist, and you will automatically arrive at the city gates. Kaka closed the invitation. Let us set off. Su Taiyu shook his head. Youth doesn't have a price? Just like that. We go? This isn't a vacation. He examined the invitation closely. I witnessed that fat man suddenly lose his head in the mist. What if this invitation is a trap or requires other conditions to find the city? Rushing in would be too dangerous. Kaka scratched her head. Wait a minute. She glared at Su Taiyu. You're not coming with me? Su Taiyu nodded. Of course not. You're avenging your master. What do I have to do with it? Kaka slammed her hand on the table, snatching the invitation. I misjudged you. If you want to go alone, then go. Su Taiyu remained silent, fixated on the invitation in Kaka's grasp. Suddenly, he recalled something and raised his head to ask, last time you mentioned that Master Lu vanished in the mist? Kaka lifted her eyelids. Yes, during a 1,000-kilometer task. After completion, she didn't re-enter the Erie vehicle but walked into the mist. After that, she disappeared without a trace. Su Taiyu nodded. Do you think Lulu went to Chiming City? Impossible. Kaka clenched her fists. Do not slander Master Lu. She has helped countless newcomers. How could she be associated with the malicious Enlightenment Society? Su Taiyu drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment. In any case, we must devise a way to locate this city and uncover its mysteries. We? Indeed. I shall accompany you on this journey. Chapter 82. The perverse shall engage in perverse acts upon learning that Su Taiyu would also be entering Chiming City. Kaka immediately sprang to his feet, crossing the table to vigorously ruffle his hair. I knew you couldn't bear to let me go alone. Su Taiyu rubbed his forehead. I already have issues with my mind. Don't make them worse. Kaka pouted, wiggling his fingers as he spoke in a peculiar tone of English. Twist, twist, twist. Your brain is quite peculiar. A commotion arose from the distant dormitory carriage, prompting Su Taiyu to promptly lean over the table. Kaka, puzzled, followed suit. What's wrong? We're in the ghost carriage. There should be no danger. Su Taiyu leaned closer to Kaka's ear. Last time, you mentioned you suspected Zhang Wanjun was part of the Chiming Society? Kaka nodded. It was merely a suspicion, with no evidence. As a newcomer, he never remains in the ghost carriage after a mission concludes. I suspect he is headed to Chiming City. Su Taiyu pursed his lips, resting his arms on the table. Then he would be our ticket. He could lead us to Chiming City. Just then, the carriage isolation door swung open. Zhang Wanjun, carrying a pile of clothes, passed through the activity room and was taken aback upon seeing Su Taiyu and Kaka. You startled me. When did you return? The last time I left, you two were bickering. What changed? Did I miss something? Su Taiyu shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Wanjun grinned mischievously. I understand. I want to interrupt you too. I'm off for a shower. With that, he hugged his clothes tightly and departed the activity carriage, heading to the zero carriage. Spending 5 points, Zhang Wanjun upgraded his dormitory with a bathing facility. Kaka, hearing the announcement from the crew member, turned to Su Taiyu. What a splendid opportunity. What opportunity? At that moment, Zhang Wanjun, laden with toiletries, traversed the activity room towards the dormitory. Kaka cast a glance at Zhang Wanjun's retreating figure. Follow him. While he is in the shower, check if he has a hexagram tattoo on his backside. Su Taiyu shook his head. That might not be appropriate. Kaka pointed at his head. In his eyes. You're a little pervert. Perverts should engage in perverse acts. This way, we won't raise any alarms. Su Taiyu closed his eyes. It certainly is an excellent opportunity. But I can't shake the feeling that you're leading me astray. Stop hesitating. I shouldn't go either. Kaka clenched his fists, cheering Su Taiyu on. Nervously, Su Taiyu approached Zhang Wanjun's dormitory door, undergoing a series of internal struggles. He burst through the door and entered. Zhang Wanjun was in the midst of undressing. What is up? I was just about to shower. Su Taiyu swallowed hard, his lines coming out mechanically. Brother, help me. At that moment, Kaka charged in from a distance. Looking fearsome. Su Taiyu, return my points. The booming voice seemed capable of challenging an elephant. Zhang Wanjun hurried over to lock the dormitory door. That's terrifying. I'll avoid provoking her in the future. Kaka stood at the door, banging on it, shouting, Come out, you shameless one. If you don't come out, I'll barge in. Su Taiyu quickly interjected, Don't. Zhang Wanjun is showering. If you enter, it's just harassment. He turned to Zhang Wanjun, assuring him, It's fine, you continue your shower. She'll tire herself out yelling and leave. Zhang Wanjun nodded. You really know how to handle this. With that, he picked up a change of clothes and entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. The sound of the shower began, and Zhang Wanjun started singing. Su Taiyu took a deep breath. He had never felt this tense even in the face of ghosts. He began recalling a psychological phenomenon, the foot-in-the-door technique. It refers to how once a person accepts a trivial request from another, to avoid cognitive dissonance or to maintain a consistent impression, they may agree to larger requests. If he directly asked to shower together, Zhang Wanjun would undoubtedly refuse. So now, Su Taiyu approached the bathroom door and pressed against it. I just ran and broke a sweat. Let me wash my face. Oh, sure. Go ahead. He pushed open the door. The bathroom was divided into wet and dry areas, with Zhang Wanjun showering. After washing his face, Su Taiyu continued the conversation. Your muscles are so impressive. Are you using muscle-building body wash? What nonsense. Zhang Wanjun paused his singing. It's just ordinary body wash. For us guys, as long as it doesn't smell, it's fine. Su Taiyu nodded. But with muscles like that, can you even reach your back? No problem. Come on. Good brother, let me help you scrub. No. Su Taiyu abruptly swung the bathroom door open, their eyes locking amidst the rising steam. Su Taiyu's gaze drifted downward. Why are you still wearing big shorts while showering? Zhang Wanjun applied shampoo to his hair. I'm used to it. I wash my shorts while showering. I can't reach my shoulder blades. Can you scrub that for me? Su Taiyu's mind raced with doubts. Could he truly be a member of the Qiming Society? Is he hiding the tattoo so well? He couldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was indeed telling the truth. Some guys just have such a bathing habit. Taking a deep breath, Su Taiyu resolved to take the plunge. He would need to find a chance to remove those shorts. Zhang Wanjun worked the shampoo into a lather, then closed his eyes to rinse. With his eyes shut, Su Taiyu focused intently on the shorts. What a perfect opportunity, he exclaimed. Oh no, the soap is so slippery. With that, he seized the shorts and tugged downward. They didn't budge, and upon closer inspection, he noticed they were fastened with a waistband. Zhang Wanjun paused the shower. When I was a kid, I once lost my underwear while swimming. Ever since, I've worn swim trunks because they have a waistband. Su Taiyu stood up straight, staring at Zhang Wanjun, and uttered the most repulsive line of his life. Nice shorts, take them off. I'll take a picture and search for the same style. Get lost. Zhang Wanjun brandished the shower head at Su Taiyu. You know you're acting strangely today, right? As Su Taiyu emerged from the dormitory, Kaka, who had been waiting at the door, saw him drenched like a rat, his face filled with concern, and couldn't help but laugh. Su Taiyu shook the water from his hair. Earlier, he had suspected Zhang Wanjun was a member of the Qiming Society. If the likelihood was 50 then, it now surged to 70. Kaka pursed her lips. Did you not see his backside? Don't mention those two words to me. Su Taiyu pulled Kaka towards the zero carriage. I still need to employ my methods. The two approached the crew member. We wish to exchange for days to return to reality. We want to return to my reality. Kaka and I each want 10 days. Kaka was puzzled. What is the point of going back? Su Taiyu wiped the water from his face. In my reality, Zhang Wanjun is still an elementary school student. I intend to condition him to respond to us, ensuring he cannot lie. Chapter 83, Hanyuan Capital, Xingyuan Community. After departing from the eerie vehicle, Su Taiyu returned home with Kaka. The room was filled with terrifying ornaments, and Kaka surveyed the surroundings with wide eyes. Spotting the calendar on the wall, Kaka exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Our timelines align perfectly. We are passengers of the same origin." Su Taiyu rummaged through the cluttered table and retrieved a set of car keys. "We have only 10 days left. The next bizarre domain mission is imminent. We must ascertain whether Zhang Wanjun is indeed affiliated with the Qiming Society." Kaka bounced around like an excited husky, rummaging through Su Taiyu's belongings. "Do you have a plan? What plan is needed to intimidate an 8-year-old? Su Taiyu donned his jacket and approached the door. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from the entrance. Kaka instinctively hid behind Su Taiyu. "Hey, with all these ghostly items in your room, could you have attracted something unclean?" Su Taiyu listened intently to the knocking, slowly retreating while murmuring, "No. Ghosts don't frighten me. What is truly terrifying is..." Kaka clutched Su Taiyu's shirt tightly, staring at the door. The knocking ceased, and the doorknob turned slowly. Bang! The door was kicked open. "You Haven T submitted your manuscript in a month. Su Taiyu, what on earth are you doing? If it weren't for our college roommate bond, I wouldn't bother revising this nonsensical novel for you." A young man clad in trendy attire entered, pinching his nose while surveying the surroundings. "What taste do you have in this rundown place? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend." After a month of unanswered calls and texts, he approached Su Taiyu. "What have you been so busy with?" Kaka peeked from behind Su Taiyu. Her big eyes filled with curiosity. The young man blinked in disbelief. "A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. How is there a girl in Su Taiyu's room?" Su Taiyu coughed lightly. This is my novel editor, Zheng De. And this is my friend, Kaka." Kaka widened her eyes, looking at Su Taiyu in surprise. "I had no idea you could write novels." Zhang De stepped back, clutching his chest. "This two-dimensional beauty, do you have some leverage over him?" "You arrived just in time," Su Taiyu said, rummaging through a pile of old books to find a work by Lu Lu, which he handed to Zheng De. "Since you're from the publishing house, could you help me look up this authoress information? We have matters to attend to, so we'll leave you to it." Zheng De merely tucked the book under his arm, pulling on Su Taiyu's sleeve. "What are you two planning to do?" Kaka placed a skull figurine in Zhang Da's arms. "We really do have something to do. Feel free to entertain yourself. Make yourself at home." Zheng De pouted. "Taiyu, I'll treat you to a skin. Let us go online." Kaka frowned. "No, sending you an ID card is for you to use here, right?" Zheng De bit his lip, nostrils flaring slightly. "I found an excellent fishing spot yesterday. I guarantee you won't come back empty-handed." Su Taiyu opened the door and pulled Kaka outside. "See you later." Zhang De followed them to the door, kicking it shut behind him. "Why don't you go die?" At the elementary school gate, Su Taiyu and Kaka waited patiently until school let out. A familiar small figure emerged. Su Taiyu stood up immediately. There he is, the 8-year-old Zhang Wanjun. At that moment, little Wanjun, with his backpack, walked happily down the street munching on spicy strips. Suddenly, a man and a woman jumped in front of him. Su Taiyu, with a stern expression, leaned down to ask, "Hey kid, have you been playing video games this week?" Little Wanjun, clutching his snack, shook his head fearfully. "Liar." Su Taiyu snatched the spicy strips and threw them on the ground, crushing them underfoot. "If I catch you lying again, the fate of those snacks will be yours." Little Wanjun looked down at the crushed snacks and burst into tears. "Let us go." The two left the school gate chuckling. The next day, they again positioned themselves at the school gate. When little Wanjun appeared, Kaka approached him. "Little friend, it was our fault yesterday for scaring you." Seeing Kaka's sweet smile, little Wanjun lowered his guard. Kaka continued, "To make it up to you, let us go to the store. We'll treat you to some snacks." The trio entered the convenience store, and Kaka picked out a pile of spicy strips for little Wanjun. At the checkout, Kaka handed the bag to little Wanjun and casually asked, "Do your parents ever forbid you from eating snacks?" Little Wanjun's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spicy strips as he replied, "No." Another lie. Su Taiyu snatched the bag from little Wanjun and distributed the snacks to other children. Pointing at little Wanjun, he exclaimed threateningly, "Everyone else gets snacks, but you don't. Because you like to lie." Little Wanjun pouted and cried once more. "Let us go." They repeatedly tormented little Wanjun like this, and a week later, he flinched at the sight of Su Taiyu and Kaka. On the 10th day, Su Taiyu and Kaka each received a blood ticket in their takeout boxes. Wakong Elementary School, Magic Eerie Town. It seems this time it's a team mission again. Su Taiyu tucked the ticket away. On the final day, we'll test whether our transformation of Zhang Wanjun has succeeded. The school bell rang. Kaka put away her lunchbox and wiped her mouth. Let us get to work. Among the crowd, little Wanjun, who had been excitedly anticipating the weekend, turned to flee upon spotting Su Taiyu and Kaka. However, his short legs were no match for the two adults, and he was soon caught. Kid, what grade are you in? Su Taiyu blocked little Wanjun's path, while Kaka cornered him from behind, both wearing mischievous grins. Little Wanjun trembled. 3rd grade, 1st semester. Su Taiyu nodded. Good, no lies there. Kaka pressed on. Why don't your parents come to pick you up? I don't have parents. Seizing the moment Kaka was distracted, little Wanjun darted away. But Su Taiyu quickly caught him, lifting him up. Do you remember? The last time I came to find you, there was an adult at your house. Uncle Feng is a kind person who adopted me. He said when I grow up, I should work at his company. Su Taiyu continued. What company does Uncle Feng work for? Hunyuan Capital. At the mention of this name, Kaka gasped in surprise. That company sounds familiar. It seems to have collaborated with my father's company. The phone rang. Su Taiyu checked his phone. It was Zhengde calling. Are you still with Kaka? What are you up to? Kaka leaned in closer. Just playing with a kid. If you have something to say, go ahead. There was a moment of silence on the other end. You both have children now? Su Taiyu sighed. Did you find something out? Zhengde replied. The author Lulu has been missing for 10 years, but interestingly, the company behind this book as publisher is the same one that bought the rights to your novel for $1 million. Su Taiyu interjected. Hunyuan Capital? Exactly. How did you know? After hanging up, Su Taiyu felt a throbbing headache. It seemed he had fallen into a massive conspiracy. Hunyuan Capital may very well exert control over everyone who has ventured into the enigmatic realm. A black luxury vehicle came to a halt beside Su Taiyu. Xiao Wanjun broke free from Su Taiyu's grasp. Uncle Feng, you have finally arrived. As the door swung open, the familiar middle-aged man emerged, shedding his previous caregiver persona for a sleek black suit. Su Taiyu, you have achieved MVP in 4 consecutive mysterious domain missions. Might you grant us the honor of a detailed discussion at our company? Chapter 84, Unbreakable Magic. Sword swallowing, we have matters to attend to, it is inconvenient. Su Taiyu instinctively felt that Feng Shu of Hunyuan Capital was not a benevolent figure. Kaka pushed the young Wanjun towards Feng Shu. The child is yours. After saying this, Kaka pulled Su Taiyu and fled. Feng Shu did not pursue them, merely standing by the business vehicle, wiping away Wanjun's tears. Why run? I merely extend an invitation. If you manage to survive the next task, I trust you will seek me out willingly. With that, Feng Shu entered the vehicle with Wanjun and departed. As Su Taiyu and Kaka turned the street corner, the sound of horns echoed. Looking up, they saw the food street shrouded in thick fog. Their location transformed into a platform. It is time, the eerie vehicle has come for us. Su Taiyu observed as the ominous vehicle approached, its door opening to reveal Zhang Wanjun leaning against it. Hurry, we have newcomers on our vehicle. The activity room awaits you. Su Taiyu and Kaka exchanged glances and boarded the eerie vehicle. Once Zhang Wanjun left, Su Taiyu leaned closer to the attendant. I seek to exchange information. Is Zhang Wanjun a member of the Enlightenment Society? Kaka rubbed his hands together. This can still be utilized in such a manner? Quite creative. The attendant replied, due to passenger privacy, I cannot answer. Kaka clicked his tongue. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Su Taiyu pressed on. Is my death in 2 years related to Hunyuan Capital? After deducting 20 points, the answer was, yes, it is related. What of Lulu? Is she alive or dead? Where is she? Due to passenger privacy, I cannot answer. Su Taiyu rubbed his temples. Forget it. This cursed apparatus yields no significant information. Kaka scratched his nose. You will be killed by Hunyuan Capital in 2 years. Is that not significant information? They arrived at the activity room compartment, where 2 unfamiliar faces, one male and one female, were seated on the sofa. The man, clad in a suit with slick back hair, greeted Su Taiyu. Hello, young brother. Su Taiyu nodded. Please wait. I need to handle something. With that, he took Zhang Wanjun away, and Kaka followed, addressing the 2 newcomers. Please hold on for a moment. Zhang Wanjun was cornered in the dining car compartment, trembling in fear at the imposing figures of Su Taiyu and Kaka. Logically, I am muscular. Dealing with you 2 should be effortless. Yet, why do I feel an instinctual terror upon seeing you? Su Taiyu and Kaka exchanged glances, Kaka giving a thumbs up. It worked. What worked? What have you done to me? Zhang Wanjun's face was filled with dread. Kaka grinned mischievously. Tell me, Are you part of the Enlightenment Society? Yes, I am. Zhang Wanjun instinctively covered his mouth. How did I let that slip? Kaka, baring his teeth, picked up a nearby dinner knife and pressed it against Zhang Wanjun's throat. Damn Enlightenment Society, pay for my master's life. I was sent as an undercover. Kaka's hand paused at Zhang Wanjun's throat. Liar. I am not. Zhang Wanjun hastily waved his hands. Su Taiyu stepped forward and snatched the knife away. Killing him will lead to your demise as well. It is better to keep him alive and have him assist us in infiltrating the Enlightenment City. Zhang Wanjun appeared quite anxious. Good brother, why have you suddenly turned so cold-hearted? Is it because I didn't tease show you my backside? That is due to my tattoo. Su Taiyu closed his eyes. Do not invoke those two words. Kaka took deep breaths beside him. No. I cannot trust him to accompany us on a mission. Zhang Wanjun rubbed his neck. If I wanted to harm you, I could have done so in the first two missions. I am an undercover sent by Hunching Capital. If you do not believe me after this task is done, I will take you to Enlightenment City. Oh no, why did I say all that? Zhang Wanjun smacked his head. What is happening to me? Am I falling ill? Su Taiyu patted his shoulder. I choose to believe you. If there is a chance, I will treat you to spicy strips. Zhang Wanjun shivered. Looking at Su Taiyu and Kaka, I have this nagging feeling that we have met somewhere before this eerie vehicle. Kaka tossed the dinner knife aside. Let us take a breather and prepare for the next task. Under the astute leadership of Queen Victoria, the Industrial Revolution intertwined with mystical ideologies, giving birth to magic. This was a feast dancing with the impossible, a fleeting miracle bestowed upon imagination by the realm of reason. Su Taiyu opened his eyes. On stage, a colorful figure sat in a wheelchair, introducing the magic to the audience. It wove lies with the brilliance of fingertips, compelling the eyes to willingly submit to another reality beyond the tangible, when a sword pierced the throat, when a body was dismembered and reassembled. When humanity defied gravity and floated beneath the stars, the magician became a poet traversing the realms of reality and dreams. This exhibition would last for 7 days. Expect the extraordinary. This appeared to be a theater. I can't move. Kaka's voice came from beside him. Soon after, Zhang Wanjun added, can someone check if the person beside me is human or ghost? The two newcomers sat beside Zhang Wanjun, and the slick-haired man spoke. Dude, it's me. Where are we? Su Taiyu realized he, like everyone else, was seated in the audience, but his wrists and ankles were shackled with iron chains. In front of him sat 5 other audience members, presumably passengers from other eerie vehicles. It seemed this task involved a total of 10 individuals. A girl with a cool voice from the front row spoke. Newcomers, silence. Observe your surroundings for any clues regarding the task. Kaka leaned towards Su Taiyu. This girl is quite commanding. I like her. The stage lights began to flicker erratically. Su Taiyu noticed that the audience below was filled with shadowy figures. Their facial features obscured, they uniformly applauded the magician on stage, their eyes clouded with a crimson haze. A spotlight illuminated the wall, revealing a line of large text. Su Taiyu alerted everyone. Hey, look at the wall. The crowd turned their heads in unison. Task: escape the magical eerie town within 7 days. Props: magical tools. Usage instructions: please find the correct method of usage, otherwise it will not be magic but a weapon. Task reminder: creating a magic act that satisfies all spectators may be the key to escaping here. The spotlight extinguished. The magician on stage clapped his hands. Now, the moment to witness the miraculous begins. Boom. 10 iron boxes fell from above. Su Taiyu was enveloped by an iron box, plunging him into darkness. Then came the sound of gears turning. Moments later, Su Taiyu regained the light, only to find himself on stage. The magician had vanished, leaving only the 10 passengers staring at each other in confusion. The group of audience with red mist in their eyes applauded wildly, the sound thunderous. The iron chains disappeared. A small boy pushed through the crowd. Run. The others were too late to stop him. The boy had already dashed behind the curtain. The consequence was all too clear. A scream echoed, piercing and desperate. In this eerie realm, do not move recklessly. The aloof and imposing sister pointed towards the sword resting on the table ahead. If we wish to depart from this place, it seems we must perform this trick, sword swallowing. Chapter 85, The Unbreakable Magic Must Be Performed. Sister Wang slowly approached the center of the stage. A chilling sword, measuring a full meter in length, was plunged into the table before her. The audience, shrouded in red mist, fell silent, their eyes fixated on every movement on stage. Zhuang extended her hand to touch the hilt of the sword, eliciting cheers from a portion of the audience. It seemed my conjecture was correct. A performance was indeed to ensue. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she forcefully drew the sword from its resting place, sending a flurry of wood shavings into the air as a narrow gap appeared on the table. It was exceedingly sharp. At that moment, a long-haired man approached. "Darling, this is far too perilous. Let someone else take the risk." He glanced behind him, scrutinizing the crowd. When his gaze fell upon Su Taiyu, Zhang Wanjun puffed out his chest and cleared his throat, his muscular frame exuding a deep, resonant voice. The long-haired man's attention swiftly drifted away. Zhuang extended the sword towards him. "Very well, you take it." The long-haired man shook his head. "Darling, I can play the guitar, but I am no magician. Did you not say you would do anything for me?" Zhuang grasped his hand, transferring the hilt into his grip. "Guitar or magic? They are merely tricks to enchant young girls. Do not fear. These are mere props." With that, she crossed her arms and stepped back, her demeanor cold as she regarded the long-haired man. He swallowed hard, raising the sword aloft. The reflection from the blade revealed a glint of trepidation in his eyes. "Yi Lin, my love for you is witnessed by the heavens," he proclaimed, positioning the sword's tip against his mouth. The audience erupted in cheers. Yi Lin nodded approvingly. "Well done." The long-haired man opened his mouth, continuing to lower the sword. It became lodged. With a muffled voice, he inquired, "Where is the mechanism?" Zhuang shook her head. Tears streamed down the long-haired man's face. "This is not a retractable sword." He coughed up blood and turned to flee. The audience continued to applaud. His eyes widened in disbelief. His legs, now paralyzed, trembled as he raised the sword again, piercing his mouth. Bloodshot eyes filled with despair, he retched, inching the blade deeper. Inch by inch, the shining silver sword gradually disappeared into his mouth, a chilling mastery in execution. Kaka looked on, bewildered. This fellow truly knows his craft? At last, the entire meter-long sword was swallowed, its hilt resting in his mouth, tears cascading down his cheeks. The long-haired man extended his arms, bowing to the audience, basking in flowers and applause. Gradually, the clapping subsided. Su Taiyu observed as the passengers in the audience, their bodies now translucent, faded into nothingness. The once plush seats began to lose their color, falling into disrepair. With a resounding crash, the theater doors swung open. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air, forming beams of light. Outside, a throng of figures congregated. "Did we succeed? Can we leave now?" Zhang Wanjun approached the long-haired man, patting his shoulder. "Brother, well done." The long-haired man remained motionless, arms outstretched like a scarecrow. Zhang Wanjun nudged him again. The long-haired man collapsed, his neck turning a shade of pink, droplets of blood trickling down the sword's hilt. Su Taiyu moved closer, unzipping his jacket. The man's entire abdomen had turned pink, resembling a peeled grapefruit. He was lifeless. Su Taiyu checked for a pulse, then slowly extracted the sword. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The once gleaming silver blade now stained a deep crimson. What a thrilling demise. Su Taiyu discarded the sword, wiped his hands, and looked up to find the two newcomers from the eerie vehicle cowering behind Zhang Wanjun. The oily-haired man, pale-lipped, leaned against the curly-haired woman. "Sister, I will protect you." Zhang Wanjun approached Su Taiyu. "What shall we do next?" The oily-haired man hurriedly followed suit. "Brother, please don't move." Yi Lin approached slowly, pressing her foot against the bloodied sword. "For now, magic is the crux of this eerie task. That fellow attempted to escape midway but was ensnared by a mysterious force. The magic performance is imperative, thus we must devise ways to unravel more illusions. Otherwise, we shall pay with our lives for this act." With that, Yi Lin stepped on the emerald embedded in the sword's hilt. A spring released with a pop, rendering the blade instantly pliable. Kaka pointed at the sword. "Did you discover the mechanism earlier? Why didn't you tell him?" Yi Lin kicked the sword away. "I did inform him. It is a prop sword." His own foolishness led him to overlook the mechanism. Furthermore, she crossed her arms. "I need someone to assist me in verifying what transpires if the magic performance remains unfulfilled." Kaka inhaled deeply, retreating to Su Taiyu's side, whispering softly, "This lady is even more ruthless than I am." Su Taiyu nodded. "Best to steer clear of her." Yi Lin twirled on stage. "This task spans 800 kilometers. There should be more than one magic trick. Let us split up and search for clues." Zhang Wanjun leaned closer to Su Taiyu, whispering, "She has taken over your role as well." Su Taiyu pressed his lips together. "Her analysis is not incorrect. But we should still keep our distance." Two figures slipped through the theater doors, one brandishing a gun and speaking in an unintelligible English, accompanied by a translator. The translator approached the stage with quick, Light steps. Mr. Wilson has expressly instructed that tourists are not permitted here. You must leave. Upon seeing the long-haired man's corpse, the translator recoiled in shock. Look, since 2 years ago, when the magician Billy tragically died here during a performance mishap, this theater has been abandoned. We should not linger. It is haunted, for your own good. Yilin leaped off the stage, pointing at the armed man. Is he Mr. Wilson? No, this gentleman is the town sheriff. Wilson is our town tycoon, a lover of magic. Many enterprises, including this theater, are his. Yilin nodded. Then we shall take our leave. Originally 10 individuals. Only 8 remained. Su Taiyu's group consisted of 5, along with Yilin and the 2 remaining men. The grim fate of the long-haired man lingered in their minds. Yet the 2 men steadfastly followed Yilin. Su Taiyu and his group trailed behind. They had no desire to linger in this bizarre theater for even a moment longer. Upon exiting the theater, they found themselves in what appeared to be an early 19th century European and American town. The streets were bustling with faces of European descent. On the cobblestone roads, internal combustion vehicles and horse-drawn carriages traversed alongside one another, yet all hastened their pace as they passed by the theater. The sheriff hurriedly secured the theater doors. Yilin intercepted the translator. Can you lead us to Mr. Wilson? The translator hesitated at Yilin's proposal. Mr. Wilson has been in poor mental health these past 2 years. He is not receiving visitors. Su Taiyu rubbed his nose and remarked, we, with our Eastern features, can perform many classical tricks. The translator scrutinized the group. Really? Before the incident, Mr. Wilson adored magic. I shall relay your request. Su Taiyu glanced back at the theater, suddenly realizing. On the wall of the theater hangs a faded program for a magic show. Grandeur illusions such as the human dissection and the water tank escape are prominently featured. Notably, the sword-swallowing act is positioned at the very top of the program. Chapter 86. The Unbreakable Magic. The group arrived at Wilson's opulent mansion, where they were greeted by a young boy of about 11 or 12. The dining table in the sitting room was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, and the boy busily arranged the cutlery. I shall summon Mr. Wilson, he announced. As everyone took their seats, Su Taiyu revealed his recent discovery. The program was somewhat tattered, but still indicated that there were a total of 10 magic tricks. If my assumptions are correct, we must perform the remaining 9 tricks to leave this cursed place. Yilin remained silent, merely swirling his wine glass, while Kaka incessantly sliced into his steak. As long as we do not enter that theater, we won't have to perform, right? Zhang Wanjun furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Kaka. You are quite seasoned. Why pose such a foolish question? Tasks in the eerie domain are never so simple. Kaka slammed his hand on the table, pointing his steak at Zhang Wanjun. Have you become arrogant after recruiting 2 little lackeys? Yilin shook his wine glass, his gaze entrancing as he turned to Su Taiyu. Who is the gentleman across from me? Su Taiyu, came the reply. Taiyu, mister. Wilson will want to see some magic shortly. If you are unable, it could become quite troublesome. Shall I assist you? Kaka shivered, baring his teeth. Taiyu, that sounds rather cheesy. Su Taiyu swallowed his mouthful of meat. No need. I write novels and have perused various materials. I have learned one thing, the power of belief. The sound of a cane tapping down the stairs echoed. Looking up, the young boy was supporting a gaunt middle-aged man as he descended. This is Mr. Wilson. He wishes to witness some fresh magic, the boy explained, assisting Wilson into his seat. Wilson swayed slightly. Magic, magic, let the performance commence. All eyes turned to Su Taiyu, who remained calm and took a sip of his wine. I have observed many corpses and discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The retinal imprint of the killer remains on the deceased retina. I came across this research in a medical book, Retinal Residue. Wilson waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. I have never heard of such a thing. Yilin licked the wine from his lips. Aren't we supposed to perform magic? Why the lecture on science? Su Taiyu rubbed his hands together. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate. Please fetch me 2 dissimilar books. Wilson beckoned, and the young boy hurried upstairs, soon returning with 2 leather-bound books. Here. One is a medical book, and the other a mechanical book. Their contents differ. The room fell silent as all eyes fixated on Su Taiyu. He picked up the medical book and began to flip through its pages. This is your family's book. Please check to ensure there are no issues. Wilson waved his hand again. No need to check my family's books. Zhang Wanjun stood up. I will inspect to see if you 2 are in collusion. Su Taiyu looked at him incredulously. Are you foolish? He handed both books to Zhang Wanjun. See for yourself. Wilson extended his cane to halt Su Taiyu. You are in cahoots. You could easily conspire. Zhang Wanjun withdrew his hands. Very well, I shall not look. Wilson tapped the table impatiently. Let us begin. No magic can escape my scrutiny. Su Taiyu took a deep breath, holding one book in each hand. So, Mr. Wilson, which book do you read more often? Wilson pointed to the mechanical book. I have deciphered many secrets of magic through this book. Su Taiyu nodded. Then I shall keep this mechanical book. He returned the medical book to Wilson. We shall each keep one book. Shortly, a random page number will be generated from my book. I will need you to turn to that page in your book and memorize the first word without revealing it to anyone. I will be able to see that word through your retina. How about it? Would you like to give it a try? Wilson shook his head. Impossible. Su Taiyu held his mechanical book and began flipping through the pages. Say stop any time, and I will halt. The sound of the pages turning was melodious. Wilson fixated on the book and suddenly shouted, Stop! Su Taiyu immediately ceased his actions. Page 163. Su Taiyu lifted the book to show Wilson, then swiftly displayed it to the young boy. Page 163. Make sure you see it clearly. Both nodded. Su Taiyu then showed the book to Yulin and the others. Closing the book, he returned to his seat. The two books were provided by you, Mr. Wilson. I have not touched the book in your hands. You called the page number yourself. Now, please turn to page 163 and remember the first word without telling anyone. Wilson nodded. Opening the medical book away from everyone and committing the first word of page 163 to memory. I have memorized it. Su Taiyu leaned closer, gazing into his eyes. Sir, your eyes are quite large. I can see clearly. Zhang Wanjun leaned closer to Kaka. Is there really a retinal residue? Kaka sighed. The retinal residue in medicine is not the same as this. Su Taiyu rubbed his eyes. I see it. Does this word consist of 5 letters? Wilson nodded. Su Taiyu feigned distress. The image is somewhat hazy. Let me take a look. The word is thigh. Is that correct? Wilson clapped his hands in applause. Flipping the book over. Amazing. Truly marvelous. The group gathered around, confirming that the first word on page 163 was indeed thigh. Zhang Wanjun rubbed his nose. Is it true that the eyes retain images? Kaka shot him a look. I told you, it's magic. How is it achieved? Zhang Wanjun flipped through the 2 books. Could it be that the contents of both books are identical? Or does Su Taiyu possess an extraordinary memory, having memorized every word while flipping through the pages? Teach me. Su Taiyu shook his head. One does not sell their craft cheaply, nor lightly share the way. Wilson nodded in agreement. Indeed, once the secrets of magic are revealed, its allure dissipates instantly. He gazed at Su Taiyu. Only by personally uncovering the secrets of magic can one experience tremendous fulfillment. Until I unravel this magic. You may stay with me, but do not venture out at night. Wilson glanced at the rooms upstairs. Tonight, the magician Billy will come to see me. The name Magician Billy sounded familiar to Su Taiyu, who recalled hearing that Billy had perished in an accident 2 years prior. Wilson confirmed, Indeed. I have seen his corpse and witnessed his burial. However, since that day, he has appeared to me daily in spirit form. This is the last magic he left behind, one I shall never be able to unravel. Chapter 87. The Unbreakable Magic. Where is the knife hidden? The room has been prepared for you. It is all upstairs. Be cautious. Do not venture out regardless of any sounds you may hear tonight. After Wilson had imparted his instructions, he was assisted by the little boy to rest. The remaining 8, including Su Taiyu, animatedly discussed clues in the parlor. The 2 books brought by the boy were left untouched. Su Taiyu perused the mechanical book, which indeed contained numerous principles of mechanics, with Wilson having made annotations in specific chapters. For instance, the magic trick of human dismemberment was marked on the table. The table used for the illusion appeared to be an ordinary piece of furniture. However, beneath it lay a trapezoidal space, wide enough for the female assistant to conceal herself within. Yet, one particular apparatus caught Su Taiyu's attention, the cranial rotator, capable of spinning a human head a full 360 degrees. The design diagram in the book was surprisingly simplistic. A person stood still, their head encased in a cylindrical barrel, with an opening at the facial area allowing the audience to see their visage. Above the barrel were several cables, and beyond that, there were no special mechanisms. The annotation left by Wilson was merely a terse remark, child's play, largely irrelevant to the apparatus. As Su Taiyu contemplated the secret behind this magic, he suddenly sensed a searing gaze fixed upon him from above. He glanced upward. The second-floor corridor was utterly vacant, devoid of any figures. Su Taiyu stared intently at the upper level. Could it be that he was merely overly anxious? It appeared that tranquility would be elusive this night. They proceeded upstairs to allocate rooms. Yulin ascended the staircase with her long legs. The 2 men shadowed her closely. The upper floor contained only 5 guest rooms, each equipped with 2 beds. With 3 females and 5 males, They were to be separated by gender. The two men following Yi Lin shared a room, while Kaka and the newly arrived curly-haired girl occupied another. Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun were paired in one room, and Yi Lin had a room to herself. She approached the man with slick-back hair, who was also alone. "Would you care to stay next door? If you feel frightened tonight, you may knock on my wall." Her voice was irresistibly alluring. Kaka, as a woman, felt a pang of envy. Yet, as a fellow woman, she understood Yi Lin's intentions. Su Taiyu would not take the bait. Was she now seeking to ensnare others? Yi Lin half closed her eyes, remaining silent, as the slick-haired man stood guard before Kaka. In times of peril, the vulnerable ought to band together for warmth. She turned to Yi Lin. "If you are afraid, you may come to my room at any time. I will protect you." Kaka chuckled, lowering her head with a sigh. "I see a certain aura in you. A leader? A pawn." Soon, night fell. Zhang Wanjun had long since settled into bed, snoring thunderously. Outside the corridor, there was an eerie stillness. In this peculiar atmosphere, Zhang Wanjun's snores were a comforting reminder of humanity. Su Taiyu found himself unable to sleep, still flipping through the mechanical book. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. The snoring ceased. He turned around. Zhang Wanjun's bed was empty. The man had vanished into thin air. Su Taiyu closed the book. "Zhang Wanjun? Do not play tricks. This is not amusing." He switched on the light and scoured the room, but Zhang Wanjun was nowhere to be found. Touching Zhang Wanjun's blanket revealed it was cold. He must have been gone for quite some time. Outside the door, the sound of a wheelchair echoed. A wheelchair? Su Taiyu's heart raced. Upon entering the eerie realm, the magician on stage had been seated in a wheelchair. Could it be that this magician was Billy? And now, the ghost of Billy had arrived at his door? There was no time to be afraid. Su Taiyu was now intensely curious about the connection between Billy and Wilson. Why would Billy's spirit seek out this place after death? He swiftly turned off the light and cautiously approached the door. Outside, the voice of magician Billy was cold and ethereal. The silk scarf dances in the air. A flick and a shadow difficult to see. Through the crack of the door, Su Taiyu beheld the familiar figure of the colorful-clad magician, Billy, gliding down the corridor. His hands were skillfully handling a silk scarf. The wheelchair glided autonomously, leaving 2 trails of crimson blood upon the floor. The wheelchair halted at Su Taiyu's door, and the silk scarf vanished from sight. His heart raced. Su Taiyu clutched his chest, holding his breath. Billy waved his hand, and the silk scarf reappeared from an unknown source. The mysterious space conceals the body, reappearing to the astonishment of the crowd. It was indistinguishable, truly indistinguishable. The self-propelling wheelchair and the 2 trails of blood. Was this magic or a specter's trace? A thick scent of blood filled the room. An ominous premonition washed over him. He turned. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. A gentle breeze rustled the curtains, allowing a sliver of moonlight to spill in. Through this light, a silhouette stood upon Zhang Wanjun's bed. "Zhang Wanjun," Su Taiyu whispered, yet the silhouette remained motionless. The wheelchair passed by Su Taiyu's door, moving toward the adjacent room. Gathering his courage, Su Taiyu approached the silhouette. The closer he drew, the more intense the stench of blood became. A sudden gust of wind swept through, fully unveiling the curtains. The moonlight cascaded into the room, revealing the figure in stark detail. He was affixed to a wooden frame, with a knife piercing his head, chest, and abdomen. Blood pooled upon the bed. This person was not Zhang Wanjun, but one of Yi Lin's followers. When had he died? How had he appeared in his room post-mortem? Su Taiyu slowly retreated. Could it be that this room also harbored a ghost? The corpse stood before him, and Su Taiyu felt its gaze bore into him. The room was no longer safe. Su Taiyu opened the door. Wilson's warning suddenly flashed in his mind. Whatever happens, do not leave your room. But it was too late. Billy had already appeared before Su Taiyu. In the suffocating silence of darkness, he saw Billy gripping an ancient tray tightly with both hands, his upper body leaning upon it, head bowed. Su Taiyu could not discern his features. Inch by inch, Billy straightened, a sharp knife abruptly pulled from his neck. Blood oozed down the blade. The knife's handle was connected to a wooden square base, resting upon the tray. Aside from that, the tray held 2 wooden bases, yet they were devoid of knives. Another magic trick for me to perform. Su Taiyu yearned to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, heavy and immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the knife stood upright on the tray, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. His back was already drenched. Billy produced 3 elongated leather bags from somewhere, draping them over the 3 bases. He extended his hand, blocking Su Taiyu's view. Then came the sounds of the bases shifting. Su Taiyu recognized this magic trick. The magician needed to scramble the order and then tap the bags with his hands. If he avoided the knife, he would succeed. But this Billy was different. Su Taiyu was consumed by anxiety and fear. Billy intended to kill him. Using his neck to tap the bags, if a knife lay within one, it would surely mean death. Chapter 88. Unbreakable Magic. Fatal Magic. 3 knives slamming the table. Choose. Billy's voice grated like rusty gears, his pale fingers brushing over the leather bags. Su Taiyu felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A sharp knife pierced his throat. First, there was a lack of oxygen to the brain, leading to a dazed state. Blood flooded into his lungs, and he felt as though he were drowning. He attempted to cough, but could not, ultimately succumbing to a painful death. Su Taiyu had died once. It was an uncomfortable experience. He did not wish to die again. He scrutinized the 3 leather bags. They were identical. Even the creases at the bottoms were the same. He had not examined the bags earlier. This method would not work. What to do? What to do? Su Taiyu's head throbbed, his mind racing. Choose one at random. A 2/3 chance of survival was still significant. He slowly raised his hand, swallowing hard. No, no, no. Su Taiyu shook his head. The magician is human. I'm human too. If the magician can do it, so can I. Luck? I cannot rely on luck. Su Taiyu closed his eyes, reviewing the magic performance he had seen online, not missing a single detail. The magician first allowed the audience to randomly place the knives, unaware of their positions. When the performance began, the magician would personally shuffle the order. He would choose one leather bag and strike it, then shuffle again, continuing until only one remained. Where lies the secret? Su Taiyu furrowed his brow. The magician must know where the knife is. However, initially, he does not know, as the knife is placed randomly by the audience and the positions are shuffled. Therefore, the magician must discern the knife's location during the performance. A magnet? A positioning chip? Su Taiyu glanced at his empty hands. He had no props. This method would not work. Su Taiyu calmed himself. The other party was now the audience, and he was the magician. He swallowed again, attempting to mimic the magician's performance state to see if he could uncover any clues. Su Taiyu raised his head. I will shuffle things up. Billy did not stop him. Su Taiyu reached out to touch the base of the tray, rearranging the 3 leather bags in a random order. I understand. Su Taiyu's eyes widened, filled with excitement. He pointed to one leather bag. I choose this one. Dizziness washed over him. Billy's speed was imperceptible. He pressed down on Su Taiyu's head, striking the chosen leather bag. Su Taiyu gasped, feeling every inch of his skin. He was uninjured. Nothing had happened. He exhaled deeply. The principle of the magic trick was, indeed, quite simple. The bag containing the sharp knife would weigh more than the other 2. The magician, while moving, could discern the weight and thus identify the knife's location. Su Taiyu slowly lifted his head. Only 2 leather bags remained. With newfound confidence, he shuffled the order again and selected another bag, still safe. Now, only 1 leather bag was left on the tray. The knife was undoubtedly here. Su Taiyu stared at the bag. By rights, the performance should have concluded here. Billy would not also make me strike this bag, would he? Billy raised his pale hand and lifted the bag. Indeed, the sharp knife stood beneath it, glinting ominously. He plunged the knife back into his throat and, seated in his wheelchair, departed. Su Taiyu's legs finally regained control, though they felt slightly numb. The slippers provided by Wilson were somewhat comfortable, and he trudged back to his bed. The male corpse on the neighboring bed still stood there. Zhang Wanjuan's fate remained uncertain. After a night of emotional turmoil, Su Taiyu lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and Kakaka's screams jolted Su Taiyu awake. Zhang Wanjun also startled from the neighboring bed. What happened? What happened? Su Taiyu jumped in fright. Where did you go last night? Zhang Wanjun looked bewildered. I didn't go anywhere. I was sleeping. Su Taiyu scratched his head. You disappeared last night. Then a male corpse appeared on your bed. Zhang Wanjun immediately leaped from his bed. Don't scare me. Another male scream echoed, and the corridor outside was filled with the sound of chaotic footsteps. Let's go see. Su Taiyu opened the door. The stench of blood mingled with the scent of rotting wood assaulted his nostrils. A pool of blood lay just outside his door. The oily-haired man's corpse rested there, but his head was missing. In the middle of the corridor was a bucket turned upside down, covered in wires. The blood was emanating from within. Su Taiyu recognized the bucket. It was the device recorded in that mechanical book, capable of making a human head rotate 360 degrees. Su Taiyu approached and opened the bucket. The oily-haired man's head rolled out with a dull thud. Kakaka shook her head. Cannon fodder. Indeed, just cannon fodder. As she spoke, she turned to look at the neighboring room where Yulin was. Yilin approached Su Taiyu, snatching the iron bucket from him. You all must have heard Billy's voice last night. It seems hiding here is futile. Billy will still force us to perform magic. We must quickly find a way to escape from here. Saying this, Yilin waved her hand dismissively at the bucket, repulsed by its bloody odor. Abai, come out. Abai, one of Yilin's two henchmen, emerged from the room, his face pale and legs trembling. Yilin placed the iron bucket over Abai's head, aligning the gap in the bucket with his face. Everyone observed Abai's lips quiver. Yilin flicked the bucket. What are you afraid of? This is not a blood drop device. It's merely a simple magic prop. Just follow the rotation. With that, Yilin began to turn the bucket to the right. Abai's face followed the gap in the bucket, turning right. To onlookers, it seemed as though Abai's head was rotating in sync with the bucket. Don't twist your neck, Yilin gently instructed. Turn your head to the right until it cannot move, then quickly turn back to the left. Use your face to find the gap. Yilin gently rotated the bucket, completing a 360-degree turn, returning the gap to the front. Abai's face also returned to its original position. To the audience, it truly appeared as though his head had spun around inside the bucket. With the demonstration complete, Yilin carelessly tossed the bucket aside. What were you about to say? Abai trembled and pointed at his room. Ahei died last night. In the room. But I didn't hear any sound. Zhang Wanjun and Kakaka immediately rushed over. They indeed found the corpse standing on the bed, bound to a human-shaped wooden board, with 3 knives protruding from his body. Zhang Wanjun seemed to recall something and turned to Su Taiyu. The corpse you saw last night wasn't this one, was it? As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze shifted to Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu nodded. Last night, Zhang Wanjun disappeared. Ahei's corpse appeared on his bed. By morning, everything returned to normal. Yilin rubbed her temples, pouting. There could be an explanation. 1. You have a spiritual connection and can see events before they happen. But that seems unrealistic. The other possibility is that someone is up to no good. Chapter 89. Inexplicable Magic. Grievances once again. 2 more have perished. Kaka counted the number of survivors. At this rate, within 3 days, no one would remain. It was unlikely they would endure past the 7th day. Most of those present were seasoned passengers who had traversed the ghostly realm multiple times. Upon seeing the corpses, they merely expressed indifference. Fear had been supplanted by anxiety. Yilin regarded Ahei's lifeless form in the room. His demise was indeed a lamentable loss. Kaka scrutinized Yilin, incredulous. That does not sound like something you would say. Do you still possess a heart? Yilin stepped into the room, examining Ahei's body with meticulous attention. His death must not be in vain. You must provide me with clues. Indeed, Yilin discovered a book on the floor. It was the mechanical book that Su Taiyu had used for his magic trick the previous day. Holding the book, she exited the room and confronted Su Taiyu directly. Did you place this here? Su Taiyu appeared bewildered. He returned to his own room, searching his bedside table and bed for any trace of the book, but found none. How peculiar that this book had seemingly materialized in Ah Gui's chamber. The mechanical book, Yilin continued to peruse its pages. It must be an essential tool for any magician. Billy's spirit likely followed this book to slay Ahei. This indicates a different method of murder. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain how 2 individuals could perish both inside and outside the room in a single night. She approached Su Taiyu slowly. Thank you for uncovering this method of murder for us, my great magician. With that, Yilin placed the mechanical book into Su Taiyu's embrace, gently taking his hand and cradling the book. Zhang Wanjuan's eyes widened as he observed Yilin, then Su Taiyu, scrutinizing them repeatedly before furrowing his brows and tapping his palm as he leaned towards Su Taiyu. You should consult us before taking action. Look, now that you've been exposed. How awkward. Su Taiyu inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, his annoyance palpable. The newcomer, a curly-haired woman, looked somewhat frightened, clasping her hands in a prayer-like gesture. Dear brothers and sisters, I implore you, spare me. I do not wish to die. Please do not make me test any death rules. I am quite clever. Keep me around, and I can assist you in analysis. Yilin nodded, extending her slender fingers to beckon her. Excellent, come here quickly. Together, we shall devise a way to escape this place. The curly-haired woman nodded vigorously, promptly departing from Kaka's side to join Yilin. Kaka lightly punched Zhang Wanjun. Can't you see? Yilin's expendables are running low. She's looking to recruit more. If you genuinely believe Su Taiyu is behind this, you may approach him, Zhang Wanjun retorted, scratching his head. The heart of a woman is akin to a needle in the ocean. So, is this book truly a ghostly artifact? Can Billy's spirit really follow its trail? Su Taiyu shook his head. We shall test it tonight in the room. Then we will know. Zhang Wanjun took a deep breath. I request a room change. At the end of the corridor, 2 footsteps echoed. Billy. 2 years have passed, and you still haunt me. Wilson staggered forward, a young boy supporting him. Wilson gazed at the corpses on the ground, exhaling a heavy sigh. Billy's spirit has been tormenting me. My housekeeper and servants could no longer bear it and have all departed. Now, only this young boy remains at my side. As he spoke, Wilson knelt before the group. I see you all possess considerable knowledge of magic. I beseech you, assist me. Kaka hurried to help him up. Rise quickly. We must resolve this matter. If we do not, we shall all perish. However, we have only 6 days left. I kindly ask Mr. Wilson to cooperate fully with us. Wilson slowly rose. Of course. I shall cooperate entirely. I will send someone to ensure your friend receives a proper burial. Let us discuss this downstairs. The group followed Wilson to the basement, where a neat array of magical props lined the shelves. Swords for sword swallowing, tanks for water escapes, and guns for catching bullets, among others. On the walls hung elegantly framed newspapers, each pair documenting the confrontations between Billy and Wilson. Su Taiyu leaned closer, studying each set of articles carefully. On March 8th, renowned magician Billy performed a stunning original magic show, The Human Dissection, at the Uden Theater. The audience was filled to capacity, brimming with anticipation. Billy, with his exquisite skills and ingenious design, executed the performance to resounding acclaim, earning prolonged applause as the show concluded, igniting fervent discussions throughout the city. On April 2nd, magician's apprentice Wilson publicly claimed to have successfully unraveled the secret behind Billy's human dissection. This revelation immediately attracted widespread attention, with numerous journalists and fellow apprentices flocking to learn from Wilson, eager to uncover the mysteries behind this enchanting illusion. Thus, Wilson's name began to shine in the realm of magic. On July 21st, magician Billy announced yet another thrilling performance, The Sword Through the Box, scheduled for July 24th at the Uden Theater, igniting great excitement among the audience, who were curious about this new trick. On July 23rd, Wilson preemptively showcased The Sword Through the Box at the Uden Theater, astonishing the audience even further by revealing the principles behind the trick after the performance. This bold move left spectators in shock, catapulting Wilson to fame as the center of attention. This incident sparked considerable debate in the magic community, with some deeming Wilson's actions unethical while others lauded his audacity to challenge authority. Each newspaper chronicled the rivalry between Billy and Wilson. Kaka shook his head after reading. Addressing Wilson, "Brother, this is rather unscrupulous of you." Wilson, unfazed, found a chair to sit upon, speaking slowly. "We all share an almost obsessive passion for magic. It is merely our methods of expressing that passion that differ. He delights in deceiving the audience, treating them like fools, while they applaud, blissfully unaware. He revels in that sense of superiority. I, however, am different." Wilson's voice grew fervent. "I have unraveled these illusions, satisfying the curiosity of the audience. They gaze upon me as if I were a deity. Thus, I have garnered greater popularity than Billy." Eventually, fewer and fewer people attended Billy's performances. His income could no longer sustain his craft, leading him to sell this estate to me. Su Taiyu felt a chill wash over him, his mind clouded with dark thoughts. Gears, machinery, ropes, these seemed to permeate every corner of the mansion. "When you purchased this estate, did Billy provide you with the blueprints of the house?" Chapter 90, The Unbreakable Magic. Is it true death or false death? Upon hearing this phrase, Wilson stood up in excitement. "I have examined the blueprints, and they depict nothing more than an ordinary mansion. Yet, it is plausible that what he provided me with was not the authentic blueprint. As a magician, it is entirely normal for him to set up traps within his abode." With that, Wilson approached Su Taiyu and grasped his hand. "Your reasoning is quite sound. Billy deliberately sold me this house, undoubtedly outfitting it with some supernatural mechanisms, leading me to believe that Billy's spirit frequently haunts this residence." The more Wilson spoke, the more animated he became. "It must be some device that has been activated. You must stay and assist me in uncovering this mechanism. Avenge me. And your friends as well. I shall lend you my utmost support." Wilson retired to his room for rest, while the others returned to the dining area to strategize. "Must we linger in this cursed place?" Kaka gnawed on his steak. "I spied through the door crack last night. That ghastly apparition, the wheelchair, its height, its attire, all bore an uncanny resemblance to Billy on stage. If that is indeed Billy's ghost, staying here is far too perilous. We might as well head straight to the theater, devising a plan to complete those deadly performances." Yilin scoffed lightly. "And who shall perform? Would you care to volunteer?" Yilin raised his wine glass, the young servant dutifully refilling it. The task prompt offered the most straightforward yet challenging method to succeed. If we can discover a path to survival during the process, it would conserve much of our strength. Su Taiyu silently nodded. During the previous mission, it was precisely the discovery of a path to survival that led them directly to the end, circumventing the need to locate the remaining anomalies. It seems that the animosity between Billy and Wilson runs quite deep. The path to survival largely lies here. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow and continued, last night, I encountered Billy. At this revelation, everyone halted their eating utensils and turned to Su Taiyu, with only the young servant continuing to pour wine. The servant approached Su Taiyu, who raised his glass and continued, I disregarded Wilson's warning and opened the door, only to come face to face with the magician Billy. He looked exactly like the Billy from the theater. Moreover, he insisted that I perform a deadly trick. I wanted to flee, but I found myself unable to move until I successfully executed that three-knife slam trick. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanjun grew restless, akin to someone desperately seeking a restroom. It was indeed Billy's ghost. Let us leave this place. Sleeping on the streets is preferable to remaining here. Suddenly, the wine in the servant's hand crashed to the floor. The bright red liquid spread across the floor, soaking Su Taiyu's slippers. I apologize. The servant quickly fetched a mop to clean the spilled wine and then brought a pair of slippers for Su Taiyu. Here, change into these. Su Taiyu nodded and took the slippers, but suddenly felt that Wilson's provided footwear was somewhat peculiar. The soles were rigid and inflexible. This reminded him of his own sneakers, which contained carbon plates. Su Taiyu seized the steak knife and plunged it into the sole of the slipper. The others looked on in confusion, especially Kaka, who wore a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Have you been frightened into silence by Billy? Su Taiyu sliced open the sole, forcefully tearing it apart, revealing a half-centimeter thick metal plate that clattered to the ground. The crisp sound dispelled the eerie atmosphere among the group. Su Taiyu, Kaka, and Yilin rose in unison, exclaiming, an electromagnet. The remaining three looked on bewildered. Su Taiyu and Kaka armed themselves with forks and knives and rushed upstairs. The bodies of Ague and the greasy-haired man had long been cleared away by Wilson's people, and the floor of the corridor in front of the guest room was now pristine. Let us excavate. Kaka rolled up his sleeves, brandishing his fork and knife, and began to prod at the floor in front of the guest room. Zhang Wanjun ascended the stairs, holding a stool. I shall assist. Without further ado, Zhang Wanjun began to hammer the floor with the stool. Thud! Wood splinters flew. Within a few strikes, the stool, adorned with metal edging, shattered into numerous wooden slats, while a sizable hole was smashed into the deep brown floor. Within the gaping cavity lay a tangled mass of wires and circular coils. This is the mechanism that rendered me immobile. Su Taiyu tossed the slipper atop the mess. Encountering that Billy last night was terrifying enough, compounded by the fact that the slippers had been magnetically attracted, leaving me paralyzed. In such a horrifying scenario, one would hardly notice the mechanism beneath their feet. Kaka nodded. Therefore, last night's Billy might not have been a ghost? If there are no ghosts, we can continue residing here. Tonight, we simply need to ascertain what this Billy truly is. Kaka continued his analysis. Billy aimed to frighten Wilson. Perhaps Billy is not dead at all. This mansion harbors mechanisms, allowing him to hide at will. Su Taiyu entered the room, glancing at Zhang Wanjun's bed. If there are indeed mechanisms, then Zhang Wanjun's disappearance last night and his reappearance at dawn might also be attributed to the mechanisms at play. Yulin clapped his hands. A perfect deduction. So, what shall we do next? Kaka clenched his fists. Capturing the supernatural Billy may well reveal our path to survival. Su Taiyu snapped his fingers. Let us venture out and inquire with the officer about whether Billy is truly dead. Indeed, he is dead. Within the police station. The officer had no time to attend to the group, and it was the translator who guided Su Taiyu and the others to Billy's grave. Mr. Wilson had also suspected that Billy had faked his death, hence the exhumation of his coffin. Su Taiyu beheld the open casket, inside which lay the skeletal remains of a legless human. Though it was bright daylight, Su Taiyu felt goosebumps prickling his skin. Wilson pointed to the white bone's leg. On one occasion, Billy performed a high-altitude act and accidentally fell. The injuries were so severe that amputation was unavoidable. I performed the surgery on him. The location of the bone severance is known only to me. Therefore, this skeleton is indeed Billy's. Su Taiyu leaned closer to the coffin, spotting an inscription on the inner wall. Faking death as a magical secret is rather childish. Mr. Wilson, you have unraveled so many of my tricks in your lifetime. This time, I offer you my final performance with my life. My deceased spirit shall accompany you daily. Is this science or mysticism? I eagerly await your deciphering. At that moment, Zhang Wanjun, clutching his shoulder, approached the translator. You, translator, possess medical knowledge as well? I have been feeling somewhat unwell lately. What could be the matter? The translator appeared hesitant. Are you experiencing dryness, chills, and cold extremities? Zhang Wanjun nodded vigorously. A divine healer. How can you treat this? The translator cleared his throat. You are suffering from kidney deficiency, and your indulgences must be moderated. Avoid self-abuse. Self-abuse? What does that mean? Zhang Wanjun furrowed his brow. Su Taiyu coughed lightly, turning away to suppress his laughter. Kaka laughed heartily while clapping his hands, a true emblem of youth. Zhang Wanjun instantly grasped the implication, feeling both embarrassed and flustered. He shouted towards the translator, Don't be ridiculous. Do you really understand traditional Chinese medicine? Of course I do, the translator replied, turning away. Mr. Wilson has been seeking my insights on the theories of traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 91. Unbreakable Magic. The sword through the box. Zhang Wanjun rubbed his nose and leaped over Billy's grave. This fellow knows nothing and only speaks nonsense. I simply haven't slept well in the past few days. Kaka nodded vigorously. Yes, let us go back and see what Yilin and the others are up to. The translator made a cross gesture towards Billy's grave. Amitba. Blessings to the infinite celestial sovereign. Amen. Rest in peace. After performing a series of rituals, the translator scattered a handful of soil onto Billy's grave and turned to leave. Su Taiyu and the others followed suit. Your beliefs seem rather eclectic, Su Taiyu remarked, pointing to the cross around the translator's neck. Do you truly think the spirit of Billy is the one wandering around Wilson Manor at night? The translator took a deep breath. Even the illustrious Wilson could not unravel this so-called magic. I suspect it may indeed be a ghost at work. Look at how robust Wilson once was. Now, he struggles even to walk. His condition indicates the intrusion of yin energy, leaving his heart and spleen depleted. With the heart and kidneys out of balance, and liver qi stagnation. Su Taiyu continued his inquiries. Did Wilson not ask you to treat him? The translator nodded with pride. He inquired about the meaning of the traditional Chinese medicine concept of nourishing form with form. I explained to him that what you eat nourishes that part of you, eating kidneys for kidney health. As they conversed, the group arrived at the police station. The sheriff stood at the entrance, clutching a stack of flyers. Upon seeing the translator, he began chattering away. The translator's expression changed dramatically upon spotting the flyers, quickly pulling one from the stack and handing it to Su Taiyu. If this flyer appears at the theater, it signifies that many lives will be lost. I see this one is entirely in Chinese. You must be cautious. Su Taiyu took the flyer, which depicted magician Billy performing the sword through the box trick. The assistant lay within a wooden box slightly larger than a suitcase. One by one, the magician inserted long swords into the box until it resembled a porcupine. In a seemingly miraculous manner, the magician then withdrew the swords, and the assistant emerged from the box unharmed. This was indeed the sword through the box magic act. What astonished Su Taiyu was the clear announcement of the performance time and the performer's name. Time, 7 p.m. on April 6th. Performer, Zhang Wanjun. The time was today. Could this flyer be akin to the sword-swallowing act from yesterday? Is it a notice compelling Zhang Wanjun to perform? Zhang Wanjun snatched the flyer, tearing it to shreds. Who registered me? How was I not informed? He fumed and dashed toward Wilson's estate. It must be the doing of Yilin and her crew. Su Taiyu glanced at the time. It was now 3 p.m., leaving less than 4 hours until the performance. What would happen if they refused to perform? Would ghosts truly manifest if they did not attend the theater? Su Taiyu intended to consult the translator for clarity. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The sheriff's revolver emitted a pungent odor of gunpowder. Zhang Wanjun stared in shock at the large hole that appeared in the floor before him. What have I done? Are they going to execute me? The sheriff leaned in close to the gun, inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke. Hurry up and do a magic show. His eyes began to cloud with a red mist. The translator rushed over, attempting to force down the sheriff's gun, shouting at Su Taiyu, Run! He is possessed by an external evil. Before he could finish, the red mist began to envelop the corners of his eyes. The two figures before Su Taiyu suddenly transformed into entirely different visages, prompting him to retreat slowly. Was this their method of coercing the performer into the theater? He was no stranger to such occurrences. Seizing the opportunity, Kaka leaped onto the police station's entrance, snatching the sheriff's gun and counting the remaining bullets, 7 left. Let us go, she urged Su Taiyu, pulling him towards Wilson's estate. Such corrupted NPCs were far easier to handle than traditional specters. They were akin to zombies. A blow to the head would suffice. However, their numbers were overwhelming. Zhang Wanjun hastily followed, clutching his racing heart. Have you ever seen a zombie wielding a gun? More than 10 police officers descended the stairs, armed with rifles and revolvers, aiming at the fleeing trio, pulling their triggers. Su Taiyu felt the air behind his head swirl slightly, and by the time he reacted, a 20-centimeter wide pit had formed in the brick floor. The conical bullet spinning at its bottom. Bang, bang, bang. Before the dancing bullet could settle, 6 more pits appeared instantaneously. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled his nostrils as warm blood trickled down his face and into his neck, sticky and itchy, just as he registered the pain. The sound of hooves thundered from behind, growing ever closer and more frantic. Su Taiyu glanced back to see a horse-drawn carriage barreling towards him. The horse's eyes were also shrouded in red mist, and the driver had vanished, leaving the carriage swaying wildly above. He was about to be crushed into pulp. Before he could fully comprehend the impending disaster, a pair of strong hands grasped his shoulders, pushing him away. Dust and chaos swirled around his gunfire, the horse's whinnies, and Kaka's cries assaulted his eardrums. Everything became a blur, nothing was visible, and sounds were muddled. Suddenly, Su Taiyu felt something grasping his collar, followed by an intense sensation of weightlessness. The discomfort of his bladder swaying was overwhelming. As the smoke gradually cleared, he found himself lying in the carriage. Kaka dangled precariously outside, while Zhang Wanjun struggled to pull her back in. "Give me a hand. I'm running out of strength." Su Taiyu quickly got up and helped pull Kaka into the carriage. Zhang Wanjun huffed. "It must be said, you really need to lose some weight." Kaka, equally breathless, retorted. "And you should really get some exercise." Su Taiyu gazed ahead. It must be noted, does anyone know how to drive a carriage? The carriage was hurtling directly towards the city wall. At this rate, the 3 of them, along with this mad horse, would surely be transformed into horse meat barbecue. Zhang pointed at the neatly stacked hay bales lining the road. "The hay bales. Let us jump in." Su Taiyu shook his head. "No way, we're going too fast. If we jump into those hay bales at this speed, we'll still crash through them and end up severely injured." Zhang Wanjun swiftly leaped onto the horse's back, urging it on. The horse showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, it only sped up, and Su Taiyu was on the verge of losing his last meal. "Can't you understand Chinese? Stop. You need to stop." Zhang Wanjun gripped the reins tightly, shouting in broken English, but to no avail. Crack! A wisp of smoke wafted through the carriage. A blood hole suddenly appeared in the horse's left thigh. Kaka stowed her gun, gripping the carriage's edge, urging them to seize the moment to jump. "No matter what, you all jump at the right time." Chapter 92, Unbreakable Magic. How to break it? After losing a leg, the horse's speed diminished. Kak seized the opportunity and leapt down. A large pit instantly formed in the haystack on the left side of the road, and Kak fell perfectly into it. The haystack on the right also caved in. Zhang Wanjun lay sprawled atop it, shouting towards Su Taiyu in the carriage. "Jump now. The city wall is just a few steps away." Su Taiyu grasped the handrail of the carriage, gazing at the haystacks outside. These haystacks resembled small cakes on a production line, their afterimages creating a continuous line. How could he leap precisely onto the haystack without crashing to the ground? Su Taiyu was at a loss. He had no time to calculate initial velocity or acceleration. Lowering his body, he aimed for the haystack. Jump! A slight sting pricked his face. His abdomen and torso felt like they had plunged into soft sponge, the scent of hay enveloping him. Thank goodness. Su Taiyu exhaled with relief, brushing aside the hay from his face, only to be met with a deafening crash. The carriage shattered into pieces. The horse's blood and colorful entrails smeared against the city wall, resembling window decorations for the new year. What a pity. Struggling to rise, Su Taiyu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. 5 townsfolk were approaching the haystack. Their eyes swirled with a bizarre red mist, and they carried long pitchforks. These pitchforks, worn from prolonged use, had sharpened tips from frequent scraping against the ground. Meanwhile, Su Taiyu noticed Zhang Wanjun desperately retracting his body, quickly burrowing into the haystack to hide completely. Su Taiyu, not daring to linger, tucked himself into the haystack as well, fervently praying in his heart. "Do not seek me out. Do not seek me out. Go collect horse meat instead." However, through the tiny gaps in the haystack, Su Taiyu observed that the townsfolk's destination was not the overturned carriage, but the haystack. A gleaming pitchfork entered Su Taiyu's line of sight as a woman approached the nearby haystack, brandishing it in an irrational manner before plunging it violently into the haystack before her. Pulling it out, the once shiny fork was now coated in blood. Having impaled a black dog, the dog struggled for a few moments before lying still. Blood trickled down the fork into the woman's hands as she lowered her head, licking the dog's blood, baring her teeth stained red. The entire scene resembled a grotesque version of dining with a knife and fork. With a flick of her wrist, she flung the dog's carcass to the ground, scattering its remains. She continued forward, dragging the pitchfork with her. The sound of the pitchfork scraping against the stone floor was akin to a rusty knife scraping bone, filling Su Taiyu's nostrils with a suffocating mix of decayed hay and blood. Eventually, the woman halted at the haystack before Su Taiyu. And next would be the very haystack he occupied. There was no escaping. The woman lifted the pitchfork and thrust it into the haystack before her. When she extracted it, the blood on the tip was mostly wiped away by the hay, revealing its chilling gleam once more. She slowly approached the haystack, where Su Taiyu hid. Su Taiyu's heart raced. What to do? Escape? The outside was filled with armed townsfolk. How could he run? Hide? Perhaps he could try. If the pitchfork thrust downward at an angle, perhaps he could maneuver above it? Su Taiyu quickly climbed atop the hay, thinking, if she stabs each haystack once, dodging this one should ensure my safety. The sound of the pitchfork scraping the ground was sharp and terrifying, slowly drawing nearer to him. The noise ceased. Su Taiyu understood that the woman had raised the pitchfork. Amitabha, may the Buddha bless me. May I not be pierced. Amen. Whichever deity could protect him was a good deity. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him as the pitchfork pierced his little toe. The third prong, now stained with Su Taiyu's blood, was slowly withdrawn by the woman, and Su Taiyu hastily wiped away his blood before it could be fully pulled out. The once foreboding sound of the iron pitchfork now resonated in Su Taiyu's mind like the joyous chimes of a New Year bell. Sister, let us move. Su Taiyu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Just a slight thrust. Please don't stab again. Yet, that sound did not come. The woman raised the pitchfork once more, this time aiming at the tip of the haystack where Su Taiyu concealed himself. Damn. Zhang Wanjuan's booming voice echoed nearby. Can you see through walls? I'm hiding so well, yet you still managed to hit me? A gunshot followed, and Kak shouted towards Su Taiyu. Stop hiding, come out and fight them. Su Taiyu saw a hole appear in the woman's forehead, like a deflating balloon. Blood gushed from the wound as her body collapsed. Su Taiyu, enduring the pain, crawled out from the haystack. Zhang Wanjun circled the haystack, dodging a man with a pitchfork, while Kak counted the bullets. Only 5 remained. Su Taiyu glanced at the haystack and then at the pitchfork on the ground. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the magic trick of 1,000 swords piercing a box. Could the principle of this trick truly be so simple? Was the slender assistant hiding in the box while the swords were thrust in? 2 gunshots jolted Su Taiyu back to reality. In the distance, several more townsfolk, their eyes ablaze with red mist, approached with frenzied steps, charging towards the 3 like rabid dogs. Even a Gatling gun would be insufficient. Su Taiyu yelled to Kak. Let us head to the theater. If we perform magic, they won't pursue us. Zhang Wanjun continued to circle. Are you serious? Am I the one performing magic? Do you know how to do the 1,000 swords piercing a box trick? Su Taiyu shook his head. We can try, just like before. Hiding inside the box should suffice. You want to risk my life? A pitchfork lunged toward Zhang Wanjun. A scream followed by a gunshot erupted. The iron pitchfork pierced Zhang Wanjun beneath his arms, and he clutched it, drenched in sweat. The pitchfork had 3 prongs, trapping the 2 beside him. But what about the one in the middle? He looked down and saw the base of the middle prong pressed tightly against his chest. Is it piercing through? But how can I still breathe? Slowly, he pried the pitchfork away, only to discover that the middle prong had already been shattered by a bullet. Try? Then let us try. Zhang Wanjun kicked away a townsman in front of him. No longer willing to play with this deadly object, they continued their chase. After firing the last bullet, the 3 finally reached the eerie theater. Upon stepping through the doors, the townsfolk pursuing them returned to normal. The once dilapidated theater now appeared vibrant and renewed. The stage clean and tidy, illuminated by multicolored lights. At the center of the stage sat a box the size of a suitcase. On a nearby table lay 20 sharp swords. Glancing at the clock on the wall, they noted that there were less than 2 hours until the performance. Yi Lin and the others stepped out from behind the curtain. What have you done? Kak demanded, hands on her hips. We wanted to ask you the same. What did you do to suddenly produce flyers urging Zhang Wanjun to perform magic? Yi Lin shook her head. It seems none of us are clear on what triggered the magic performance. If no one actively initiated it, I surmise that each of us must perform magic passively. The order corresponds to the sequence in which we departed from the theater yesterday. Zhang Wanjun was not in the mood to heed Yi Lin's words. He leaped onto the stage, gazing at the barely accommodating box, clutching his hair. On the verge of collapse. Su Taiyu, you're going to be the death of me. With such a small box and 20 swords, how can one possibly evade? Su Taiyu swallowed hard. It seems I was mistaken. There is still time. Let us contemplate how to unravel this magic. Chapter 93, The Unbreakable Magic. Time flowed inexorably. The scene of the long-haired man being pierced by the sword through his stomach remained vividly etched in memory. Zhang Wanjun picked up the long sword from the table, gently placing his thumb on the blade, and instantly, small droplets of blood began to emerge from his fingertip. He hastily tossed the sword aside. Such a sharp weapon. It was indeed a marvel. Let us forego the magic. Each of us should wield a sword and dispatch the audience below. With that, he reclined back into the nearby cardboard box. Despite his towering stature, Zhang Wanjun could barely fit inside, rendering him immobile, let alone capable of dodging swords within. Exhausted, he voluntarily closed the box. I shall not emerge again. Just bury me in the ground once the performance concludes. Beneath the stage, shadows clad in black began to accumulate. With less than an hour remaining until 7 in the evening, Yilin approached the box, opening it and resting his arms atop, softly addressing Zhang Wanjun within. I can save you. Zhang Wanjun lay uncomfortably inside, his neck craned, producing a faint voice. Spare me the chatter. Quickly tell me how this magic trick is performed. At that moment, Su Taiyu and Kaka were crouched on the floor, tapping and knocking. Kaka, with red hands, asked Su Taiyu, Are you certain that the trick's essence lies within the concealed underground space? I've been knocking for ages and found nothing. Su Taiyu stood, supporting his waist. Is there time to dig one out now? Kaka sighed, turned, and thrust a sword straight into the floor, prying it up with force. Yet beneath the wooden floor lay only solid stone. Quite satisfactory, Kaka tossed the sword aside. Let the stone serve as a gravestone for Zhang Wanjun. From within the box, Zhang Wanjun extended a hand. Hold on, Yilin interjected. I can still salvage this. With great effort, he crawled out of the box, and Su Taiyu and Kaka hurried to surround him. Kaka scrutinized Yilin from head to toe. I warn you, do not entertain any devious thoughts. Yilin snapped his fingers, and Abai approached. Yilin pointed to the flyer and spoke softly. This magic requires 2 participants, 1 magician and 1 assistant. According to the flyer, you are the performer. You are to be the one who inserts the sword. Yilin glanced at Abai, who understood and frowned as he climbed into the box. Yilin indicated Abai. Let him take the blade for you. Zhang Wanjun inhaled deeply. You wicked woman. I shall not partake in such a malevolent act. Yilin raised a sword and, without hesitation, thrust it into the box. Abai let out a sharp scream. The others rushed over. Abai, small in stature, sat inside the box in an L shape, with ample space in front of his chest. The sword penetrated through this gap, leaving Abai unscathed. Su Taiyu stroked his chin. Is it sufficient to be merely slender? Yilin picked up another long sword, moved to the opposite side of the box, and inserted it again. It is crucial to keep the intersections of these swords within the central void. Abai remained utterly still within the box as 2 glinting blades hovered before his chest. Zhang Wanjun looked at Yilin. Why do you wish to assist me? Yilin waved his hand dismissively. Your perspective is too narrow. As we navigate this treacherous realm, aiding you equates to aiding ourselves. I merely hope that when we encounter difficulties in the future, you will also lend me your support. Su Taiyu examined the box, with only 2 swords inserted. Abai was already unable to move. The space is insufficient. Su Taiyu pointed to Abai's back. 18 swords remain. Abai is bound to get hurt. At worst, he may lose a limb. Yilin nodded slightly. It is merely an injury. He approached the box, gently stroking Abai's head. Did you not vow to brave any peril for me? A man must honor his word. Abai tilted his head, shaking off Yilin's hand. Yilin snapped his fingers. Are you unwell? Abai leaped from the box, swallowing hard. Risking my life for a favor, who is truly unwell here? He then bowed his head and approached Zhang Wanjun. We uncovered a secret passage within the Wilson estate. My brother, and that man who lost his head, their bodies were dragged into this hidden chamber. Their innards were entirely removed. When we attempted to delve deeper, we encountered a terrifying presence. It was unclear whether they were human or ghost, but they possessed extraordinary strength. Knives plunged into them yielded no reaction. It was that child servant who rescued us. Subsequently, Abai pointed at Yilin. You are quite substantial. She surely intends for you to enter the passage and serve her purpose. Do not trust her blindly. Zhang Wanjun nodded. I shall instruct you on how to avoid being deceived by women. Abai gazed at him with wide eyes as Zhang Wanjun leaned in closer. Each morning, indulge yourself. Thus, your mind shall remain clear and impervious to feminine influence. Yilin stretched languidly, addressing Zhang Wanjun. That passage may lead to salvation. Alas, discussing this with you is a waste of breath. She gestured towards the clock on the wall. Only half an hour remains. As for this magic trick, it remains uncertain whether you will survive. The stage lights suddenly dimmed. The sound of a wheelchair echoed ominously. Magic is a mysterious and enchanting art. We have conjured one marvel after another. The silhouette of Billy emerged in the center of the stage, flickering in and out of focus. Unraveling magic? Reproducing magic? Humanity merely imitates the divine. There is but one conclusion: death. The bell in the theater dome emitted a deep, resonant hum. Su Taiyu seized a long sword and struck at Billy. Billy's figure vanished abruptly. The sword in Su Taiyu's hand crashed against the floor, breaking with a sharp sound. Zhang Wanjun sighed. This sword is so fragile. I was contemplating using these swords to battle the audience below. Su Taiyu picked up another sword. But as he rapped his knuckles against the blade, he froze. There was a fine groove around the middle of the blade, gleaming a bluish gray in the light. These swords have been tampered with in advance. He forcefully struck the sword against the stage's iron frame, shattering it cleanly in two. The break is precise as if sliced by a laser. Su Taiyu gazed at the broken sword, his mind racing back to scenes on television where magicians performed this very trick. Each time the magician inserted a sword, they would grasp both the hilt and blade. He examined all the long swords, comparing them one by one. Among the 20 swords, 2 were notably longer, while the remaining 18 were shorter by a segment, each bearing a groove in the middle. I understand now. The shadows of the audience below began to seep red mist from their eye sockets, the seats creaking ominously as though a pack of ravenous beasts awaited their feast. Su Taiyu crawled into the box. At the start of the performance, he would showcase the authenticity of the swords to the audience using those 2 long swords. Once inserted, the lack of space within the box would necessitate the use of broken swords. He pointed at Zhang Wanjun. When inserting the broken swords, your hand must guide the blade, ensuring the audience remains oblivious. Once the broken sword penetrates the box, I will need to detach the blade tip, then thrust it out along the trajectory to create the illusion of an entire sword piercing through. This is the secret behind the magic. Chapter 94, Unbreakable Magic. The spotlight on stage illuminated the cardboard box, causing Su Taiyu to squint. Silently, he covered the box with its lid. Inside, it was pitch dark, save for a faint glimmer of light seeping through a hole he had just punctured. The audience sat in perfect alignment, applause, lights, and music, elements that typically signify exuberance, now felt like a death knell. The magic began. Su Taiyu tapped the box, signaling his readiness. A long sword pierced through, and Su Taiyu's breath condensed into tiny droplets upon its blade. The sword passed through the gap in his chest and emerged on the other side. The audience erupted in cheer. This was the first sword. Another was to follow. Yi Lin's voice came from beside him. The stage is shrouded in mist. We cannot escape. It seems we are to stand here as punishment. The second sword thrust down from above, and Su Taiyu quickly spread his legs, watching as the blade struck the bottom of the box with a metallic clash. He exhaled, knowing the next part would require skill, not just a test for him, but also for Zhang Wanjun's performance. Now, only 18 broken swords remained on the table. Zhang Wanjun needed to expertly hold the broken swords, ensuring the audience noticed nothing amiss. Inside the box, Su Taiyu held his breath, only able to hear the thunderous beating of his heart. Zhang Wanjun picked up the first broken sword, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the blade as instructed, inserting it into the box. Su Taiyu swiftly removed the sword's tip, then thrust it out along the same trajectory. Zhang Wanjun had to match Su Taiyu's pace to avoid revealing any flaws. The first broken sword's performance concluded. Zhang Wanjun stole a glance at the audience's reaction, gasps of awe and cheers. The audience clapped, their eyes misty with excitement. Success. Onward. Zhang Wanjun, drenched in sweat, continued to insert sword after sword into the box as planned. Outside, Kaka clenched his fists anxiously, watching the two perform as a father might await the birth of a child. Minutes ticked by as Su Taiyu counted the swords within the box. 17. 18. Only 2 swords remained, and this lengthy performance was nearing its end. 19. Almost there. The final sword. Su Taiyu's heartbeat quickened, and his head inadvertently struck a broken sword inside the box. The blade clattered to the floor, its sharp sound echoing throughout the theater. Zhang Wanjun, startled by the noise while gripping the final broken sword, felt the tension rise. Su Taiyu quickly emerged from the box, eyes fixed on the audience. They appeared unfazed. Yet the unknown loomed ominously. The audience remained, enveloped in mist, huddled together, uncertain of what was to come. Ha ha ha. Yi Lin, you shall be together forever. A voice from the audience chimed. A long-haired admirer of Yi Lin sat below, eyes shimmering with an eerie mist, merging with the shadowy figures around them. Zhang Wanjun gazed at the crowd, swallowing hard. Were they all failures of the performance? The audience resumed their applause, cheers intensifying, even more fervent than before. Zhang Wanjun hastily tossed the two long swords into the audience, anxiously watching Su Taiyu. You aren't under control, are you? Can you move freely? Su Taiyu nodded. I'm fine for now. Kaka stumbled forward from behind. The mist. It's closing in. The gray fog that had lingered backstage was gradually converging towards the center of the stage. Yi Lin and the others gathered, backs against one another, eyes fixed on the encroaching mist. Su Taiyu picked up a handful of broken swords, distributing them among the group. Be cautious. The two of us, the magicians, aren't under control. That Billy will surely find another way to eliminate us. Below, the audience's clamor grew louder. Su Taiyu swallowed nervously. It could be a ghost. I can't say for certain. The stage lights cast a beam upon the mist, creating a white pillar that enveloped the six of them. Zhang Wanjun took a deep breath. The sensation of waiting for death was utterly unbearable. He then began to wildly swing the broken sword through the mist. Come on. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. A series of eerie roars erupted from the audience. Zhang Wanjun, wielding the short sword, turned towards them. Ghosts, come forth and meet your demise. The cacophony of screams intensified, growing more frenzied. Su Taiyu furrowed his brow, listening intently. The sound, it was eerily reminiscent of agonized cries. Just then, the mist before Su Taiyu parted, revealing a neat gap. Through it, he saw his own reflection. How could this be? He also caught sight of Zhang Wanjun, Kaka, and Yi Lin, though their images were slightly distorted. A mirror? An illusion? Su Taiyu felt his mind erupt. The sword. The reflection. A colossal blade. Dodge. Su Taiyu shoved Zhang Wanjun and Kaka aside and dropped to the ground as a sword, wide as a person, cleaved through the mist and struck the stage's rear, scattering countless wooden shards. No time to breathe. Another massive sword fell from above, crashing onto the stage, sending wooden planks and debris flying like petals scattered by the wind. As the mist began to coalesce again, Su Taiyu spotted a figure lying on the floor. It was the curly-haired woman from his car. He rushed over, grabbing her arm. Don't lie still. Hide in a corner. Hearing Su Taiyu's voice, Zhang Wanjun shouted, Su Taiyu, you're alive. Thank goodness. Kaka and the curly-haired woman are with me. Stay safe. Through the thick fog, Zhang Wanjun relayed his safety. But upon hearing this, a chill surged from Su Taiyu's feet to his brain. The curly-haired woman is with you? He looked at the woman beside him. Then who is this? Zhang Wanjun cursed loudly on the other side, not out of anger, but as a primal reaction to sheer terror. Su Taiyu began to comprehend. He should have realized earlier that even an adult woman, no matter how slimmed down, could not possibly be this light. With one hand, he lifted half of the curly-haired woman. Her insides spilled onto the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Su Taiyu placed her down, hurriedly stuffing her insides back in, his mind racing. The first sword thrust forward, the second from above. As he spoke, he extracted the woman's kidney. Just borrowing this. Thank you. Su Taiyu held the kidney aloft, shouting into the mist, Billy is performing the giant sword box illusion. The entire stage is that box. Moreover, the order of the sword thrusts matches Zhang Wanjun's. Thus, the next sword, Su Taiyu, clutching the woman's kidney, propelled it forward as if rolling a bowling ball. A Bai, crouching nearby, stumbled upon the kidney and screamed, fleeing the scene. Right here. No sooner had he spoken than a gigantic sword descended, shattering the kidney into fragments. Chapter 95, Unbreakable Magic, indeed reveals the presence of a ghost. Have you ever played with sandbags? Su Taiyu once again extracted the liver of the curly-haired woman, shouting to the crowd. Make sure you don't get hit by the things I throw. He weighed the liver in his hand before tossing it forward. The organ landed, striking Zhang Wanjun's foot, causing him to leap half a meter into the air, exclaiming, What a pervert you are. In his eyes, amidst the gray mist, a grotesque figure was hurling human entrails toward him. Zhang Wanjun dodged the liver, only to see a massive sword cleave through the fog, crashing into the floor before him. The shockwave, mingled with wood shavings, hit Zhang Wanjun's face, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Stop, or you too shall be cleaved in twain, Kaka interjected, her hand raised to halt him, as a colossal sword loomed behind her. From somewhere, Yi Lin let out a sharp scream. Everyone stay still. There are numerous swords on stage now, all shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see. Su Taiyu ceased his act of tossing entrails. Yi Lin is right. We cannot move recklessly at this moment. The number of gigantic swords is increasing, and a careless collision could result in grievous injury. More critically, Su Taiyu could only recall the positions of the initial few swords. He could not accurately predict the landing spots of the subsequent ones. Zhang Wanjun shouted from the side. Where will the next sword fall? Just as he spoke, another massive sword descended before Su Taiyu, leaving him dazed. I've forgotten, but you have a 20-second safety window. The interval between each pair of swords is 20 seconds, he explained, as the unfortunate curly-haired woman lost yet another quarter of her being. Organs scattered across the ground, and a heart slid to Su Taiyu's feet, still warm to the touch. In that moment, he felt the presence of a living soul that had just perished. Suddenly, two figures flashed through his mind, near Billy's grave. The translator had mentioned that Wilson had once sought his counsel on traditional Chinese medicine, to supplement form with form. Consume what you wish to restore. Abai had just mentioned discovering the corpses of those two individuals in Wilson's secret passage, their organs completely extracted. This foreigner, had he misunderstood? Su Taiyu tucked the heart into his pocket and called out to everyone that old Coot Wilson must have consumed their entrails. To find a way out, we may need to deal with Wilson first. From a corner, Zhang Wanjuan's voice rang out. Forget about that for now. The 20 seconds are almost up. Where should we hide? Su Taiyu shook his head. I just said it. I forgot. Kaka was counting down. 13, 14. Zhang Wanjun, in a panic, yelled, What kind of brain do you have? Did you swap your GPU for memory? Think of something quickly. Kaka counted down while searching for a place to evade the swords. Every spot she considered was blocked by a massive sword. The center of the stage, the corners, all were threatened by descending blades. The surroundings were cloaked in fog, leaving her in a state of helplessness, with no escape. Will that gigantic sword fall upon me? I know death is imminent, yet its origin remains a mystery. Suddenly, she had a thought and asked Zhang Wanjun, Do you remember the order in which the swords fell? No, I was too preoccupied to notice, he replied. Did any two swords land simultaneously while you were placing them? I hardly had the luxury to think about that. Hearing their conversation, Su Taiyu's mind raced back to the moment he had thrust the broken sword into the ground. Each pair had indeed maintained a certain distance. Kaka turned to Su Taiyu. Su Taiyu, you. I grasp your meaning, he replied. Find a sword nearby and stick close to it. The points where the swords fall will not repeat. As long as we remain by a sword, we shall be safe. With that, Su Taiyu pressed himself tightly against a nearby sword. 20. A massive sword crashed down. A tremendous sound echoed, followed by the sound of wood splintering, yet no screams emerged from anyone. Su Taiyu clung to the sword, feeling its chill wash over him, causing him to shiver. He then inquired, Is everyone all right? Moments later, voices responded from various corners. We're fine. You scared me. I thought I was done for. Hold on. There are only 10 swords left until it ends. I believe I saw Billy, Abai said, the last to speak. Where? Su Taiyu asked. In the mist, wandering, sitting in a wheelchair, laughing as he moved. It's utterly unsettling. He did not harm you? No. Su Taiyu stepped away from the sword. Kaka warned, If you encounter Billy, keep your distance. We cannot afford more casualties. No. On the contrary, Su Taiyu replied, rushing back to the curly-haired woman's corpse, extracting a long segment of intestine from her belly. He continued, We must capture him alive. Since he did not harm Abai, we can find him and interrogate him about the secrets of the upcoming tricks. Hearing this, Zhang Wanjun, pressed against the sword, shook his head with closed eyes. You're incredible. Go ahead and find him, but be wary of the merciless swords. Something rolled to his feet. What is it? He opened his eyes to find a bright red heart rolling by, still connected to a long pink object. Intestines. At the sight, Zhang Wanjuan's body began to convulse. His cerebellum and heart felt as though they were being feasted upon by countless ants. Such a horrifying sight. He knew at once it was yet another of Su Taiyu's grotesque creations. You sick pervert, even though I'm tall and strong, I still feel fear. What on earth do you intend to do? Su Taiyu tightened the other end of the intestine, pulling it taut, declaring, Holding the heart, let us intercept Billy. This proclamation elicited a chorus of disbelief from every corner of the stage. Another massive sword descended, seemingly silencing the chaos, and the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. Fortunately, the intestine remained intact beneath the sword's descent. Su Taiyu mentally counted down 20 seconds. 20, 19, 18. The sound of a wheelchair echoed from the mist. Su Taiyu spotted a slowly moving figure not far ahead, its body adorned in vibrant colors. Billy. Su Taiyu rushed forward. Bang. He collided with the sword, momentarily blinded by its reflection. Clutching his head, he continued to track Billy's movements. Suddenly, he felt a tug on the intestine in his grasp. I've hooked something. Su Taiyu hurriedly followed the path of the intestine. The slimy texture of the intestine, coupled with an increasing sensation of tension, made his heart race. The colorful figure finally emerged from the gray fog. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily silent. What is the secret behind the magic? Su Taiyu asked him. Billy's voice sounded hoarse, somewhat different from the one he had encountered at Wilson's estate. It is the power of belief. When one believes, it inspires others to believe. And thus magic manifests. Slowly, Su Taiyu approached, finally getting a clear view of Billy before him. He reached out to touch him, feeling a solid presence at his fingertips. Are you man or ghost? He inquired. Billy's form passed through the intestine, continuing to drift further into the mist, with just a hint of resentment. The art of ghostly magic comes to fruition. With those words, Billy completely vanished into the dense fog. Although the secrets of the upcoming magic performances were not inquired about, he is now almost certain. This Billy is indeed a ghost, at least for now. In his mind, he has pieced together numerous clues. Only one final piece remains in the puzzle leading to the truth. Chapter 96, Inextricable Magic. Faith is one of the essential subjects that a magician must master. It is both the inaugural lesson and the most significant one. Su Taiyu returned to the side of the colossal sword. Before him, the gray mist was incessantly cleaved by the newly fallen giant blade, leaving the stage in tatters. If all went well, everyone would soon be safe. Zhang Wanjun cast aside the entrails he had been holding, shook his hands, and inquired of Su Taiyu. Once again, it was about faith. You mentioned this term during your performance at Wilson's estate. What does it truly signify? Su Taiyu leaned against the gigantic sword and replied. How do you think I achieved the magic trick? Zhang Wanjun shook his head and said, Did you really see that word through his retina? I can think of no other method that could accomplish such a feat. Su Taiyu nodded. The secret of this magic trick is rather straightforward. At the beginning of the performance, under the pretense of examination, I discreetly looked at the first word on page 163 of a medical book. Then, through the art of language, I guided Wilson to retrieve this book. Zhang Wanjun nodded. Indeed, it was a furtive glance. However, how did you control the page number when you flipped through randomly? When Wilson called out a stop, the book just happened to halt at page 163. Su Taiyu tilted his head to gaze at Zhang Wanjun. Did you see the page number clearly? Zhang Wanjun rolled his eyes, began to reminisce, and then took a deep breath, loudly asking the others, Did you all clearly see the page number during Su Taiyu's magic trick? The responses were surprisingly unanimous. Wasn't it page 163? It passed in a flash. We didn't see it clearly. Zhang Wanjun suddenly realized. Could it be? Su Taiyu took over the conversation. Precisely, I deceived you all. The page number was random. It was never 163. The specific number is inconsequential. What matters is that my belief made you accept that this page was indeed 163. Moreover, with so many people present, none of you would suspect that I would audaciously fabricate such a falsehood in broad daylight. This is the secret of the trick. Kaka, standing nearby, uttered a sound of disappointment. Is that all? I thought it would involve some profound and intricate props. Su Taiyu explained. Indeed, this is why magicians loathe being exposed. In an instant, the mystique surrounding a magician can collapse entirely. I believe this embodies Billy's resentment. The existence of Billy's ghost is intricately linked to this concept of belief. At this moment, the remaining giant swords had all fallen. The gray mist dissipated, and the theater reverted to its dilapidated state. Dust settled upon the chairs in the audience, and the 20 giant swords on stage had vanished without a trace. Only the numerous, human-sized gashes on stage bore witness to the peril that had just unfolded. With the mist gone, the corpse of the curly-haired woman became starkly visible. Abai turned away, clutching the curtain as he began to retch. Suddenly, the curtain fell, revealing the backstage area. As the dust cleared, a nauseating scent of blood assaulted their senses. The dim light flickered ominously in the heavy stench, as if it could extinguish at any moment. The backstage was in disarray, with the magic props, once intended to create astonishment, strewn across the floor, now emanating an eerie aura. Shattered mirrors reflected distorted images, and a severed puppet lay in the corner, its limbs twisted in grotesque postures. More horrifyingly, bodies lay sprawled everywhere. Blood pooled on the ground, forming dark red puddles that mingled with spilled paint from the props, creating an even more bizarre palette. The expressions of the deceased were filled with sheer terror, as if they had encountered unimaginable horrors in life. Among them lay the corpse of the long-haired man. It seemed they were all victims of Billy's magic. Yilin shook her head and turned to Su Taiyu. Have you devised a way to escape this eerie domain? In the coming days, we must each perform our acts. It's a matter of life and death. Su Taiyu nodded, leaping off the stage and striding towards the theater's exit. I need to return to find Wilson. Unraveling Billy's final magic trick may be the key to escaping this uncanny realm. Kaka followed closely. Billy's final magic trick? Are you referring to the matter of Billy transforming into a vengeful spirit after his death? Su Taiyu nodded. We must either capture this ghost or decipher how this magic trick was executed. Yilin and Abai trailed behind them. Abai appeared somewhat apprehensive. Wilson's estate is also perilous. We must remain vigilant. Zhang Wanjun patted his chest reassuringly. It's fine, as long as it's not a ghost. As they spoke, the group arrived at Wilson's estate. They learned about the horrifying events that had transpired within. The once respectable manor now appeared frightfully eerie and bizarre. Su Taiyu turned to Kaka and instructed, "You and Abai should distract Wilson in plain sight. If you cannot find Wilson, then detain that little boy servant." Kaka was puzzled. Why pursue that servant? What purpose does it serve? The servant deliberately spilled wine to inform me about the electromagnet mechanism, Su Taiyu explained. I have a feeling he harbors certain secrets. Su Taiyu then turned to Yilin, led me and Zhang Wanjun to the secret passage, though aware of the dangers. Yilin found it difficult to refuse at that moment. She no longer had a sycophant. You two must protect me then. Yilin took the lead, guiding the two men to the entrance of the secret passage. Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun, their hearts racing with anxiety, slowly pushed open the rusted door to Wilson's secret corridor. A damp, foul odor surged forth, nearly causing them to retch. The interior of the passage was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps on the walls, barely shedding light on their path. As they advanced, Zhang Wanjun suddenly bumped into something. He swallowed hard and reached out to touch it. There were wheels. A chair. A wheelchair. Zhang Wanjun was taken aback. Could it be that Billy's ghost is hiding in this passage? Is Wilson using ghosts for his own ends? Su Taiyu lifted the oil lamp from the wall to inspect. It was merely an empty wheelchair. Billy was not seated upon it. He noticed a large hole gouged out of the center of the wheelchair. This hole was neither too large nor too small. It was insufficient for an adult to crawl through, yet a child could easily fit. Su Taiyu's mind began to race. I understand now. There are two Billys. Forget about Billy. Zhang Wanjun pointed ahead in the passage. What are those ghastly things? The mechanical puppets loomed in the dimness, their pale faces and hollow eyes suggesting they could spring to life at any moment. Be cautious. Su Taiyu hissed sharply, just as a shrill sound of grinding gears erupted. The mechanical puppets truly came to life, their joints creaking ominously as they lunged toward them with outstretched limbs. Chapter 97, Incomprehensible Magic. Wilson's secret in the dark, damp passage. The sound of grinding gears filled the air. Yilin turned to leave, but Su Taiyu promptly seized her collar. Yilin turned back, lowering her gaze to him. I have already guided you. I cannot accompany you to your demise. Su Taiyu released his grip and pointed towards the entrance they had just used. If you are unafraid of death, then proceed. Yilin lifted her head. The entrance, which had been a singular opening moments ago, was now bifurcated into two identical doors. A choice had to be made, but if they chose incorrectly, the consequences were unknown. Dust lingered in the air, suggesting that the mechanism had only just shifted. Yilin sighed, recognizing yet another trap. She then gazed at the mechanical puppets before her. It seemed they had no choice but to press on. Do you have confidence? Zhang Wanjun inhaled deeply and rolled up his sleeves. As long as it's not a ghost issue, it should not be too difficult. However, there are far too many. The mechanical puppets approached Su Taiyu and the others. In the narrow corridor, the puppets crowded together, scraping against the walls as if the stone bricks were mere tofu, leaving a powdery residue behind. Despite their strength, they were still machines. Zhang Wanjun removed his jacket, wrapping it around his wrist, and with a fierce shout, charged at the puppets. Like a raging bull, he surged into the throng with unstoppable momentum. Fear flickered in his eyes, yet it was mingled with the exhilaration of finally being able to unleash his power. The jacket he wielded sliced through the air, landing precise blows on the puppets with dull thuds. The mechanical puppets showed no sign of fear, their metallic arms shooting towards Zhang Wanjun like lightning. He dodged to the side, lowering his center of gravity, and unleashed a powerful knee strike that crashed against one puppet's joint, producing a resounding creak. Seizing the momentum, he quickly twisted his body and executed a sweeping kick that sent another puppet stumbling to the ground. This maneuver, a signature move from his martial arts competitions, rendered his opponent incapacitated in an instant. Before the puppet could react, Zhang Wanjun pounced like a hungry tiger. Grasping the puppet's arm with a vice-like grip, he exerted force. And with a sharp crack, the arm detached from the body. He swiftly removed the puppet's head, completing the action in one fluid motion. Just then, a stream of black liquid erupted from the puppet, emitting a noxious odor that pooled into a strange black puddle on the ground. Zhang Wanjun stared at the dark liquid. Do these puppets bleed? Su Taiyu, while hurling stones at the remaining puppets, waved his hand in front of his nose, grimacing. That smell, it's engine oil. The mechanical manual mentioned that such structures require oil for hydraulic fluid and lubrication. Zhang Wanjun continued to grapple with the next puppet. Now is not the time for explanations. If each puppet spills a mouthful of oil, we'll be drowned in it. Let us burn them. They're all drenched in oil. Su Taiyu shook his head. We would suffocate from the smoke first. He approached the fallen puppet. Hold on for a moment. I need to study how this puppet operates. Su Taiyu seized the puppet's head and smashed it against the ground. In this era, these puppets lack facial recognition. What makes them think we are enemies? The puppet's head shattered like a watermelon, scattering gears and hydraulic rods everywhere. However, one particular piece caught Su Taiyu's attention. A golden brass bell surrounded by 16 serpent heads, each containing several brass beads, with 16 cup-shaped structures beneath to catch the beads. This design immediately reminded Su Taiyu of a concept from his textbooks, the seismograph. He looked up to observe the puppets and noted that, despite their agile movements, their heads remained parallel to the ground, unwavering. I understand now. They detect enemies through sound and vibrations. Everyone remained still and silent. With that, Su Taiyu picked up a dismembered puppet limb and threw it behind the group of puppets. Hearing Su Taiyu's warning, Zhang Wanjun froze in place, watching helplessly as a puppet raised its mechanical arm to strike at his face. Instinctively, his body leaned back to evade the attack, but his brain had yet to lift the command that kept his legs rooted in place. He fell backward with a loud crash. Two large hands grasped Zhang Wanjun's body, and the puppet's mechanical arm halted just above his eyes, mere centimeters away. The foul odor of engine oil invaded his nostrils. Su Taiyu gritted his teeth, muscles taut. Zhang Wanjun was simply too heavy. His arms flailed. On the verge of giving way, the puppet retracted its arm and resumed its retreat with the others. The two finally exhaled in relief. Once the puppets had completely departed, Su Taiyu gestured for them to continue moving forward. Zhang Wanjun and Yilin nodded, removing their shoes and stealthily proceeding through the passage. Su Taiyu hesitated, glancing at the wheelchair, but ultimately decided to carry it with him. After all, this wheelchair might contain crucial evidence to expose the second Billy. Leaving the puppet-infested area, the trio entered a secret chamber. This room was decorated like an opulent dining hall, but instead of bottles of wine on the shelves, there were jars containing human organs preserved in a special solution. You have stumbled upon my secret, Wilson's voice echoed from above. And thus, you shall not leave this place. Zhang Wanjun pointed at the jars. You have caused the deaths of so many. Are you not afraid of their vengeful spirits? I would relish the chance to meet those spirits, Wilson replied, coughing slightly. Then I could prove that ghosts truly exist. I could consult with these vengeful souls about the nature of Billy's ghost. Unfortunately, I have not encountered a single one. You are also lovers of magic. My affliction was brought on by the magician Billy. In order to remedy my condition, I am certain that your organs would serve to cure me. Su Taiyu raised the wheelchair. Release us. I shall decipher Billy's final trick and capture that ghost. Upon seeing the wheelchair, Wilson's voice revealed a hint of excitement. I do not believe a word spoken by a magician. You are to remain here. Either you starve or consume those organs to survive. Chapter 98. The unbreakable magic. Wilson's voice has completely vanished. In this confined space, the only sounds that can be heard are the breaths of Su Taiyu and his companions. The original architectural style of this secret chamber resembles a bizarre tomb. The walls are composed of bluish-gray stones, with several niches containing wall lamps every few meters. However, in the center of the chamber lies a carpet that seems utterly out of place, accompanied by an exquisite dining table. A display shelf filled with organs appears to have been moved in later. Zhang Wanjun furrows his brow as he gazes at the organs on the shelf. Turning to Su Taiyu with a hiss. Old Su, it seems there is someone even more twisted than you. Su Taiyu widens his eyes, meticulously studying the jars. Each vessel contains a vibrant organ, with the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all present. Su Taiyu is captivated. Yilin sits at the dining table, observing him. You're not actually considering eating, are you? Upon saying this, Yilin's stomach churns, as he feels the urge to vomit. Zhang Wanjun shivers, looking at Su Taiyu. Hey, we can't be that desperate. Su Taiyu remains fixated on the jars, his eyes gleaming with an intense desire, as if he truly intends to devour these organs whole. Su Taiyu wanders around the chamber with one of the jars. Zhang Wanjun, puzzled, asks, What are you looking for? I'm searching for a mechanism, Su Taiyu replies, placing the jar on a circular mark on the floor. Yilin and Zhang Wanjun hold their breath, awaiting a miraculous occurrence. Nothing happens. The only sound is Su Taiyu rubbing the jar. Zhang Wanjun scoffs. Hey, you're not just making excuses to sneak off and feast on entrails, are you? ignoring him. Su Taiyu continues to scrutinize the surroundings with the jar raised. Wilson has an understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. He must know what each of the 5 organs corresponds to. Zhang Wanjun shakes his head. He is a foreigner. What does he know about traditional Chinese medicine? Watch me. With that, Zhang Wanjun rubs his hands together and shouts at one of the walls, "Open sesame." Meanwhile, Su Taiyu mutters traditional Chinese medicine terminologies. The kidney belongs to water. What does the heart belong to again? Open sesame. And the liver? Metal? Alibaba, open sesame. Oh, liver fire, liver belongs to fire. Yilin stares at the two of them, utterly confused. 2 lunatics. Suddenly, amidst their nonsensical banter, the sound of stone grinding against stone resonates. A stone door swings open. Zhang Wanjun exclaims, "Alibaba really works." Ka and Bai arrive from within. "Are you all right?" Ka pulls a young servant out. He told us that outsiders entering the secret passage likely won tea come out alive. So, I brought him along to rescue you. The young servant avoids eye contact. "Please don't let Mr. Wilson know." As he speaks, he begins feeling along the wall. The passages in this tomb are all one way. We cannot go back the way we came. He presses a brick on the wall, and suddenly a hole appears in the floor, into which he jumps. Su Taiyu follows suit. Yilin hesitates. He asks Wilson's servant, "Do you trust him that much?" Su Taiyu ponders for a moment before responding. "I believe he had another identity before becoming a servant." With that, Su Taiyu leaps into the hole. The others follow. Inside the hole is a cozy little room. Judging by the decor, it appears to be a children's room, long abandoned and dust-covered. An old crib and a walker are placed in the corner. The group follows the young servant onward, soon arriving at an exit located in a hidden alley. "You should go. Don't come back," the servant says, effortlessly closing the exit door and blocking it with a cart filled with straw. Zhang Wanjun rubs his hands together. "There is no way we're not coming back. We have to settle the score with Wilson." As he speaks, Zhang Wanjun begins searching for suitable weapons, picking up a brick here and a stick there. The young servant shakes his head and turns away. Su Taiyu stops him. "May I ask, what is your relationship with Billy?" The servant pauses for a second before replying. "He is quite famous. He is a friend of my master." Su Taiyu presses on. Wilson is unaware of this exit. "How did you, as a servant, come to know of it?" The servant lowers his head. I. Su Taiyu steps closer. "I found a wheelchair in the secret passage. The size of the holes in the wheelchair should fit you perfectly." Upon hearing this analysis, Zhang Wanjun tosses aside the brick, his eyes wide with confusion. "Are you saying this little boy is Billy?" Su Taiyu shakes his head, fixing his gaze on the servant. "This mansion originally belonged to Billy. The cribs in the secret chamber appear quite old. Wilson moved in only 2 years ago, so they cannot be his belongings. Thus, they must belong to Billy. There are cribs, but where have the infants gone? Therefore, you are Billy's son." The others listen in bewilderment, and Zhang Wanjun, feeling a chill, asks, "Why would Billy hide his own son?" "Because he intends to perform an unprecedented, unbreakable magic trick on Wilson." Su Taiyu looks up, recalling the magic program flyer at the theater entrance. Water tank escape, 1,000 swords piercing a box. These grand illusions have persisted into our era. Yet, one particular trick, a famous large-scale illusion from our time, is conspicuously absent from the program. This indicates that, as of now, this trick has yet to be invented. This trick is teleportation. The magician instantly moves from the stage to the audience, or escapes from a water tank and suddenly appears among the spectators. Su Taiyu continues, "Billy, after having countless tricks unraveled by Wilson, resolved to devise this magic trick after much deliberation. The principle behind such near-supernatural magic is quite simple. Find a lookalike or use a twin as a substitute. However, as a substitute can never be revealed once exposed, the illusion collapses. Billy has no brothers, and finding a substitute carries the risk of being discovered by Wilson. Thus, he chose to have a child as a stand-in. This is also why the children's room was discreetly constructed within the secret chamber." Zhang Wanjun grabs his hair, taking a deep breath. "But this little boy is far too small. He can't serve as a substitute." Su Taiyu responds, "He could wait until the boy grows up, and with some makeup, he could easily pass off as Billy." But Billy could not wait. He wanted to torment Wilson as soon as possible. Unable to change his son's height, he decided to change his own. Billy deliberately broke his own legs, ensuring he would sit in a wheelchair every day and starve himself. This way, the little boy could don the wheelchair and convincingly pose as Billy's substitute. As Su Taiyu speaks, he approaches the young servant and lifts his shirt. The group gasps as they discover a ring of red marks around the servant's abdomen. You've grown, but the wheelchair's hole hasn't changed, leaving you with these marks. The specter of Billy, haunting this mansion at night, is none other than your disguise. Chapter 99, Unbreakable Magic. A moment's misjudgment as Su Tai-yu approached the young servant. He lifted his shirt to reveal a circle of red marks on his abdomen. The crowd gasped at the sight. Su Tai-yu observed the marks and remarked, "As you have grown older, the hole in the wheelchair must feel a bit small for you now, right?" Zhang Wanjun sighed as he looked at the marks. Truly pitiful, yet undeniably contemptible. "When we moved into this mansion, those two who perished at night, did you kill them?" The young servant shook his head. "That was Wilson's doing." He pointed at Su Tai-yu. "When I forced him to perform the three-knife magic trick, the knife was made of plastic. I have never killed anyone. I was merely playing the role of my father to assist him in completing this final trick. There was but one objective, to torment Wilson." Turning away, the young servant gazed skyward and continued, "My father treated me well, despite never publicly acknowledging my existence. Every evening after his performances, he would bring me treats. I could escape through secret passages to play with other children. Seeing them admire my father filled me with pride. However, everything changed with Wilson's arrival. Gradually, everyone began to call my father a fraud and worship this Wilson instead. Eventually, my father began to seclude himself at home, engrossed in studying magic. He had originally intended to complete the trick of human teleportation, but as his health deteriorated, he modified the trick. He accomplished this final act with his very life, dying only to become a ghost." Zhang Wanjun inquired, "So you know the secret of this magic, then?" The young servant shook his head. "I do not comprehend the principles of magic. I merely followed my father's instructions." Su Tai-yu gestured towards the theater. "Have you ever been to the theater?" The young servant replied, "No. Ever since my father's magic was frequently exposed, I have not returned to the theater." Su Tai-yu pursed his lips. "Could you assist us? Reveal the secret of this trick before Wilson." The young servant closed his eyes. "No. I wish to witness Wilson's slow demise as he exhausts himself over this magic. I must fulfill my father's last wish." Su Tai-yu approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Your task has been completed. Wilson does not fear you. He fears the true ghost, your father, Billy. If you are willing to help me, I can take you to meet him." The young servant furrowed his brow in disbelief. "A ghost? What do you mean? This is my father's magic. How could there truly be a ghost?" Su Tai-yu continued, "Do you remember the magic I performed for Wilson when we first met? By invoking a sense of belief, I was able to make Wilson convinced of the pseudoscience of retinal residue. Your father, Billy, also utilized this sense of belief, inadvertently transforming himself into a ghost." Su Tai-yu paused, then added, "Billy died with resentment, yet becoming a ghost requires one final step. Initially, he intended for you to impersonate him, frightening Wilson daily. However, as Wilson became frightened and could not decipher the trick in a short time, he gradually began to believe in the existence of ghosts. The human sense of belief possesses immense power. In Taoism, this power is referred to as nianli, coupled with the strong resentment Billy harbored at the time of his death. This belief transformed him into a ghost, haunting the theater." The young servant's pupils widened in astonishment. "Is that true?" "Indeed," Su Tai-yu reassured him, patting his shoulder. "In our culture, we believe that after death, one enters the cycle of reincarnation. Your father, having become a ghost, cannot be reborn. By helping me, you are also aiding your father. By shattering Wilson's sense of belief, your father's spirit will dissipate, allowing him to reincarnate and potentially become an even more powerful magician." The young servant fidgeted with his clothing, hesitating. Su Tai-yu pressed on, "You will assist us. Otherwise, you would not have deliberately spilled wine to hint at our involvement." The young servant sighed. "But I have yet to see Wilson receive his due punishment." Su Tai-yu thumped his chest. "Leave that to me. It is impossible. Mr. Wilson could not commit such heinous acts." In the police station, Su Tai-yu and his companions reported Wilson's crimes to the chief. The translator reacted dramatically, shaking his head vigorously. The chief approached with several officers, speaking a flurry of foreign languages. The translator sighed, looking despondent as he approached the group. "The chief confirms that there have indeed been frequent reports of disappearances over the years. You must guide us." Su Tai-yu and his entourage marched resolutely to Wilson's estate. Wilson awaited them at the entrance, supported by the young servant. The chief raised a search warrant and gestured to Su Tai-yu to lead the way. Su Tai-yu approached the entrance of the secret passage and opened it, leading the group into the hidden corridor once again. Officers walked ahead while Su Tai-yu and his group followed, with the chief remaining outside by Wilson's side. This time, traversing the secret passage went smoothly, without any puppets obstructing their path, and soon they arrived at the room containing the preserved organs. Several officers recoiled in disgust upon seeing jars filled with entrails on the display shelves. The chief led Wilson over. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Wilson continued to protest. This estate was once Billy's house. I had no knowledge of this secret passage. It is possible that Billy killed someone and preserved the organs in these jars. As he spoke, Wilson coughed, his hand trembling as he leaned on his cane. Given my poor health, how could I possibly have the strength to commit murder? Su Taiyu smiled. You cannot cure your heart's ailments merely by treating the symptoms. No matter how many hearts you consume, it will not suffice. Simply confess to what you have done, and I will decode Billy's final trick for you. Otherwise, you will be haunted daily by Billy's spirit, unable to find peace. Hearing this, Wilson slowly retreated to a chair, lost in thought. I have known Billy for over 20 years. In our youth, we read a book together, Mysticism and Science. The book unveiled the scientific principles behind many tricks. We were both thrilled. Billy became obsessed with that book, losing sleep over his studies, developing numerous tricks that won the hearts of many girls. I, on the other hand, looked down upon it, for I exploited the information gap, posing as a wizard based on the book's methods and earning a fortune. But my good fortune did not last. I was imprisoned. Upon my release 3 years later, I was destitute, while he had risen to become a renowned so-called magician. I sought his assistance, asking him to teach me tricks, but he scorned me as a fraud, giving me a sum of money to leave. Yet I was undeterred and snuck into the theater's backstage, where I discovered the secrets behind those tricks. It turned out that he who called me a fraud was the greatest fraud of all. I felt it was unjust. Why should he, a fellow fraud, be revered while I languished in prison? Chapter 100, Conclusion. Subsequently, I observed clandestinely while unveiling his sorcery, rendering him infamous. Wilson continued with a smile. I finally seized this magnificent mansion from him, along with those peculiar puppets and props. I never intended to drive him to death. Before he passed, he was engrossed in a book from the East, claiming he wished to transform into a vengeful spirit, haunting me night and day. I dismissed it as mere folly. Yet astonishingly, a few days later, he truly died. Moreover, the theater has been plagued by mysterious fatalities at intervals. Fear began to creep in, especially when that harrowing sound of a wheelchair echoed through the corridor. I once suspected it was a trick, a ploy devised by Billy. However, upon opening the coffin and witnessing Billy's corpse with my own eyes, I was left in a daze. Perhaps the arcane truly exists. Billy had indeed become a ghost. Each day, I felt my essence being drained by this specter, my health deteriorating with each passing moment. Consuming animal entrails merely served to sustain me, providing only psychological solace. Wilson gazed at the jars upon the antique shelf. The essence of humanity resides within the internal organs. I must devour these entrails to replenish what I have lost. Otherwise, I shall inevitably fall victim to Billy's ghost. The translator, incredulous, inquired, My esteemed Mr. Wilson, is it truly so? Wilson nodded affirmatively. I utilized the mechanisms of the guest room to lure visitors into a hidden chamber where I eliminated them, framing it upon the spirit. After all, the tale of Billy's transformation into a ghost is already widely known. The sheriff stroked his bushy beard, commanding his subordinates to shackle Wilson. Wilson did not resist. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards Su Taiyu. Your magic astonished me upon our first meeting. I hope you have not deceived me. Please honor our agreement. Before I meet my end, I wish to comprehend the truth behind this matter. Su Taiyu remained silent, under the scrutiny of the crowd. He wheeled forth the chair they had neglected to take previously. He positioned it before Wilson and then turned to the young attendant. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now, it is your turn. Wilson's eyes widened. The young attendant? What is his connection to this affair? Su Taiyu elucidated, it is indeed relevant, for he is Billy's son. The young attendant then removed his shirt, slipping into the cavity of the wheelchair seat. Perfectly concealed, he maneuvered his legs upon the floor, creating the illusion of an unattended wheelchair that could traverse on its own. The young attendant looked up at Wilson. I am the specter of Billy, wandering the corridor. Wilson blinked in disbelief, then erupted into laughter, flailing his arms in the air. A charlatan. Huh. A deceiver. I knew all along that ghosts do not exist. Billy was a consummate fraud. Wilson was escorted away by the sheriff, while the others returned to the familiar theater. Kaka cracked open the theater door, peering inside. So, has the matter been resolved? The ghost of Billy should be gone, correct? The seats in the theater remained dilapidated, and the gaping hole in the stage, pierced by a massive sword, was still conspicuous. The young attendant boldly entered. Is my father within? The crowd was at a loss for words. Su Taiyu scratched his head. If Billy reappears, it may pose a danger. He gestured towards the pit on the stage. This is the aftermath of your father's transformation into a ghost. The young attendant promptly skipped onto the stage, leaning over the edge of the hole to peer inside. At that moment, the translator approached, smiling at the group. The theater is not yet free from peril. The sheriff has dispatched me to safeguard you. Zhang Wanjun inhaled deeply. How fortunate that this scenario has a translator. Otherwise, the task would have been exceedingly challenging. Yilin pursed her lips, pointing at the young attendant on stage. Fortunately, this boy, along with Wilson, are crucial figures who can speak Chinese. Upon hearing Wilson's name, the translator appeared somewhat agitated, gently caressing the worn tables and chairs within the theater. The performance has concluded. This statement was abrupt, leaving the crowd bewildered. Only the young attendant stood, turning to Su Taiyu. Thank you. You did not deceive me. I truly saw my father. This revelation startled Zhang Wanjun, causing him to instinctively adopt a combative stance. Has Billy reappeared? Where? The young attendant leapt off the stage, a smile gracing his face, one that had never before been witnessed. Thank you all. I have fulfilled my father's wishes, and it is time for me to depart. Farewell. And may our paths cross again. With that, the young attendant exited the theater without a backward glance. What had this child seen within the hole? Zhang Wanjun scratched his nose, nudging Su Taiyu with his shoulder. Let us investigate. Su Taiyu countered. Why don't you go? I fear ghosts, Zhang Wanjun replied, scratching his ear. Su Taiyu, too intrigued by the attendant's discovery, ascended the stage in haste. At that moment, the familiar sound of a whistle resonated. Fog began to seep through the doors of the theater. Yilin stretched languidly. This tedious task has finally reached its conclusion. With that, she started toward the exit. And Abai, sharing her carriage, followed suit. Upon witnessing the contents of the hole, Su Taiyu felt a jolt, as if electricity coursed through him, causing his scalp to tingle. He, too, could speak Chinese, having validated Billy's demise for all. The father the young attendant had seen was not the entity within the hole, but rather him. Su Taiyu rose. So this is the true nature of the magic. As Yilin and her companion approached the door, they found it stubbornly sealed. The whistle sounded just beyond the door. Is the task not yet complete? Yilin pondered. The translator slowly approached Su Taiyu. What lies within the hole? What did you see? What is the truth? Kaka, equally curious, jumped onto the stage. What did you witness? Stop keeping us in suspense. Su Taiyu regarded the translator in the audience, his heart racing, before reaching out to halt Kaka. Magicians despise having their truths laid bare. He then led Kaka down from the stage. What the truth is matters little. What is significant is that we have experienced a truly legendary tale, a father transformed into a ghost seeking vengeance, and alongside his son, confronting malevolence. The translator nodded. Indeed. It is a riveting story. Just as he spoke, Yilin managed to open the door, revealing a mysterious black vehicle parked not far away. She inhaled deeply, turning to Su Taiyu and the others. Should our paths cross again, let it be so. If you wish to join Qiming City in the future, you may invoke my name. Remember, I am Yilin. With that, she produced a familiar black card from her pocket and stepped into the fog. Zhang Wanjun pointed at the mist. Indeed, this is the correct method to enter Qiming City. After completing the task, one must traverse the fog with the invitation in hand. For Qiming society does not accept those who cannot even overcome a task. With that, Zhang Wanjun puffed out his chest. Did I not tell you? I am indeed a good person. Kaka withdrew an invitation from her pocket and grasped the hands of Su Taiyu and Zhang Wanjun. What are we waiting for? Let us embark. Zhang Wanjun's expression was one of alarm. Is this not too hasty? The forces within are intricate and convoluted: guilds, companies, rankings, and trade markets. I have yet to comprehend it all. To enter so recklessly is perilous. The translation had vanished, and the theater was shrouded in mist. Kaka quickened her pace. Danger? For me, it is merely an everyday occurrence. I fear nothing in my quest for vengeance for my master. With that, she turned to Su Taiyu. What about you? Are you afraid? Su Taiyu shook his head. Lulo is inside. I must find her. Very well, Zhang Wanjun nodded. Let us set forth together and vanquish them. Beneath the stage of the theater lay a cavern concealing puppets wielding chainsaws, remnants of which shavings still clinging to their blades. These puppets bore an uncanny resemblance to the residents who had previously pursued Su Taiyu and his companions, brandishing makeshift weapons. Such secrets had long been dismissed from Su Taiyu's mind. At this moment, the trio strode forth with buoyant steps, exiting the theater's grand doors and plunging into the fog. Confronted by the unknown, they were imbued with confidence and exhilaration. A new journey was about to commence.